Chapter 1. The Rebirth of the Moon and Sun. In the realm of Douluo continent, within the Sun and Moon Empire, a formidable army of 5,000 marched steadily, their formation impeccably aligned and their steps synchronized. Each soldier donned specially crafted armor, wielding sharp spears that exuded an imposing aura of martial prowess. At the forefront of this lengthy battalion, a resplendent golden carriage was drawn forth by 8 powerful and robust unicorn steeds. Flanking the carriage were a dozen or so elegantly attired guards, their presence radiating an air of authority, distinctly more esteemed than the marching soldiers. "Stop!" commanded a bald elder beside the carriage, raising his hand and issuing a low yet forceful shout. In an instant, the entire procession came to a halt. Over 100 soldiers swiftly encircled the carriage, their spears angled defensively, while the mounted warriors tensed, alert to the elder's command. "Old Yi, is there a situation?" A voice, aged yet commanding, emerged from within the carriage. The voice belonged to the elder Yi Yulan, a towering figure with a ruddy complexion, nearly a century old, yet possessing a vitality that belied his years. He was a level 91 title Douluo and a level 9 soul engineer, one of the esteemed vassals of the Sun and Moon Empire, holding a position of great significance. Upon hearing this voice, even Yi Yulan, a level 9 soul engineer, exhibited a demeanor of respect. He inclined slightly, replying, "Your Majesty, there is an unusual energy fluctuation ahead. I feared it might pose a threat to your Majesty. Hence, I halted the procession." Indeed, the very presence that commanded such reverence from a level 9 soul engineer was none other than the current Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. "Let us investigate." The Emperor expressed curiosity regarding the energy disturbance mentioned by Yi Yulan. Yi Yulan hesitated momentarily, then stated, "Your Majesty, allow me to assess the situation first, just in case." "There is no need for such caution, Old Yi. In the Sun and Moon Empire, none would dare to threaten me. Besides, is there not your protection? I shall be fine." The Emperor interjected confidently, his tone both authoritative and self-assured. Seeing the Emperor's unwavering stance, Yi Yulan refrained from further persuasion. His suggestion to scout the situation was merely a precaution. In truth, there was little cause for concern. With their protection, even a super Douluo would struggle to harm the Emperor. The energy emanating from ahead could hardly reach the level of a title Douluo, making it nearly impossible to pose a threat under their guard. "Advance!" Yi Yulan commanded, prompting the army to resume their previous formation and continue onward. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the atmosphere grew chillingly cold, an unexpected winter-like chill enveloping them under the blazing sun. As a title Douluo, Yi Yulan possessed exceptional vision, and through the billowing white mist, he discerned an unusual sight in the distance. Was a child? Furrowing his brow, Yi Yulan scrutinized the scene several times, confirming his observation. A sense of unease stirred within him. "Old Yi, what is the situation ahead?" The Emperor inquired, emerging from the carriage, his gaze falling upon the white expanse, his demeanor growing cautious as he turned to Yi Yulan. "There is an infant within the icy mist," Yi Yulan replied candidly. "An infant?" The Emperor's expression shifted, surprise flickering across his aged features as he peered into the frosty haze. Even from outside the mist, he could sense an intense chill, and he pondered how such a frigid environment could sustain a child's life. "Bring him out," the Emperor instructed one of the nearby warriors. "Yes," the mounted warrior responded with a fist salute, preparing to approach the icy mist. "Your Majesty, I must advise against this. I sense something peculiar about the infant. We should refrain from acting hastily," Yi Yulan urgently interjected. As a level 9 soul engineer, his mental acuity surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo, and he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the child. Initially, he had detected no anomalies, but deeper probing revealed a faint yet palpable threat. The realization startled him. How could a mere infant exude such danger? His first instinct was to dismiss it as a misperception. However, after several meticulous examinations, he could no longer deceive himself. The infant indeed radiated a subtle yet genuine threat. The Emperor, dismissive of Yi Yulan's concerns, waved his hand, signaling the level 8 soul engineer to retrieve the child. Caught between the commands of the Emperor and Yi Yulan, the level 8 soul engineer knew whom to obey and dismounted, approaching the icy mist on foot for a steadier footing, allowing him to react swiftly should danger arise. Yi Yulan felt a sense of helplessness, wishing to voice his objections, but upon meeting the Emperor's authoritative gaze, he faltered, the words caught in his throat. Alas! He sighed inwardly, summoning a level 9 defensive soul tool into his grasp, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Noticing Yi Yulan's agitation, The emperor chuckled and shook his head, viewing the elder's caution as overly meticulous. The level 8 soul engineer soon reached the center of the icy mist, where a naked male infant lay on the ground, seemingly just born. The infant emanated a faint energy fluctuation, the cold air coalescing around him, freezing the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, the extensive mist a product of this chilling presence. Upon contact with the infant's cold aura, even the level 8 soul engineer shivered, goosebumps rising on his skin, struggling to withstand the biting cold. What a peculiar child, he stammered, his voice trembling not solely from the cold, but also from an undercurrent of fear. The abnormality exhibited by the infant instilled a sense of dread within him. Had it not been for the emperor's command, he might have instinctively employed his level 8 soul tool to eliminate the child. Why must this task fall to me? The level 8 soul engineer lamented, yet duty-bound, he steeled himself to lift the infant. As he drew closer, the chill intensified, enveloping him like a vice. The moment he cradled the infant, he felt his arm nearly frozen, his complexion paling as he exerted more soul power to combat the encroaching cold, though the effect was minimal. Without delay, he dashed back the way he came, urgency propelling him forward. Perhaps the commotion had stirred the infant from slumber, for his closed eyes began to flutter open. "I'm not dead." As the infant's eyes opened, a voice resonated in his mind, not from another, but his own consciousness making itself known. He blinked repeatedly, attempting to clarify his blurred vision. After several blinks, the surroundings came into focus. He beheld the chin of a man clad in dark armor, the sensation of being held registering within him. For a second or two, the infant remained bewildered before comprehension dawned. His deep, starry eyes narrowed, and the cold aura he naturally radiated intensified, reacting to his emotional upheaval. The level 8 soul engineer winced, his expression distorting under the increased chill. Am I reincarnated, or have I usurped another's life? The infant pondered, astounded by the transformation of his environment and his own body. Yet, he maintained his composure, analyzing his predicament with clarity. Before he could discern whether he was reincarnated or had usurped, his thoughts were interrupted by a shift in his surroundings, heightening his alertness. Releasing a powerful consciousness, he expanded his awareness, instantly mapping the environment within a 10-mile radius in his mind, the clarity surpassing that of mere sight. My consciousness has weakened significantly, he mused, focusing on the entities within his perception. The emperor, Yi Yulin, and the army were all within his grasp, their presence vividly etched in his mind. The situation appears dire, he quickly assessed, attempting to summon his powers, only to discover that aside from his consciousness, all his cultivated strength had vanished, rendering him as defenseless as an infant. The sudden loss of power incited a moment of panic. However, the trials of his previous life had forged him into a resilient spirit, unyielding in the face of adversity. A fleeting sense of alarm was insufficient to shatter his composure. After a brief turmoil, he regained his tranquility. With thoughts racing, the infant swiftly devised a strategy to navigate his current predicament. He initially attempted to contain the chill that emanated naturally from his body, a chill formed from the overflow of his spiritual essence. Controlling it was not a daunting task with his formidable mastery. The icy aura surrounding him began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing completely. Once he had subdued the chill, he retracted his consciousness from the surroundings, yet he did not withdraw the awareness that enveloped the Sun and Moon Emperor. Not only did he refrain from withdrawing it, but he also intensified the strength of his consciousness, beginning to employ a special secret method to influence the Emperor's mind. He was uncertain how these individuals would respond to him, but he had never been one to sit idly by his life, and death could only be controlled by himself and would not be entrusted to others. His gaze was piercingly sharp from the emperor's attire. He discerned that he was likely the sovereign of a certain dynasty, capable of commanding these individuals. If he could sway this man's thoughts, he would find himself in far less peril. Chapter 2. Awakening of the Martial Soul, Ice Dragon, Dual Pupils. The 8th level soul mentor sensed a warming of the temperature and voiced his surprise, casting a bewildered glance at the infant in his hands. Why has it returned to normal? The 8th level soul mentor mused, feeling increasingly uneasy as the speed of their return accelerated. Upon witnessing the 8th level soul mentor approaching, Yi Yulin's heart sank, and he immediately braced himself, as if facing a formidable foe. The surrounding strong individuals formed a protective barrier around the Sun and Moon Emperor, each wielding advanced soul-guiding devices, prepared to respond to any sudden changes. What are you all making a fuss about? Step aside, the Sun and Moon Emperor commanded. The Soul Mentor elites exchanged glances, somewhat embarrassed. Their anxiety over a mere infant seemed excessive, indeed a case of overcaution. After a moment's hesitation, several Soul Mentors who had been shielding the Emperor stepped aside. The 8th-level Soul Mentor approached the Emperor, slightly bending forward as he presented the male infant, cradled in both hands, to the Emperor's view. The Emperor smiled faintly at the sight of the infant, gesturing for a nearby maid, who understood his intent and retrieved a piece of yellow cloth from the carriage, coming forward to wrap the infant snugly within it. As Yulin stepped closer to the infant, his gaze remained fixed upon him, the wariness he had felt previously transformed into curiosity. The dangerous aura that had once surrounded the child had vanished, revealing an ordinary appearance akin to that of any normal infant. This drastic change led him to question whether he had misperceived the danger earlier. After all, how could a mere child evoke such a sense of threat? This child appears to share a remarkable bond with me. Let us take him back to the palace, the Sun and Moon Emperor remarked after observing the infant for a while. Your Majesty, I must implore you to reconsider, Yulin interjected hastily, urging, Your Majesty, the circumstances surrounding this child's appearance are rather peculiar. I fear he may possess some strange qualities. It would be prudent not to bring him back to the palace. After a moment's thought, he added, If Your Majesty cannot bear to leave the child in such a desolate place, perhaps he could be taken to a nearby town or village to be raised by others that would likely be better for him. The Emperor remained silent, studying Yulin with an expression unchanged from before, yet his aura now radiated a newfound authority. Under the Emperor's unwavering gaze, Yulin felt an immense pressure. Your Majesty, why do you regard me so? Yulin inquired, bowing his head, unable to meet the Emperor's eyes. Though he was a 9th-level Soul Mentor, he still felt trepidation in the presence of the ruler of the Sun and Moon Empire. This monarch was far from benevolent. The Emperor smiled slightly, patting Yulin on the shoulder. It is nothing. I simply wish to remind you, that while I respect you, it does not grant you the liberty to defy my will, nor does it mean you can make decisions on my behalf. As he concluded, the Emperor's tone had grown distinctly colder. Yulin trembled slightly, hastily responding, Your Majesty, I would never presume to do so. There is no need for such tension. I merely sought to remind you, not to imply that you would dare, the Emperor said softly, giving Yulin another reassuring pat on the shoulder before entering the carriage, along with the infant. Once the Emperor had entered, Yulin gradually straightened his posture, a look of relief washing over his face. The Emperor's earlier remarks had caused him to break out in a cold sweat, leaving him in a state of heightened anxiety. Continue onward, Yulin commanded once he had regained his composure. 6 years later, Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy, Mingda Hall. This was a spacious hall, adorned in a metallic style dominated by soft golden hues. While not ostentatious, it exuded an air of quality. Prince Wei, are you prepared? An elderly man inquired. The elder was short in stature, yet robust, resembling a stocky figure. Though one might label him as an elder, it seemed somewhat inaccurate, for he appeared to be in his 40s, while in reality, he had surpassed a century in age. This elder held a significant position. He was Jing Hongshun, the Hall Master of Mingda Hall and one of the few 9th-level Soul Mentors on the continent, possessing considerable influence within the Sun and Moon Empire. The child referred to as Prince Wei was a 6-year-old boy named Wei Xuan, the very child whom the Sun and Moon Emperor had brought back 6 years prior. After the Emperor adopted him, Wei Xuan was granted the status of a prince, although the Emperor chose not to bestow upon him the surname Su, instead naming him Wei Xuan. The reasons for this choice likely remained known only to Wei Xuan himself. At the age of 6, Wei Xuan stood nearly 1 meter tall, his ice blue hair cascading down his back, with a strikingly handsome visage. His eyes, resembling an unfathomable pool, exuded a composure and calmness not typically associated with one of his age. Master Hongshun, let us commence, Wei Xuan said with a smile, taking the initiative to step into the awakening formation without waiting for Jing Hongshun's signal. Relaxing his body and closing his eyes, ready to receive the infusion of soul power into the formation. Having spent 6 years in this world, he had garnered ample understanding from books and the narratives of others regarding the intricacies of this realm. This understanding naturally encompassed the awakening of martial souls. He had witnessed the process before, so when his turn arrived, he executed the steps with remarkable proficiency, needing no guidance from Jing Hongshun. This child, Jing Hongshun mused, shaking his head with a smile, not wishing to waste any time. He swiftly executed a palm strike, channeling gentle soul power into the formation. As he infused the soul power, his gaze remained fixed upon Wei Xuan's right hand, filled with anticipation. He was genuinely curious about what type of martial soul this remarkable child would awaken given his exceptional demeanor, it was unlikely that his martial soul would be ordinary. Once Jing Hongqian's soul power was infused, the formation began to operate, and as Wei Xuan stood within, he felt warm currents coursing through his body. Finally, soul power has manifested, Wei Xuan thought to himself, observing the changes within his body with his consciousness. In what had previously felt like an empty vessel, energy finally emerged, evoking a rare sense of joy within him. The sensation of warmth intensified, only to be abruptly supplanted by a chilling cold, causing Wei Xuan's body to emanate an icy aura. A deep, resonant dragon's roar emerged from Wei Xuan, causing the ambient temperature to plummet swiftly. In an instant, the room's temperature fell below freezing, continuing to decline at an alarming rate. The ground beneath him cracked and froze, the ice spreading outward like ripples on water. Jing Hongqian, witnessing this spectacle, wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Wei Xuan. He had barely uttered a single word when the transformation occurring within Wei Xuan rendered him speechless. An ice dragon surged forth from the space behind Wei Xuan, coiling around him as it ascended. The dragon, robust and powerful, matched the girth of Wei Xuan's form, emanating a weighty pressure akin to that of a mountain as it moved. Once fully manifested, the ice dragon hovered behind Wei Xuan. Without needing to turn, he instinctively grasped the full extent of his martial soul, an ancient ice dragon nearly 4 meters in length. He felt no particular surprise at awakening this martial soul. In fact, it was entirely within his expectations. The type of martial soul a soul master could awaken is determined by the bloodline coursing through their veins, absent any mutations. The martial soul awakened corresponds directly to the bloodline possessed, and within him lay the bloodline of the primordial ice dragon. Thus, it was hardly astonishing that he would awaken such a martial soul. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eyes, causing Wei Xuan to furrow his brow and cover his eyes with his right hand. What is happening? He pondered, momentarily perplexed by the sudden agony. Extending his consciousness, he began to investigate the changes in his eyes, for such intense pain would not arise without cause. Could it be that Jing Hongqian's unwavering gaze upon the ice dragon had sparked a bold conjecture within him? This might be the ultimate ice martial soul. The moment this conjecture surfaced in his mind, he could no longer maintain his composure. He became exceedingly agitated. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan suddenly contort in anguish, covering his eyes with his hand, a chill ran through his heart, and his joy was swiftly diminished. He hurriedly approached Wei Xuan, placing a hand on his shoulder, and anxiously inquired, "Your Highness Wei, what has happened to your eyes?" "I am fine, Master Hongqian. You need not worry," Wei Xuan replied, his voice relatively steady, undeterred by the pain. Hearing this, Jing Hongqian, filled with trepidation, stepped aside to observe Wei Xuan's condition. "This is the..." Wei Xuan was struck with profound astonishment. Through his spiritual sense, he clearly discerned that his eyes had each developed an additional pupil. The shape of his eyes now mirrored that of the ancient he had encountered in the ruins. In other words, has he become a dual-eyed one? The mere thought sent a surge of exhilaration through Wei Xuan, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. His emotions transcended mere joy or excitement. He was acutely aware of what being a dual-eyed one entailed, an innate invincibility. A pair of eyes could lead one down the path of supremacy. Although he was confident he could ascend to greatness even without dual-eyed vision, possessing it would undoubtedly ease his journey toward becoming the ultimate powerhouse. This would become his greatest asset. As the pain gradually subsided, Wei Xuan opened his eyes. Under his deliberate control, the emergence of his dual-eyed vision did not unleash any overwhelming power, appearing almost as if it were non-existent. In truth, his dual-eyed vision was indeed dormant, as he had chosen to conceal it. Upon realizing he possessed this extraordinary trait, Wei Xuan understood it was essentially his second martial soul. Since it was a martial soul, he could choose to hide it. To avoid drawing attention from Jing Hongqian, he deliberately kept it under wraps. "Your Highness, are you well?" Jing Hongqian inquired once more. "I am fine," Wei Xuan replied with a shake of his head. Noticing Jing Hongqian's intent to press further, he smiled and shifted the topic, asking, "What do you think of my martial soul, Hall Master Hongqian?" Jing Hongqian instinctively glanced at the ice dragon behind Wei Xuan, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "Your Highness's martial soul is exceptionally powerful. If my judgment is correct, it must be an ultimate martial soul, specifically of the ice attribute." As the conversation turned to the ultimate ice, Jing Hongqian's eyes sparkled with fervor. The ultimate ice was a rare martial soul that appeared only once in a millennium, never before seen in the Sun and Moon Empire. Its emergence was a source of immense excitement for him. "Ultimate ice?" Wei Xuan smiled calmly. having no intention of elaborating further. If truth be told, the ice attributes possessed by the ancient ice dragon were likely far superior to that of the ultimate ice. To classify its ice as the ultimate would be an understatement. Although he had yet to experience the temperature of the ultimate ice in this world, he was certain it could not surpass the frigid capabilities of the ancient ice dragon. If nurtured, this ultimate martial soul will surely lead you to become a formidable soul master, and, of course, a powerful soul engineer. The combination of the two will surely yield extraordinary results, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he envisioned Wei Xuan's future growth. Their camaraderie was not based on Wei Xuan's royal status. As the hall master of Mingda, he had no need to curry favor with princes or princesses. His admiration stemmed solely from Wei Xuan's remarkable talent in soul engineering, a gift that could be deemed prodigious. Before the age of 6, Wei Xuan had not awakened his martial soul, and thus lacked the soul power to create soul tools. However, this did not hinder his display of talent in the realm of soul engineering. With his formidable spiritual awareness, as termed in this world, he mastered the fabrication of 4th-level soul tools by the age of 3. Had he possessed the corresponding soul power, he would have undoubtedly been able to produce 4th-level soul tools, a conclusion Jing Hongqian reached through personal verification. This was the very reason he welcomed Wei Xuan into Mingda Hall. Since moving in, Wei Xuan had engaged in numerous discussions about soul tool creation with Jing Hongqian, deepening their relationship over 3 years to that of close friends despite their age difference. Jing Hongqian recognized Wei Xuan's terrifying talent in soul engineering, and now that he had awakened such a powerful martial soul, the combination of their strengths would undoubtedly give rise to an exceptionally formidable soul master and soul engineer in the Sun and Moon Empire. Seeing Jing Hongqian so animated, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing that he should feel more excitement than himself. Hall Master Hongqian, please temper your enthusiasm, Wei Xuan advised. I was merely overwhelmed with joy, Jing Hongqian chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had momentarily lost his composure. Now that my martial soul has awakened, Hall Master Hongqian, will you accompany me to obtain a soul ring? Wei Xuan proposed. He sensed that his soul power had reached a certain threshold, and to break through, he would need to absorb a soul ring. Obtain a soul ring? But you haven't even tested your soul power. How can you be certain you possess innate, full soul power? Jing Hongqian queried, puzzled. However, he quickly recalled the fact that those with ultimate martial souls were indeed destined to possess innate, full soul power. Very well. I shall accompany you to obtain a soul ring. Jing Hongqian readily agreed. By the way, Your Highness, where do you intend to acquire this soul ring? Jing Hongqian inquired, aware that Wei Xuan had a penchant for reading about soul masters and soul beasts. His remarkable memory rendered him a living library, granting him extensive knowledge about the habitats and types of soul beasts across the continent. Having read extensively, Wei Xuan was well aware of where to find a suitable soul ring for himself. To acquire an ice attribute soul ring, he undoubtedly needed to venture to the extreme northern lands of the original Douluo continent, a veritable paradise for ice attribute soul beasts. The extreme northern lands. Jing Hongqian hesitated slightly, urging, Your Highness, that region is known as a forbidden zone for humanity. It is fraught with dangers and lies far from our Sun and Moon Empire. Wouldn't it be rather troublesome to obtain a soul ring there? There are also normal soul beast forests within our Sun and Moon Empire, where finding a suitable soul beast for you should not be too difficult, Jing Hongqian suggested. Primarily concerned about the long distance to the extreme northern lands, the journey would span several thousand miles and involve traversing the Tiando Empire, taking at least a month to complete round trip, which was quite a lengthy endeavor. Instead of that, it would be more prudent to seek ice attribute soul beasts in the ordinary soul beast forests. Although it may be more challenging, I believe finding a suitable one within half a month is feasible, Jing Hongqian proposed. Wei Xuan shook his head, insisting, I must go to the extreme northern lands to obtain the soul ring. Ordinary soul beast forests harbor far too few ice attribute soul beasts, and suitable ones are even scarcer. This leaves me with little choice. Even if I eventually find an ice attribute soul beast, it would likely be a compromise, and that is not what I desire. To fully unleash the power of my ultimate martial soul, I must find the most fitting soul ring. In matters of cultivation, he would never settle or slack off. He aimed to excel at every stage, enabling him to progress further along his path. Jing Hongqian found Wei Xuan's reasoning sound, and after a brief contemplation, he concurred with his decision, stating, Then let us proceed to the extreme northern lands. Excellent. Hall Master Hongqian, Please make preparations. We shall depart for the extreme northern lands in 3 days, Wei Xuan declared. In the span of 3 days. Both a matter of significance for Jing Hongqian and a personal endeavor for Wei Xuan unfolded. He intended to dedicate this time to delve deeply into the nuances of his martial soul, while also compiling a list of soul beasts suitable for absorption. Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement. Following the awakening of his martial soul, Wei Xuan did not return to his quarters within the Mingda Hall. Instead, he departed from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy towards the Imperial Palace. As the adopted son of the Sun and Moon Emperor, it was only fitting that he report this momentous event to his adoptive father. Upon arriving at the palace and having announced his presence to the guards, Wei Xuan entered the emperor's private chamber. The opulence of the emperor's quarters was breathtaking, adorned with jade flooring, Zetan furniture, exquisitely crafted ceramics, and numerous lavish decorations. Within the hall, over 10 strikingly beautiful maidservants attended to the emperor's needs. "Xianer has arrived," the Sun and Moon Emperor remarked, a smile gracing his face at Wei Xian's entrance. Wei Xuan bowed slightly, replying with warmth, "I have come primarily to inform father of my martial soul's awakening." The emperor's eyes brightened with interest as he urged, "Do share the details with me." In a certain study within the palace, a somewhat handsome man in his 30s paced back and forth, a letter in his right hand that he waved slowly, rhythmically tapping his left hand, the sound echoing in the spacious room. He was not alone. 2 elderly men stood nearby, maintaining a respectful silence. The ancient ice dragon, a martial soul of utmost ice, such formidable talent, the middle-aged man muttered, a sinister expression crossing his face. The 2 elders exchanged glances, both registering shock. They understood all too well what an ultimate ice martial soul signified. If nurtured properly, it would undoubtedly lead to the emergence of a superlative powerhouse. After a moment of hesitation, one of the elders asked, "Your Highness, who is the bearer of this ultimate ice?" The man referred to as Your Highness was none other than Su Fan, the crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire. Stopping abruptly, Su Fan cast a cold glare at the elder, causing him to tense up, overwhelmed by a primal fear, as if he were being scrutinized by a predator. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Su Fan flung the letter aside, which the elder caught, and began to read alongside his companion. This wildling's talent is indeed astonishing. Not only does he possess an exceedingly rare gift in soul engineering, but his martial soul is also remarkably powerful. Should he continue to grow, he poses a significant threat. Su Fan gritted his teeth, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The wildling he referred to was, of course, Wei Xuan, an abandoned child who had inexplicably garnered the emperor's affection, stirring deep resentment within Su Fan. The 2 elders, having perused the contents of the letter, wore expressions of astonishment, falling into a contemplative silence. To venture to the extreme north for a soul ring. What an opportunity, Su Fan suddenly laughed, the chill of his smile sending shivers down the spine. In addition to Su Fan, another prince was also keeping a watchful eye on Wei Xuan. He too had received a letter containing similar news regarding Wei Xuan's martial soul awakening. In a modest study, Su Tianran, seated in a wheelchair, regarded the letter with a grave expression. "An ultimate ice martial soul, this younger brother of mine is indeed exceptional to awaken such a powerful martial soul," Su Tianran murmured. Standing beside him, a cloaked figure spoke, "Your Highness, if the letter's claims are true, then Wei Xuan's talent is rather terrifying. Should we?" The cloaked figure made a gesture across his throat, the implication unmistakable. Su Tianran hesitated, his right hand resting on the armrest of his wheelchair, fingers gently caressing his chin, lost in thought as he weighed the cloaked figure's suggestion. After several minutes of silence, he finally shook his head, saying, "Though Wei Xuan possesses remarkable talent and is favored by the emperor, he does not share our royal bloodline. The likelihood of him being named crown prince is slim. As long as he does not contest my claim to the throne, allowing him to live is not out of the question." With a cold smile, he continued, "Moreover, it is quite possible that Wei Xuan may not require our intervention. Others may take it upon themselves to eliminate him." The cloaked figure paused in surprise, but quickly understood. "Are you referring to the crown prince?" At the mention of the crown prince, Su Tianran's fists clenched instinctively, his emotion surging, his expression darkening as if he had heard the name of a bitter enemy, a fierce killing intent surfacing. Gazing at his own incapacitated legs, Su Tianran took a deep breath and spoke in a low tone, "My elder brother has always favored fratricide. He is certainly aware of Wei Xuan's martial soul awakening by now. I suspect he is already plotting how to dispose of him. With him around, we need not concern ourselves with Wei Xuan's elimination. We shall await the good news from him. By the way, have you prepared the matters I instructed? Su Tianran suddenly inquired. All arrangements are in place. We are merely awaiting your command to proceed. The cloaked figure replied respectfully. Su Tianran nodded in satisfaction, his gaze flickering with vengeful light as he mused. Let Su Fan live a little longer. Once he has dealt with Wei Xuan, it will be his time to meet his end. The debt for my severed legs shall soon be repaid. Chapter 4. The Far North in the span of 3 days. Wei Xuan set out early in the morning alongside Jing Hongchun, departing from the capital city of Mingdu. Upon leaving the city, Jing Hongchun produced his flying soul guide, a 7th-level contraption resembling a bat, with wings extending 5 meters in length. Naturally, they would not opt for a horse-drawn carriage for their journey to the far north, as its speed was far too sluggish compared to the swiftness of the flying soul guide. To save time, the flying soul guide was the optimal choice for travel. As Wei Xuan observed Jing Hongchun's 7th-level soul guide, his interest was piqued. In this world, few things intrigued him as much as soul guides did. With his palm brushing against the sleek surface of the flying device, his eyes suddenly flickered. His pupils transformed into dual orbs. The manifestation of his double pupils was subtle, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. With the emergence of his double pupils, the scenery before him sharpened, revealing every detail with astonishing clarity. Even the dust particles suspended in the air. Time seemed to slow down as he absorbed the intricate internal structure of the 7th-level soul guide. Seeing Wei Xuan so engrossed, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Jing Hongchun's eyes. To achieve remarkable feats in the realm of soul guides, one must possess a fervent passion and obsession for them. Wei Xuan exhibited the qualities necessary to become a master craftsman of soul guides. After allowing Wei Xuan to gaze for a while, Jing Hongchun chuckled softly. All right, you can study this soul guide in detail when we return. For now, let us ascend. It is time for us to embark. At Jing Hongchun's words, Wei Xuan snapped back to reality, retracting his double pupils. Reflecting on his earlier fascination, he glanced at the 7th-level soul guide with a wry smile. Realizing that this novel contraption held considerable allure for him, the novelty he felt was not limited to this particular 7th-level device but encompassed soul guides in general. For Wei Xuan, soul guides represented an entirely new realm he had never encountered before, hence his profound interest. Let us go, he nodded, and upon Jing Hongchun's gesture, he leaped onto the flying soul guide. Jing Hongchun stood to his left, and as he infused energy into the device, a soft azure energy shield enveloped them. The soul guide ascended vertically, and as it reached a height of over 20 meters, powerful thrusts erupted from its tail, propelling it forward like a streak of light across the horizon. Initially, Wei Xuan found the speed somewhat disorienting, but he was no ordinary individual. Within mere seconds, he acclimated to the velocity. Thanks to the presence of the energy shield, he need not worry about the tearing sensation from the rushing air, despite not having absorbed his first soul ring yet. Although the cultivation aspects of this world left much to be desired, the peculiar inventions were undeniably commendable. Wei Xuan mused as he gazed at the fleeting scenery below. The wild child has set off. Elder Emo, Elder Zhou, you should also make haste to the far north. The Crown Prince Su Fan said, his expression tinged with excitement. Before him stood 2 elderly men. The taller one, referred to as Elder Emo, stood nearly 2 meters tall, gaunt, with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Elder Zhou, slightly shorter at around 1 meter 80, also sported white hair and had surpassed a century in age. Indeed, Your Highness, rest assured, we shall eliminate that Wei Xuan, the 2 elders replied in unison. Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. But then his expression turned grave as he recalled something. Elder Emo, Elder Zhou, this operation requires utmost caution. The master of Mingda, Jing Hongchun, is right beside Wei Xuan. He is a 9th-level soul master and not to be trifled with. The most critical aspect is that you must not reveal your identities. Otherwise, even if we succeed in killing Wei Xuan, we would still face significant trouble. If that old fellow goes to report us to father, then... Su Fan's expression grew increasingly serious. Wei Xuan was deeply favored by his father, and if his father learned that he had sent someone to assassinate Wei Xuan, it would spell disaster for him. Upon mentioning the master of Mingda, the 2 elders' expressions darkened, their eyes reflecting deep apprehension. Although they too were 9th-level soul masters, they acknowledged the considerable gap between themselves and Jing Hongchun. Otherwise, they would not have been reduced to serving the crown prince. The 2 elders nodded solemnly. Su Fan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth within the chamber. After several minutes of silence, he made a decisive resolution, his demeanor shifting to one of ruthless determination. He looked up at Elder Emo and Elder Zhou, stating coldly, if by any chance you reveal your identities, Then you must do everything in your power to eliminate Jing Hongqian. What? The two elders gasped, their eyes widening in shock at Su Fan's words. The prospect of killing Jing Hongqian was far more shocking than assassinating Wei Xuan. Unlike the 6-year-old Wei Xuan, who held no real power, Jing Hongqian was the master of Mingda, a figure at the apex of authority within the empire and a 9th-level soul master. To kill him was no trivial matter. The repercussions would be monumental. Setting aside the dire consequences of murdering Jing Hongqian, the act itself would not be easily accomplished. His position as master of Mingda was not merely a matter of connections, but was founded upon substantial strength. Among the 9th-level soul masters of the Day and Moon Empire, Jing Hongqian was among the elite. Could they truly hope to eliminate such a formidable opponent? Indeed, it is the death of Jing Hongqian. In order to prevent him from reporting us to the emperor, he must perish, Su Fan said in a low voice. I have attempted to win him over numerous times. Yet he remains indifferent. He will likely become an obstacle to my ascension. Rather than allowing this to continue, it is better to seize this opportunity to eliminate him and clear the way for the future, Su Fan declared fiercely, his demeanor growing increasingly frenzied. The two elders fell silent, feeling a chill at Su Fan's current state. Once Su Fan's emotions had calmed somewhat, Elder Mo mustered the courage to speak. But your highness, with our combined strength, killing Jing Hongqian may prove difficult. Su Fan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Elder Mo, cursing inwardly, truly useless. As 9th-level soul masters, how can the two of you not be able to take down even one person? What worth do you hold? Feeling the weight of Su Fan's furious gaze, both elders hurriedly lowered their heads. Logically, as 9th-level soul masters, they should not fear Su Fan so greatly, even if he is the Empire's crown prince. However, their lives rested firmly in his hands. Should they provoke this grand prince, not only would they perish, but their families would also face dire consequences, which rendered them exceedingly fearful of Su Fan. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Su Fan spoke solemnly. Rest assured, I will send a few 8th-level soul masters to accompany you. With such a formation, killing Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan should pose no significant problem. The Day and Moon Empire is located on the western side of Douluo continent, while the extreme north lies directly to the north. To reach the extreme north, one must head in a northeast direction. To avoid passing through the Starluo Empire, the two first flew directly northward. After nearly 1,000 miles, they then turned eastward, entering the territory of the Heaven Soul Empire. Upon entering the Heaven Soul Empire, their pace slowed considerably, not due to any deliberate intention, but because they could not move quickly. As citizens of the Day and Moon Empire, they had to endure multiple inspections within the Heaven Soul Empire, and their flying soul devices could not be used freely. Consequently, their travel speed naturally decreased. After nearly half a month, they finally arrived at their destination, the extreme north. Traversing the Heaven Soul Empire had proven quite arduous. Having endured numerous inspections along the way, Wei Xuan thought, feeling quite helpless. Jing Hongqian's expression was also far from pleasant. Given his status, having to endure searches by those minions infuriated him. Had he not feared attracting the attention of powerful figures from the Heaven Soul Empire, he would have relished the opportunity to deal with those individuals. Casually expressing his frustration, Wei Xuan chose not to dwell on such vexations and instead focused on the path ahead. The ground beneath them was covered in a thin layer of snow, and the surrounding trees were adorned in silver. Snowflakes danced in the air as if they had entered the depths of winter. Before them lay a vast expanse of white, a veritable world of ice and snow, with the howling cold wind resembling a ravenous wolf, proclaiming the dangers of this frozen realm. This is indeed the extreme north, Jing Hongqian said seriously. Your Highness, you must stay close to me. The extreme north is known as the forbidden zone for humanity for good reason. In addition to the perpetual snow and harsh environment, the soul beasts within are exceptionally powerful. If we encounter a sudden attack from a soul beast, and you are too far from me, I may not be able to assist you in time. Thus, for your own safety, do not stray too far from me. This way, I can better protect you. Jing Hongqian regarded Wei Xuan with a grave expression. Wei Xuan understood the dangers of the extreme north and nodded earnestly before inquiring, with your strength, Master Hongqian, traversing the outer regions of the extreme north should pose no problem, yet this does not guarantee my safety, does it? He was aware that Jing Hongqian was a 9th-level soul master, possessing soul power at the level of a titled Douluo. Such strength should not warrant such caution. However, seeing the solemnity etched on his face was indeed puzzling. Who can guarantee that powerful soul beasts will not appear in the outer regions? Jing Hongqian replied, his gaze fixed on the distance, a hint of lamentation in his voice. There are exceptionally formidable beings within the extreme north. If we were to encounter them, not only would I struggle to protect you, but my own life would also be at stake. Wei Xian's expression shifted as he grasped the deeper meaning behind Jing Hongqin's words, instinctively following his gaze towards the depths of the extreme north. At first, he felt no particular unease, but as he continued to stare, a growing sense of dread settled in his heart, an oppressive feeling taking hold. Master Hongqin, let us proceed, Wei Xian said, breaking his gaze from the distance. Jing Hongqin nodded, glancing at the swirling snow and cheerfully asking Wei Xian, can you withstand such frigid temperatures? Wei Xian smiled slightly, unfazed, and replied, Master Hongqin, do not forget that my martial spirit is of the utmost ice attribute. Have you ever seen an ice-type soul master who fears the cold? In fact, I find this temperature somewhat mild. With that, he took the lead, his formidable spiritual sense extending outward, surveying the environment within a mile radius. Chapter 5, Selecting Soul Beasts. Concealed killers Wei Xian and Jing Hongqin wandered aimlessly across the vast icy expanse of the extreme north. Although soul beasts were plentiful here, they were not easily found, making the search for a suitable soul beast a challenging endeavor. Soon enough, 5 hours had passed, and the two men rested on a rock. I say, Your Highness, are your expectations perhaps too lofty? That 8-armed Ice Ape King was quite suitable for you in terms of both age and quality, yet you dismissed it, insisting on continuing the search. Now, after 2 or 3 hours of searching, what we've encountered pales in comparison to that 8-armed Ice Ape King. Are you not just complicating matters for yourself? Jing Hongqin remarked, taking a swig of strong liquor, his face a mask of helplessness, perplexed by Wei Xian's previous decision. The 8-armed Ice Ape King was a rare top-tier soul beast in the extreme north, exceptionally strong, and at over 400 years of age. It would have been the perfect first soul ring for Wei Xian. Yet, he had rejected it, which Jing Hongqin found utterly regrettable. Wei Xian merely smiled at Jing Hongqin's complaints, calmly retrieving a flask of strong liquor from his storage ring and taking a sip. He felt no fear of the cold. His purpose for drinking was not for warmth but simply to savor a drink in such an environment. Master Hongqin, be a bit patient. That 8-armed Ice Ape King was indeed of good quality, yet its age was somewhat lacking, making it a compromise for my first soul ring. Wei Xian explained after taking another sip. Jing Hongqin, sitting back to back with Wei Xian, turned in surprise upon hearing his words, exclaiming, 450 years is still lacking? You do not intend to absorb a soul ring that exceeds the normal age limit, do you? As the master of Mingda Hall, he possessed a keen intellect, and he instantly grasped Wei Xian's intention. He considered 400 years far too low. Wei Xian nodded, taking another sip of liquor, and said, Indeed, that is my intention, based on my estimations. The maximum age I can endure for my first soul ring should be around 800 years. If I take a risk, I might even attempt a soul ring close to 1,000 years. Jing Hongqin's expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. Then he burst into laughter. Your estimation? How did you come to this conclusion? Your Highness, aspiring for lofty goals is not a commendable habit, particularly when it pertains to absorbing spirit rings. A blind pursuit of higher-aged rings could lead to one's downfall. In his view, Wei Xian has overestimated his capabilities, believing that his ultimate ice martial spirit grants him the ability to absorb spirit rings beyond his level. Consequently, he aims to absorb a spirit ring of over 800 years for his first ring, and even contemplates attempting a 1,000-year ring, which is utterly reckless. In response to Jing Hongqin's skepticism, Wei Xian remained unperturbed. He turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jing Hongqin, and smiled, saying, Elder Hongqin, we have known each other for more than 3 years. Do you perceive me as someone who aims too high? He was not jesting. He genuinely desired to absorb an 800-year spirit ring for his first. His confidence was palpable, his gaze unwavering. His determination to absorb an 800-year spirit ring was not a mere whim. Rather, it stemmed from a thorough comparison of the energy intensity contained within spirit beasts of varying ages and his own capacity to withstand such energy. He held this conclusion with unwavering conviction, as his spiritual awareness and dual pupils would not deceive him nor lead him astray. It is important to note that the energy from an 800-year spirit ring refers to that of an average spirit beast. If the spirit beast quality is exceptionally high, this figure may diminish. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin was momentarily taken aback. Deep down, he doubted Wei Xian's ability to absorb a ring of such age. Yet Wei Xian's resolute demeanor and earnest gaze began to sway his skepticism. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Jing Hongqin remained silent, neither opposing nor endorsing the idea. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Do you genuinely possess this confidence? I am tenfold certain, Wei Xian replied with a serious countenance. Jing Hongqin scrutinized Wei Xian intently before nodding, Since you are so assured, then go ahead. Wei Xuan merely smiled in response, lifting the wine jug he held. Jing Hongchen understood the gesture, grinning widely as he clinked his jug against Wei Xian's, saying, "You must succeed, or I shall be at a loss on how to explain to His Majesty upon my return." "I shall not fail," Wei Xuan stated calmly. His simple words imbued with unwavering confidence, a testament to his absolute self-assurance. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen faltered momentarily in his drinking, astonished. From Wei Xian's declaration, he sensed an unparalleled confidence that stirred something within him. Strange lad, Jing Hongchen mused quietly to himself, his expression returning to normal as he took a hearty swig of his drink. The two sat upon the rock, resting for a little over 10 minutes before continuing their quest for spirit beasts. This time, Wei Xuan expanded the range of his spiritual awareness to twice its original size, vividly presenting the environment within a radius of 2 miles in his mind. The soul beasts within the extent of his awareness could not evade Wei Xuan's scrutiny, as he meticulously discerned and filtered through these creatures. In recent years, Wei Xuan has perused numerous tomes on soul beasts, enabling him to identify most of them by name and estimate their approximate age. This wealth of theoretical knowledge has greatly facilitated his quest for soul rings. One by one, he eliminated the soul beasts, leaving only 3 or 4 within a 2-mile radius that met his preliminary criteria. Rather than hastily choosing among these few, Wei Xuan resolved to continue his search for the most exceptional option. As 3 hours swiftly passed without a decisive soul ring in sight, darkness enveloped the land. The icy expanse grew even chillier, with snow cascading like rain and the frigid wind howling like a blade. After nearly an hour of effort, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchen finally erected 2 tents. It must be said that both were novices in this endeavor, expending considerable effort to manage a somewhat shoddy setup. Once completed, they exchanged dry smiles, acknowledging the tent's less-than-stellar appearance. Having secured their shelter, the duo began preparing dinner. To facilitate a comfortable cooking experience and a restful night, Jing Hongchen summoned a 7th-level soul guide shield, enveloping a 10-meter area and shielding them from the wind and snow. "Your Highness, I possess a knack for barbecuing. You are in for a treat," Jing Hongchen declared with a smile as he clumsily tended to the ice tiger they had just hunted, placing it on the grill with unmistakable inexperience. Observing Jing Hongchen's fumbling attempts at cooking, Wei Xian's initial anticipation faded, replaced by skepticism. "Is this what you call a talent?" he questioned silently. Suddenly, his attention shifted to the right, his brow furrowing slightly. His spiritual perception remained active, extending over a 2-mile radius, where he detected several powerful human auras. Upon further concentration, Wei Xian's expression grew grave. He discerned 2 titled Douluos and 4 soul Douluos, their mental energies notably refined, likely either mental-type soul masters or seasoned soul mentors who frequently employed mental prowess. Wei Xuan concluded that the latter was more probable. Given the rarity of mental-type soul masters, the likelihood of 6 appearing simultaneously was nearly non-existent. Thus, these 6 individuals were undoubtedly soul mentors from the Sun-Moon Empire. After residing in Mingda Hall for 3 years, he was intimately familiar with the aura emitted by these mentors, easily identifying them as hailing from the Sun-Moon Empire. The levels of soul power required to attain title Douluo and soul Douluo status indicated that these mentors were at least 8th level, with the 2 title Douluos possibly being 9th level. Through his keen perception, Wei Xuan surmised a great deal. "Your Highness, why do you keep staring in that direction?" Jing Hongchen inquired, noticing Wei Xian's unwavering gaze. Following his line of sight, he attempted to peer into the darkness, but with visibility diminished, he could discern nothing beyond 100 meters. Wei Xuan averted his gaze, considering his response. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. Just idling about, taking a look around." He could not reveal to Jing Hongchen that he had sent 6 powerful soul mentors from the Sun-Moon Empire. How could he explain that he, a mere 6-year-old child, had detected their presence when even a titled Douluo like Jing Hongchen had not? Even if he suspected these 6 might pose a threat, he dared not voice it. "Oh, let's wait a bit longer. Dinner will be ready shortly," Jing Hongchen said, oblivious to the underlying tension, his focus returning to the grilling meat. Wei Xuan cast a penetrating glance toward the right, his gaze seemingly disregarding distance, perceiving the concealed 6 individuals. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he silently mused, "I hope you are not here for me. Otherwise, this place shall be your tomb." Despite not yet having obtained his first soul ring, one should not underestimate him. He possessed formidable spiritual awareness, though diminished by a past death, rendering his spiritual strength far from its former glory. Even a frail camel is larger than a horse. His current level of spiritual strength remained among the elite in this world, comparable to that of a super Douluo, with potent spiritual abilities and various offensive techniques. He was confident in his capability to eliminate all 6 soul mentors. With Jing Hongchen by his side, should these 6 choose to strike, their defeat would be inevitable. In the distance, 6 elders clad in white, their faces obscured by white cloth and hair wrapped in similar fabric, lay concealed in the snow, their attire rendering them nearly invisible against the icy terrain. "Old Zhou, old Emo, shall we strike tonight?" inquired a burly elder in a hushed tone. "Not yet. The time is not ripe. We shall wait until Wei Xuan absorbs the soul ring. Then, it will be much easier to dispatch them," old Emo replied. Old Zhou nodded in agreement, stating, "Let us adhere to old Mo's plan. Patience is key." The other 4 echoed their assent, their voices barely audible above the howling winds. The tranquil night passed, and Wei Xuan and Jing Hongchen awoke early, dismantling their tents, washing up briefly, and having a light breakfast before setting off in search of soul beasts. To find suitable candidates, they ventured deeper into the extreme northern territory. As they proceeded, the strength of the soul beasts they encountered markedly increased, beginning to meet those of 1,000 years. Wei Xuan expanded the range of his spiritual perception, now encompassing a 3-mile radius, as a plethora of soul beasts appeared in his mind, matching his criteria in ever greater numbers. Among them, 1 or 2 sparked an impulsive desire for absorption within him. "It seems they truly are after me," Wei Xuan thought to himself, for his spiritual probe had not only detected soul beasts, but also the 6 soul mentors trailing them at a cautious distance. While he had initially suspected their presence might be merely coincidental, he now felt assured of their intentions, as they had been following like shadows, contemplating his next moves. He turned to Jing Hongchen and asked, "Do you possess any exploration-type soul-guiding devices?" Jing Hongchen paused, looking at Wei Xuan with uncertainty. "You aren't suggesting I release an exploration soul-guiding device to assist in locating soul beasts, are you?" Wei Xuan nodded with a smile, praising Jing Hongchen's understanding. "Precisely. The soul beasts in this extreme northern region have white fur, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, making them nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Relying solely on vision would lead to inefficiencies in our search. However, employing an exploration device would significantly enhance our efficiency, allowing us to conduct a broader search without the limitations of visual detection, thus conserving our energy." Jing Hongchen's eyes widened, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue. "Had you mentioned this sooner, we could have utilized the soul-guiding device yesterday, and perhaps we would have already secured a soul ring instead of aimlessly searching here." Wei Xuan awkwardly smiled and said, "I just remembered this matter." Jing Hongchen, amused yet exasperated, shook his head, realizing his own lapse in memory for not recalling the existence of a soul-searching device sooner, despite being a 9th-level soul mentor. "My focus in crafting soul devices has always been on offensive and defensive types. I have not delved deeply into the realm of soul-searching instruments," Jing Hongchen remarked lightly. Wei Xuan observed him, anticipating a pivotal moment. Given Jing Hongchen's earlier reaction, it seemed implausible that he lacked a soul-searching device. Noticing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, Jing Hongchen felt a sense of disinterest. He decided to forego the suspense and continued, "While I am unable to create an 8th or 9th-level soul-searching device, as a 9th-level soul mentor, I can certainly manage to produce some simpler versions. In fact, in my spare time, I once attempted to craft a soul-searching device." With that, Jing Hongchen retrieved from his storage ring a palm-sized, half-elliptical, white metallic object. Wei Xuan stared at the object in Jing Hongchen's hand, momentarily taken aback. After a few glances, he inquired, "Is this the soul-searching device you mentioned? This design is truly beyond praise." Jing Hongchen, with a triumphant smile, seemed oblivious to Wei Xuan's peculiar expression as he proudly declared, "Indeed, under my transformation, the size of this soul detection device has been reduced several-fold, becoming exceptionally compact for ease of transport. Do not be deceived by its diminutive stature. Its functionality is far from insignificant. It can ascend to a maximum height of 700 meters, with a detection range of approximately 4 miles in diameter. Furthermore, its small size and white color render it nearly invisible to the naked eye once airborne, ensuring a high degree of concealment. Even a titled Douluo, without the release of spiritual energy for detection, would find it challenging to notice. Impressive, is it not?" Jing Hongchen clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head slightly in an air of superiority. "What level is this soul device?" Wei Xuan inquired seemingly casually. At this question, Jing Hongchen's facade faltered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. He cleared his throat twice and replied, "The level is of little consequence. What truly matters is its ability to assist us in locating soul beasts." As he spoke, Jing Hongqian began to infuse the soul detection device with soul power, preparing it for flight. Typically, such devices contain storage arrays that allow for pre-infusion of soul power, enabling immediate deployment upon activation. However, this particular device had only been used once since its creation, and thus required a fresh infusion of soul power to function. Wei Xuan regarded Jing Hongqian with a bemused expression, causing the latter's face to flush as he turned away, avoiding eye contact. Though the probing soul guide device possesses significant utility, it is merely a level 4 soul guide. As the esteemed leader of the Mingda Hall, a 9th-level soul master, to have crafted only a level 4 soul guide is a source of mockery. Upon returning, I must thoroughly study the construction of the probing soul guide. The embarrassment is profound. Wei Xuan chuckled briefly before refraining from further teasing Jing Hongqian, standing quietly beside him, awaiting the ascension of the probing soul guide. With Jing Hongqian's formidable soul power as a titled Douluo, it took merely a few seconds to infuse this level 4 soul guide with soul energy. Elevating the device with his soul power, he manifested a controller of similar size to the probing soul guide. Under the controller's command, the probing soul guide ascended swiftly, reaching a height of 700 meters in less than 10 seconds. As the probe activated, images materialized on the controller's screen, resembling an eye that presented all it beheld onto the display. Jing Hongqian, leaning against the small controller, surveyed the surroundings within a 4 li radius. Initially, a smile graced his face as he and Wei Xuan situated themselves on a nearby rock, observing the screen for a suitable soul beast for Wei Xuan. However, when his gaze fell upon several peculiar light spots, his smile faltered. "What is that?" Wei Xuan, having observed Jing Hongqian's reaction, feigned curiosity, pointing to the unusual lights. Jing Hongqian did not respond immediately. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the left front where the lights were situated, lost in contemplation. "Have you discerned something, Elder Hongqian?" Wei Xuan inquired after a moment of silence. "I have spotted some rats, but I cannot ascertain whether they pose a threat. Further observation is necessary." Jing Hongqian replied coldly, his words veiled, yet Wei Xuan comprehended their meaning. "Let us make our move then. If these rats are tailing us, it suggests they may have targeted us," Wei Xuan proposed. Jing Hongqian cast a surprised glance at Wei Xuan, impressed by his insight, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Let us proceed." As they walked, they continued to monitor the movements of the 6 individuals behind them. Jing Hongqian relied on the controller for insights, while Wei Xuan utilized his own spiritual perception, which proved far superior to the probing soul guide. After approximately half an hour, Jing Hongqian concluded that the rats were indeed hazardous. "Are these individuals from the Heavenly Soul Empire?" Jing Hongqian's expression darkened, an unsettling premonition stirring within. "Elder Hongqian, do you believe it is more likely they are the former or the latter?" Wei Xuan asked, his tone laden with implication. Jing Hongqian harbored a second suspicion that these individuals could be from the Sun Moon Empire. Their expedition to the far north was known only to the high-ranking officials within the Sun Moon Empire, and perhaps those in the Heavenly Soul Empire they traversed. The likelihood of the Heavenly Soul Empire recognizing Jing Hongqian was minimal, nearly negligible. The possibility of the Heavenly Soul Empire dispatching powerful figures to ambush them could be dismissed, leaving only one remaining possibility. Who would have thought there are those within the Empire daring enough to attempt to assassinate me? Jing Hongqian inhaled deeply, his voice frigid, exuding an aura colder than ice and snow. Wei Xuan's expression turned peculiar as he quietly cautioned, "Elder Hongqian, could it be that these individuals are primarily after me?" He believed the likelihood of them targeting him surpassed that of Jing Hongqian. This belief stemmed from his experiences with his so-called brothers. Though he had not engaged extensively with them, he had observed enough to understand their characters. While they appeared amiable, their camaraderie was merely a facade, concealing their ulterior motives of eliminating one another. In the ruthless pursuit of the throne, familial bonds proved fragile and inconsequential. The second prince, Su Tianran's injury was a result of the first prince's machinations, and the younger princes were equally scheming to eliminate their older brothers, embodying the essence of infighting. He had distanced himself from their power struggles by residing in the Mingda Hall, harboring no interest in the throne. However, his disinterest did not preclude others from targeting him. These 6 individuals were likely dispatched by one of his brothers to assassinate him. Jing Hongqian was taken aback, shaking his head as he regarded Wei Xuan. "After you? Huh. While you may be a prince, lacking any significant backing, who would send assassins after you? But I." As he spoke, Jing Hongqian seemed to recall something. his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. "None of my brothers are to be underestimated," Wei Xuan remarked with a hint of derision, his gaze icy. He was not one to be trifled with. If others harbored murderous intent towards him, he would not show mercy. Should these individuals indeed be sent by his brothers, he would not hold back. They possess considerable audacity. Once we capture them, we must interrogate them thoroughly to uncover their true master. Even if he is a prince, I shall ensure his downfall," Jing Hongchen declared furiously. Chapter 7. Ice Xian Dragon Flood Dragon. Validating hypotheses. Wei Xian's gaze towards Jing Hongchen shifted subtly. "Let us postpone this discussion for now. Our immediate concern should be how to deal with them." Jing Hongchen's eyes, filled with murderous intent, surveyed the distance. "What is there to deliberate? We shall confront and eliminate them directly. I am not one to be trifled with." With that, Jing Hongchen prepared to soar towards the concealed position of the 6 individuals, but Wei Xian hastily restrained him, exclaiming, "Elder Hongchen, do not act impulsively. If they are aware of your proximity to me and still dare to send assassins, it indicates that their agents may pose a threat to you. Charging in recklessly would be akin to walking into a trap." Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen frowned slightly, pausing to contemplate. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. "You raise a valid point. These individuals likely lack the preparedness to ambush us here." Jing Hongchen turned to Wei Xian, instinctively asking, "What do you suggest we do?" Wei Xian smiled calmly, signaling Jing Hongchen to lean closer and whisper in his ear. After listening to Wei Xian's plan, Jing Hongchen's eyes sparkled with delight. Looking at Wei Xian with admiration and generously praising him, "You little rascal, truly clever beyond your years, full of cunning schemes. Nevertheless, I like your spirit, haha." An hour later, a nearly 5-meter-long ice dragon roared in the sky, its body covered in diamond-shaped crystalline scales. Its ice-blue vertical pupils were filled with resentment and murderous intent as it gazed down at the 2 humans below. After a moment's hesitation, it charged off into the distance like an arrow of ice. The ice dragon, belonging to the subdragon species, was among the closest beings to dragons, possessing many draconic features. Even without wings, it could fly freely through the air at great speed. Before it had flown 100 meters, a loud bang resonated from the ground. The icy snowfield was enveloped in a wave of scorching heat as a cannonball soared diagonally into the sky, targeting the fleeing ice dragon. Although the ice dragon was swift, the cannonball was several times faster, and after being properly aimed, it struck the ice dragon with pinpoint accuracy. The cannonball, the size of a baby's arm, exploded upon hitting the ice dragon, releasing a burst of flames that rapidly expanded, causing the temperature in the air to soar. The ice dragon let out a mournful cry as its body was hurled back, crashing heavily onto the snow. Jing Hongchen retracted the 5th-level soul-guided cannon and turned to Wei Xian, but Wei Xian was already racing towards the ice dragon before he could even speak. "This child." Jing Hongchen shook his head with a smile and followed suit. Wei Xian stopped a little over 4 meters away from the ice dragon, refraining from approaching any closer. Sensing that the creature had not completely lost its combat ability, and that further proximity could be perilous. Under Jing Hongchen's command, the 5th-level soul-guided cannon unleashed its maximum power, severely injuring the ice dragon that had lived for over 700 years. The ice dragon was no ordinary ice attribute soul beast. Its quality was extraordinarily high, with physical strength comparable to that of a giant dragon. The extreme ice attribute, combined with its formidable might, made it a top-tier being among super soul beasts. An ice dragon of over 700 years would deter even 10,000-year soul beasts, highlighting its ferocity. Unfortunately, it had encountered Jing Hongchen, a 9th-level soul master. Had it possessed 10,000 years of cultivation, it might have evaded its fate, but at just over 700 years, even its immense strength was insufficient for escape. Of course, it was impossible for an ice dragon to exist for over 10,000 years. After being struck by the 5th-level cannonball, a massive gaping wound opened in the ice dragon's abdomen, blood flowing profusely as the surrounding scales lay in tatters, its previous fierceness dissipating. Wei Xian observed the fallen ice dragon, a contemplative expression settling upon his features. His hesitation was not born of pity for the creature, but rather from pondering other matters. Jing Hongchen approached Wei Xian, glancing at the trembling ice dragon on the ground, still astonished. "Your Highness, you are indeed fortunate this time. The ice dragon is undoubtedly a superb ice attribute soul beast. Its quality is comparable to that of the overlords of the far north, perhaps even slightly superior. It is a pity that they rarely survive beyond 10,000 years. Otherwise, the overlords of the far north would likely include the ice dragon as well," Jing Hongchen mused. Intrigued by Jing Hongchen's words, Wei Xian paused his thoughts and inquired, "Why do they rarely survive beyond 10,000 years?" It seemed illogical that a super soul beast like the ice dragon could not live for such a duration. Jing Hongqin's gaze softened with pity as he regarded the ice dragon, explaining, "The reason the ice dragon is called a dragon is due to the rich dragon blood coursing through its veins, far denser than that of other dragon-like soul beasts, nearly on par with true dragons. While this potent dragon blood grants them immense power, it also brings calamity, though one could argue it is a rare opportunity." He paused before cautiously adding, "When they reach 10,000 years of age, they have a chance to transform into a true dragon." Hearing this, Wei Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise as he looked at the ice dragon. Could their short lifespan be related to this transformation? If my guess is correct. If they fail to achieve this transformation, the ice dragon faces certain death, and the probability of succeeding in that transformation is nearly zero, Wei Xuan surmised, having gleaned the reasoning from Jing Hongqin's earlier remarks. Indeed, Jing Hongqin nodded. "You are correct. Failure to transform means certain death. As for the probability of transformation being zero, I cannot say, but I have yet to hear of an ice dragon existing on the continent. The absence of ice dragons suggests the low likelihood of the ice dragon's successful transformation, if not a near impossibility." Wei Xuan was not particularly surprised. After all, how could transforming into a dragon be an easy feat? In this world, the path from dragon-like to true dragon was fraught with challenges. And it was precisely because they often perished at the 10,000-year mark that the ice dragon lineage found it difficult to produce overlord-level beings, Jing Hongqin lamented. "Go and finish it off. Otherwise, it will die by my hand," Jing Hongqin urged, noting the ice dragon's waning vitality, dangerously close to death. If Wei Xuan hesitated any longer, he would miss the opportunity to acquire this exquisite soul ring. Wei Xuan nodded and approached the ice dragon, extending his consciousness to influence its thoughts. Jing Hongqin closely followed, prepared for any sudden moves from the ice dragon. A red shield materialized in his hand, which he tossed into the air. The shield, initially the size of a fist, rapidly expanded to a diameter of 10 meters, enveloping them within. The red shield isolated them from external perception, rendering it impossible to discern the internal situation with the naked eye, nor could mental energy penetrate it. The ice dragon's gaze grew increasingly vacant as Wei Xuan plunged a dagger into its body. This seemingly simple thrust ceased the ice dragon's struggles, its head drooping lifelessly to the ground as a deep yellow soul ring floated forth. Wei Xuan did not rush to absorb it but looked inquiringly at Jing Hongqin, who nodded seriously before he began to meditate. The ancient ice dragon martial spirit materialized behind Wei Xuan. Once the ice dragon appeared, the temperature within the shield, already below freezing, plummeted further, and a formidable dragon might thicken the air. Although it was Wei Xuan's first time absorbing a soul ring, he exhibited none of the clumsiness of a novice. Without needing any instructions from Jing Hongqin, he called the soul ring forth and began the absorption process. The yellow soul ring hovered above his head, its golden light flickering and gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon, indistinguishable from the ice dragon itself. Jing Hongqin furrowed his brows slightly at the sight of the ice dragon's phantom appearing above the soul ring, murmuring to himself, "What is this situation?" He had absorbed 9 soul rings and had never witnessed a soul beast's phantom manifesting above a soul ring before. This unusual phenomenon filled him with concern for Wei Xuan. "Please, let nothing go awry," Jing Hongqin silently prayed. Even as a titled Douluo, he could offer no assistance in the soul ring absorption process. It was solely dependent on Wei Xuan. The circumstances Wei Xuan found himself in were beyond Jing Hongqin's understanding, and even the most knowledgeable soul masters on the continent would struggle to explain such an anomaly, leaving only Wei Xuan with the answers. The ethereal apparition associated with the soul ring is, in fact, the primordial essence of the ice mystic dragon serpent. Before slaying the ice mystic dragon serpent, Wei Xuan employed a clandestine technique to safeguard its soul's essence, allowing it to perish without experiencing true death. By expending his own mental energy to protect the primordial essence of the ice mystic dragon serpent, Wei Xuan undoubtedly harbored his own ulterior motives. In recent years, in addition to his research on soul-guiding devices, he has also delved into the study of soul rings. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he has attained an understanding of soul rings that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, comprehending their composition and the manner in which they integrate with the soul master's body. These revelations sparked a bold notion in his mind, a concept that could potentially enhance the age of soul rings. Typically, soul beasts under 10,000 years old see their soul origins completely dissipate upon death, leaving no remnants of their souls within the soul rings. However, for soul beasts that surpass the 10,000-year mark, while their soul origins do gradually fade after death, traces of their souls may linger when absorbed by soul masters, causing a spiritual impact. Nonetheless, soul masters invariably eradicate these remnants during the absorption of the soul rings. In essence, the soul rings harbor no essence of the original soul beasts. They are mere lifeless entities. Yet, what if one could preserve their soul origins and integrate them into the soul rings? In this context, the soul ring possesses vitality, and the presence of vitality implies its capacity for growth. As long as the soul beast's spiritual essence flourishes, the power embodied in the soul ring will inherently enhance, with the most evident manifestation being the alteration in the age of the soul ring. This notion had long lingered in his mind, yet he had never taken action to test its feasibility. Now, he was determined to embark on this endeavor himself, aiming to preserve the soul essence of the spirit beast while absorbing the soul ring. Should his hypothesis prove successful, his future soul rings would possess the potential for growth, strengthening alongside his burgeoning power. Chapter 8. The Level 8 Soul Cannon, the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield. The strength of a soul master alone could not retain the soul of a spirit beast, but he was different. Armed with formidable consciousness and arcane techniques not of this world, achieving this feat would not pose a significant challenge. As the energy from the soul ring surged into his body, a sensation of fullness enveloped him instantaneously, while the immense and frigid energy caused his meridians to swell. Although Wei Xuan possessed immunity to the icy attribute, the overwhelming energy was impossible to disregard. It surged within him like a flood breaching its dam. As a minute elapsed, the energy within him grew increasingly vast, reaching the limits of what Wei Xuan's meridians could endure, though his face bore no signs of pain. The slight furrowing of his brow betrayed his less than ideal condition. Under the suppression of his consciousness, the essence of the ice dragon's soul remained undisturbed. Yet the energy was beyond his control. After over 700 years, the super soul ring was indeed not easily absorbed, Wei Xuan mused, recognizing that the difficulty of absorption exceeded his expectations. With his soul power in motion, an intense frost emanated from him, as the ancient ice dragon let out a resounding roar, causing the deep yellow soul ring to tremble beneath the force of its dragon's cry. The ancient ice dragon coiled around Wei Xuan, lowering its majestic head and exhaling a pale blue energy beam. As the beam struck him, ice formed upon his surface and spread rapidly, soon encasing him in a sculpture of ice. Witnessing Wei Xuan frozen by his own martial spirit, Jing Hongqian gasped in astonishment. What was happening? It was one thing for a spirit beast phantom to appear on the soul ring, but for the martial spirit to encase its master in ice was an unprecedented peculiarity. Releasing his mental energy to ascertain that Wei Xuan was not in peril despite being frozen, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. The ancient ice dragon's freezing of Wei Xuan was entirely under his control. The freezing slowed the flow of energy from the soul ring into Wei Xuan's body, thereby easing the pressure he faced. Wei Xuan commenced the full-speed operation of his soul power to refine the energy from the soul ring, simultaneously compressing it. The energy acquired through this method felt somewhat ethereal and required compression to become more condensed. Outside the soul guide shield, an elderly man exclaimed with excitement, "Old Mo. Old Zhou, the opportunity has arrived. Let us make our move." The others turned their attention to the two elderly men, eagerly awaiting their command. Old Zhou and Old Mo exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of anticipation in each other's eyes. Although Jing Hongqian had shielded their view and mental probing with a level 9 soul guide, obscuring their insight into the situation, half an hour had passed. Even without visibility, they could surmise that Wei Xuan was absorbing the soul ring. Their long-awaited chance had finally come. "Attack," they commanded, their expressions turning fierce, revealing a chilling intent. The six had already devised their attack strategy while lying in wait, and upon the signal, they sprang into action. Cautiously, they approached Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian's position, halting 200 meters from the soul guide shield. Old Mo and Old Zhou gestured, and the four spread out in a fan formation, maintaining a distance of over 50 meters between them. 12 fixed soul guiding devices were installed on the ground, each a level 8 soul cannon, paired with 12 level 8 fixed soul cannonballs. To ensure the mission's success, Su Fan had gone to great lengths to prepare these cannonballs for Old Mo and the others. Had he been able to procure level 9 cannonballs, he would have utilized them against Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan, for with such formidable weaponry, Jing Hongqian would undoubtedly perish. Observing the prepared fixed soul cannons, smiles spread across their faces. The power of the level 8 soul cannon was such that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to confront it directly. A simultaneous launch of 12 cannonballs would surely shatter the level 9 defensive shield. With a hand gesture from Old Mo, the 12 level 8 cannonballs were loaded simultaneously. At his signal, the group infused energy into the cannons. Mere moments later, a cacophony erupted as 12 thunderous booms resonated in unison. The colossal cannonballs arced through the sky, landing squarely upon the Soul Guide shield released by Jing Hongshun. The explosions that followed were magnitudes greater than before, sending forth a series of thunderous roars. The cannonballs detonated, merging into a conflagration that swiftly engulfed the Soul Guide shield, the flames spreading like a ravenous beast, dissolving the ice and snow in their path. In an instant, the flames expanded to a radius of 500 meters, a gigantic mushroom cloud rising into the sky, casting a shadow over the land. In response to the explosion, distant snow-capped mountains echoed with avalanches, while nearby spirit beasts fled in terror from the horrific blast. As the flames approached, Old Mo and the others swiftly retracted the soul cannons and ascended into the air, deploying their own Soul Guide shields to withstand the shockwave. All reflected in their eyes. Their hearts raced. The power of the 12 level 8 soul cannons surpassed their wildest imaginations. Though they were capable of crafting level 8 soul cannons, none had ever witnessed their detonation. The exorbitant cost and lengthy production time rendered them reluctant to unleash such destructive power. Having never detonated them, they could not fathom the true might of the level 8 soul cannons, which was the source of their astonishment. With such a cataclysmic explosion, Jing Hongshun and Wei Xuan should surely be dead, one of them remarked, excitement lacing his voice. The icy expanse below had transformed into a sea of fire, the energy radiating from the epicenter of the explosion causing their hearts to race. In this scenario, he could not envision Jing Hongshun surviving. Others nodded in agreement, evidently convinced that even if Jing Hongshun did not perish, he would be gravely injured, and such injuries were akin to death for them. Just as the group relaxed, believing their mission accomplished, 2 cannonballs burst forth from the inferno, hurtling towards the 2 level 8 soul masters at supersonic speeds. Be careful. 2 9th level soul masters simultaneously changed their expressions and shouted loudly. The other 4 reacted to their cries, and the faces of the 2 targeted individuals turned ashen with a palpable sense of impending doom, their bodies stiffening and cold sweat pouring down their backs. They attempted to activate their invincible shields, but the Soul Guidance Cannonball offered them no such reprieve. In an instant, the 200-meter distance was traversed, and the projectile detonated mere meters away from them. The blossoming flames engulfed the pair, while the ferocious energy transformed into a hurricane that wreaked havoc in the vicinity. The 2 fireballs, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, stood out vividly against the stark white backdrop, resembling 2 blinding suns. Their brilliance eclipsed even that of the genuine sun. The 2 8th-level soul masters did not have the opportunity to utter a scream, either because they were too late or their voices were drowned out by the terrifying explosion. The outside world heard no sound from them. The other 4 immediately distanced themselves from the blast and activated their most formidable defensive soul guidance devices. Yet, despite their efforts, they were still caught in the aftermath of the explosion, their bodies flung away by the shockwave. As they escaped the blast radius, they gazed in disbelief at the distance, observing that Jing Hongshun had not only survived but appeared to have sustained minimal injuries. How else could he have launched 2 8th-level soul guidance cannonballs so swiftly? Indeed, the previous 2 cannonballs were also 8th level, as inferred from their destructive power. The automatic detonation and the capacity to obliterate individuals with the strength of a soul Douluo could only be attributed to 8th or 9th level cannonballs. The possibility of a 9th level soul guidance cannon was quickly dismissed. Had it been one, none of the 6 would have survived. Moreover, even if Jing Hongshun were the leader of the Mingda Hall, it would be improbable for him to carry 9th level soul guidance cannonballs, as they are strategic weapons of the Empire, not to be casually transported. This could only possibly be an 8th level soul guided artillery shell. At this moment, the expressions of the 4 individuals were ashen. The 6 soul guided cannons had failed to vanquish Jing Hongshun and had instead met their demise at his hands, which was infuriating. The flames on the ground diminished, revealing a vast expanse of scorched earth where the once pristine snow had been consumed by fire, leaving behind a grayish terrain smoldering with residual embers. Jing Hongshun's crimson 9th level soul-guided shield bore a substantial breach from the bombardment of the artillery shells, its surface flickering with a dim red light that had lost the brilliance and stability it once possessed. Within the red shield, there existed another protective layer. A brilliant silver shield that safeguarded both Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan. The energy emanating from this silver shield unmistakably suggested that it too was a 9th-level soul-guided shield, and one of the finest amongst its peers. Otherwise, it would not have remained unscathed amid such a terrifying explosion. As the red shield dissipated, Jing Hongqian emerged from the silver shield. Curiously, this seemingly impenetrable soul-guided shield flowed like water as Jing Hongqian stepped out, allowing him to exit with ease. Once he had emerged, the once fluid shield solidified once more, becoming utterly indomitable, a truly extraordinary phenomenon. Jing Hongqian regarded the 4 figures hovering in the distance with a frosty demeanor. Filled with immense rage, he had nearly fallen prey to their machinations. The simultaneous assault of 12 8th-level soul-guided cannons was indeed an audacious maneuver, had it not been for the protection of his teacher's soul-guided shield. He would surely have faced dire consequences. While he himself was shielded by a personal soul-guided device, which ensured his safety, Wei Xuan was in a perilous situation, as he would undoubtedly perish under such explosions. Fortunately, his teacher had demonstrated remarkable foresight. Jing Hongqian felt a surge of gratitude within. Upon learning that he was to escort Wei Xuan to the extreme northern regions, his teacher had bestowed upon him a 9th-level soul-guided shield known as the Silver Moon Flowing Shield, specifically to ensure Wei Xuan's safety. This 9th-level defensive shield is a masterpiece crafted by his mentor. When fully activated, it can withstand attacks from even the most formidable limit Douluo for a full minute, thus demonstrating the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield. Although the potency of an 8th-level soul-guided cannonball is formidable, and a simultaneous explosion of 12 could potentially breach his 9th-level soul-guided shield, it pales in comparison to the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield, which remains unyielded. The Silver Moon Light Shield was not intended for these individuals, as they lacked the merit. Their encounters with assassination were unforeseen. The true adversaries of the Silver Moon Light Shield were the dominant figures of the far north, and with this defense coupled with his own techniques, even in the presence of those formidable foes, he and Wei Xuan could evade capture. Ironically, instead of confronting the major powers, they found themselves facing assassins from their own nation. "Who sent you?" Jing Hongqian inquired in a low voice. The 4 remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the silver barrier behind Jing Hongqian, their expressions grave as they sensed the formidable essence emanating from the soul-guided shield. As level 8 and 9 soul mentors, they discerned its extraordinary nature. Could they breach its defenses if Jing Hongqian sought refuge within? Chapter 9, The Battle of Soul Mentors. The terror of Jing Hongqian. The 4 exchanged glances, refraining from answering Jing Hongqian's question, and instead launched their assault, channeling their soul power. Numerous soul-guided cannons manifested around them, each individual encircled by hundreds of cannons, all aimed at Jing Hongqian, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that rained down from the heavens. Following a round of cannon fire, the 4 dispersed, surrounding Jing Hongqian, while continuing their relentless assault. Although they had never collaborated before, as powerful soul mentors, they demonstrated remarkable synergy even in this inaugural alliance. With a cold snort, a brilliant crimson light erupted from Jing Hongqian as a mass of metallic brilliance, resembling a red lotus, whirled rapidly behind him. In an instant, thousands of cannon tubes, each the size of a thumb, materialized around him. Jing Hongqian leaped into the air, and as he ascended, the multitude of cannons radiated crimson light, releasing a flurry of projectiles accompanied by deep, resonant firing sounds. The projectiles collided in midair, causing explosions that echoed like the crackling of firecrackers, illuminating the sky with countless fiery bursts. However, not all the projectiles detonated. Several pierced through the barrage, hurtling towards Jing Hongqian. Hundreds of unimpeded projectiles soared in his direction, yet Jing Hongqian remained unperturbed. The cannons on his shoulders swiftly disassembled and reconfigured, merging 15 thumb-sized tubes into one massive cannon. A white light ignited within the red cannon, and with a resounding boom, a projectile was expelled at high velocity. As it approached the incoming projectiles, the smooth surface of the sphere began to crack, reminiscent of a subpar quality sphere spontaneously fracturing. But could a level 9 soul mentor like Jing Hongqian produce inferior munitions? The answer was negative. Upon fracturing, the interior glowed with white light before erupting. Not in the fiery explosion one might expect, but rather with a mere tremor in the surrounding space. This tremor triggered the detonation of the incoming projectiles mid-flight, akin to a time bomb activating its detonator. Indeed, the fractured projectile acted as the initiator. It was a concussion bomb, lacking inherent destructive power, its sole purpose being to generate shockwaves that caused the projectiles to explode as if they had collided. Among the projectiles Jing Hongqian fired, some remained undetonated, converging towards one of the level 8 soul mentors among the four. The potency of such simple artillery shells is rather limited. A scattered attack poses little threat to the enemy, while a concentrated assault yields far superior results. The projectiles launched by Jing Hongqian may not match the sheer number of those fired by the quartet, yet in terms of quality, they are undeniably superior. When dozens of shells are aimed at this level 8 soul mentor, the adversary finds it somewhat challenging to respond effectively. Both sides incessantly unleash a barrage of shells, as the sky becomes a theater of exploding sparks. Their confrontation will not be determined solely by these artillery shells, rather. They serve merely to establish a firepower cover and create a disruptive effect. The true battle will hinge on the high-tier soul-guiding devices. However, in this firepower exchange, Jing Hongqian is evidently at a disadvantage, as the opposing side enjoys numerical superiority, bolstered by the presence of 2 level 9 soul mentors, making it exceedingly difficult for him to gain the upper hand amidst the suppressive firepower of his opponents. This situation was achieved only because he took them by surprise, relying on an 8th level soul-guided cannon to eliminate 2 8th level soul masters. Had those 2 soul masters still been present, his predicament might have been considerably more dire. The 4 individuals were quite astute, showing no intention of approaching the mirror of crimson dust. Instead, they launched remote attacks from a distance. In addition to the bombardment from their cannons, they also deployed an 8th level soul-guiding cannon. While the portable soul-guiding cannon may not possess the same power as its fixed counterpart of equal rank, its mobility and ease of deployment rendered it perfectly suitable for the ongoing battle. The portable soul-guided cannons unleash energy projectiles, their attributes intricately linked to the soul power of both the creator and the wielder. The projectiles fired by Mo Lao, whose martial spirit is the twin-headed fire eagle, possess a fiery nature, erupting into flames of extraordinary intensity upon detonation. In contrast, the projectiles launched by Zhou Lao, whose martial spirit is the radiant halberd, exhibit greater impact and explosive power. The distinctive characteristics of each projectile render the task of countering them significantly more arduous for Jing Hongqian. However, they have not forsaken the use of fixed soul-guided cannons. Such instruments of immense destructive capability are not easily relinquished. They entrusted all fixed soul-guided cannon projectiles to an 8th level soul master, positioning him to install the cannon 2 miles away, preparing to unleash a more terrifying assault. The range of an 8th level fixed soul-guided cannon can extend to 30 or 40 miles, effortlessly allowing for fire coverage over Jing Hongqian from a distance of 2 miles. Their prior choice to fire from a distance of over 200 meters was entirely strategic, aimed at preventing too great a separation that might afford Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, they could have opted for bombardment from a more considerable distance. The 8th level soul engineer moved with remarkable speed, completing the installation of 2 fixed soul cannons in under a minute. With both 8th level soul cannons loaded, they emanated a terrifying aura as the soul power surged into the cannon's muzzle. On this occasion, the 8 level soul-guided cannons they brought were not limited to merely 12. Each of the 4 8 level soul masters possessed 2, while both Elder Mo and Elder Zhou carried 5 each. The shell currently loaded was sourced from these 2 9th level soul masters. Naturally, Jing Hongqian noticed the movements of this soul master and felt a sudden chill. He no longer held back and revealed a cold smile, producing a button in his hand and pressing it firmly. As 2 8 level soul-guided cannons were fired, distant cannon sounds echoed, and 5 soul-guided shells soared into the sky. Among them, 2 intercepted the incoming soul-guided shells directed at Jing Hongqian. 1 shell targeted the location of the 8 level fixed-position soul-guided device, while the other 2 were aimed at the 2 9th level soul masters. Long before, Jing Hongqian had detected someone following them, intent on causing them harm, so how could he not make preparations? Along the way, he had strategically positioned 6 fixed-position soul-guided devices in concealed spots, comprising 4 8 level and 2 9th level devices, all operable from a distance. With the press of the remote button in his hand, these devices could launch an offensive. At this moment, he activated 5 of the fixed-position soul-guided devices, unleashing 5 8 level soul-guided cannons. One of the 9th level devices also fired an 8 level shell. Although he possessed 9th level shells, he was reluctant to use them, deeming it wasteful to deploy such weaponry against these individuals. Moreover, in this context, it was also inappropriate to utilize 9th level shells, as explosions do not discriminate. Once a 9th level shell detonated, both he and Wei Xuan would be affected as well. He would not engage in the folly of inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. The shell directed at the opposing fixed-position soul-guided cannon was launched from the 9th level device, achieving a velocity nearing 10 times the speed of sound, making the short distance of several miles merely a fleeting moment for the projectile. Upon witnessing the incoming artillery shell, the 8th level Soul Master was engulfed by a sudden chill. Disregarding the fixed, soul-guiding apparatus and accelerating to his utmost speed in a desperate attempt to flee. However, before he could traverse 100 meters, the shell detonated. Terrifying flames instantaneously consumed an area exceeding 500 meters, while a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. In that split second, as the inferno enveloped him, the 8th level Soul Master unleashed his most formidable defensive soul-guiding device. The force of the energy blast hurled his body like a projectile, crashing down with tremendous impact. His strongest defensive apparatus was marred by numerous fissures under the onslaught, and he sustained significant injuries upon his descent. Mirroring this chaos, Jing Hongqian expertly intercepted the shells aimed at him and Wei Xuan, resulting in 4 shells exploding spectacularly in the atmosphere. The cataclysmic blast reverberated once more, unleashing a torrent of searing energy that scattered the surrounding ice and snow, which rapidly melted into droplets under the intense heat. The 2 9th level Soul Masters narrowed their eyes, momentarily astonished by the sudden emergence of these assaults, yet they promptly activated their defensive soul-guiding devices and distanced themselves from the shells. The soul-guided artillery shells of this caliber cannot be detonated by ordinary attacks. At this moment, they lack the time to unleash sufficient countermeasures against the incoming shells. Their only recourse is to defend and evade. The 8th level soul-guided cannon crafted by Jing Hongqian is equipped with a detonation device, allowing him to trigger it at will. Seizing the moment, Jing Hongqian pressed the ignition mechanism, unleashing 2 tremendous explosions. Although Elder Mo and Elder Zhou were not at the epicenter of the blasts, they were still significantly affected, propelled away by the fearsome energy. Die! Jing Hongqian's face was a mask of frost. He felt stifled by the enemy's firepower and was determined to release his pin-up fury. Without hesitation, he pressed the activation button of the 9th level fixed soul-guided device. A red light suddenly ignited several miles away, traversing the sky and piercing through Elder Mo's chest in the blink of an eye. Elder Mo, still reeling from the shockwave of the explosion, froze, his pupils dilating as he slowly lowered his gaze to his left chest. There, he beheld a slender red beam, akin to a needle, passing through his torso, the wound so minuscule that not a single drop of blood escaped. Yet, this tiny injury was enough to dissipate his vitality, as the beam had accurately penetrated his heart, shattering it with the destructive energy it emitted, thereby severing his life force. Raising his head to look at the distant Jing Hongqian, terror and regret flooded his eyes. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter something, but no sound emerged. The seemingly intact invincible shield vanished, and his body, now rigid, plummeted towards the ground. Elder Mo. Elder Zhou screamed in anguish at this sight, his heart shattering as he witnessed the death of his longtime friend, struggling to maintain his composure. The 8th level Soul Master still attacking Jing Hongqian was left dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably, gripped by fear as he halted his assault. Chapter 10. The 3 Kings of the Far North. Oblivion Ray. Elder Zhou gritted his teeth, watching the receding red beam with profound terror, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Despite his immense sorrow over Elder Mo's demise, he could not help but feel a semblance of relief that the ray had not been aimed at him. Quite perceptive, you even recognize the Oblivion Ray, Jing Hongqian remarked with a smug grin, clearly pleased with the results of the recent attack. The Oblivion Ray, a fixed soul-guided device, was his proudest creation and represented the pinnacle of his achievements, possessing sufficient power to annihilate tidal Douluo. Such might rank it among the foremost of 9th-level soul-guided devices. It was precisely due to this invention that he secured his position as the leader of the Mingda Hall. However, the Oblivion Ray, despite its terrifying power, bore a significant drawback: its charging time. Each discharge required an extensive buildup of over 3 months, rendering it time-consuming. Taking a deep breath, Elder Zhou gradually suppressed his fear, bloodshot eyes glaring at Jing Hongqian with a fierce expression. Well done, Hall Master Mingda. You have slain my brother. Today, I shall ensure your death. He clearly understood the limitations of the Oblivion Ray, recognizing that after one use, Jing Hongqian would be unable to unleash such a formidable attack again, thus diminishing his fear considerably. With murderous intent igniting within him, a device resembling a crossbow materialized in Elder Zhou's hands. This soul-guiding device resembles the standard crossbows used by the military, yet it exhibits a far more exquisite craftsmanship, constructed entirely of metal. The trigger has been replaced with a cylindrical chamber, perfectly sized to fit the arm of Elder Zhou. Rather than merely a cylinder, it serves as a conduit for energy. As Elder Zhou inserted his right hand into the cylinder, channeling his soul power within, the dark-hued soul-guiding crossbow began to shimmer with a metallic luster, and the surrounding air grew heavy with tension. Clearly, a 9th-tier soul master would not wield an ordinary crossbow. This was a 9th-tier soul-guiding device, meticulously developed by Elder Zhou according to his own soul power attributes, and it stood as his magnum opus. Firepower coverage, Elder Zhou bellowed, as he took aim at Jing Hongqian with the cannon barrel, unleashing a barrage of 800 or 900 projectiles. Startled by Elder Zhou's commanding shout, the 8th-tier soul master, who had been paralyzed by the annihilation ray, finally regained his senses, though his heart still trembled. He hastily retrieved his most formidable 8th-tier soul-guiding device to retaliate against Jing Hongqian from afar. Meanwhile, another 8th-tier soul master struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain as he began to assemble a fixed-position soul-guiding cannon, determined to launch the remaining 4 8th-tier soul-guiding shells. Upon catching sight of the crossbow in Elder Zhou's grasp, Jing Hongqian narrowed his eyes. With his discerning eye, he could not mistake it for an ordinary crossbow. The energy fluctuations emanating from it indicated that it was at least an 8th-tier soul-guiding device, with a strong likelihood of being a 9th-tier one. Quite an impressive tool. Jing Hongqian muttered under his breath. Though he felt a sense of trepidation, he remained composed. He poured his soul power into the crossbow without reservation, even infusing it with his own blood essence and spiritual energy. Elder Zhou's face was a mask of madness. He was willing to risk his life to eliminate Jing Hongqian, not only to avenge Timo Lao but also to protect his own family. If Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan remained alive, it would mean death for him and his loved ones, compelling him to fight with all his might. A mixed energy bolt of white and blood red materialized on the dark crossbow, its sharpness causing the very air to quiver, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, suffusing the atmosphere with a sense of impending doom. What a lunatic! Jing Hongqian cursed, feeling the terrifying pressure from the energy bolt, which sparked a flicker of panic within him. He refocused his attack on Elder Zhou, intent on disrupting his energy accumulation. Elder Zhou flashed a sinister smile at Jing Hongqian and dodged to the side, just as the 8th-tier soul master appeared before him, using his defensive soul-guiding device and cannon fire to shield against Jing Hongqian's assault. While the 8th-tier soul master could not match Jing Hongqian's offensive capabilities, he could certainly withstand his attacks for a time, especially since some of Jing Hongqian's techniques had already been employed, leaving him without a means for a swift elimination. Do you really think I cannot deal with you? Jing Hongqian roared, a cannon barrel nearly 30 centimeters in diameter appearing on his shoulder. I had no intention of using this, but you leave me no choice, he snarled, channeling energy into the barrel. He could have taken refuge within the silver moon flowing light shield, which would have provided sufficient defense against such an assault. However, the anger ignited within him at their audacity would not allow him to let them escape unscathed. Thus, he abandoned his plan to retreat and decided to confront them head-on, convinced that he, the illustrious leader of the Mingda Hall, would not be bested by them. Despite its seemingly crude appearance, the cannon was a genuine 9th-tier soul-guiding device, known as the tracking energy cannon. The projectiles it fired, combining mental energy and physical power, could be controlled by the user's mental force to track their target. Firing such a projectile demanded considerable energy, and the toll on his soul power and mental energy left him somewhat fatigued. Had he not been provoked, he would have preferred not to utilize this device at all. As Jing Hongqian prepared to unleash the cannon, he simultaneously countered the barrage of fire directed at him, struggling to manage both tasks, yet he barely managed to hold his ground. Die! Elder Zhou's expression twisted into a feral grin, a semblance of pale delight flickering across his bloodless face as he completed his energy accumulation. Soul-chasing bolt, fire. Yet, before he could utter the final word of his incantation, a searing pain struck his head as an unknown force ripped through his mental energy. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he collapsed, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His breath fading, his pupils dilating, and his previously twisted smile frozen on his face as he perished on the spot. The energy of the bolt, once under Elder Zhou's control, now surged uncontrollably, radiating wild red and white energy. Elder Zhou, the 8th-tier soul master behind him, sensed the chaotic energy and turned in confusion, only to be met with a horrifying sight. His face paled, and an icy dread swept over him as he realized the gravity of the situation. Breath caught in his throat. He beheld the violently flickering red and white light, and a singular thought consumed his mind. It was over. A terrifying explosion erupted in the sky, devoid of searing flames or mushroom clouds. Yet the destructive force emanating from the red and white energy orb rivaled that of 12 8th-tier soul-guiding shells detonating simultaneously. Both Elder Zhou and the 8th-tier Soul Master were immediately engulfed by the energy sphere, and the shockwave from the explosion radiated outward with the ferocity of a tsunami. Snow cascaded down from the distant mountains as the accumulated snow on the ground was swept up into the chaotic air. Jing Hongqin stood aghast at the scene before him, his energy infusion into the soul-guiding device coming to a halt. What is happening? He pondered, bewildered. Did it just self-destruct? A surreal sensation washed over him. A 9th-tier Soul Master had perished at the hands of his own device. It was utterly absurd. Amid the tumult and the continuous explosions, he had failed to notice Elder Zhou's transformation, leaving him in the dark about the unfolding events. Strange occurrences abound each year, but today seems particularly rife with them. Jing Hongqin chuckled to himself, his momentary astonishment giving way to amusement. The 8th-tier Soul Master, still struggling to install his fixed-position soul-guiding device, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Collapsing to the ground, his expression blank as he stared into the distance. How is this possible? He muttered, grappling with the reality of the situation. Nothing is impossible. A cold voice pierced his thoughts, jolting him back to reality as he sprang to his feet and fled. With a fierce kick, Jing Hongqin sent the 8th-tier Soul Master flying several dozen meters, crashing into the snow with a thud, sliding for several meters before coming to a stop. Do you still wish to escape? Clarify the situation for me, or I will make you wish you were never born. In an instant, Jing Hongqin appeared beside the 8th-level Soul Mentor, lifting him off the ground as effortlessly as one would a chick. After delivering 2 resounding slaps, he menacingly declared. The extreme fear compounded with those slaps rendered the 8th-level Soul Mentor unconscious. Such a coward, Jing Hongqin scoffed, hoisting him up as he strode toward Wei Xuan's location, casually stowing away the fixed soul guidance device. After neutralizing the threat, Jing Hongqin wore a broad smile, his spirits lifted. He first retrieved the soul guidance device he had previously buried, then returned to the silver moon flowing light barrier. However, just as he intended to retract the barrier, an inexplicable sensation caused his smile to vanish, replaced by a grave expression as he turned to face the depths of the extreme north. Oh no! Jing Hongqin exclaimed in alarm, swiftly tossing the unconscious 8th-level Soul Mentor into the silver moon flowing light barrier. A 9th-level propulsion flying device appeared behind him, and he infused a substantial amount of soul power into the barrier. As his soul power surged, the originally hemispherical silver moon flowing light barrier extended toward the ground, forming a complete sphere. With the propulsion device activated, Jing Hongqin propelled himself outward at several times the speed of sound, the 7-meter diameter barrier trailing behind him. Drawn by his soul power, his demeanor was unprecedentedly serious, a tingling sensation coursing through his body from the fear within. In mere moments, he vanished into the horizon, a testament to his incredible speed. Less than half a minute after Jing Hongqin departed with Wei Xuan, several figures appeared at the location where the silver moon flowing light barrier had been, now a 7-meter diameter spherical ice pit. Damn it, how could this human escape? I will pursue. An irate scorpion, approximately 1.5 meters long and nearly flawless in beauty, declared. Her emotional turmoil caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet significantly. I shall accompany you. How dare they wreak havoc in our extreme north? I will crush them, proclaimed a towering ice and snow giant, over 120 meters tall, whose appearance closely resembled that of a human, his voice brimming with fury and murderous intent. Amidst them stood a stunning woman, indistinguishable from a human in form, suspended over a meter above the ground, large flakes of snow swirling around her, as if the entire icy realm revolved around her presence. It is too late. That human has already escaped the bounds of the extreme north with the aid of a special metallic object, the beautiful woman stated, shaking her head. Her words caused the irate scorpion and the ice giant to halt, returning to her side. Are we truly going to let them go? Look at the devastation they have caused. The scorpion lamented, her gaze sweeping the area, growing increasingly furious. One must acknowledge the immense destruction wrought by battles among high-level soul mentors. The surrounding area had been severely affected, the ice surface riddled with pits. Large swathes of snow melted, many soul beasts perished in the chaos, and potent energy fluctuations lingered in the air. How could they endure such a scene of devastation? The stunningly beautiful woman remained silent, her smooth and delicate palm raised towards the heavens, as an icy blue energy surged skyward. Subsequently, a flurry of snowflakes began to descend upon the area, while the residual energy in the air swiftly dissipated. The temperature in this area, once searing due to the explosion, plummeted abruptly, swiftly returning to the frigid chill that prevailed before the battle. Snowflakes descended upon the ground, filling the craters and minting the battered surface. An astonishing spectacle unfolded here. In less than a minute, the region ravaged by the 9th-level Soul Master's conflict was restored to its original state, as if it had never been marred. The ability to alter the environment through one's own power is nothing short of extraordinary. After accomplishing this feat, the striking woman cast her gaze towards the distance, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in her ice-blue eyes as she murmured, "If you dare to return to the extreme north, I shall personally end your lives." Upon leaving the extreme north, Jing Hongqian did not slow her pace, hurtling towards the horizon with her spirit in a state of heightened tension. This was the first time he had fled in such a disheveled manner. Yet he felt no trace of shame within. Anyone in his position would have done the same, and he had merely made the choice that anyone would make. There was no disgrace in that. 2 minutes later, Jing Hongqian found a relatively secluded valley to rest. Upon landing, he collapsed weakly onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, utterly spent. In just over 2 minutes, he had flown over 150 miles, and his soul power was nearly entirely depleted. It was no wonder he felt so drained. Phew. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I might have met my end in the extreme north, Jing Hongqian thought, still shaken at the memory of the ominous presences he had sensed moments ago. The soul beasts that instilled such fear in him were certainly not ordinary. If his instincts were correct, those menacing auras likely belonged to several overlords from the extreme north. Even during his peak, facing such entities would have proven exceedingly challenging, let alone after enduring a fierce battle, which explained his hasty retreat. Chapter 11. The Breath of the Ice Dragon, Supreme Soul Technique. 10 hours later, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the valley. The chilly night air became even colder in its wake, with frost forming in numerous places throughout the valley. Jing Hongqian, dozing atop an 8th-level Soul Master, was jolted awake by the roar, and he stood up, his face alight with astonishment as he gazed toward the direction of Wei Xuan. At that moment, Wei Xuan had completed the absorption of his soul ring, surrounded by the ancient ice dragon, whose frigid aura spread outward, freezing the water generated from the melting ice and snow nearby, while a deep yellow soul ring pulsed rhythmically. Stretching his limbs after rising, Wei Xuan wore a joyful smile. He had succeeded. This success not only pertains to his successful absorption of the soul ring, but also signifies the realization of his vision. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" Jing Hongqian immediately approached Wei Xuan, inquiring with a cheerful smile while scrutinizing him. "Quite well. I've experienced a significant enhancement in my physical condition, and my soul power has increased by 2 levels. Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Why has your soul power only increased by 2 levels? The energy contained within the ice mystic dragon's body, which exceeds 700, is substantial, comparable to that of some millennium soul rings. Given your initially low soul power base, an increase of 5 or 6 levels would be considered normal," Jing Hongqian remarked in astonishment, feeling that Wei Xuan's elevation was rather modest. Doubting that Wei Xuan had miscalculated, Jing Hongqian confirmed once more, only to find that it indeed stood at level 12. "I could have elevated several more levels, however. I chose to compress my soul power to enhance its purity, which is why I have only gained 2 levels, Wei Xuan elucidated. "Although this method has slowed the rate of increase, it has elevated the quality of my soul power, making it a worthwhile endeavor in the long run. Moreover, in terms of total capacity, my compressed soul power is by no means inferior to that of those at levels 15 or 16. This can be likened to a container. When the level of soul power is high but its quality is low, expanding the base can result in immense capacity, even if the height is somewhat diminished, rivaling those with greater height." The notion of compression astonished Jing Hongqian, who gazed at Wei Xuan with wide eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. Indeed, Jing Hongqian felt as though it was their first encounter. How could such a young child grasp the concept of compressing soul power? To resist the allure of enhancing soul power at such a tender age was an achievement rarely seen. It is not merely children who succumb to the temptation of elevating their levels. Even those who have lived for decades often find it irresistible. Who would choose to compress their soul power and lower their rank? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jing Hongqian reproached, "Why would you compress your soul power? Do you understand that while it may enhance the quality of your soul power, it also increases the difficulty of leveling up? This approach is fraught with both benefits and drawbacks, and in many respects, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. It may cause you to remain stuck at a significant bottleneck for a lifetime, making advancement exceedingly difficult. Few soul masters would make such a choice, yet here you are." Wei Xuan did not take offense at Jing Hongqian's admonition, recognizing it stemmed from concern for his well-being. With a smile, he explained. I have read about the drawbacks of compressing soul power. However, I perceive it rather as an advantage. An advantage? Being stuck at a bottleneck is an advantage? Jing Hongchen said incredulously, unable to comprehend this line of reasoning. Wei Xuan shook his head with a hint of exasperation, stating, the bottleneck of a significant rank is merely an obstruction to his soul master's transformation. The greater the obstacle, the more profound the transformation, which implies that breaking through it yields greater rewards. Each time I surpass a bottleneck, my strength increases more than that of others. Isn't that a benefit? Pausing for a moment, he added with a smile, of course, there is a crucial prerequisite. The difficulty of breaking through a bottleneck must not be limited by innate talent. Hearing this, Jing Hongchen fell into contemplation, sensing some truth in Wei Xuan's words. Rest assured, my compression of soul power will only yield benefits and will not result in the drawbacks you mentioned, Wei Xuan asserted confidently. You young rascal. Relying on your exceptional talent to act recklessly, Jing Hongchen chuckled, acknowledging Wei Xuan's approach. With such an extraordinary talent as his, it was unlikely he would become trapped at any bottleneck. By the way, tell me about your soul skill. A soul ring from the ice mystic dragon that is over 700 years old. What an impressive skill. Jing Hongchen expressed with anticipation. I have named my first soul skill Ice Dragon Breath. You will see its effects, Wei Xuan replied, thrusting his foot down and propelling himself backwards several meters. As he landed, his soul rings illuminated, and a heavy energy surged forth. After the first soul ring flickered, the ancient ice dragon martial spirit soared into the sky. Halting 30 meters above the ground, its maw agape as it expelled copious amounts of icy mist. The mist streamed forth, freezing the moisture in the air, causing countless tiny ice particles to descend as if one had entered the depths of winter. Jing Hongchen, directly impacted by the icy mist, shivered involuntarily, his body stiffening as the frigid air slowed his blood flow. Realizing the changes within his body, Jing Hongchen panicked and hastily circulated his soul power to fend off the chill, which provided some relief, though he still felt significantly colder than he had in the extreme north. This skill. Jing Hongchen's eyes widened in astonishment as he surveyed the surroundings. Within a radius of several dozen meters around him, the once lush greenery had transformed into pristine, glistening ice sculptures, and the ground had become a sheet of ice. Had he not known that he was in a valley within the Heavenly Soul Empire, he might have believed he had returned to the extreme north. No, it would be more accurate to say he had arrived in a place even colder than the extreme north. Such temperatures could affect even a tidal Douluo. Under such low temperatures, human bodily functions decline. Soul masters are not immune to this impact, and the most immediate manifestation of this decline is a reduction in combat effectiveness. Red Dust Hall Master, how do you find my skill? Wei Xuan inquired, ceasing the ongoing release of his martial spirit skill, though the skill was retracted. The icy mist lingered. Jing Hongchen did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully assessed the changes in his body. After a moment, his astonishment deepened. What a powerful soul skill. It has reduced my combat power by approximately 1%. Jing Hongchen could not help but exclaim. While a 1% reduction might seem negligible, it was crucial to remember that he was a tidal Douluo. The first soul skill of a level 12 soul master impacting the combat power of a tidal Douluo was nothing short of extraordinary. He would have doubted its authenticity had he not experienced it himself. Moreover, if the impact on a tidal Douluo was 1%, how much greater would the effects be on soul masters of lower ranks? He estimated that those of lower levels would experience at least a 50% reduction in their strength when confronted with this soul skill. This was merely his rudimentary estimation. The actual effects could be even more pronounced. This could be regarded as a domain-type skill, collectively weakening and suppressing foes. Haha, Your Highness. Your first soul skill surely deserves the title of the strongest first soul skill. Jing Hongchen clapped his hands, laughing with excitement. To be precise, it also possesses offensive capabilities. The frigid temperatures themselves are inherently aggressive, capable of inflicting frostbite upon living beings, Wei Xuan added. Indeed, this soul skill is simply perfect. Jing Hongchen laughed with delight. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, casting his gaze towards an elderly man bound and face down in the distance, feigning confusion. Hall Master Hongchen, who is that? This is one of the 6 we sensed earlier, the only one to survive. The other 5 have been eliminated by me, Jing Hongchen said, his face displaying a hint of pride as he recounted his earlier exploits, even providing Wei Xuan with insight into the man's strength. Alone, he had battled 2 level 9 soul masters and 4 level 8 soul masters. Such a record was indeed remarkable and worthy of pride. Oh, Wei Xuan approached the level 8 soul master with keen interest, feeling no surprise at Jing Hongchen's achievements. He had sensed the events unfold through his spiritual awareness, and the man's demise was ultimately his doing. Noticing Wei Xian's lack of surprise, Jing Hongchen was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't he have received some compliments? Hall Master Hongchen, have you interrogated him yet? Wei Xian turned his gaze towards Jing Hongchen beside him. After several rounds of questioning, this individual remained obstinately silent, even contemplating self-destruction by biting his tongue. In response, I struck him unconscious, said Jing Hongchen, his frustration palpable. With a cold demeanor, he delivered a swift kick to the man, expressing his irritation. Let us revive him. We shall question him once more, Wei Xian suggested. It is likely he will remain obstinate, a dead duck refusing to yield. Perhaps only through the severe punishments of the Ministry of Justice will he divulge any information, Jing Hongchen remarked. Despite his words, he nonetheless channeled a surge of soul power to awaken the man. Old dog Hongchen, no matter how you question me, I will not speak. Resign yourself to that fact, the 8th level soul master roared, still unable to comprehend his predicament. He contorted his face, attempting to bite his tongue to end his life. Jing Hongchen's expression hardened as he delivered a forceful kick to the 8th level soul master's abdomen. The intense pain forced the man to gasp, significantly reducing his efforts to self-harm, as he rolled several meters away on the ground. Dare to insult me again? Jing Hongchen coldly retorted, moving to teach him a lesson. Wait, Hongchen. Wei Xian restrained Jing Hongchen, signaling him to remain calm. What are we waiting for? If we delay, he will surely carry out his threat of self-destruction. He is our sole lead. Should he perish, uncovering the mastermind behind this will become exceedingly difficult, Jing Hongchen insisted. Wei Xian remained silent, directing his attention towards the elderly man, who was now curled up in pain. His eyes transformed, revealing 4 overlapping pupils that shimmered with esoteric and intricate symbols, enveloped in a chaotic aura, as if he were on the verge of reshaping reality. Under Wei Xian's intense gaze, the old man returned his stare, and their eyes locked in the air. The elder trembled slightly, then regained composure, the urge to take his own life dissipating from his mind. If you reveal who sent you, I may spare your life, Wei Xian inquired. Yes. It was the Crown Prince, the elder replied, his expression somewhat vacant, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Jing Hongchen looked incredulously at the elder, then at Wei Xian. He confessed just like that? Otherwise, what do you expect? Wei Xian shrugged. I have interrogated him several times before, employing both soft and hard tactics. Yet all he did was insult me without uttering a single useful word. Now you tell him that confessing could save his life, and he actually does? Surely. This cannot be serious. Jing Hongchen expressed disbelief at the ease of the confession. That I cannot ascertain. Perhaps it is a matter of personal charm. However, Hongchen, it seems your focus is misplaced. Did you pay attention to what he just said? Wei Xian remarked. Your personal charm, indeed. My stature as the dignified leader of Mingda Hall far surpasses that of a mere young prince. Jing Hongchen retorted, somewhat irked. Afterward, Jing Hongchen's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he interrogated the elder. Is what you say truly the case? To falsely accuse the Crown Prince is a grave offense. In this matter, you would not survive 100 lives. Should we discover you have lied, not only will you perish, but your family will share the same fate. All must die without exception. Consider your words carefully. Do not dare deceive me. His gaze was piercing, emanating a commanding aura meant to instill fear. He did not doubt the Crown Prince's innocence, but was wary of the possibility of deceit. Seeking to ascertain the truth in the elder's words, this matter involves the Imperial Prince. It is no trifling matter. It is inconceivable that one would simply believe whatever is said. I did not lie. It was the elder sent by the Crown Prince who gradually revealed the details of this operation. Initially, Jing Hongchen harbored doubts about whether the elder was slandering him. But as he listened to the account, his skepticism dissipated. The elder spoke with such detail that it would be implausible to fabricate such a story. What a ruthless Crown Prince, indeed, attempting to eliminate both me and the elder. Thankfully, I disregarded your temptations. Had I acquiesced, it would have tarnished my lifetime of reputation. Jing Hongchen was consumed with fury, and a profound desire for vengeance ignited within him. Wei Xian remained largely unperturbed upon hearing the elder mention the Crown Prince. He accepted it as truth. After listening to the detailed account, he exhibited no emotional upheaval. He had just employed the soul control secret technique through his dual pupils, ensuring that anyone under such influence would answer truthfully, devoid of the possibility of deceit. Rest assured, Your Highness, upon our return, I shall ensure the Crown Prince pays dearly for his actions, Jing Hongchen vowed, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Internal strife and the assassination of the Mingda Hall master These two charges, combined, would mean that even if he were a prince, no one could shield him from the consequences. Wei Xuan nodded, acknowledging that having Jing Hongqian represent the situation would be advantageous. With his status as the Ming de Hall master and the presence of witnesses, the crown prince's fate was essentially sealed. Jing Hongqian delivered a powerful blow to the elder's neck, rendering him unconscious, and then discarded him onto the flying vessel as he and Wei Xuan began their journey back to the Sun-Moon Empire. Chapter 12. The Grand Hall Interrogation, Execution. Learning from their prior experience, the return journey proceeded smoothly, and within 10 days, they arrived back at the Sun-Moon Empire. In the capital, the royal palace, the Sun-Moon Emperor sat upon the golden dragon throne, his expression exceedingly grave, silently brewing a storm of fury. The ministers below, witnessing the emperor's countenance, lowered their heads, holding their breath in reverent silence, not daring to utter a word. "Summon that ungrateful Su Fan before me," the emperor bellowed in wrath. Several guards bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the grand hall. 10 minutes later, the crown prince was brought into the hall, feeling bewildered and indignant. Why were these guards detaining him? Had he committed treason? However, upon entering the hall and seeing the two figures fixed upon him, realization dawned, and his complexion paled. Trembling in fear, Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian returned to the capital discreetly, avoiding any significant commotion, which explained the crown prince's shock upon seeing them. In his mind, both Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian should have been dead. Steeling himself, Su Fan approached the Sun-Moon Emperor with a respectful bow. "Your son pays his respects to father." The emperor's gaze bore into Su Fan, filled with disappointment and anger, as he slammed his hand upon the dragon throne and reproached. "You dare acknowledge me as your father?" Engaging in internal conflict and attempting to assassinate the Ming de Hall master, do you truly possess such audacity? The crown prince, startled by the emperor's roar, fell to his knees, panic-stricken as he hastily shook his head in denial. "Father, I am wronged. When have I ever committed such acts? This is undoubtedly a slander against me." "Wronged you?" Jing Hongqian interjected with a scornful smile. "Do you believe this hall master would fabricate baseless accusations against an imperial prince? Perhaps I inadvertently offended Hall Master Hongqian, leading to this unfounded accusation against me," the crown prince retorted coldly, casting a furtive glance at Jing Hongqian. "Ah, the crown prince is indeed adept at casting the first stone, but I shall not ascribe any unfounded charges against you. If I dare to elucidate your crimes before His Majesty, rest assured, I possess ample evidence," Jing Hongqian responded, maintaining his composure with a slight smile. A sense of dread gripped the crown prince. Could someone have been captured alive? Though apprehensive, he maintained his composure, secretly mocking the idea that those captured would dare expose him. They lacked the courage. Evidence? Hall Master Hongqian isn't merely bringing forth an arbitrary witness to incriminate the crown prince, is he? The crown prince scoffed. Whether or not it was a random selection, the crown prince would soon find out, Jing Hongqian replied coolly. He turned to the Sun-Moon Emperor, receiving a nod before announcing, "Bring him forth." The captured 8th-level soul minter was escorted into the grand hall, kneeling with a dazed expression. Upon seeing the elder enter, the crown prince's pupils constricted, and he subtly signaled to him, his threat evident. "Fong Xian, please repeat what you previously stated in its entirety," Jing Hongqian instructed, casting a teasing glance at the crown prince. "Yes, it is Fong Xian," the elder responded. With that single word, the crown prince's face drained of color, and in a panic, he shouted, "Do not falsely accuse me, or I vow to ruin you and annihilate your family." Fong Xian remained unfazed by the crown prince's threat, ignoring his intimidation. The surrounding ministers wore varied expressions. They were astute enough to glean significant insight from the crown prince's menacing words, forming their own judgments about the situation. Jing Hongqian and Wei Xuan stood silently, observing the unfolding drama. "How dare you threaten in my presence? If he speaks the truth, you would annihilate his family?" The Sun-Moon Emperor thundered, shattering the armrest of the throne in his fury. "I would never." The crown prince hastily bowed his body, lowering his head, afraid to meet the emperor's gaze. "Best you do not," the emperor coldly replied, his eyes filled with disappointment as they bore into the crown prince. "Speak the truth, and I may spare your life." Preserving your family's safety, the emperor declared, his words laced with imperial authority. "However, should you dare deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. At that point, wishing for death would become a luxury for both you and your family," the emperor warned, his tone shifting to one of calm menace. "Yes," Fong Xian affirmed, proceeding to recount how the crown prince had instigated the assassination of Wei Xuan and divulging the details of Jing Hongqian's involvement. The crown prince's complexion turned ashen, devoid of strength, collapsing to the ground, muttering, "He is slandering me, slandering me." After Fong Xian finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall. No one dared to speak. Those ministers who typically supported the crown prince were now hushed, their hearts racing as if a blade were at their throats. "Su Fan, you have deeply disappointed me," the Sun Moon Emperor said, taking a deep breath in an attempt to remain calm. "Father, please listen to me. I truly did not commit these acts. He is slandering me. He and Jing Hongchen, Wei Xuan are in collusion. They are in cahoots." The crown prince pleaded, his eyes reddening, fully losing his composure. "Do you truly believe me to be senile? Still peddling lies before me?" The Sun and Moon Emperor reprimanded. I, Su Fan, upon witnessing the emperor's demeanor, dared not utter another word, my body trembling in fear. "Xianer, you are the victim in this matter. It is your decision on how to handle him." The Sun and Moon Emperor gently addressed Wei Xuan. The ministers within the hall were taken aback by the emperor's decree, their eyes involuntarily shifting towards Wei Xuan, curious about his next move. Jing Hongchen furrowed her brow, pondering whether the emperor intended to spare the life of the crown prince. "Your Highness, do not show mercy. Act according to your heart's desire. I will unconditionally support you." Jing Hongchen's voice resonated in Wei Xuan's ear through a secret transmission, unheard by others. Wei Xuan's innate talent for soul guidance warranted her unwavering support. Wei Xuan did not glance at Jing Hongchen. Instead, he cast a quick look at Su Fan before turning his gaze toward the Sun and Moon Emperor and coldly declared, "Kill him." Lacking any blood relation to Su Fan, and with the latter intent on his demise, Wei Xuan chose not to repay malice with kindness. To show leniency towards an enemy is an act of cruelty towards oneself. To avoid future troubles, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. The simplicity of his two-word command caused many ministers to pale, struck by Wei Xuan's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Jing Hongchen nodded with a smile, clearly satisfied with Wei Xuan's resolve. The Sun and Moon Emperor said nothing further, merely nodding slightly before gesturing to the guards. "Take him away and administer poison." "Father, no. Please do not kill me. Spare me this time. I was merely confused, and I shall never dare again. For the sake of being your son, please let me live." The crown prince cried out hoarsely, desperately begging for mercy, his forehead bloodied from repeated blows. "Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Regret now is too late. To turn against one's own kin and attempt to assassinate the master of Mingda Hall, two crimes deserve punishment. Even if you are my son, it is unforgivable. Rest easy. I shall honor you with a royal burial." The Sun and Moon Emperor softly declared, fatigue evident in his voice as he turned away. That night, in the quarters of the second prince. "Brother, you truly are a waste. In your attempts to steal a chicken, you have lost the rice instead. And to think you died so easily is truly disappointing." Su Tianran lamented after downing a cup of fine wine, shaking his head in a mix of joy and dissatisfaction. "I had schemed for so long on your behalf, and now it has all been in vain." Su Tianran gazed longingly at his wine cup. His eyes brimmed with regret, not for Su Fan's demise at his hands, but for the ease of it, which robbed him of the satisfaction of vengeance. Alone in the spacious study, he filled his cup once more and drank deeply, his eyes closing as he savored the stimulating effects of the wine. "Forget it. If you are a waste, then your death is inconsequential. I can apply the plans made for you to my other brothers," he mused after a long pause, his eyes slowly opening, a fierce glint within. His severed legs and lost pride were significantly tied to those brothers, and that vendetta would not be forgotten. After indulging in a few more cups, Su Tianran's smile faded somewhat as he muttered, "Those individuals can indeed be dealt with, but this Wei Xuan contemplating Wei Xuan." He felt a headache brewing. Having learned from Su Fan's lesson, he knew that any attempt on Wei Xuan's life would require utmost caution. Otherwise, he might find himself in a similar predicament as that waste, which would be foolish. One step at a time, first eliminate those few. Then devise a way to deal with Wei Xuan, he concluded, unable to concoct a strategy, and resumed drinking. The following day, at Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchen awoke Wei Xuan early and brought him to her exclusive soul guidance laboratory. Though it could not be said she woke him, Wei Xuan had already been awake prior to her arrival. For cultivators, rest often consisted of meditative practices rather than sleep. And even in Douluo continent, Wei Xuan had not cultivated the habit of slumber, spending his nights in deep meditation. The restorative effects of profound meditation far surpassed those of mere sleep, leaving him invigorated. Within Mingda Hall, soul mentors typically possessed their own soul guidance laboratories, albeit with varying levels of equipment. Naturally, the laboratory owned by the esteemed Master Jing Hongqian was of the highest caliber, replete with all manner of soul guidance materials save for certain exceptionally rare metals. The nearly 500 square meter room brimmed with tools and rare metals, showcasing all types of soul guidance devices from level 1 to 9, resembling an exhibition hall for soul guidance artifacts. This was not Wei Xuan's first visit. With no sense of novelty, he chuckled, Master Hongqian, even if you wish for me to create a soul guidance device, there is no need for such urgency. It is barely dawn. Can I not be anxious? I have awaited this moment for so long, and it is time for me to witness your practical skills. Quickly, attempt to craft a soul guidance device. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities, Jing Hongqian urged with barely contained excitement, her gaze fixed on Wei Xuan as though he were a priceless treasure. 3 years prior, Wei Xuan had already acquired theoretical knowledge as a level 4 soul mentor. And during his time at Mingda Hall, his mastery of soul guidance had surpassed even some level 6 mentors. In her eyes, this prodigious talent was worth far more than that of a level 9 mentor. Given time, he could potentially reach the threshold of level 10. Such genius was beyond valuation. It was truly priceless. How could her eyes not burn with enthusiasm upon encountering such brilliance? Wei Xuan felt somewhat uneasy under the fervent gaze of Jing Hongqian. He nodded and said, All right, I happen to want to try crafting a soul guidance device as well. To see the difference between theory and practice. Looking at the tools before him, he felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. He had long desired to create a soul guidance device, but had been constrained by his lack of soul power, relegating him to theoretical research. Now that he possessed soul power, it was time to transform theory into practice and forge his very first soul guidance device. Let us begin. You are quite familiar with the situation here, so feel free to use whatever you need, Jing Hongqian urged. Wei Xuan shook his head in resignation and began to search for materials on the metal storage shelves. Having already planned what type of soul guidance device he intended to create, the shelves, measuring 20 meters in length and 4 meters in width, were filled with a variety of metal materials, with 5 such shelves in total, from the most commonplace wrought iron to the rare and precious deep-sea silver. Nearly every type of metal was available. Wei Xuan did not search among the rare metals, as those were required for crafting high-level soul guidance devices, which he currently did not need. After scanning the first row of shelves, he ultimately selected a piece of pale blue metal interspersed with slight streaks of black, ice crystal cold iron. Jing Hongqian murmured. Recognizing that the ice blue metal was not classified as rare, yet acquiring it was no easy feat, as its origin lay in the farthest northern reaches of the original Douluo continent. More precisely, it was sourced from a mountain range located 50 miles from this extreme northern area, where snow and ice prevailed year-round, with the mines containing ice attribute minerals. Extracting metal ores from such a frigid region was no simple task. The bitter cold, coupled with the need to avoid detection by the Heavenly Soul Empire, rendered the endeavor exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the yield of ice crystal cold iron was relatively low, comparable in quantity to some rare metals, yet its value fell short. Jing Hongqian hesitated, aware that using ice crystal cold iron to craft a soul guidance device was fraught with difficulties. The ice attribute of the metal prevented it from being softened through conventional heating. It could only be softened using soul power, thereby allowing it to be forged and shaped into components for the soul guidance device. However, utilizing soul power for this purpose required a significant amount of it, and even many soul masters struggled to completely soften a piece of ice crystal cold iron the size of a human head. How could Wei Xuan, who was only at the 12th level, possibly manage it? At this moment, Jing Hongqian considered advising Wei Xuan to select a different material, but he recalled Wei Xuan's vast theoretical knowledge and wondered why he would still choose this particular metal. I am quite curious about your intentions with this metal, Jing Hongqian thought, deciding to observe further. Placing the ice crystal cold iron on the experimental table, Wei Xuan ignited the furnace beside him, and soon the once dormant fire blazed fiercely. Your Highness, this ice crystal cold iron cannot be heated, otherwise it will lose its icy attributes, rendering it no different from ordinary fine iron, Jing Hongqian cautioned urgently, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Wei Xuan did not pause in his actions to increase the furnace's temperature. Looking at Jing Hongqian, whose face was filled with confusion, he smiled and said, Master Hongqian, I am well aware of what you have mentioned. My reasoning for this approach is my own, so please bear with me and watch. Jing Hongqian, even more perplexed, hesitated for a moment before choosing to remain silent. Standing quietly by to observe, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see how Wei Xuan intended to proceed. In a secluded chamber of the expansive laboratory, a tall elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene outside through a one-way transparent glass window. The elder's hair was short and gray, standing on end, and he wore a bright yellow robe, an attire reserved solely for royal family members, indicating his extraordinary status. However, he was not a member of the royal family. His surname was Kong, and his full name was Kong Deming. He was the head of the royal offering Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire and arguably the most powerful soul master on the entire continent. Given his achievements in the realm of soul guidance devices, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the father of soul masters, a title he rightly deserved. Even someone of Jing Hongqin's esteemed status addressed him respectfully as master, and the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire held him in high regard, never daring to treat him with anything less than utmost respect, illustrating the profound significance and nobility of his identity. "What an interesting young man," Kong Deming murmured, his attention fully captured by Wei Xuan outside. As the furnace heated, Wei Xuan picked up a cutting tool and began to slice the ice crystal cold iron. The cutter is inscribed with an energy storage array, allowing for immediate use once charged, thus saving Wei Xuan considerable effort. He skillfully placed an irregular metallic sphere onto the cutter, transforming a human head-sized piece of ice crystal cold iron into elongated strips. The resulting 15 metal pieces varied in size and length. Once the metal was cut, the temperature display above the furnace approached 2,000 degrees. Upon reaching this threshold, Wei Xuan ceased to increase the heat and swiftly placed the largest strip of ice crystal cold iron into the furnace. His gaze fixed intently upon the metal as he began to count silently. As the ice crystal cold iron entered the furnace at 2,000 degrees, it emitted a plume of azure smoke, accompanied by a hissing sound, reminiscent of molten iron plunging into icy water. The pale blue hue visibly lightened, the frigid aura that had fused with the metal waning. Being a metal, the ice crystal cold iron softened under the intense heat. Upon reaching 70 in his mental count, Wei Xuan extracted the ice crystal cold iron with tongs and placed it upon the anvil, seizing the forging hammer he had meticulously prepared. Each strike sent sparks flying. Simultaneously, his soul power surged forth, and the ancient ice dragon martial spirit manifested behind him. The imposing ice dragon, stretching over 4 meters, significantly lowered the temperature throughout the laboratory. The first soul ring on his body shimmered as the ice dragon coiled protectively behind him, its massive jaws agape, releasing a chilling mist. This time, the icy mist did not dissipate widely. Under Wei Xuan's meticulous control, it coalesced into ice pillars as thick as his waist, which were then expelled onto the crystalline cold iron being forged. With the invocation of Wei Xuan's first soul skill, the temperature in the laboratory plummeted significantly. Having already surpassed the freezing point, the frigid air enveloped the room, causing a chill to permeate the atmosphere. Jing Hongqin furrowed her brows slightly, observing Wei Xuan's actions with a sense of bewilderment. Was it not redundant to heat the space only to subsequently employ a soul skill that would lower the temperature? Not only did the ice crystal cold iron lose its icy attribute, but it also experienced a rapid drop in temperature that rendered it unforgeable. This series of peculiar maneuvers left even the 9th-level soul mentor perplexed, sowing seeds of doubt regarding Wei Xuan's practical abilities in his mind. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Kong Deming appeared contemplative, seemingly gleaning insights from Wei Xuan's actions. Jing Hongqin's eyes widened gradually, his pupils constricting, as disbelief etched itself across his somewhat plump face, exclaiming, "How can this be possible?" The temperature of the ice crystal cold iron enveloped in mist did not plummet dramatically. Rather, the cooling process was exceedingly gradual, far slower than if it had been submerged in water at room temperature. Under the influence of Wei Xuan's first soul skill, which commanded an extremely low temperature, such a phenomenon should not have occurred. The essence of ultimate ice signifies the pinnacle of cold, and with the enhancement of the first soul skill, this temperature should have been fully realized, potentially freezing the freshly heated ice crystal cold iron instantaneously. Yet, the current circumstances were contrary to all expectations. This situation left Jing Hongqin somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend how Wei Xuan managed such a feat, which defied all logic. Naturally, Wei Xuan paid no heed to Jing Hongqin's astonishment. He was wholly absorbed in the process of forging and the infusion of frigid energy. Indeed, it was an infusion. Under his meticulous control, the extreme cold attribute of ice permeated the interior of the ice crystal cold iron, replenishing the icy properties that the metal had lost due to heating. With each strike, the metal and ice attributes were incessantly compressed, amalgamated, and bound more intimately. The resonating clang of metal echoed throughout the room, as the elongated piece of ice crystal cold iron gradually diminished in size after hundreds of blows. After half an hour, no sweat adorned Wei Xuan's brow. His inherent icy attribute rendered perspiration almost non-existent. Yet, his complexion had paled due to the excessive consumption of soul energy. And he was panting, the speed and force of his hammering evidently diminished. With a final clang, Wei Xuan struck the last blow, and upon lowering the hammer, he staggered back a step, utterly exhausted. During this half hour, he not only tirelessly wielded the hammer to forge, but also infused the metal with an icy chill, nearly exhausting his soul's power. This is the result of his meticulous control, minimizing the consumption of soul power. Were it another soul master, it would be utterly impossible to continuously infuse energy using a 12th level soul power for half an hour while simultaneously wielding a hammer to forge. However, in terms of total capacity, Wei Xuan's 12th level soul power is not at all inferior to that of a 15th or 16th level soul master. Originally, a metal strip the thickness of Wei Xuan's arm has been forged into an arc, resembling a segment of a cylinder. The deep blue arc of metal emanates an icy aura, far colder than unheated ice crystal cold iron, resembling a block of ice. Jing Hongqian approached Wei Xuan, offering him a soul-guided milk bottle, her gaze captivated by the metal on the forging table, her face reflecting sheer disbelief. It is difficult to imagine this as reality without seeing it firsthand. It is truly astonishing, almost the work of divine craftsmanship. Such a technique deserves to be hailed as extraordinary, a heartfelt exclamation from Jing Hongqian, imbued with a sense of unreality. After receiving the milk bottle, Wei Xuan drank from it with the fervor of a parched traveler in the desert, rapidly absorbing the soul power contained within. This swift absorption allowed his internal soul power to recover quickly, alleviating much of the fatigue caused by its consumption. "What do you think of my forging technique?" Wei Xuan said, revealing a satisfied smile as he gazed at the crafted component. With only 12th level soul power, softening ice crystal cold iron is practically impossible, unless one were to reduce the metal to the size of a thumb, which might permit some degree of softening and forging. Yet, such a diminutive piece of metal would serve little purpose even if successfully forged. Unable to rely solely on his soul power for the forging process, he devised a method to soften it with flame, injecting his ice attribute energy during the forging process to restore the icy properties of the ice crystal cold iron. This approach not only achieves the objective of forging, but also significantly enhances the icy attributes of the ice crystal cold iron, making it a dual benefit. Such a method is not a spontaneous invention. Wei Xuan possesses profound knowledge of metals with icy properties and is well aware of the characteristics of ice crystal cold iron. This method was conceived by him based on the principle that the internal structure of ice crystal cold iron becomes soft and vacuous after the chilling energy dissipates. Provided that the timing is impeccable, it is conceivable to reinfuse the ice attribute energy into it post-dissipation, potentially restoring it to its original state. Naturally, this demands an exceptionally high level of precision in energy control, necessitating an exquisite mastery that allows for the infusion of energy through the minute fissures of the metal, thereby altering its intrinsic structure. Such exquisite mastery of power is unparalleled in the Douluo continent, save for Wei Xuan. Not only is it possible, but it has utterly transformed my understanding. I never imagined that one could forge the ice crystal cold iron in such a manner, exclaimed Jing Hongqian, filled with excitement. Pray tell me, how is this achieved? While I vaguely grasped some aspects, I could not articulate the underlying reasons, Jing Hongqian remarked, his curiosity ignited, yearning to comprehend the cause. The principle is quite simple, Wei Xuan replied with a gentle smile, beginning to elucidate the reasons behind such forging. Ah, I see now. Your Highness, you are truly a genius for devising such a method. Jing Hongqian burst into hearty laughter, unable to contain his admiration after grasping the rationale. His appreciation for Wei Xuan's intellect grew anew. Jing Hongqian carefully examined the meticulously crafted metal, a look of gratification and awe gracing his features. The ability to infuse energy while achieving such a level of metalwork is something even many advanced soul engineers might struggle to accomplish. Yet, Wei Xuan succeeded, demonstrating an almost absurdly high talent in the realm of soul devices. Chapter 14. Ranking Carving Knife, Improved Array? Wei Xuan smiled faintly, focusing intently on absorbing the pure soul power from the bottle. Jing Hongqian refrained from interrupting him, instead toying with the finished components, a gentle smile adorning his face. He pondered what kind of soul device Wei Xuan intended to create. Within the secret chamber, Kong Deming had also clearly heard Wei Xian's earlier explanation and could not help but exclaim in admiration. A natural-born soul engineer, Kong Deming thought. An uncontainable excitement swelling within him as his satisfaction with Wei Xian grew. 10 minutes later, Wei Xian had fully restored his soul power and began processing another strip of ice crystal cold iron, repeating the previous steps. Soon, it was deep into the night. Wei Xian sat wearily in a chair, exhaustion etched across his face, his body feeling somewhat depleted. Before him lay 15 metal components, the result of over 10 hours of labor crafting the ice crystal cold iron. Completing these 15 components was no small feat. The process had drained him of soul power 15 times. Each depletion was followed by rapid recuperation, coupled with long hours of hammering and precise control of his soul power, leaving him utterly fatigued. Though his spiritual consciousness was robust and not overly weary, how could his 6-year-old body withstand such a workload? Had it not been for his mental fortitude, he would have collapsed long ago, unable to endure until now. Gazing at the 15 components he had crafted as intended, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Wei Xian's fatigued visage. He then reclined in the chair as comfortably as possible, his eyes gently closing, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. Jing Hongqian, standing beside Wei Xian, was startled by his sudden motion, fearing something was amiss, and hurried to check on his condition. After a moment, Jing Hongqian breathed a sigh of relief, observing Wei Xian's exhaustion. Unable to stifle a chuckle, he murmured, "You could have spread this over several days. Yet you chose to cram it into one, leaving yourself in such a state. Let us take His Highness back to rest." Kong Deming appeared behind Jing Hongqian without warning. Startled, Jing Hongqian swiftly turned and respectfully saluted Kong Deming, stating, "Master." At that moment, Jing Hongqian displayed no air of superiority befitting the Hall Master. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Even before the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, he did not exhibit such humility. He held a profound respect for Kong Deming. This child is remarkable, gifted, persevering, and resilient. With him, our Sun Moon Empire's soul devices will surely ascend to a new pinnacle. Kong Deming regarded Wei Xian with eyes full of admiration, offering high praise. "Master, this is the first time I've seen you commend someone so," Jing Hongqian remarked with surprise, a smile gracing his lips. In the Sun Moon Empire, to be praised by his master was a rare honor. And for Wei Xian to receive such exaltation was indeed extraordinary. If others were to learn of this matter, it would undoubtedly leave them utterly astounded, and at that moment, Wei Xian would gain notoriety. Kong Deming merely smiled, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Jing Hongqian's gaze sharpened, astonished by her mentor's prowess. She murmured, "My teacher has become increasingly inscrutable." The following day, Wei Xian rose from his slumber and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. He gazed at the dazzling yet pleasantly warm sun outside, unable to resist stretching languidly. This 6-year-old body still felt somewhat feeble. Having succumbed to fatigue and fallen into a deep sleep, a stark contrast to his former self, Wei Xian remarked with a light-hearted sigh. In days gone by, even if he were to craft a soul-guiding device in one breath, he would not have felt fatigued. Yet now, merely forging metal left him so exhausted that he slipped into slumber. The disparity between then and now was immense. While consciousness can govern the body, there are moments when the body exerts its influence over the mind. When fatigue overwhelms the body, even the strongest will to remain awake becomes futile, and at such times, consciousness acts purely on instinct. After standing by the window for a while and performing a brief wash-up, Wei Xian made his way to Jing Hongqian's laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the cheerful gaze of Jing Hongqian. "Come, have something to eat." He gestured towards the breakfast laid out on the table. Wei Xian smiled faintly, refraining from formality, and took a seat to enjoy the meal, finishing it in mere minutes. "Let us get to work," Jing Hongqian cheerfully proclaimed as soon as Wei Xian had finished eating. Wei Xian paused, rolling his eyes at Jing Hongqian. "I thought you never allowed me to eat in here. Why the exception today?" "Ah, I see. It's just to prompt me to start working sooner," he replied. Jing Hongqian chuckled, unperturbed by any embarrassment. "I'm merely trying to save you time. Besides, urging you to commence the crafting of the soul-guiding device is in your best interest. I gain nothing from it." The only advantage he sought was the opportunity to see the completed soul-guiding device, to satiate his eager anticipation. Wei Xian shrugged with a smile, not wishing to waste more time, and continued his work on the soul-guiding device. After forging the metal into components, he proceeded to the most critical stage of crafting the device, inscribing the magical array. He first organized the 15 components, arranging them in accordance with their final positions. Picking up one part, he confirmed its placement before beginning to etch the magical array with his carving knife. Each component of the soul guiding device he designed possessed its own unique magical array, unlike most devices where several components shared the same array, differing only in quantity. The core magical array differed from standard arrays. Lower-tier soul guiding devices might have just one or two core arrays, while the ordinary arrays could number several. Wait. Jing Hongquan interrupted, halting Wei Xuan's progress. What is it? Wei Xuan questioned, puzzled. For just moments ago he had been urged to continue. Jing Hongquan smiled mysteriously, saying, "To ensure that your first crafted soul guiding device is truly perfect, I believe you require a special carving knife." A special carving knife? Wei Xuan blinked in surprise. Quickly comprehending, he stood up, grinning. "Are you offering to lend me your carving knife, Master Hongquan? Or perhaps even gift it to me?" He regarded Jing Hongquan with eager eyes, having long coveted the esteemed carving knife. "You dream on. The Hongquan carving knife is a treasured heirloom of mine. How could I part with it?" "You should abandon that thought," Jing Hongquan chided with a laugh, casting a wary glance at Wei Xuan. Disappointment flickered in Wei Xuan's eyes. He truly admired the esteemed Hongquan carving knife, which ranked 17th on the carving knife list. "Do not be disheartened. The Hongquan carving knife will never be yours. To prevent you from dwelling on it, I have no intention of lending it to you either, lest you become even more enamored," Jing Hongquan teased with a smile. "If you hadn't interrupted me and made those comments, I doubt I would have felt disappointed," Wei Xuan replied flatly, his enthusiasm waning. "While you cannot use the Hongquan carving knife, I do have another carving knife that you may borrow," Jing Hongquan said. Wei Xuan's eyes brightened instantly. "Quick. Show it to me." Jing Hongquan, amused by Wei Xuan's eagerness, retrieved a dark golden carving knife from his storage ring. The carving knife measures approximately 1 foot in length, its body a deep gold hue, while the blade, delicate as a cicada's wing, gleams with a bright silver sheen. This is the expression of astonishment that appeared on Wei Xuan's face as he beheld the carving knife in Jing Hongquan's hand. The blade in question is sharper than the renowned red dust carving knife. Its metallic edge radiates an aura so piercing that it sends a tingling sensation across his skin. This extraordinary sharpness alone attests to the knife's exceptional nature. It is known as the dark gold knife, ranked 15th on the esteemed carving knife list. As explained by Jing Hongquan, Wei Xuan looked at Jing Hongquan in astonishment, a smile gracing his lips. "Hongquan Hall Master, I did not expect you to be so unassuming. Possessing 2 knives that rank among the top 20. Jing Hongquan shook his head and replied, "This dark gold knife is not mine. Its true owner is someone else. As for who that may be, do not inquire further. Just know that it is temporarily lent to you." Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan discreetly glanced towards a certain secret chamber, his mind racing with speculation. "In that case, I shall not be polite," Wei Xuan stated, accepting the knife from Jing Hongquan. As he toyed with the blade, a mere touch against his fingertip resulted in a wound, blood oozing forth. "What sharpness?" Wei Xuan murmured, as a chill emanated from the wound, causing the blood to freeze instantly, enveloping the injury in a delicate layer of ice. Observing Wei Xuan's casual handling of the knife, Jing Hongquan's eyelids twitched, and he cautioned, "Your Highness, this knife is crafted from the claws of the dark gold fearclaw bear, ranking among the top 3 in sharpness on the carving knife list. With your physical condition, a mere touch could lead to a serious injury. You must exercise caution." The claws of the dark gold fearclaw bear? Wei Xuan's expression shifted to understanding, now comprehending the knife's exceptional sharpness. "To be precise, it is made from the left phalanx of a millennium-old dark gold fearclaw bear," Jing Hongquan said, his voice tinged with excitement at the mention of the left phalanx. "Creating a carving knife from an external soul bone is quite extravagant," Wei Xuan remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Pondering who might be so generous as to fashion a priceless treasure into a valuable tool, feeling a twinge of pain at the thought. Of course, this perspective is one held by soul masters. To a soul minter, the dark gold knife's worth may surpass that of an external soul bone. Jing Hongquan's expression grew peculiar. Uncertain how to evaluate such an act, to say it was a loss would not entirely be accurate. After all, the knife could be preserved indefinitely, whereas an external soul bone would vanish upon the soul master's demise. Yet to claim it as a gain would also be misleading, despite the knife's rarity. It still held lesser value compared to an external soul bone. Let us not dwell on the knife any longer. Adapt to it and commence the engraving of the formation," Jing Hongquan instructed. "Understood," Wei Xuan nodded, picking up some metal to begin carving with the knife. Utilizing his formidable spiritual awareness and physical control, he swiftly acclimated to the dark gold knife's sharpness. It must be said that the dark gold knife is indeed sharp. Describing it as cutting through iron like mud would not be an exaggeration. When etching into the metal, little force was required, allowing him to effortlessly carve deep marks. Once fully accustomed to the sharpness, Wei Xuan began inscribing a standard formation onto the ice crystal cold iron. He had already meticulously planned the type and quantity of formations to engrave on this component, so the process proceeded smoothly, his movements seamless and fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Generally, soul mentors approach the engraving of formations with extreme caution, fearing that even the slightest error could render the entire component useless. However, Wei Xuan harbored no such concerns. Supported by his powerful spiritual awareness, he could complete the formation even with his eyes closed, without any deviation whatsoever. His speed of engraving astonished Jing Hongqian, who watched with wide eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Several times, Jing Hongqian found himself wanting to urge Wei Xuan to slow down and be more meticulous. Yet the words lodged in his throat. It is widely known that soul mentors must not be disturbed while crafting soul-guiding devices. Speaking could potentially disrupt Wei Xuan's focus. So despite his desire to intervene, he remained silent. Recognizing the level of the formation Wei Xuan was inscribing, Jing Hongqian furrowed his brows, pondering. This third-level formation seems somewhat different from a standard one. It appears more intricate and complex. The energy fluctuations are significantly stronger than an ordinary third-level formation, reaching a fourth-level caliber. As he observed and analyzed, Wei Xuan's engraving speed was remarkable, though his soul power was insufficient to complete the formation in one go. He managed to inscribe 2 standard formations on this component, exhausting his soul power 5 times, taking nearly 4 hours to finish. Each line of the formation required the infusion of soul power, and given that a formation comprises hundreds, if not thousands, of lines, the magnitude of soul power required is considerable. Your Highness, your current soul power is ultimately a bit lacking. Inscribing a 4th-level formation is still too strenuous. Jing Hongqian remarked with a hint of regret. Despite his words, a smile of undeniable satisfaction graced his face as he gazed upon the completed formations. From the perspective of a 9th-level soul mentor, these 2 formations could indeed be deemed perfect, and he was thoroughly pleased with Wei Xuan's performance. At that moment, Jing Hongqian scrutinized Wei Xuan as if he had never seen a standard formation before. Who said that was a 4th-level formation? It is merely a 3rd-level formation that I have modified based on my understanding, Wei Xuan corrected. At that time, he was seated at a table, resting and having lunch. His face pale from the repeated drains of soul power. You modified it? Jing Hongqian seized upon Wei Xuan's words, his smile transforming into one of astonishment. Indeed. I noticed numerous flaws in the previous standard formations, so I attempted to make some improvements. Wei Xuan replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. His previous life had granted him some knowledge of formations. While not a master, he was certainly proficient enough to modify the formations of this world. Without hesitation, he could enhance a 3rd-level formation, and even a 9th-level formation could be within his grasp. Though Wei Xuan spoke casually, he was unaware of the profound impact his words had on Jing Hongqian. Not only him, but even Kong Dimming, hidden in the secret chamber, was rendered speechless. Formations are exceedingly complex. The notion that they could be modified so easily is preposterous. A high-level soul mentor, well-versed in the intricacies of soul-guiding devices, would not be surprised by claims of formation modifications. Yet, when a mere 6-year-old child asserts he has improved a formation, it evokes an almost surreal sensation. Jing Hongqian swiftly approached Wei Xuan, grasping his arms and lifting him, gripping his shoulders tightly, breath-quickening. Your Highness, do not jest about such matters. You truly modified this 3rd-level formation? If Wei Xuan merely depicted a 4th-level formation, he would only be surprised, but not lose his composure. However, the ability to enhance a 3rd-level formation to possess power comparable to a 4th-level formation carries immense significance, enough to drive him to madness. Chapter 15, Hand Cannon. Rejecting Kong Dimming, Wei Xuan was abruptly lifted, and instinctively, he struck out with his palm, landing a blow on Jing Hongqian's chest. Caught off guard, Jing Hongqian stumbled back several steps, frost appearing on his chest. Upon realizing it was Jing Hongqian, Wei Xuan's fierce demeanor vanished. He had not extended his consciousness to detect Jing Hongqian's approach, which explained his instinctive reaction upon physical contact. Calm yourself, Master Hongqian, Wei Xuan advised. All right, I will compose myself, Jing Hongqian replied, still in an excited state, disregarding the fact that he had just been struck, and eagerly asked, Your Highness, tell me, have you truly improved this formation? Wei Xuan did not deny it and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have made some modifications." Upon receiving confirmation, Jing Hongchen stood frozen in place. And then his expression transformed to one of ecstatic joy as he exclaimed, "How did you accomplish this?" "How else? I simply identified the issues and made the necessary adjustments." "It's quite simple," Wei Xuan responded casually. Jing Hongchen's lips twitched slightly. While the explanation sounded simple, was it truly so effortless? He refrained from speaking further and instead scrutinized the components etched with the formation, diligently sensing the energy fluctuations within. Noticing Jing Hongchen's sudden silence, Wei Xuan shrugged in resignation and turned to sit down, resuming his lunch. A few minutes later, Jing Hongchen hurried to Wei Xuan's side. Sensing the approach, Wei Xuan stood up and advanced to avoid being lifted again. "Your Highness, aside from the third-level formation, can you enhance other formations as well?" Jing Hongchen gazed fervently at Wei Xuan, his eyes wide with anticipation. Wei Xuan glanced at Jing Hongchen, understanding the implication behind his words, and pondered before offering a somewhat uncertain reply. "I should be able to." Upon hearing this, Jing Hongchen leaped in excitement, his exuberance rendering any semblance of the dignified master of Mingda utterly absent. He appeared as joyous as a child, unable to restrain his expression, brimming with exhilaration. "Your Highness, you are truly a genius among geniuses. Our empire's soul-guiding technology is bound to undergo monumental changes because of you," Jing Hongchen declared fervently. As he spoke, he attempted to embrace Wei Xuan in a grand display of his excitement, but Wei Xuan deftly evaded him. "Master Hongchen, please try to remain composed. Calm yourself." Wei Xuan maintained a distance of 10 meters from Jing Hongchen. Jing Hongchen recognized his own lack of decorum and managed to regain some control, sheepishly stating, "I may have become a bit too excited." "You are on the verge of madness with your excitement," Wei Xuan thought to himself. "Your Highness, the ability to enhance formations is astonishing. If you could also improve 4th level, 5th level, or even higher formations, the implications would be unfathomable." As he spoke, Jing Hongchen became animated once more, his heart racing and breath quickening. Wei Xuan understood Jing Hongchen's excitement. For someone who had devoted their life to soul-guiding tools, nothing could incite greater exhilaration than advancements in soul-guiding technology. Let us discuss this matter in detail later. For now, I must focus on crafting my soul-guiding tool," Wei Xuan stated. Jing Hongchen quickly composed himself, nodding in agreement. "Yes, please proceed. I eagerly anticipate the power of the soul-guiding tool you will create with the modified formations." Once his soul power was restored, Wei Xuan resumed etching the formation onto the second component. This time, there were still 2 formations, but they were entirely different, more intricate and profound than the previous 2. After completing the formation on the second component, the sky had darkened. Following dinner, Wei Xuan ceased his etching for the night. A full day of crafting had left him in a state of excessive fatigue, and should he continue, he might succumb to sleep once more. Upon returning to his room, Wei Xuan immediately sat in meditation, restoring his soul power while also employing his mental techniques to alleviate his fatigue. In the following days, Wei Xuan dedicated his time to etching formations by day and meditating by night, and soon 10 days had passed. By the afternoon, Wei Xuan completed the etching of the final component's formation. On this core component, he had inscribed 5 ordinary formations and 3 core formations, the most challenging etching thus far. After resting for 2 hours to ensure he was in optimal condition, Wei Xuan began assembling the components, and in less than half an hour, a uniquely shaped cannon was formed. However, the soul-guiding tool was still incomplete. Wei Xuan commenced etching formations on the surface of the entire apparatus. Jing Hongchen, who had been observing closely, appeared perplexed. Traditionally, soul-guiding formations are inscribed within the tool, not on its exterior. Wei Xuan's actions were beyond the comprehension of even Jing Hongchen, a 9th-level soul guide. It was not that etching formations on the surface was impossible, but it would prevent the formations from exerting their true power, rendering them less effective than if inscribed internally. Moreover, surface etching could compromise the overall stability of the soul-guiding tool, akin to gilding the lily. As time progressed, Jing Hongchen gradually began to discern something from the formations Wei Xuan was etching, his face reflecting astonishment. The surface etching continued until late into the night. And when Wei Xuan traced the final line, the entire soul-guiding tool was finally complete. "Ah, it's finally done." Wei Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, a surge of joy accompanying the completion of the soul-guiding tool. The crafted soul-guiding tool resembled a combination of 2 cylinders, one larger than the other. The smaller diameter was sufficient for an adult man's arm to fit inside, serving as the control section of the soul-guiding tool. The larger diameter constituted the cannon barrel, within which flickered an icy blue luminescence, resembling a thin membrane that obscured the internal structure of the soul guiding tool from view. The design of this soul guide device is remarkably simple. Yet adorned with intricate magical formations, it exudes an extraordinary aura. Is this truly a soul guide cannon? Jing Hongqian scrutinized the completed soul guide cannon, ultimately casting a questioning glance at Wei Xuan. His uncertainty stemmed from the absence of a firing mechanism. It resembled merely a barrel. Wei Xuan affirmed with a nod, gesturing toward the smaller cylindrical tube, indicating that he should place his hand inside. Doubtfully, Jing Hongqian extended his hand into the smaller tube, and to his astonishment, a new realm unveiled itself before him. A mechanical whirring echoed as the smaller cylinder constricted in diameter, morphing its shape to form a snug fit around Jing Hongqian's hand, as if the soul guide apparatus had become an extension of his arm. Delight illuminated his face, dissipating any lingering doubts. His understanding of soul guide devices quickly led him to comprehend its operation, and he tentatively infused a modicum of soul power into it. As his soul power surged within, the magical formations on the surface of the soul guide illuminated with a radiant white glow, drawing energy from the surroundings into the device. Blue light coalesced at the cannon's barrel, forming a luminous orb, while an icy chill emanated forth, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. Witnessing the transformation at the barrel, Jing Hongqian's surprise intensified. He unleashed a soul guide shield, followed by a cannonball projectile. A fist-sized, ice-blue sphere erupted from the barrel, unleashing a wave of frigid air in its wake, and within moments, it collided with the soul guide shield. The sphere detonated upon impact, sending shockwaves rippling outward like crashing waves, toppling various items within the laboratory and transforming the once orderly environment into chaos. The explosion did not yield flames, but rather shards of ice that scattered like daggers, instantly freezing the soul guide shield. Jing Hongqian, taken aback by the cannonball's formidable power, felt his pupils constrict as he glanced incredulously at the soul guide cannon in his hand before approaching the soul guide shield. The hemispherical shield, now encased in ice, revealed cracks spreading across its surface through the 5-centimeter thick layer of frost. The soul guiding artillery shell nearly shattered the 4th-level soul shield. Generally speaking, shields of the same level can withstand attacks from comparable soul guiding devices without succumbing to destruction. The current situation indicates that the offensive power of this soul guiding device has reached the pinnacle of 4th level, approaching the realm of the 5th level. The esteemed Jing Hongqian has made a determination regarding the soul guiding artillery. Your Highness, congratulations. You have successfully crafted a pinnacle 4th level soul guiding device, which signifies your ascension to the rank of a 4th level soul master. At the tender age of 6, a 4th level soul master, truly unprecedented. Jing Hongqian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Master Hongqian, have you forgotten that I inscribed merely 6 core magical formations on this soul guiding device? By strict definition, it can only be categorized as a 3rd-level soul guiding device. Wei Xuan promptly corrected Jing Hongqian's oversight. A moment of awkwardness ensued as Jing Hongqian's smile faltered, her face slightly flushed, as she realized the truth of the 6 core formations. After a brief pause, her eyes widened in revelation, and she burst into joyous laughter. 3rd level is splendid. How remarkable that a 3rd-level soul guiding device can wield the power of a 4th level, bordering on 5th-level artillery. This is truly extraordinary, haha. Though this soul guide device is merely of the 3rd level, it brings him greater joy than even a 4th-level one. This indicates that Wei Xuan's improved formation produces unexpectedly excellent results, capable of elevating the soul guide's power significantly. Naturally, the formidable strength of this soul cannon is also attributable to the formation etched on its surface, a gathering formation that preserves the stability of the soul guide. Moreover, in terms of effectiveness, this external gathering formation is no less impressive than that inscribed internally. Wei Xuan bears a smile, thoroughly pleased with the soul cannon he has crafted. The power exhibited by Jing Hongqian only reaches 70% of the soul cannon's full potential. It is only he who can unleash its complete might. His supreme ice soul power serves as the optimal driving force for this soul cannon. Show me. A voice tinged with excitement called out. Accompanying the voice was an elderly man, gray-white hair and clad in a yellow robe, Kong Dimming, the master of the worship hall. Upon hearing this voice, Jing Hongqian felt as if doused with cold water, instantly regaining his composure. He respectfully bowed to Kong Dimming, saying, Teacher, please allow me to show you the soul guide device. Kong Dimming waved his hand and repeated, Oh. Jing Hongqian promptly removed the soul guide from his possession, presenting it to Kong Dimming with both hands. Kong Dimming examined the soul guide with great care, his fingers lightly caressing it as if he were handling an unparalleled treasure. This is my teacher. You may refer to him as Elder Kong, Jing Hongqian whispered to Wei Xuan as he approached. Your teacher, Elder Kong? Wei Xuan cast a curious glance at Jing Hongqian, taken aback by the mention of such a figure. I will explain my teacher's identity later. You must show utmost respect. He is someone even His Majesty regards with reverence. Do not commit any faux pas, Jing Hongqian earnestly cautioned. Kong Deming stood in place, scrutinizing the soul guide for over 10 minutes before reluctantly shifting his gaze toward Wei Xuan, who was also observing him intently. Do you wish to take me as your master? Kong Deming asked directly after a moment of silence. Wei Xuan's expression remained largely unchanged. He comprehended that this individual was extraordinarily powerful, the strongest he had ever encountered. Even the formidable auras felt in the extreme north paled in comparison to him. From Jing Hongqian's address, it was clear that Kong Deming possessed exceptional mastery of soul guides, to the extent that a 9th-level soul master would refer to him as teacher. Yet, regardless of his strength in this world, he felt that Kong Deming was not quite qualified to be his mentor. Your Highness, do not hesitate. Quickly accept him as your teacher. This is an opportunity that comes once in a millennium. Do not let it slip away. Jing Hongqian urged, nudging Wei Xuan's shoulder. Although Kong Deming had several disciples, they had all sought him out of their own volition. Wei Xuan was the first to elicit such a desire in him. I apologize, but I do not wish to take anyone as my master, Wei Xuan replied, shaking his head in refusal. Why? Kong Deming inquired, astonished. A good teacher is indispensable for a soul master seeking to advance further. No matter how high your talent, you still require a mentor. In this continent, aside from myself, I doubt anyone else is qualified to be your teacher, Kong Deming remarked, visibly disappointed by Wei Xuan's refusal. Your Highness, the teacher is undoubtedly the strongest soul master on the continent. With his guidance, you will navigate the realm of soul guides more smoothly. And it is highly likely that you will eventually break through to become a 10th-level soul master, Jing Hongqian urged, his anxiety palpable. Wei Xuan's refusal left him bewildered. Having turned down an opportunity coveted by many, I have already stated my reasoning. I do not wish to take anyone as my master, even if you, Elder Kong, are the strongest soul master on the continent, Wei Xuan asserted firmly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Kong Deming fell into silence, gazing deeply at Wei Xuan before softly sighing. Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, should you encounter any uncertainties regarding soul guides in the future, you are always welcome to seek my counsel. Of course, Wei Xuan replied with a smile, feeling an increased fondness for Kong Deming. What is the name of the soul guide you crafted? Kong Deming inquired, his gaze filled with astonishment and curiosity as he observed the device in his hands. In his estimation, even a 9th-level soul guide would not elicit such a reaction from him. Yet, this mere 3rd-level soul cannon evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. I have named it the Ice Crystal Hand Cannon, Wei Xuan stated. Ice Crystal Hand Cannon? A fitting name, Kong Deming murmured, nodding with a smile. Compact in size, easy to use, and immensely powerful, he offered a gradual evaluation. After a moment's pause, he gazed at the gathering formation on the surface of the soul guide, revealing a satisfied and even excited smile. What astonishes me most is that this soul guide consumes very little energy. When soul power is infused, this gathering formation automatically absorbs energy from the environment to recharge the cannon. The energy gathered through this formation is astonishingly greater than that supplied by the soul master. This is truly remarkable, Kong Deming exclaimed, his face alight with wonder. In his view, this soul guide could only be described as flawless. Even he could find no faults within it. Wei Xuan regarded Kong Deming with newfound respect. This individual indeed possessed profound expertise regarding soul guides, effortlessly discerning so much without prior use. You have modified this 4th-level gathering formation, have you not? Kong Deming asserted confidently. The formation on the surface of the soul guide bore similarities to a 4th-level gathering formation but was evidently more profound and powerful, making it clear that it had been enhanced. Yes, it has been slightly modified. Etched upon the soul guide, its gathering effect can achieve 60% efficiency. If the energy of a single projectile is divided into 10 parts, it can provide 6 parts, while the user only needs to supply 4, Wei Xuan explained. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's clarification, both Kong Deming and Jing Hongqian's pupils constricted, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual astonishment. The remarkable efficacy of this energy-concentrating formation ignited a fervent enthusiasm within both masters of soul-guiding devices. Although it is merely a 4th-tier soul-guiding formation, they discerned an epoch-making breakthrough in soul-guiding technology, suggesting that the landscape of such devices might be transformed due to this enhanced energy concentration formation. Your Highness, could you please meticulously transcribe this improved energy-concentrating formation onto paper? I wish to disseminate it widely, inquired Jing Hongqian, his breath quickening with excitement. Before Wei Xuan could respond, he continued, albeit somewhat incoherently, No, It is not only the energy concentrating formation. If possible, I hope you can transcribe all the improved formations. Your innovations will undoubtedly propel the overall advancement of soul-guiding technology. Upon concluding his request, Jing Hongqian respectfully bowed to Wei Xuan, bending at a 90-degree angle. His demeanor grave and devoid of jest. This gesture was not merely a recognition of Prince Wei Xuan's status, but a tribute to his remarkable achievements in the realm of soul-guiding devices. The formations refined by Wei Xuan possessed the potential to elevate the soul-guiding technology of the Sun and Moon Empire to an unprecedented new echelon. Such an accomplishment is undoubtedly worthy of a respectful bow, not to mention a mere bow, were Wei Xuan to desire his position as the leader of the Mingda Hall. He would unhesitatingly yield it. Kong Deming said nothing, simply gazing intently at Wei Xuan, harboring thoughts akin to those of Jing Hongqian. Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback by Jing Hongqian's sudden gesture, quickly assisting him to his feet, saying, "Hall Master Hongqian, there is no need for such formalities. As a member of the Sun and Moon Empire, it is only fitting that I contribute to its cause, even without your prompting. I shall unconditionally share the fruits of my research." "Really?" Jing Hongqian exclaimed with delight, feeling a sense of gratification that Wei Xuan possessed such magnanimity. Kong Deming cast a surprised glance at Wei Xuan, elevating his opinion of him even further. "Is there any doubt? These research findings are not secrets that cannot be shared. There is no harm in making them public," Wei Xuan replied with an air of nonchalance, genuinely unconcerned. To him, these findings were elementary, devoid of any value in keeping them to himself. "Your Highness, on behalf of the Mingda Hall and the entire empire, I sincerely thank you." Jing Hongqian expressed from the depths of his heart. He refrained from suggesting any form of exchange, as to do so in such a moment would be foolish. Wei Xuan's research was priceless, beyond any measure of worth. What could he possibly offer in return? Even selling the Mingda Hall would not suffice. Aware of the impossibility of reciprocation, Jing Hongqian chose to keep this sentiment deeply etched in his heart. Who benefits most from Wei Xuan's shared research? Undoubtedly, it is the Mingda Hall, and he, as its leader, has been granted an opportunity that surpasses all previous leaders of the Mingda Hall. This favor is one he shall remember for a lifetime. Wei Xuan nodded, acknowledging Jing Hongqian's gratitude. "Hongqian, you have done remarkably well," Kong Deming remarked, approaching Jing Hongqian and patting him on the shoulder with a smile. With that, Kong Deming vanished without a sound. The praise from Kong Deming only heightened Jing Hongqian's excitement, his blood surging with fervor, and his spirits soaring like never before. Wei Xuan's gaze flickered. With his formidable spiritual perception, he noted how Kong Deming had disappeared, seemingly utilizing a soul guide. Has his research on soul guides already ventured into the realm of spatial manipulation? Wei Xuan pondered, gaining a deeper understanding of the venerable Kong. The following day, the sun shone brightly, the breeze gentle against the skin, providing a refreshing sensation. In the office, Jing Hongqian presented Wei Xuan with a water blue badge, adorned with 3 diamond stars, signifying that he had now become a bona fide third-level soul master. "You are now a true third-level soul master," Jing Hongqian proclaimed with a smile. In truth, Wei Xuan could already be considered a 4th-level soul master, given his abilities. Creating a 4th-level soul guide was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, as he had yet to put this theory into practice, Jing Hongqian was reluctant to bestow upon him the title of 4th-level soul master. When he handed the badge to Wei Xuan, a hint of pride and honor graced his features, for he had witnessed the emergence of a 6-year-old 3rd-level soul master. Upon receiving the badge, Wei Xuan examined it closely before putting it away. "You're not going to wear it?" Jing Hongqian inquired, surprised. The Soul Master badge serves as both a proof of status and a mark of honor. Typically, Soul Masters wear it to signify their identity. "Why should I? I know I am a 3rd-level Soul Master. There is no need to flaunt a badge around," Wei Xuan replied with a light laugh. Jing Hongqian paused, realizing Wei Xuan's intent to avoid drawing excessive attention. A 6-year-old 3rd-level Soul Master would undoubtedly pique curiosity. It could lead to unnecessary complications. With a smile, Jing Hongqian refrained from urging Wei Xuan to wear the badge. Instead, he retrieved a dark gold engraving knife from his storage ring and handed it to Wei Xuan, saying, "This dark gold engraving knife was given to me by my teacher to present to you as a gift to celebrate your achievement as a 3rd-level soul master." After using the carving knife last night, Wei Xuan returned it to Jing Hongqian. A gift? Might this present be rather extravagant? Wei Xuan did not reach out to accept it, but instead inquired with a smile. Aside from a few special-ranking carving knives of lesser value, most of them are quite precious, particularly those within the top 20, each of which could be described as priceless, with their worth measured in billions. Do not be deceived by the mere appearance of this carving knife. it is indeed worth its price. For a soul minter, these high-ranking carving knives are undeniably valuable. This particular dark gold carving knife alone is estimated to be worth at least 200 million gold soul coins, and that is a conservative assessment. The actual value is likely even higher. To give such a carving knife is indeed a generous offering. In this world, apart from condemning, it seems that no one possesses the capability or audacity to directly present a ranked 15th engraved blade. Such a gift is indeed substantial. My teacher has never bestowed upon me anything so precious, remarked Jing Hongchen with a hint of envy. Soon, with a smile, he added, however, in my opinion, you are absolutely deserving of such a generous present. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle, and a good ship deserves a sturdy sail. A genius soul master like you should possess a powerful engraving knife. With it, I believe your endeavors in crafting soul tools will be greatly facilitated, and the resulting creations will be even more formidable. The value of the ranked blades lies not solely in their sharpness, but also in the additional effects they impart when used to inscribe formation arrays, thereby enhancing the potency of the soul tools. Soul tools crafted with a ranked blade from the top 20 are nearly 20% more powerful than those made with ordinary knives. The higher the rank, the greater the enhancement. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement, feeling a strong attraction to the knife. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the dark gold blade. I shall remember this favor, old Kong, Wei Xuan said earnestly, feeling somewhat guilty about receiving such a valuable item without recompense. You, my dear boy, Jing Hongchen chuckled, well aware of Wei Xuan's character, thus refraining from any further remarks on the matter. I may not possess the same resources as my teacher, but I can offer you this, Jing Hongchen said, revealing a bright silver ring in his hand. Wei Xuan, feeling less inclined to be overly polite regarding Jing Hongchen's gift, took the ring without waiting for further words. He naturally did not presume that Jing Hongchen was merely giving him a ring. As he probed with his consciousness, the contents of the ring materialized in his mind. With a mere thought, a box of elixirs appeared in his hand, and he gently waited, hearing the faint sound of rattling inside. Curiously, he opened the box, releasing a subtle fragrance. Inside, 9 round, brown pills, each the size of a longan, were neatly arranged. These are soul-enhancing pills, suitable for soul masters of your level. Taking one at each bottleneck will directly assist you in breaking through, thus saving you the time usually required to overcome such obstacles, Jing Hongchen explained. Between each level of a soul master, there exists a bottleneck, which greatly slows the pace of cultivation. Even the most talented soul masters can take several days to break through a minor bottleneck. Being able to utilize elixirs for direct breakthroughs undoubtedly saves a significant amount of time for the soul master. Wei Xuan remained silent, picking up one of the pills to inhale its scent, slightly furrowing his brow. Jing Hongchen, believing Wei Xuan was merely curious about the elixir, continued to smile and elaborate. This pill not only aids in overcoming minor bottlenecks but also accelerates your cultivation speed. With the assistance of this elixir, you should have no trouble advancing to the Great Soul Master within 2 years. In addition to the soul-enhancing pills, the ring contains ascension pills suitable for Great Soul Masters and purple cloud pills for those at the soul respect level, Jing Hongchen elaborated. He provided detailed descriptions of each elixir, clearly outlining the appropriate stages and effects for each. In total, there were 10 kinds of elixirs, all designed to either enhance a soul master's soul power or facilitate breakthroughs at bottlenecks. These elixirs would be sufficient for Wei Xuan to ascend rapidly to the realm of Soul Sage. How do you find my gift? Jing Hongchen inquired with evident pride. Although the value of these elixirs does not compare to that of the dark gold carving knife, they are nonetheless quite expensive, collectively worth over 5 million gold soul coins. These elixirs are of the finest quality, with minimal side effects upon consumption, and their prices are several times higher than those of ordinary elixirs. Wei Xuan placed the elixirs back into the box and shook his head in resignation, lamenting the crude level of alchemy, which was a sheer waste of precious materials. Jing Hongchen had initially anticipated a reaction of surprise and gratitude from Wei Xuan, but upon witnessing his demeanor, she was momentarily taken aback and could not help but exclaim, "What is this reaction? The value of these elixirs is exceedingly precious. Even as a prince, acquiring them is no easy feat. Why do you appear so disdainful?" Wei Xuan, realizing he had nearly voiced his thoughts, halted midway, shaking his head in resignation. After all, it was the other party's good intentions, and expressing disdain seemed rather inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I merely feel that relying on elixirs to enhance soul power may lead to premature advancement, which is not conducive to my growth." "Ah, I see you're concerned about that. Fear not, these elixirs are of the highest quality, with minimal side effects. and will not significantly impact your development. Moreover, while they may slightly diminish your combat abilities as a soul master, they pose no detriment to your proficiency with soul tools. In fact, they will greatly benefit you, allowing you to become a truly formidable soul mentor in the shortest time possible. I estimate that with these elixirs, you could potentially reach the threshold of an 8th level soul mentor before the age of 15. An 8th level soul mentor is undoubtedly superior to an 8-ring soul Douluo. Hence, a slight weakening of your soul master capabilities is of little concern, Jing Hanchen stated nonchalantly. In her view, although Wei Xuan's exceptional talent was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to his aptitude for soul tools. Would Wei Xuan truly reach the level of a soul Douluo by the age of 15? It was a foregone conclusion that it was impossible. Yet, she was firmly convinced that Wei Xuan would undoubtedly become an 8th level soul mentor by that age, and thus, why bother fretting over the strength of his soul master abilities? Wei Xuan strongly disagreed with Jing Hanchen's perspective, shaking his head and saying, Master Hanchen, I believe you are somewhat misguided in your priorities. What do you mean by that? Jing Hanchen inquired, her excitement palpable at the thought of Wei Xuan becoming an 8th level soul mentor by the age of 15. In this moment of elation, she met his mildly critical observation with a smile. To simplify, a soul mentor is essentially a soul master who utilizes soul tools. Thus, as a soul master, one should primarily focus on enhancing one's own strength rather than neglecting personal growth in favor of soul tools. Jing Hochen's smile faded as her brows furrowed slightly. Wei Xuan's words were no longer merely a rebuttal but a denial of the training ethos of the Sun and Moon Empire. Wei Xuan noticed the shift in her expression but chose to ignore it, continuing, no matter how powerful a soul tool may be, it is merely a weapon, an external object. A soul master may wield it, yet one must not become reliant on it or serve it. Sacrificing one's own strength in exchange for achievements with soul tools is, in my opinion, unwise and unworthy. Your Highness, do you truly comprehend what you were saying? Jing Hochen's voice, laced with anger, resonated deeply. Wei Xuan smiled faintly and gazed at her. Of course, Master Hanchen, do you find fault in my words? While the first half of your statement is not erroneous, your assertion that it is unworthy is, in my view, a significant misjudgment. Consuming elixirs may indeed lead to a superficial enhancement of soul power, yet it can result in a higher soul power level, enabling soul mentors to forge more potent soul tools. With powerful soul tools, one can undoubtedly compensate for any deficiencies in soul master capabilities, perhaps even surpassing them altogether. For instance, I am highly confident that you can break through to the 8th level of soul mentor before the age of 15. But if you solely focus on cultivating your soul power, do you believe you can reach the level of a soul Douluo by then? Not to mention the soul king. Reaching that level before 15 is no certainty. Even if you do, who do you think is stronger, a soul king or an 8th level soul mentor? Jing Hanchen countered. The elixirs grant soul mentors strength beyond their years. Is that not valuable? Jing Hanchen retorted. That is merely a choice between short-term and long-term development. Consuming elixirs excessively can deplete one's innate talent, thereby impacting future growth. Over 99% of soul mentors will, due to early reliance on elixirs, find themselves stunted at a particular bottleneck for the rest of their lives. Wei Xuan spoke calmly. To say 99% is somewhat conservative. It would be more accurate to assert 100%. The remaining fraction merely has a higher bottleneck, leading others to believe they have not encountered one, when in reality, they too will never advance. Wei Xuan corrected himself. Jing Hochen's body trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Wei Xuan, her heart filled with astonishment. How do you know this? She gasped. Wei Xuan's words were entirely valid. Indeed, the consumption of elixirs to enhance one's soul power can lead to dire consequences. Almost everyone faces the adverse effects brought on by these potions in the later stages of their journey, resulting in an exceedingly slow increase in soul power, or even a lifelong stagnation. It is inferred that all medicine carries some toxicity. Regardless of the quality of the elixir, there will inevitably be side effects, especially with the kind that Wei Xuan is aware of. Casting a glance at the elixir in his hand, he shook his head slightly. Recognizing its inferior quality and the significant side effects it would produce upon consumption. Alas, there is no way around it. If one wishes to rapidly enhance their soul power, sacrifices must be made. After all, there are no free lunches in this world, as Jing Hanchen sighed. Despite being aware of the side effects of elixirs, they still felt compelled to use them, for the benefits they offer far outweigh the drawbacks. Wei Xuan understood Jing Hanchen's sentiment, and his mind stirred with other thoughts. Yet he refrained from voicing them at that moment. Changing the subject, he stated, I prefer to pursue a purely soul master path and do not wish to overly rely on elixirs. He did not outright deny the efficacy of the elixirs. With some modifications, consuming one or two could indeed pose no issue. Yet, he was far more interested in exploring the possibility of concocting elixirs from the realm of cultivation, as those would be truly suitable for enhancing one's cultivation. However, if you choose that path, your soul power will increase at an exceedingly slow rate, which may hinder your breakthroughs with soul-guiding devices. Jing Hongqian expressed his concerns. Additionally, our Sun and Moon Empire is not particularly adept at nurturing soul masters. If you opt for a purely soul master route, suitable guidance may be hard to come by, making your cultivation remarkably challenging. He pointed out the drawbacks. Wei Xuan remained unconcerned, asserting, "Rest assured, I am confident that my soul master level will not become a limiting factor in my breakthroughs with soul-guiding devices. As for the guidance you mentioned, I do not require it. I possess my own understanding of soul master cultivation and do not need others to teach me. Others cannot teach me either. I have my own path to follow." Though the cultivation system in this world differs from that of the cultivation realm, the journey of cultivation converges at a common destination, sharing certain similarities. Relying on the experiences from his past life, he felt assured that he could reach the pinnacle, even without a mentor. Jing Hongqian gazed at Wei Xuan in astonishment, sensing that he was not jesting. His heart trembled slightly, and he found himself beginning to believe Wei Xuan's words. After observing Wei Xuan for a long while, Jing Hongqian slowly nodded, stating, "The elixirs are yours. Whether you choose to consume them is entirely up to you. Each path is one that must be tread alone." He could not enforce that Wei Xuan adhere strictly to the path of a soul master. Furthermore, for Wei Xuan, perhaps a dual cultivation path involving both soul master and soul guide would be more advantageous. Indeed, Wei Xuan nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Jing Hongqian, do you know anyone who concocts these elixirs? Why do you inquire about that?" Jing Hongqian asked, puzzled. "I simply find these elixirs quite intriguing and wish to see how they are crafted," Wei Xuan replied casually, feigning curiosity. "You young man, your curiosity is rather strong." Jing Hongqian chuckled. "I do know some alchemists. Perhaps I can introduce you to them when the opportunity arises." Wei Xuan smiled in satisfaction, saying, "I would appreciate your assistance." Jing Hongqian, by the way, have you ever considered enhancing the practical combat abilities of these soul guide students? Wei Xuan inquired after retracting his ring. Enhancing practical abilities? Jing Hongqian's expression turned contemplative as he regarded Wei Xuan, asking with a hint of depth, "Do you believe their combat skills are lacking?" "It's not merely a belief. I have observed some of their battles, and to be frank, they are truly weak, full of flaws," Wei Xuan stated candidly. He was not intentionally belittling the students, rather, he was speaking the truth. While they might excel at creating soul-guiding devices, their combat skills left much to be desired, and this was no exaggeration. "You can discern their combat flaws?" Jing Hongqian asked, astonished. "Their shortcomings are too apparent. It is difficult not to notice," Wei Xuan shrugged helplessly. After a moment of silence, Jing Hongqian murmured, "I too feel that their practical abilities are somewhat deficient, but altering this is quite challenging. There's nothing difficult about it. If they engage in more combat and solidify their soul power, it will improve significantly," Wei Xuan said nonchalantly. "It may sound simple, but their focus is primarily on research of soul-guiding devices. Where would they find the time to engage in more combat or reinforce their soul power?" Jing Hongqian lamented, noting that such a mindset had already taken root and could not be easily changed. Enhancing combat capabilities does not contradict their study of soul-guiding devices. In fact, it could prove highly beneficial, Wei Xuan argued. Jing Hongqian's interest was piqued, urging Wei Xuan to elaborate. Encouraging them to strengthen their combat skills also serves as a means to solidify their own soul power. This will mitigate the effects of elixirs, allowing their soul power to become more substantial. Once their foundation is solidified, breakthroughs will come much easier, which will ultimately benefit their future endeavors in crafting soul-guiding devices. Engaging in more combat will also deepen their understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of their soul-guiding devices, enabling them to make targeted improvements. It is a win-win situation. Wei Xuan analyzed earnestly. Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement, surprised by Wei Xuan's insights. His conviction grew stronger due to Wei Xuan's words, and he declared, "I will endeavor to incorporate more practical courses for them. It is essential for them to recognize the importance of practical combat. Otherwise, adding more courses would be futile." Wei Xuan advised. "Do you have a plan?" Jing Hongqian inquired, noticing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor. Wei Xuan smiled slightly, nodding, "Indeed, I have a plan." but it cannot be implemented just yet. We must wait a few years. Oh? Jing Hongchen's eyes lit up with curiosity as he pressed. Do share your plan with me. Let us discuss it later. If I tell you now, you may not believe me, Wei Xuan teased. You young man. How do you know I won't believe you if you don't share? Jing Hongchen urged, growing increasingly curious. Just as Jing Hongchen was about to press further, a clear, youthful voice called from outside. Grandpa. A tender girl's voice chimed, prompting Wei Xuan to instinctively try to slip away, while Jing Hongchen wore a gentle smile. A beautiful girl with wine-red hair and blue eyes, dressed in a pink gown, burst into the office with exuberance, her face beaming with joy. Grandpa, I have become a second-level soul guide. Wow, Wei Xuan Gige is here too. How wonderful. The girl quickly noticed Wei Xuan, exclaiming with delight. Her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Oh, Ming Ming has become a second-level soul guide? That is indeed worthy of celebration. Jing Hongchen laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with his granddaughter's achievement. As he spoke, Jing Hongchen opened his arms to embrace his granddaughter, who was rushing towards him. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, his mouth twitching slightly as he caught a glimpse of the side. As the girl approached Jing Hongchen, she suddenly turned to give Wei Xuan a warm hug, but he deftly sidestepped her advance. Sister Ming, we must observe the distinctions between genders. Let us refrain from hugging. Wei Xuan firmly declined, exuding an air of exasperation as he distanced himself from the girl. What did you call me? Did you not say to call me sister? Why are you calling me sister now? The young girl pouted, her face a picture of grievance. It was unclear whether she felt wronged by Wei Xuan evading her embrace or by the way he addressed her. Perhaps it was a combination of both. Observing her distress, Wei Xuan could only respond helplessly. All right, I shall call you sister. Although Ming Hongchun was over a year older than him, she insisted on being called sister, which was both amusing and perplexing. That's more like it. The girl immediately brightened, playfully sticking out her tongue. Wei Xuan Gige. I am now a level 2 soul mentor. Ming Hongchun proudly waved her level 2 soul mentor badge, displaying a hint of pride. Achieving such a status at just over 7 years old was indeed a commendable feat, is that so? Little Ming is quite impressive, Wei Xuan feigned surprise. Hee. I'm a genius. Ming Hongchun beamed at the compliment, her charming dimples on display. You only have eyes for your Wei Xuan Gige, don't you? Have you forgotten that grandfather is still here? Jing Hongchun teased, pretending to scold her. No, I was originally looking for grandfather. But seeing Wei Xuan Gige here made me too excited, and I momentarily forgot about grandfather. Ming Hongchun giggled, wrapping her arms around one of Jing Hongchun's. Jing Hongchun tapped Ming Hongchun lightly on the head and exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Xuan, both sharing a sense of exasperation. Where's your brother? Jing Hongchun inquired, knowing that the siblings usually stuck together. Oh, he is sneaking a peek in the laboratory. I suppose he'll be chased back here shortly. Ming Hongchun replied with a sly smile. From the grin on Ming Hongchun's face, Wei Xuan could easily infer that Xiao Hongchun had been betrayed by his sister. Sure enough, not long after Ming Hongchun spoke, a middle-aged man appeared at the office door, carrying a child. The boy, resembling Ming Hongchun to a remarkable degree, had striking blue eyes and a tall, slender frame, clad in a white outfit that accentuated his youthful vigor. Despite being hoisted by the collar, he showed no signs of kicking or struggling, displaying a calm demeanor as if accustomed to such treatment. Seeing Xiao Hongchun being brought in, Jing Hongchun couldn't help but facepalm, while Ming Hongchun stifled a chuckle. What a passionate enthusiast for soul devices, Wei Xuan chuckled, shaking his head, acknowledging Xiao Hongchun's fervor for soul devices. Young Master Xiao Hongchun was caught sneaking a peek outside the laboratory. As per your instructions, I have brought him here. The middle-aged man stated, bowing after setting Xiao Hongchun down. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchun immediately protested. I wasn't sneaking a peek. With my talent, entering the Mingda Hall is only a matter of time. It's not wrong for me to look at things I will eventually see every day. The middle-aged man remained silent, having heard this argument many times before. Leave now, Jing Hongchun sighed, waving his hand dismissively. The man bowed again and departed. Didn't I tell you not to peek? Jing Hongchun reprimanded, feeling exasperated with his grandson. If you weren't my grandson, you would have faced serious consequences for such behavior. Xiao Hongchun, obsessed with soul devices, often took any chance to sneak into the laboratory to observe the crafting process. I was just getting a preview of what I will definitely see in the future, Xiao Hongchun pouted. He then pointed at Wei Xuan, indignantly adding, and he isn't even a soul mentor, yet he can go to the laboratory. Why can't I? My talent for soul devices is at least as good as his. Jing Hongchun glared, admonishing, Can your talent even be compared to that of the prince? You're becoming increasingly arrogant. Indeed, Wei Xian's talent far surpasses yours, Meng Hongqian chimed in, supporting Wei Xian. Wei Xian felt somewhat unjustly drawn into their argument. Xiao Hongqian's face flushed with frustration as he retorted, he merely has a good memory. If it comes to actually crafting soul devices, I can surely do better than him. He felt a mix of envy and resentment towards Wei Xian, who had entered the Mingda Hall at just over 3 years old. Chapter 18. The challenge from Xiao Hongqian. Jing Hongqian sighed, shaking his head. His grandson had many admirable qualities, but his arrogance was becoming a liability. Believing he was the most talented of his generation, he was unaware of the vastness of the world outside his own. This ignorance could lead to significant setbacks in the future. Wei Xian is not merely good at memorizing. His talent for soul devices is undoubtedly superior to yours. Meng Hongqian stated, her cheeks puffed adorably. You little infatuated girl, if you're not supporting your brother, who will? Xiao Hongqian shot her an annoyed look. I support what is right, and Wei Xian is indeed more capable, Meng Hongqian defended. Enough. Why are you two bickering again? Jing Hongqian interrupted, feeling a headache coming on from their constant bickering. Cheer up, don't feel disheartened. The princess admission to the Mingda Hall is not solely based on his remarkable memory, it also stems from his exceptional practical skills. In terms of crafting soul devices, the prince indeed possesses greater talent, Jing Hongqian reassured, moving closer to Xiao Hongqian. I don't believe it. Xiao Hongqian crossed his arms defiantly, remaining skeptical of Wei Xian's abilities. Jing Hongqian gently ruffled Xiao Hongqian's hair, chuckling softly, still don't believe it? Do you know what level of soul mentor the prince is at now? Before Xiao Hongqian could guess, Jing Hongqian revealed, a level 3 soul mentor. And he is already approaching level 4. Xiao Hongqian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wei Xian, momentarily stunned. Wow, grandfather, is that true? Wei Xian is really a level 3 soul mentor? Meng Hongqian exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Though she hoped it to be true, it seemed implausible. A level 3 soul mentor at just over 6 years old was extraordinary. Wei Xian's expression remained calm and unassuming, devoid of pride or arrogance, as if the accolades bestowed upon him were meant for another. It took Xiao Hongqian a few seconds to recover, his initial reaction being one of disbelief. Mastering the theoretical knowledge of various levels of soul mentors did not guarantee one could achieve the corresponding rank. He knew that Wei Xian possessed an extensive theoretical understanding, likely surpassing that of many level 5 or 6 soul mentors. However, theory and practice were two distinct realms. Creating soul devices required not only theoretical knowledge, but also sufficient soul power. Without adequate soul power, it was impossible to craft devices of the corresponding level. He could believe that Wei Xian, with his level 12 soul power, could create a level 1 device. But the notion that Wei Xian could produce a level 3 device was hard to accept. It defied logic. Grandfather, even if you are biased towards Wei Xian, you need to resort to lies to deceive me, Xiao Hongqian said, his eyes reddening with frustration. Do I need to lie to you? Jing Hongqian replied, bemused by Xiao Hongqian's pitiful expression, and refrained from scolding him. Isn't this just a lie? A third-level soul engineer must craft a third-level soul tool. How could he not question Xiao Hongqian aloud? His words trailed off abruptly, arrested by the sight of the soul tool in Wei Xian's hands. Wei Xian produced his self-made ice crystal hand cannon, shaking it playfully before tossing it to him. Reflexively, Xiao Hongqian caught the soul tool, immediately sensing the chilling aura it emanated, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It felt as if he were holding a piece of ancient ice, so cold it sent goosebumps racing across his skin. The soul tool carries the essence of its creator's soul power. Give it a feel and see if you can sense mine, Wei Xian remarked. Xiao Hongqian, being the grandson of Jing Hongqian, would undoubtedly encounter Wei Xian frequently in the future. It was best to resolve any tension amicably to spare Jing Hongqian from discomfort. To facilitate Xiao Hongqian's recognition, Wei Xian deliberately released his soul power, a wave of coldness swirling around them. What sort of soul tool is this? Meng Hongqian, filled with curiosity, approached Xiao Hongqian. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized the device. This is my first creation, the ice crystal hand cannon, classified as a third-level soul tool, Wei Xian explained. Impressive, Meng Hongqian exclaimed, her admiration evident as she gazed at Wei Xian, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Wei Xian, caught off guard, could only manage an awkward smile. Considering his past life, he perceived Meng Hongqian as a younger sister. Faced with this adoring sibling, he was unsure how to respond, lacking any experience in such matters. Meng Hongqian believed every word Wei Xian uttered, while Xiao Honchun maintained a skeptical stance, inspecting the soul tool with a discerning eye. As the grandson of the Mingda Hall master and a young scion of a soul tool family, his understanding of soul tools surpassed that of his peers, and he examined it with an air of sophistication. Initially doubtful that it was indeed a third-level soul tool, his perspective shifted as he continued his scrutiny. A look of astonishment gradually crept onto his face, and he could not help but express his admiration aloud, offering praises as he examined it further. Xiao Honchun was wholly absorbed in the soul tool, his initial surprise morphing into obsession, akin to beholding a flawless piece of art. "Brother, calm down, you're practically drooling," Ming Honchun chided, giving Xiao Honchun a firm pat on the back, her tone laced with exasperation. He jolted awake as if pulled from slumber, still entranced by the craftsmanship of the soul tool. "This is the most perfect third-level soul tool I've ever seen. The craftsmanship is impeccable," Xiao Honchun marveled, disregarding his sister's remarks, utterly captivated by the device. "However, the internal formation seems to be of the fourth level. It would be more fitting to classify this as a fourth-level soul tool," he murmured, though he lacked the ability to inscribe a fourth-level formation. He had encountered them before and could identify their rank by the energy they exuded. "Now do you believe that Brother Wei Xuan is indeed a third-level soul engineer?" Ming Honchun teased, hands clasped behind her back, a grin spreading across her face. This sudden realization left Xiao Honchun flustered, his gaze toward Wei Xuan complex. Though reluctant to admit it, the evidence pointed to the fact that Wei Xuan was a third-level, perhaps even a fourth-level, soul engineer. Grandfather was right. "You are more formidable than I," Xiao Honchun conceded, a hint of struggle evident in his demeanor. To elicit such a statement from someone as proud as him signified a genuine acknowledgement of Wei Xuan's prowess. Jing Honchun beamed with pride, pleased by Xiao Honchun's willingness to concede inferiority. Wei Xuan smiled lightly, teasing, "You won't claim I rely solely on my status and memory anymore, will you?" Ming Honchun stifled a giggle, her gaze flicking toward her brother, observing his reaction. Xiao Honchun's face flushed. He suddenly felt foolish for his previous actions, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "Let us strive for a harmonious relationship moving forward," Wei Xuan suggested, choosing not to press for an apology from Xiao Honchun. Content with a light-hearted jest, Xiao Honchun stared at Wei Xuan in bewilderment. Then, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded sheepishly, replying, "All right." Observing Xiao Honchun, Wei Xuan felt a spark of curiosity. "What level are you currently at?" 25, Xiao Honchun instinctively replied, pride evident in his expression as he spoke of his rank. Achieving level 25 before the age of 9 was a remarkable feat, not just within the Sun and Moon Empire, but even among the three nations of the original Douluo continent, a rarity indeed. Xiao Honchun's confidence was not unfounded, his talent warranted it. Of course, his elevation to such a level at this age surely involved the use of medicinal pills. Without them, he would not have reached this rank, particularly in an environment like the Sun and Moon Empire, which neglected Soul Master education. 25 is quite commendable, Wei Xuan remarked, evidently pleased with Xiao Honchun's soul power level. "Why do you ask?" Xiao Honchun inquired, curiosity piqued. Wei Xuan smiled slightly, responding, "I have yet to engage in combat since obtaining my soul ring. I wish to find someone to spar with, and you seem quite suitable. You want to spar with me?" Xiao Honchun replied in surprise, his expression peculiar. A 12th level against a 25. Was this not akin to inviting suffering? "Brother Wei, please don't challenge my brother. Your levels are so mismatched, it would be an unfair fight." Ming Honchun interjected hastily. Jing Honchun stood quietly, observing the exchange between Wei Xuan and Xiao Honchun, lost in thought. "Indeed, I am eager to test my own strength," Wei Xuan stated earnestly, having yet to experience combat with his martial spirit. He added thoughtfully, "I will not use a soul tool. Relying solely on my soul master abilities in our duel, you may use whatever you wish." "Are you underestimating me? My soul power exceeds yours by over 10 levels. And you want to use a soul tool? Do you think you can defeat me as a second-level soul engineer relying only on your soul master abilities?" Xiao Honchun retorted, his expression darkening with annoyance. The combat prowess of a soul engineer surpasses that of a soul master of the same rank, should he exert his full strength. Even formidable spirit masters would falter against him. Wei Xuan, well aware of the battle capabilities of a second-level soul engineer, still proposed to fight using only soul master abilities, clearly underestimating him. "Perhaps Brother Wei believes that without a soul tool, you would be defenseless," Ming Honchun whispered. At her words, Xiao Honchun's body jolted, and he glanced at the third-level soul cannon in his hand, suddenly comprehending Wei Xuan's intent. This soul cannon has enough power to shatter even a fourth-level soul shield. "If it were to strike you," Jing Honchun interjected at the opportune moment. Xiao Hongchen's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the soul cannon. A sense of dread creeping over him. Should I use a soul tool? Wei Xuan could not help but tease. No? You should rely on the abilities of a soul master. Xiao Hongchen's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hands in response. Chapter 19. The combat state of Wei Xuan upon realizing the terrifying power of the soul device crafted by Wei Xuan. He dared not allow the other party to utilize it. Fine, I won't employ the soul device. Let us find a place to battle, Wei Xuan declared. All right. Xiao Hongchen replied cheerfully, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming duel. Let us head to the soul device test area number 10. It's seldom frequented, making it easy to clear a space, Jing Hongchen suggested, proactively seeking a suitable venue for their contest. Wei Xuan had no objection to Jing Hongchen's proposal, and under his guidance, they soon arrived at test area number 10. The soul device test area No. 10 is situated to the east of Mingda Hall. The area, though compact, is a square measuring 200 meters on each side, with a uniquely tough ground surface. Under Jing Hongchen's direction, the few soul masters conducting experiments there swiftly vacated, clearing the arena. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hongchen stood in the center of the arena, separated by a distance of 100 meters. Go, brother Wei Xuan! Ming Hongchen shouted excitedly, her face lighting up with joy. Jing Hongchen, observing Ming Hongchen's enthusiasm, shook his head in resignation, grateful that only the four of them were present. Otherwise, he might have felt somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, who do you think will win? Ming Hongchen curiously inquired, tilting her pretty face upward. Jing Hongchen pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I know your brother's strength, but I am unaware of the prince's combat prowess, so I cannot speculate. Let us observe their performance. Although he had some understanding of Wei Xuan's combat ability, it was not comprehensive. He could not accurately gauge Wei Xuan's true strength based solely on a single soul skill. Oh, I believe brother Wei Xuan will win. Ming Hongchen murmured softly. Perhaps, Jing Hongchen remarked thoughtfully, his gaze filled with anticipation. Wei Xuan, you initiated this spar. If I strike harder later, do not blame me. Xiao Hongchen said with a grin. He had long desired to give Wei Xuan a good thrashing, and seeing the opportunity arise, he could hardly let it slip away. May you achieve your wish, Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle, merely brushing off Xiao Hongchen's malice. There was no need to quibble with the child. With that, he ceased to delay further, channeling his soul power, causing the temperature around them to plummet. A dragon's roar echoed as the ancient ice dragon coiled majestically behind him, its powerful form radiating an aura of extreme cold, akin to a body forged from ice crystals. With the emergence of the ancient ice dragon spirit, Wei Xuan's presence underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyes turned icy blue, exuding a chilling yet noble demeanor. His physique did not exhibit the typical transformations associated with a beast spirit. He appeared as he always had, but emanated an enhanced sense of strength, resembling a humanoid dragon. Wei Xuan's ice blue hair floated without wind, surrounded by white frost, while the ice dragon glided behind him, its breath unleashing a frigid tempest. How impressive! Ming Hongchen exclaimed. Her hands clasped before her, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration, embodying the essence of infatuation. Jing Hongchen could not help but facepalm. His granddaughter was already infatuated at such a young age. Xiao Hongchen stared at Wei Xuan, now possessed by a spirit, momentarily dazed. What a formidable spirit! Upon unleashing his spirit, even without action, the surrounding temperature rapidly descended, creating a surreal spectacle of coldness amidst the sunlight. Don't be dazed. In 3 seconds, I will strike. Wei Xuan reminded, not taking advantage of Xiao Hongchen's momentary distraction to initiate first. Oh, right. Xiao Hongchen snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed, aware that losing focus in battle was a grave error. If Wei Xuan seized that moment to attack, he would suffer greatly. He hastily summoned his soul power to release his own spirit. Bending slightly, a leg emerged from his lower back, glistening like pure gold, exuding a potent metallic essence. Golden light enveloped Xiao Hongchen, and protrusions burst from his back, tearing his clothing, as 2 yellow soul rings materialized. A rather aesthetically pleasing golden toad appeared behind him, his spirit. The 3-legged golden toad. As the soul rings ignited, they radiated a dazzling yellow light, exuding powerful energy waves. A flurry of metallic spheres soared into the air. Propelled by Xiao Hongchen's swift movements, within mere breaths, he had launched 20 spheres. 12 of these metallic spheres hovered in the air, drawn by an unseen force, while the remaining 8 detonated. The exploding spheres scattered countless golden particles, which defied gravity, remaining suspended in the air. As Xiao Hongchen's soul rings fully illuminated, the golden particles converged towards the metallic spheres. In an astonishing moment, The 12 spheres appeared to come alive upon merging with the golden particles. They began to sprout thick metallic barrels. A powerful suction emanated from Xiao Hongquan's body, causing the newly formed barrels to adhere to him. 2 barrels rested on each shoulder and arm, 2 more flanked his abdomen, 5 sprouted from his back, and a shorter barrel emerged from his chest. "I am ready," Xiao Hongquan declared, having fully entered the combat state. "All right," Wei Xuan nodded, immediately charging towards Xiao Hongquan. The best strategy against long-range soul devices is to close the distance, denying the opponent the chance to unleash a barrage of attacks. Otherwise, once they initiate their full offensive, one would be left to endure a relentless assault. As Wei Xuan approached, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Hongquan's face. Simultaneously, the 12 barrels on his body flared to life. Boom, boom, boom. 12 projectiles erupted from the barrels, streaking through the air, trailing sparks as they arched toward Wei Xuan. Thanks to Xiao Hongquan's precise targeting, these projectiles accurately intercepted Wei Xuan's path. In this battle, Wei Xuan refrained from releasing his consciousness. His earlier assertion of relying on the powers of a soul master did not merely pertain to abstaining from using soul devices. His formidable consciousness and mastery of techniques were also within the scope of what he could wield. In this battle, he wished to rely solely on the powers of the soul masters, seeking to gauge and familiarize himself with the strength hierarchy of this world. Without the aid of spiritual perception, he could not easily confront the incoming shells. Mere visual observation somewhat impaired his reflexes. With a forceful stamp of his foot against the ground, his body swiftly sidestepped, covering several meters in a single bound. Wei Xuan executed lateral leaps, evading the artillery fire with remarkable agility. The explosions erupted on the ground, flames bursting forth like fireworks, causing the earth to tremble slightly. The sheer force generated by the sequential detonations of 12 shells was immense. Even from 100 meters away, one could distinctly feel the searing shockwave. Utilizing his speed, Wei Xuan narrowly escaped the epicenter of the blasts. However, he still felt the heat of the explosion against his back. His extensive combat experience from a past life prevented him from losing balance due to the impact, his steps remaining steady as if untouched by the shock. Naturally, the assault from Xiao Hongquan would not consist of a single wave. Dozens of shells soared through the sky, raining down upon Wei Xuan like a barrage of arrows. This time, Xiao Hongquan unleashed a relentless barrage of 5 rounds, with 60 shells capable of enveloping a significant portion of the arena, leaving Wei Xuan with scarcely any space to evade. Simultaneously, Xiao Hongquan's form shifted, maintaining a calculated distance from Wei Xuan. The soul-guided devices he crafted were predominantly designed for ranged combat. Only by keeping a certain distance could he fully unleash their potential. "Let us see how you dodge this," Xiao Hongquan remarked with a grin, as if he had already envisioned Wei Xuan's disheveled state after being struck by the shells. Jing Hongquan felt a surge of tension, and unbeknownst to her, a soul-guided shield manifested in her hands, its surface shimmering with energy, ready to be unleashed at any moment. "Ah, brother Wei Xuan." Ming Hongquan's heart tightened, fear prompting her to shield her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending chaos. Wei Xuan glanced skyward at the incoming shells, his expression betraying little emotional fluctuation. He remained unperturbed by the precarious situation. Once he entered a combat state, he shed all complex emotions, dedicating himself entirely to the fight until victory was secured. From behind, the ancient ice dragon martial spirit spiraled forth, its ethereal form solidifying. Wei Xuan seized the moment, leaping deftly to land precisely upon the dragon's back, demonstrating exceptional control and balance, undisturbed by any tremors. Under Wei Xuan's command, the ice dragon ascended magnificently, soaring toward the onslaught of shells. Unified with the dragon, he stood resolutely upon its spine, even as it soared skyward, its head directed upward. This is not some arcane technique, but rather Wei Xuan's adept utilization of his unique connection with his martial soul. Wei Xuan deftly maneuvered the ice dragon, skillfully evading the relentless barrage of cannon fire. As the shells detonated upon impact with the ground, a cacophony of explosions ensued, creating considerable commotion. "Is it possible to do this?" Xiao Hongquan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected method of dodging the artillery onslaught. Not only him, but even Jing Hongquan was left speechless, utterly amazed by the spectacle. After navigating through the dense hail of projectiles, the ice dragon ceased its ascent, stabilizing its form as it circled gracefully in the air. Wei Xuan's first spirit ring ignited, as the ice dragon unleashed a mighty roar, followed by an exhalation of frigid mist. Where the icy fog drifted, temperatures plummeted dramatically. After the ice dragon completed a full orbit above the arena, the entire area became enveloped in a shroud of icy vapor, rendering it a white expanse. The flames ignited by the explosions were instantly extinguished in the face of such extreme cold, a thin layer of ice forming upon the ground, infused with a chilling aura. Xiaohongshan's body trembled from the cold, as if encased in a block of ice, his very blood seemingly on the verge of freezing. What a formidable spirit skill! Xiaohongshan's expression changed drastically as he grasped the sheer terror of Wei Xuan's ability. Enveloped in the icy mist, not only did his blood flow slow, but even the operation of his spirit power was severely hindered, becoming obstructed. The ice dragon swooped down, and at a height of less than 10 meters from the ground, Wei Xuan leapt off, executing a somersault and delivering a powerful kick aimed at the crown of Xiaohongshan's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiaohongshan's body tensed in response to the acute sense of crisis. Radiant golden light flickered from his palms, and two round, less than 1 centimeter long, barrel-like constructs materialized within his grasp. Extending his hands forward, energy surged forth from the barrels, unleashing a formidable force that propelled Xiaohongshan's body backward, akin to a cannonball. The device he wielded was a first-level propulsion spirit guide, which, upon infusing spirit power, erupted with immense kinetic energy, enabling the user to move with remarkable speed. The creation of this soul guide device is not particularly arduous, yet it proves to be exceptionally practical. Naturally, its efficacy hinges upon the precise control of both the force and direction of propulsion. Otherwise, it may yield the opposite effect. Witnessing the fleeting retreat of Xiaohongshan, Wei Xuan realized his strike had missed its mark and swiftly retracted the energy he had concentrated in his leg. Upon landing, he harnessed the momentum to surge forward, akin to a nimble cheetah darting towards Xiaohongshan. As he propelled himself, Wei Xuan grasped with his palm, unleashing his soul power, which swiftly coalesced the surrounding icy mist into a formidable formation. The mist transitioned from a gaseous state to a solid one, with numerous ice spikes suspended in midair. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the ice spikes shot forth, accompanied by the piercing sound of slicing wind. Chapter 20. The illusory form of the ice Shen dragon. Triumph the ice spikes, no thicker than a thumb and remarkably sharp, hurtled towards Xiaohongshan like arrows. Before he could stabilize his stance, a sense of impending peril surged within him, and upon spotting the ice spikes hurtling his way, panic gripped his heart. Simultaneously, the cannons affixed to his body charged up, and without the luxury of taking careful aim, he unleashed a volley of 12 shells. The thrusters activated to the left, creating a tremendous force that propelled Xiaohongshan swiftly to the right and rear. In a bid to intercept the incoming ice spikes, Xiaohongshan fired his shells in rapid succession, densely packed to prevent the ice from piercing through. With a series of resounding explosions, the shells collided with the ice spikes, erupting in brilliant displays of flame that devoured the icy projectiles like a ravenous beast. Following the simultaneous detonation of all 12 bombs, a terrifying wave of energy obliterated the ice spikes entirely. The explosive force radiated outward, generating intense heat waves that even Xiaohongshan, who had attempted to evade the onslaught, could not escape unscathed. Under the weight of this formidable impact, he staggered, nearly losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The cannons on his body fired once more, unleashing a barrage of shells. The thick smoke generated by the previous explosions obscured his vision, yet it did not deter him from continuing his assault. The shells landed indiscriminately, from near to far, with explosions capable of engulfing a significant area ahead, extending for dozens of meters. By refraining from uttering those words, one could potentially injure Wei Xuan, or at the very least, impede his advance, thereby affording oneself a moment to recalibrate and seize an opportunity. The collision with the ice, resulting in an explosive release of energy, significantly decelerated Wei Xuan's forward momentum, compelling him to veer to the side. Sensing the rush of wind approaching from ahead, Wei Xuan leapt into the air, and the ancient ice dragon materialized beneath him, elevating him skyward. As he ascended, the shells detonated upon the ground, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that rampaged across the earth. The power of these projectiles is quite formidable, although they may not rival the second-level spirit-guided cannonballs. They certainly surpass the first-level ones. For Wei Xuan, who is merely a 12th-level spirit master, these shells are utterly beyond his ability to withstand. Evasion is his only recourse. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan ascend into the air once more, Xiaohongshan produced 2 metallic spheres. One of them detonated, scattering golden particles in all directions. The other sphere absorbed these metallic fragments, and, under Xiaohongshan's deft control, swiftly transformed into a spirit-guided gun, its slender barrel aglow with a crimson light. As spirit energy surged within, the gun emanated a menacing aura. In an instant, a crimson beam shot forth from the barrel. This beam was astonishingly rapid, several times faster than the projectile itself, reaching Wei Xuan in the blink of an eye. Thin as a needle and no longer than a meter. This crimson ray was indeed a second-level spirit-guided beam. While its destructive power may not match that of the cannonball, its individual potency exceeds that of the same-tier spirit-guided artillery, boasting formidable penetrating capabilities. How can this child wield such a lethal spirit-guided apparatus? Xiao Hongchen pondered, his brow furrowing in silent reproach. The defining characteristics of the spirit-guided beam are its extraordinary speed and penetrating strength, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. A direct hit could result in a grievous wound, and a strike to a vital area could be fatal, rendering its use in a sparring match somewhat inappropriate. Were it an ordinary 12th-level spirit master facing this second-level spirit-guided beam, evasion would indeed be a daunting challenge, their reflexes and speed insufficient to cope. Yet, Wei Xuan is no ordinary 12th-level spirit master. Even without employing his spiritual awareness, his perception of danger is remarkably acute. The moment Xiao Hongchen released the beam, Wei Xuan sensed the impending threat and immediately reacted. He directed the ice dragon to swiftly evade to the side, while simultaneously conjuring a white ice shield, formed from the surrounding icy mist, to shield the vulnerable area of his body. The beam traveled so swiftly that he could not discern its trajectory, relying solely on his instinctive response to danger. The actions of evading and forming the shield were executed in a heartbeat, with no time wasted. However, despite his prompt evasion, Wei Xuan's speed, being that of a 12th-level spirit master, could not match the velocity of the spirit-guided beam. The beam, aimed at his abdomen, pierced through the ice shield after a brief resistance. The shield, conjured from his command over the ice element and his internal spirit energy, possessed limited defensive capabilities. Compounded by the urgency of the moment, it lacked the thickness necessary to withstand such a powerful penetrating strike. Utilizing the fleeting moment of obstruction, Wei Xuan maneuvered his body further away, and as the spirit-guided beam grazed his abdomen, it effortlessly tore through his clothing, leaving a trail of blood. The searing pain in his abdomen did not impede Wei Xuan's composure. He appeared seemingly unscathed. With a flick of his hand, the surrounding icy mist converged upon the wound, freezing the flowing blood and alleviating the burning sensation. After narrowly escaping the beam, Wei Xuan swiftly dodged in midair, leveraging his exceptional agility to avoid the incoming cannonball. Clenching his hand, the surrounding icy mist began to swirl and coalesce, forming hundreds of ice spikes. With a decisive motion, he unleashed a hailstorm of ice spikes, raining down upon Xiao Hongchen, covering an area of several dozen meters. Given Xiao Hongchen's speed, evasion was virtually impossible. With a surge of determination, Xiao Hongchen swiftly retrieved a spirit-guided shield from his storage ring. As he channeled his spirit energy, the shield expanded, enveloping him within its protective barrier. This pale golden shield, a second-level defensive apparatus of his own creation, was crafted from a unique material that could withstand even the full force of a spirit venerable for a brief moment, placing it among the top-tier defenses within second-level spirit-guided devices. The ice spikes crashed heavily against the shield, the extreme cold rendering them as hard as rock, delivering a tremendous impact upon the barrier. Ultimately, the ice spikes lacked sufficient offensive power to breach the spirit-guided shield. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Hongchen defended himself, Wei Xuan unleashed his true offensive capabilities. With a low growl, the yellow spirit rings encircling his body radiated with renewed brilliance. However, this time, the rings did not unleash a soul skill but instead emitted a wave of life energy. From within the yellow rings, the roar of a dragon resonated, and the ice dragon emerged, a 5-meter-long creature with a robust form, spiraling gracefully through the air. This is precisely the ice-profound dragon serpent preserved by Wei Xuan's soul. The ice-profound dragon serpent possesses a spectral form, devoid of physical substance, yet it emanates a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a dragon that truly exists. In essence, aside from lacking a corporeal body, this ice-profound dragon serpent bears no significant difference from an actual spirit beast. Its eyes are lively and imbued with vitality, with a pair of vertical pupils that shimmer with the brilliance of intelligence, even surpassing the wisdom it possessed prior to becoming a spirit ring. Upon closer inspection of this ice-profound dragon serpent, one would be astonished to discover that it sports a pair of diminutive horns atop its head, reminiscent of dragon horns. The implications of this are evidently clear. The dragon-like creature is transforming into a true dragon. The unique method of soul ring absorption devised by Wei Xuan not only enables the soul rings to possess the potential for growth, but also allows the soul beasts to assist in combat. However, since soul beasts exist solely as spirits without physical forms, their participation in battle can only manifest through the corresponding soul rings. As the ice-profound dragon serpent spiraled through the sky, it exhaled a copious amount of icy mist, further plunging the already frigid environment into deeper cold. The power of the icy breath unleashed by the ice-profound dragon serpent was nearly 50% stronger than before, an enticement of chilling dread. Under Wei Xuan's command, all the icy mist expelled by the ice-profound dragon serpent converged upon the vicinity of Xiaohongchen, resulting in a precipitous drop in temperature. Within the span of mere moments, the ambient temperature around Xiaohongchen plummeted to below zero, the biting wind penetrating to the bone. Such temperatures are even colder than most regions of the extreme north. A frigid chill below zero makes it difficult for even the most adept soul masters to endure. Initially, Xiaohongchen had intended to launch an offensive against Wei Xuan, wielding a powerful soul-guiding device that was fully charged and ready to be unleashed. However, upon witnessing Wei Xuan release the ice-profound dragon, he momentarily fell into a daze, his heart a tempest of shock and confusion. It was this fleeting lapse that cost him the opportunity to evade or resist. The soul-guiding shield offered no protection against the biting cold. Xiaohongchen felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The chilling temperature extinguished any thoughts of aggression, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. The terrifying cold rendered his body rigid, his limbs frigid, and the blood within him began to congeal, as frost enveloped him entirely. So cold, Xiaohongchen's lips turned pale. His body trembled violently, and his finger lingered hesitantly above the trigger of the launcher, unable to press down. It is not that he is unwilling to press down, but rather that his rigid body makes it exceedingly difficult to do so. How could he, as a grand soul master, endure the frigid temperatures nearing -100 degrees? In such frigid temperatures, it is not merely he, a formidable soul master, who would falter, even those of the soul sovereign and soul emperor ranks, or even more powerful soul masters, would be unable to withstand it. His thoughts, dulled by the icy chill, were consumed by an overwhelming dread. Sensing that death loomed perilously close, as his inner soul power faced obstruction, the soul-guiding barrier naturally dissipated, and the encroaching ice mist enveloped him, rendering his body even more frigid. "You have lost," Wei Xuan declared, landing behind Xiaohongchen, his fist a mere inch away from her. With that, he withdrew his soul power, causing the ice-mystic dragon to cease its exhalation of frost, circling the sky a few times before returning to the soul ring. Such frigid temperatures are not something Xiaohongchen can easily endure. If he were to delay any longer, he might suffer severe frostbite, leading to muscle necrosis, a dire consequence he certainly wishes to avoid. Releasing his clenched fist, he places his palm against Xiaohongchen's back. Under his guidance, the coldness enveloping Xiaohongchen begins to dissipate. The surrounding chill, too, is drawn into his being, reminiscent of a warming shift in the temperatures of the far north. After completely absorbing the icy air, Xiaohongchen cannot help but shiver, collapsing weakly to the ground, his body still cold. It was akin to plunging into a frigid spring. Even after escaping the icy waters, my body remained ensnared in a chill. What was that entity, and why did the frost it exhaled evoke such terror? My voice trembled as I spoke, tainted by a bitter laughter. Wei Xuan remained silent, his gaze directed toward Jing Hongchen, who had approached with Meng Hongchen in tow. "Hongchen, please assist Xiaohongchen in dispelling the cold within him," Wei Xuan instructed. He could only siphon the frost from Xiaohongchen's body. Restoring normalcy to his temperature required Jing Hongchen's soul energy. Jing Hongchen's face displayed profound shock, a multitude of questions bubbling within her. Yet, upon witnessing Xiaohongchen's shivering state, she refrained from voicing them immediately. After casting a deep glance at Wei Xuan, she crouched down and began to channel her soul energy into Xiaohongchen. "Brother, he won't be in any danger, will he?" Meng Hongchen inquired anxiously, her eyes moist with worry. Although she often engaged in banter with her brother, their bond remained strong, and she naturally wished to avert any misfortune befalling him. Wei Xuan shook his head, reassuring her he is unharmed. He has merely been severely chilled and needs a moment to recover. His actions were measured, and he did not inflict any irreparable damage. Still, Meng Hongchen felt a twinge of concern, for Xiaohongchen's pallid visage rendered her uneasy. "Fear not. With the assistance of the Hall Master, you shall recover swiftly," Wei Xuan comforted. True to his words, under the influence of Jing Hongchen's soul energy, the frost within Xiaohongchen was rapidly dispelled, and his temperature returned to normal. Xiaohongchen, albeit somewhat unsteady, managed to rise, sneezing several times. "Your Highness, it seems that the ice Xian dragon serpent erupted from your soul ring earlier. What is the meaning of this?" Upon resolving Xiaohongchen's predicament, Jing Hongchen eagerly voiced her curiosity. The ice Xian dragon serpent was what accompanied Wei Xuan during their acquisition, and its appearance was instantly recognizable. Witnessing this spectacle, a tempest of disbelief surged within him. How could a spirit beast emerge from a soul ring? Though merely a shadow. It was still a spirit beast. How could this be? Even now, he harbored doubts about whether he had truly seen what he thought he had. Illustrating the magnitude of the shock the Ice Xian dragon serpent's apparition had inflicted upon him. Both Xiao Hongquan and Meng Hongquan turned their inquisitive gazes towards Wei Xuan. After being bested by him, Xiao Hongquan's gaze carried a newfound respect and trepidation, as the memories invoked by that icy mist were far from pleasant. This is the true visage of my soul skill. Upon release, it summons the Ice Xian dragon serpent's shadow to exhale frost, Wei Xuan explained. This was a justification he had long contemplated. Whenever others inquired about the spectral manifestation of the soul beast, he would invariably respond in this manner. Is that so? Jing Hongquan felt a twinge of doubt, sensing an underlying discrepancy. Amidst his perplexity, he was also astonished by Wei Xuan's mastery over soul skills, which seemed remarkably intricate. What else could it be? Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle, stating that summoning the Ice Xuanyan dragon would exert significant strain on him, which was why he had previously opted to unleash the ice dragon breath directly through his martial soul, thereby reducing the energy expenditure, albeit at the cost of diminished potency. His words held a ring of truth. The emergence of the Ice Xuanyan dragon spirit indeed amplified the power of the soul skill, but it also escalated the energy consumption. The attack that had incapacitated Xiao Hongquan had drained nearly half of his soul power, a considerable toll. In a typical scenario, the ice dragon breath would only consume about 30% of his soul power. Ah, so that is the case. Jing Hongquan comprehended and accepted Wei Xuan's explanation. Chapter 21. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger Wei Xuan. You are truly remarkable, having defeated my brother with the power of a soul master, exclaimed Meng Hongquan, gazing adoringly at Wei Xuan, embodying the demeanor of a starry-eyed admirer. Xiao Hongquan shot a disapproving glare at her sister, exasperated. How could you so readily expose someone's vulnerabilities? Unfazed by her brother's fierce look, Meng Hongquan continued to beam at Wei Xuan, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In response to Meng Hongquan's fervor, Wei Xuan merely smiled gently, opting for silence. You are impressive. I cannot compare. Xiao Hongquan finally mustered the courage to voice this sentiment, genuinely acknowledging Wei Xuan's prowess. Wei Xuan exhibited no semblance of pride or arrogance, instead observing Xiao Hongquan for a moment before softly advising, in future battles, temper your emotional fluctuations and focus more on your opponent. This will enhance your strength. Xiao Hongquan was taken aback by Wei Xuan's words, pausing in contemplation before nodding thoughtfully. Reflecting on her errors in combat, seeing his sister's thoughtful demeanor, Jing Hongquan smiled with satisfaction. Losing this battle was, in fact, a boon for her. By the way, Your Highness, what were those ice spikes and ice shields you employed earlier? Xiao Hongquan inquired curiously. He had his suspicions regarding Wei Xuan's techniques, but lacked certainty. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Hongquan's thoughts were interrupted, and he gazed at Wei Xuan with intrigue, echoing his sentiments. Those techniques did not appear to be soul skills, yet they exuded a potency comparable to them. That was merely my adept manipulation of the ice element, Wei Xuan explained, extending his palm to reveal a pale blue, diamond-shaped ice crystal. The trio of Jing Hongquan, Xiao Hongquan, and Meng Hongquan instinctively directed their attention to Wei Xuan's hand. With a subtle smile, Wei Xuan willed the ice crystal to disintegrate, transforming it into countless minuscule ice particles. A white energy surged forth from his hand, compelling the ice particles to coalesce. In the blink of an eye, the innumerable ice particles amalgamated into a dagger, which Wei Xuan deftly hurled. It soared several dozen meters before swiftly returning. As it approached, the dagger disassembled, the fine ice particles reconfiguring into an ice arrow, which retained the speed of the dagger as it flew towards Wei Xuan. The arrow aimed directly at his forehead, maintaining its velocity as if intent on piercing through. Oh, no! Meng Hongquan screamed, covering her eyes in dread of the impending scene. Both Jing Hongquan and Xiao Hongquan held their breath, fearing that Wei Xuan would unleash something catastrophic. Wei Xuan stood unperturbed as the ice arrow approached, displaying no inclination to evade, a serene smile adorning his face as he allowed the arrow to strike his forehead. Upon contact, the ice arrow shattered as if meeting an overwhelming force, dispersing into countless ice particles that gracefully wafted through Wei Xuan before swiftly reconstituting into an ice spike that circled around him. If I possess an abundance of ice elements, I can conjure a myriad of variations, Wei Xuan remarked with a light chuckle, as the ice spikes soared skyward, transforming into drifting ice particles. Jing Hongquan stared at Wei Xuan, utterly astonished, His command over the ice element was nothing short of exceptional, exhibiting an artistry that was truly remarkable. Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian may have merely perceived Wei Xuan as impressive and cool, unaware of the deeper implications. Yet, Jing Hongqian, with his seasoned insight, understood the significance of this. The young man had attained a level of ice control that many ice attribute soul masters would struggle to achieve in a lifetime, an astonishing feat. Once one reaches a certain mastery over an element, every shard of ice can serve as a weapon. It is infinitely versatile, Wei Xuan elucidated. Your Highness, you are indeed a prodigious genius. To borrow a phrase from Shrek, you are a monster, a being whose talent far surpasses that of ordinary geniuses, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, struggling to articulate his astonishment at Wei Xuan's gifts, which had reshaped his understanding of genius. It is merely familiarity with ice, Wei Xuan responded with a hint of nostalgia, glancing at his palm with a touch of wistfulness. By the way, Lord Hongqian, when you mentioned Shrek, were you referring to the Shrek Academy from the original Douluo continent? Wei Xuan casually inquired. Upon mentioning Shrek Academy, Jing Hongqian's expression grew noticeably somber as he nodded. Yes, that is indeed the academy renowned as the greatest on the continent. Humph, they are merely the frequent victors of the Soul Master Academy tournament. I am determined to lead our team to victory against them, Xiao Hongqian declared defiantly. He had long harbored resentment towards Shrek for consistently overshadowing the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, and vanquishing Shrek had become his enduring aspiration. This also serves as his motivation. He possesses great confidence in his innate talents, believing that he will eventually triumph over Shrek. You must put in the effort. Shrek Academy is not easily conquered, encouraged Jing Hongqian. He also hoped that his grandson would lead the team to defeat Shrek Academy. For overcoming Shrek would be a momentous achievement, destined to be recorded in history. It will undoubtedly happen, smiled Jing Hongqian, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination, his emotions surging uncontrollably. To elevate the academy to the same level as a nation is no small feat. Shrek possesses considerable prowess, commented Wei Xuan, who had some understanding of Shrek. Indeed, although we are rivals to Shrek, we cannot deny their exceptional talent in nurturing soul masters, sighed Jing Hongqian. From his words, one could easily discern his respect and apprehension towards Shrek. Wei Xuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging Shrek's unparalleled status in cultivating soul masters, lamenting, unfortunately, Shrek Academy is not situated within the Sun-Moon Empire, which seals its fate as an adversary. Wei Xuan's words carried a subtle implication that Jing Hongqian grasped almost instantaneously. Smiling, he remarked, I truly look forward to witnessing your Highness's encounter with those Shrek prodigies. Perhaps then they will come to understand what true genius really is, haha. I am quite eager to meet those prodigies from Shrek as well, Wei Xuan murmured softly, harboring a sense of curiosity about the talented soul masters in this world, eager to discover just how extraordinary they could be. 2 years later, in the Jing'ai mountain range, on the periphery of the central main peak, amidst the dense forest, an 8-year-old boy was engaged in battle with a majestic white tiger exuding an aura of frost. With ice-blue hair cascading down, his physique was well-proportioned and tall, and his handsome visage was complemented by deep-set eyes that reflected a remarkable composure and wisdom far beyond his years. Standing nearly 1.6 meters tall, he was only half the length of the majestic white tiger. Despite the significant disparity in size, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. What was evident was an unwavering calm, as if even the prospect of being torn apart by the tiger's claws would not elicit any change in his expression. The boy in question was none other than the 8-year-old Wei Xuan. At that moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle against the soul beast that represented his second soul ring objective. The ferocious roaring tiger let out a thunderous roar, brimming with rage, its eyes glinting with murderous intent, teeth bared, exuding an increasingly menacing aura. With powerful leaps, it left deep claw marks on the ground, its body darting forward, weaving erratically from side to side. Wei Xuan swiftly retreated, his movements graceful and agile, resembling a sleek leopard hunting in the jungle, moving at an astonishing speed. Faced with the nearly 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, he knew he could not allow it to close the distance. Maintaining space was imperative. As he withdrew, Wei Xuan adeptly maneuvered among the trees, using their trunks to adjust his position. He would leap off the tree trunks, executing agile spins in midair, charging his ice crystal hand cannon before firing. A fist-sized orb of ice-blue energy shot forth, its velocity remarkable, striking precisely at the path of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. With a resounding explosion, the ice-blue orb detonated, scattering countless shards of ice like tiny, lethal blades, accompanied by the force of the blast. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, caught off guard by the explosion, was hurled aside by the tremendous shockwave, crashing into a nearby tree. The trunk, approximately a meter in diameter, shook violently, leaves cascading down, and a massive gash appeared in the bark, with splintering everywhere. The tiger emitted a heart-wrenching howl, as if its icy body had been carved by the sharp shards, many of which embedded themselves within its flesh. Under Wei Xuan's control, the ice crystal hand cannon, a level 3 soul tool, unleashed power comparable to a level 5 soul cannon. As soon as it hit the ground, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger quickly regained its footing, its expression even more ferocious, charging relentlessly towards Wei Xuan. The pain it suffered only intensified its resolve to hunt down this human. It was determined to kill him. Following the shot from his ice crystal hand cannon, Wei Xuan summoned forth a wave of chilling energy, his hands weaving through the air as he concentrated the icy mist into over 100 ice arrows. These arrows shot forth like bolts from a crossbow, producing a low, ominous whistling sound as they sliced through the air. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger sprinted forward, undeterred by the barrage of ice arrows, its massive jaws agape, gathering white energy within. A sphere of energy, the size of a human head, erupted from its mouth, trailing a frigid breeze that plunged the temperature. Upon collision, the white energy detonated against several ice arrows, unleashing a tempest of energy that scattered the surrounding arrows. Most of the ice arrows were shattered by the blast, losing their offensive capability. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger dashed through the remnants of the energy blast, unleashing another wave of energy aimed precisely at Wei Xuan's landing spot. As a top-tier soul beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans, demonstrating combat prowess that was equally formidable. With no leverage in the air, Wei Xuan found himself unable to alter his trajectory, and under such circumstances, he was bound to collide with the tiger's assault. The nearly 2,000-year-old beast's strikes were undoubtedly powerful. With Wei Xuan's mere 20-level physical constitution, his fate was poised between death and severe injury. The likelihood of death loomed above 90%, especially considering this was the tiger's furious strike, delivered without restraint. In the heat of battle, Wei Xuan's expression remained unperturbed. A flash of blue light illuminated his hand as a miniature soul-guided shield materialized. Infusing his soul power into the shield, it rapidly expanded, enveloping his form within its protective embrace. The shield, spherical and deep blue, measured nearly 2 meters in diameter, its surface flowing like gentle water. Despite its seemingly fragile thickness, the shield exuded an aura of indestructibility, its hardness far surpassing its delicate appearance. This is a level 4 soul guidance shield crafted by Wei Xuan himself, utilizing an array of modified formations that far surpass the defensive capabilities of an ordinary level 4 soul guidance shield. Through rigorous testing, its maximum defensive strength is sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a Soul King. Even a Soul Emperor would find it quite challenging to breach its defenses. As an energy orb detonated against the soul guidance shield, a terrifying shockwave emanated, sending the shield hurtling away. The furious strike from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger did not leave a single crack on the shield, which successfully absorbed the impact. Wei Xuan retracted the shield, his body propelled backward by the force. His feet touched the ground, sliding a considerable distance before completely dissipating the shockwave. Without pause, he swiftly ran away from the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. While fleeing, the first soul ring on his body shimmered, and the ancient ice dragon martial spirit soared upwards, hovering 5 to 6 meters above the ground. The ice dragon let out a low roar and unleashed a torrent of icy mist from its maw, causing the temperature to plummet rapidly, soon dipping below freezing. The mist spread through the forest, shrouding the area within 100 meters in a dense fog, the chill reminiscent of an icy expanse. Even the ice attribute soul beast, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, felt a touch of discomfort under the blanket of icy mist, sensing the biting cold. After releasing his soul skill, Wei Xuan found himself holding 4 white, apple-sized metallic orbs, emanating a barely perceptible energy fluctuation, clearly special soul-guiding devices. He cast the 4 orbs simultaneously. Although it appeared to be a casual toss, it was imbued with profound intricacy. The orbs traced peculiar arcs in the air, landing precisely around the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. A careful measurement of the distance between the orbs and the tiger would reveal that each was exactly 5 meters away, without a fraction of error. It is noteworthy that the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was moving swiftly. Maintaining such precise distances for each orb under these circumstances was no small feat without precise calculations and meticulous control over his strength. It would have been impossible to achieve this. Upon landing, the orbs illuminated with a white light, and a beam of light shot vertically upwards. At a height of 5 meters, the The tip of the beam emitted 2 additional beams in adjacent directions. The columns of light connected, forming a cubic structure. The surrounding icy mist was drawn toward the light beams, converging furiously. The 5 faces of the cube became filled with mist, creating a wall of ice. And with the ground below, a sealed cube was formed. The process was completed in the blink of an eye. From the moment the sealed cubic cage took shape, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had only taken a single step. In a sudden crash, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had no time to react and collided directly with a thick ice wall, which remained unscathed while it was sent flying. It was thrown far away, crashing violently against the ice wall behind it and landing awkwardly on the ground. After nearly 2,000 years, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was left dazed, yet the ice wall that had obstructed it suffered not a scratch. Chapter 22. Level 9 Fixed Spirit Cannon Shells. Once the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was trapped, Wei Xuan ceased all movement, confident in the soul device he had crafted. There was no way this creature could escape. Although the metallic spheres he had thrown were mere level 3 soul devices, their combined force rivaled that of a top-level level 4 soul device. Coupled with his primary soul skill, the cage formed by these 4 metallic spheres was remarkably sturdy, making it exceedingly difficult for any soul beast below 10,000 years to break free. Of course, exceptions existed for particularly powerful soul beasts. This 10,000-year threshold applied to most ordinary soul beasts. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger frantically battered the ice wall in a desperate attempt to escape. The cage remained firmly anchored to the ground, impervious to the creature's relentless assaults. Had the cage provided a more spacious environment, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger might have had a chance to shift it, but alas, the cage measured only 5 meters on each side. With the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger's length nearing 3 meters, it found itself unable to extend its limbs, resulting in insufficient force to alter the cage's position. Wei Xuan observed the cage for a moment before channeling his soul power into the 4 metallic spheres. This soul device was not solely for confinement. It possessed considerable destructive capability, with each sphere housing an explosive mechanism. The spheres simultaneously cracked, followed by the thunderous sound of 4 explosions, accompanied by a pitiful roar from the tiger. Brilliant shards of ice erupted from the explosion, and with a terrifying surge of energy, the once solid ice wall shattered instantly, unleashing a frigid gale through the forest. Wei Xuan stood calmly, and with a mere thought, the surrounding ice mist converged before him, forming a thick ice shield. The gale soon swept over 100 meters, causing trees to sway and leaves to fall in a rustling chorus. As the white light faded, dust from the explosion clouded the air, obscuring visibility, while an aura of destruction and frost lingered. Through the swirling dust, a flicker of purple light was faintly visible in the distance, and the atmosphere grew heavy, creating an oppressive sensation. My lord, congratulations on your achievement in slaying a saber-toothed ice spirit tiger that has lived for nearly 2 millennia. Jing Hongqian's voice echoed in Wei Xuan's ears. He was uncertain when Jing had appeared, but his gaze remained fixed on the distance, his expression a mix of satisfaction and astonishment. For a level 20 soul master to single-handedly defeat a saber-toothed ice spirit tiger of such age would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the realm. However, framing it differently, if a level 4 soul master had vanquished a 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, the impact would be considerably diminished. It was merely the assistance of the soul device. Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle, feeling little turbulence within. Pointing ahead, a gust of cold wind swept through, dispersing the dust and clarifying the view. The site where the cage had once stood had transformed into 4 massive craters, interconnected to form an irregular pit. In the center lay the lifeless body of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, its crystalline skin marred and bloodied, a tragic sight, with a purple soul ring hovering above. Strangely, within the purple soul ring seemed to reside a phantom of the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, its visage fierce and malevolent, akin to a vengeful spirit. Despite the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger's formidable physical defenses, it had been obliterated in an instant, not even afforded a chance to breathe, underscoring the explosive power unleashed. Yet, this tremendous destructive force had come at the cost of the soul device's destruction. After the explosion, the 4 level 3 soul devices were rendered utterly inoperable. This is your own strength as well, slaying a 1,000-year soul beast at the age of 8. My lord, you have once again shattered records. Jing Hongqian exclaimed with glee. His excitement surpassed Wei Xuan's, as witnessing his friend accomplish the seemingly impossible had become a great delight. Wei Xuan offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he approached the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Jing Hongqian, accustomed to Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, maintained his cheerful expression, following closely beside him. "My lord, please focus on absorbing the soul ring. We will handle everything. Neither soul beasts nor those with ill intentions can harm you," Jing Hongchen reassured him. "Thank you." Hall Master Wei Xuan expressed gratitude with a meaningful glance, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. This icy gaze was not directed at Jing Hongchen, but rather at those who had lured him to the Jingong mountain range. Just days prior, someone had claimed to have spotted a 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger in the main vein of Jingong Mountain. Upon hearing this news, his immediate instinct was to suspect foul play. Aside from the extreme northern territories, ice attribute soul beasts were exceedingly rare in other soul beast forests. A top-tier ice attribute soul beast like the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger was virtually non-existent outside of the extreme north, making its appearance in Jingong Mountain's main vein all the more suspect, especially as the age coincided perfectly with the requirements for his second soul ring, an uncanny coincidence. It was reasonable to deduce that the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger had been deliberately captured and brought to Jingong Mountain with the intent of luring him to acquire a soul ring. Given the events that had transpired over the past 2 years, he quickly surmised who was behind it: Su Tianran. After the demise of his so-called brothers, it seemed that it was now his turn. Though he recognized Su Tianran's machinations, he had chosen to proceed regardless. If the other party sought to eliminate him, he might as well seize the opportunity to resolve this nuisance. The feeling of being targeted was far from pleasant, and addressing it sooner rather than later seemed prudent. "It's nothing. I went through a similar experience 2 years ago. I never imagined someone would fail to learn from past lessons and dare to set their sights on my lord," Jing Hongchen remarked coldly, his voice laced with anger. Wei Xuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. In the past 2 years, Wei Xuan has experienced a rather gradual enhancement of his soul power, at least from his perspective. The cultivation methods of the Douluo continent differ significantly from those of the immortal realm, compelling him to invest time in exploring this entirely new approach to cultivation. Progressing steadily and cautiously, akin to fording a river by feeling the stones beneath his feet, he found that even if he wished to accelerate his pace, the combination of alchemy and the study of soul guidance devices hindered him, making the achievement of reaching level 20 within 2 years a considerable feat of course. This perception of slowness is solely Wei Xuan's. Without the aid of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed is undeniably commendable. After nearly 2 years of diligent effort, Wei Xuan has thoroughly delved into the cultivation system of the Douluo continent, ensuring that his future progress will be markedly swifter. The comprehension of the cultivation system not only enhances his speed, but also offers unimaginable benefits for his future development. Indeed, the path of cultivation resembles a long road shrouded in fog. Many individuals, upon embarking on this journey, understand that they must move forward. For walking is simply a matter of having feet. However, few endeavor to clear the fog and discern the true nature of the road beneath them, its destination, and the manner in which they should traverse it. Without piercing through the mist, they find themselves ensnared midway, mere inches from their goal yet unable to take that final step. Wei Xuan's initial choice to uncover the essence of cultivation in this world is driven by a desire to disperse the fog and discover the path best suited to him. In this world, constraints abound, and the attainment of divinity remains an elusive aspiration for many. However, for Wei Xuan, becoming a deity shall never serve as an impediment to his advancement. His path is unassailable, impervious even to the celestial laws. Jing Hongchen observed as Wei Xuan commenced the absorption of the soul rings, warily scanning the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, enveloping them both in a silvery barrier. This silvery shield was no ordinary soul-guiding apparatus. It was the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield, a 9th-level soul-guiding device crafted by Kong Deming. Once the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield was activated, Jing Hongchen felt a measure of reassurance and stood quietly by, watching Wei Xuan absorb the soul rings. Sometimes, being excessively brilliant is not necessarily a boon, Jing Hongchen mused, shaking his head in mild amusement. If Wei Xuan were not so exceptional, perhaps these melodramatic conflicts among peers would not have arisen. 10 hours later, night descended, shrouding the forest in profound darkness, where even moonlight failed to illuminate the woodland of the mountains. Under Jing Hongchen's deliberate control, the Silver Moon Flowing Light Shield minimized its radiance. Yet it still flickered with points of silvery light, unable to completely merge with the surrounding environment. The Silver Moon Flowing Light Barrier has become a prominent symbol in the region. The forest at night is enveloped in profound silence, occasionally disturbed by the distant cries of a soul beast, yet this does little to alter the overarching tranquility. Suddenly, the stillness of the night is shattered as 5 projectiles streak through the sky, heading towards the location of the Silver Moon Flowing Light Barrier. Among these 5, One stands out, exuding a terrifying aura. Even in its dormant state, the energy it radiates renders the air oppressively heavy. The other 4 projectiles pale in comparison. Yet their true might should not be underestimated. Should a high-ranking soul master behold these 5 projectiles, they would surely be struck dumb with fear. For the least formidable among them is an 8th-grade fixed soul-guiding cannonball, and there exists a 9th-grade fixed soul-guiding cannonball, strategic weaponry even within the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 23. Crisis, Ultimate Douluo. Before the cannonballs descend, the soul beasts in the forest scatter like startled birds, transforming the once quiet glade into a cacophony of panic. The projectiles traverse the sky with astonishing speed, reaching 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, rapidly approaching the silver moon flowing light barrier. Within its confines, a profound sense of impending danger causes Jing Hongchen's expression to shift dramatically as he abruptly gazes skyward. The night is hazy, and even as a tidal Douluo, he cannot discern what looms above, only sensing that something perilous is drawing near, evoking a visceral sense of mortality. His soul power surges with utmost urgency into the silver moon flowing light barrier, fortifying the defenses of the 9th-grade soul-guiding shield. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Wei Xuan furrows his brow slightly. While Jing Hongchen cannot perceive the approaching threat, he can. 8th-grade and 9th-grade fixed soul-guiding cannonballs. What an audacious move to deploy such strategic weaponry. Wei Xuan feels a chill envelop him. This chilling sensation diverges from the physical cold. It is instead a manifestation of lethal intent. The soul power within him surged, eager to expedite the absorption of the soul ring. As 10 hours elapsed, his soul ring neared completion. Under normal circumstances, it would require an additional half-hour to finalize. However, with his deliberate acceleration, this duration would be significantly reduced. Suddenly, 5 shells descended simultaneously, detonating upon the silvery moonlight barrier. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, and the very fabric of space appeared to solidify. A brilliant radiance illuminated the night sky as the energy from the 5 shells coalesced, erupting instantaneously. The flames, akin to a ferocious beast intent on consuming all, rampaged outward, obliterating everything in their path. Trees, soul beasts, and even rocks were not spared. In the blink of an eye, the fireball's diameter expanded to several miles, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, its expanse rivaling that of the fireball's spread. At that moment, the main peak of Jing'ong Mountain trembled violently, unsettling numerous soul beasts that gazed in terror at the distant blaze. Centered around the position of the silvery moonlight barrier, a 10-mile radius had transformed into a sea of flames, with flames soaring several dozen meters high. The scene before me is nothing short of spectacular, albeit tinged with an unsettling terror. The once tranquil forest has transformed into a hellish inferno, claiming the lives of countless soul beasts in the wake of the explosion, while the spreading flames threaten to engulf an immeasurable expanse. Moments later, resounding booms echo through the sky as special shells detonate above the flames, resembling a celestial display of fireworks. As the shells burst, a copious amount of gray powder descends from the heavens, so abundant that it obscures visibility and casts the sky into a pallid hue. Upon mingling with the sea of fire, the ferocity of the flames begins to wane. And after the detonation of over 100 shells, the inferno beneath is brought under control. This is a special soul-guiding artillery shell, whose scattered powder possesses fire-extinguishing properties. To prevent the flames from escalating beyond control, Su Tian is compelled to prepare these specialized shells to manage the inferno. This does not imply that Su Tian possesses a particularly benevolent heart. Rather, the ramifications of a fully spreading fire would be far-reaching. Should it be uncovered that he is the perpetrator, he would become the target of widespread condemnation, and the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. To prevent the situation from escalating, he expended considerable effort to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, he would have been indifferent to the matter. The specialized fire-extinguishing shells proved effective, and within less than half an hour, the flames on the ground were essentially extinguished, leaving only faint glimmers of light. Once the fire was quelled, a desolate scene emerged. The ground was charred black, and many broken corpses lay scattered about, the air thick with the stench of blood and the essence of destruction. At this moment, the defensive capabilities of the silver moon flowing light shield were made manifest, remaining intact despite the bombardment of 9th-level fixed installation soul-guided artillery shells. Of course, it was merely intact without any craters. In reality, it was already riddled with cracks, its radiance dimmed, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch. 9th-level fixed installation soul-guided artillery shells demanded caution even from limit Douluo. Their power was not easily withstood. had the silver moon flowing light shield been activated by Kong Deming. The situation might have been more favorable, but regrettably, it was under the control of Jing Hongqin, who could only wield over 80% of its defensive strength. The silver moon flowing light shield transformed into a stream of light and entered Jing Hongqin's chest. Wei Xuan, protected by the silver moon flowing light shield, suffered little harm. However, Jing Hongqin fared less well, his complexion slightly pale. This was due to excessive consumption of soul power. Wei Xuan hurried to Jing Hongqin's side. Supporting him with a tone tinged with urgency, "Hall Master Hongqin, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just overexerted my soul power. It's a bit too much to bear." Jing Hongqin gasped, waving his hand while his gaze remained fixed on the distance. "Your Highness, I sense that the situation is turning dire," he said, frowning heavily. As events had deviated from his expectations. "Let us adapt to the circumstances," Wei Xuan replied, also gazing into the distance, his words laced with significance. "Someone is approaching." "I didn't anticipate that Hall Master Hongqin would possess a shield capable of withstanding 9th-level fixed installation soul-guided artillery shells. Truly remarkable," a chilling voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Wei Xuan's eyes narrowed, a cold light glistening within. Jing Hongqin's expression darkened instantly, and he exclaimed with anger, "Su Tianran, are you not afraid that His Majesty will find out?" "Haha, having made my decision to act, I am naturally confident that I can keep my father from knowing." Su Tianran replied, his smile exuberant and full of self-assurance. Barely a few seconds after his words fell, several figures descended from the sky, with Su Tianran at the forefront, controlling his wheelchair as it emerged from the flying soul-guiding device. Indeed, it was a flight propelled solely by his own strength, illustrating the extraordinary nature of Su Tianran's abilities. Beside Su Tianran stood an elder, tall and dignified, his silver hair meticulously arranged, his complexion as rosy as that of an infant. His bright eyes were deep and profound, conveying a sense of the vicissitudes of life. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of detachment, not emitting the slightest wave of soul power, yet instilling a profound sense of pressure. Even Jing Hongqin felt a flutter of trepidation in his heart when confronted with him, naturally succumbing to a sense of fear. The elderly man did not resemble Su Tianran's subordinate, as evidenced by his proud and upright demeanor. Accompanying Su Tianran were 4 other elders. 3 of them swiftly dispersed upon leaving the flying soul-guiding apparatus, encircling Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqin, their soul-guiding devices emanating waves of energy, poised for action. The remaining elder stood behind Su Tianran, his head bowed, deliberately avoiding any glance at Jing Hongqin. Beside him lay 2 elderly figures in a state of unconsciousness. Jing Hongqin's gaze was soon drawn to the 2 unconscious elders, her pupils constricting, and her complexion changed dramatically. Aren't these 2 precisely the 9th-level soul masters he had stationed around, ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances? To be precise, there are 3. Another stands just behind Su Tiantian. "Qinyang, how dare you betray me?" Jing Hongqin exclaimed in fury, his body trembling. Upon catching sight of the figure in the distance, he suddenly found it difficult to breathe. He could hardly fathom that someone he had trusted so deeply would turn against him and align with Su Tiantian. Upon his arrival at the Jing'an mountain range, he was acutely aware that traps awaited him and Wei Xuan. Thus, he specifically sought the assistance of 3 friends from the Mingda Hall, with a total of 4 9th-level soul mentors at his side. Su Tianran believed he could weather any storm. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that a friend, with whom he had shared over 50 years of camaraderie, would betray him, an eventuality he could never have anticipated. The blow dealt to him was undeniably severe. The elder, known as Qin Yang by Jing Hongqin, exhibited a pained expression, revealing the turmoil within his heart. He opened his mouth, seemingly intent on uttering something, yet upon witnessing Jing Hongqin's furious demeanor, he ultimately refrained, shamefully averting his gaze. "Master Hongqin, there is no need to be so agitated. Elder Qin merely made a prudent decision. He has not committed any grave error. And there is no reason for you to be angry," Su Tian soothingly remarked, his tone calm as if conversing with an acquaintance. "Humph, Your Highness the Second Prince. Spare us your feigned concern. The 9th-level soul-guided artillery shell has already been deployed. Your intentions are abundantly clear," Jing Hongqin retorted coldly. He was overwhelmed with anxiety. His subordinates had betrayed him and 2 had been captured, leaving him alone to protect Wei Xuan. If he were to glance aside, he would observe that Wei Xuan appeared far more composed, at least on the surface. Wei Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the elder beside Su Tian, his expression grave. For this individual presented the greatest threat among them. He had indeed underestimated the situation, astonished that the enemy could summon a suspected limit-level powerhouse. This was quite troublesome. Wei Xuan felt no lightness in his heart, silently reprimanding himself for his negligence. Based on his spiritual perception, he discerned that the soul power level of this elder in black robes was exceedingly high. If he had not misjudged, this individual was most likely a limit Douluo. Chapter 24, Long Xiaoyao, the Evil Soul Master. Upon hearing Jing Hongchen's admonition, the smile on Su Tiantian's face gradually faded, replaced by a stark indifference. Since Master Hongchen has been so forthright, I shall be candid as well. My primary objective here is to eliminate Wei Xuan. He must die, Su Tiantian declared coldly, his murderous intent palpable. His gaze towards Jing Hongchen softened considerably as he urged, however, if you were to align yourself with me, you could survive. You would still retain the power you once wielded as the esteemed Master Mingda, and even after my ascension, your authority would soar to new heights. The Hongchen family would benefit greatly from your continued existence. Retaining Jing Hongchen not only absolved him of any suspicion regarding the assassination of Wei Xuan, but also granted him substantial support within the court, an advantageous proposition. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would prefer not to eliminate Jing Hongchen. Nevertheless, should the latter stubbornly choose to defend Wei Xuan, he would have no choice but to strike him down. Losing a significant ally was far preferable to leaving behind a major threat. Jing Hongchen's expression darkened. He showed no sign of emotional fluctuation in response to Su Tiantian's words, only growing more incensed. Given his disposition, surrender was an unthinkable option. Su Tiantian's remarks felt to him like a profound insult. Su Tiantian, your machinations are quite clever. Do you expect me to submit while you demand I eliminate His Highness Wei Xuan? Jing Hongchen scoffed, scanning the surroundings with an increasingly heavy heart, tinged with despair. The individuals present possess formidable abilities. They are undoubtedly 9th-level soul masters. As for the person beside Su Tianran, their prowess is even more terrifying. Haha. The leader of the Mirror Red Dust truly displays wisdom. Your first task upon allegiance to me is to eliminate Wei Xuan, thus serving as your token of loyalty. Su Tianran clapped his hands mockingly, casting an approving glance at Mirror Red Dust. For Mirror Red Dust to pledge allegiance, it is imperative to personally slay Wei Xuan, binding their fates irrevocably. Otherwise, unease would linger in his heart. Mirror Red Dust fell silent, her gaze resolutely fixed on Wei Xuan, whispering, Your Highness, I will delay them for a moment. You must flee with all your might, run as if your life depends on it, and may you find an opportunity to escape. Upon hearing this, Wei Xuan turned his gaze towards Mirror Red Dust, the sincerity and determination in her eyes igniting a warmth within him for the first time. Do not fear, Your Highness. You must be strong and brave in this moment. I believe you will survive, Mirror Red Dust reassured, crouching down to comfort him. Clearly, she misinterpreted Wei Xuan's moment of distraction as fear. It is natural for an 8-year-old child to feel apprehensive in such dire circumstances. She produced an 8th-level soul guidance device, which, albeit slower than a 9th level, had been pre-charged and required only a minimal infusion of soul power to take flight. Mirror Red Dust handed the dark red flying soul guidance device to Wei Xuan. This soul guide device is designed to be worn on the back, lightweight and convenient. It contains an energy storage array that, once charged, can be utilized by any soul master. This soul guiding device is indeed an extraordinarily unique entity, imposing little restriction on the user's rank. As you venture southward, once you navigate beyond the Jingong mountain range and locate the troops stationed several miles outside the mountains, the impending crisis will naturally be alleviated. Jing Hongchen whispered, confident that there are imperial forces beyond the Jingong mountain range. And he doubted Su Tianran would possess the audacity to confront the military directly. Su Tianran regarded Wei Xuan and his companion with an amused expression, refraining from immediate action. With 4 soul masters and a limit Douluo present, even if Wei Xuan were to sprout wings, escape would be impossible. His demise was inevitable. Granting him a moment was inconsequential, for Su Tianran was curious to witness the expression of despair on Wei Xuan's face. Wei Xuan, grasping the soul-guiding device handed to him, chuckled helplessly and shook his head, saying, Master Hongchen, it is utterly impossible to flee in such a manner. He was unaware of the identities of the several 9th-level soul engineers, yet he was certain that he could never escape the grasp of that limit Douluo. His instincts warned him that the opponent could effortlessly intercept him. Even utilizing a 9th-level soul-guiding device for flight would prove futile. A look of despair crossed Jing Hongchen's face as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Wei Xuan. Moreover, even if there were a possibility of my escape, I would never wish to trade your life for my survival, for such an act would condemn me to a lifetime of guilt. Wei Xuan resolutely dismissed Jing Hongchen's proposal. Unwilling to flee alone, With his pride, how could he allow himself to exchange another's life for his own survival? It is not his obstinacy, but rather a deviation from his true nature that would be detrimental to his future cultivation, rendering such a choice utterly impossible. Your Highness, at this moment, it is paramount to focus on survival, Jing Hongqian urged anxiously. Wei Xuan resolutely shook his head and returned the soul-guiding device to Jing Hongqian, stating, I possess a method that will ensure our survival. Jing Hongqian was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing Wei Xuan's unwavering determination, he felt a mix of anxiety and bemusement. He was all too familiar with Wei Xuan's demeanor, which indicated that his mind was set, leaving little room for alteration, at least not for him. Perhaps this is fate. Jing Hongqian sighed in despair, resigning himself to the thought of perishing together in battle. He dismissed Wei Xuan's claim of a way to survive, believing it impossible under such dire circumstances. Wei Xuan took a few steps forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Su Tianran. I had thought the lesson from the Crown Prince would temper your recklessness, yet it appears you remain undeterred, he remarked. Su Tianran's expression darkened instantly. If not for the threat you pose, would I be so eager to act? He retorted. The improved formation and the creation of new elixirs have significantly elevated your status, garnering the admiration of over 70% of the court ministers, many of whom would gladly align with you. Even Old Kong has become your supporter. If this continues for a few more years, the court may very well be entirely in your favor. With their backing, your ascension to the throne is merely a matter of time, leaving no place for me. For the throne, you must die. Su Tianran's words were tinged with madness, his emotions surging as he cast a gaze filled with haunting resentment towards Wei Xuan. While previously, Wei Xuan had enjoyed the emperor's favor with a potential claim to the throne, the current support from the court ministers solidified his position. Indeed, in a sense, whoever Old Kong supports is destined to become emperor. Wei Xuan remained unperturbed, his demeanor largely unchanged. I have no interest in the throne, besides, I am merely an adopted son. His aspirations lie in reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, regarding the imperial power as nothing more than a burden to evade, rather than pursue. Haha, Su Tianran scoffed, bursting into laughter as if he had heard the grandest joke on earth. No interest in the throne? Do you not find that hypocritical? Who does not yearn for power? His eyes gleamed with a profound craving for authority. As for your claim of being an adopted son, who can guarantee you are not the emperor's illegitimate child? Ask the master of Hongqian if he believes it, he derided. Jing Hongqian refrained from countering. Truth be told, he harbored suspicions that Wei Xuan might indeed be the emperor's illegitimate offspring, a sentiment shared by many. Recognizing Su Tianran's unwavering resolve to kill him, Wei Xuan had no intention of uttering foolish reassurances about not contending for the throne or seeking peace. Wei Xuan turned his gaze toward the elder beside Su Tianran, offering a benevolent smile. Elder, do you recall our previous encounter? The elder had encountered him a year prior, within the hallowed chambers of his imperial father. Now, to avert impending peril, it was imperative to target this limit Douluo. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to gamble his life in a desperate bid. Risking the shattering of his consciousness, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to eliminate these foes, yet the cost would be exorbitant, and he would not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. For such an act might lead to his utter demise, depriving him even of the chance for reincarnation. If he could only sway Su Tianran's thoughts, they could potentially dissolve the crisis at hand. However, Su Tianran harbored an overwhelming resentment towards him, bordering on obsession, rendering any influence futile. The ability to manipulate another's mind is inherently limited. The greater the animosity from the other party, the slimmer the chances of success. Furthermore, should the adversary possess formidable strength, the likelihood of success diminishes even further. Take Long Xiaoyao, for instance. He knew without even attempting that it would be futile. Su Tianran's body trembled as he regarded the elder in astonishment, not expecting their prior acquaintance. The elder, sensing Su Tianran's tension, explained, "We have merely crossed paths. There is no deeper connection." A clear sense of relief washed over Su Tianran as he turned to Wei Xuan, offering a sinister smile. "What? Do you still wish to feign camaraderie for your life?" Wei Xuan cast a cold glance at Su Tianran, choosing not to engage further. "Elder, your decision to assist Su Tianran must pertain to the matters of the Holy Spirit sect. Am I correct?" Wei Xuan inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon the elder. The elder's expression shifted slightly, his eyes now reflecting a hint of admiration for Wei Xuan's perceptiveness, for indeed, he was as astute as the legend suggested, a pity, nonetheless. "I do not hesitate to inform you that His Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, consented to aid me precisely because of the Holy Spirit sect," Su Tianran interjected with a smirk. He had paid a significant price to persuade Long Xiaoyao to come forth, effectively binding himself to the Holy Spirit sect. However, what can knowing achieve? Su Tianran taunted, eager to witness the despair and helplessness in Wei Xian's demeanor. Yet, he was destined for disappointment, for Wei Xian not only remained unfazed but also wore a slight, knowing smile. Elder, allow me to speak plainly. I can genuinely restore the Holy Spirit sect's reputation, enabling the evil soul masters to walk openly in the sunlight. Wei Xian asserted earnestly. He had his own speculations regarding Long Xiaoyao's motives for assisting Su Tianran and sought to exploit them to his advantage. Previously, in the Imperial Palace, he had encountered two limit Douluos and, driven by curiosity, had inquired with his father about their purpose. The Sun and Moon Emperor had not withheld the truth, detailing their identities and their aspirations to forge an alliance with the Sun and Moon Empire. Su Tianran's ability to enlist a limit Douluo's aid likely stemmed from promises of an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect upon his ascension to the throne. Since their union was driven by mutual benefit, Wei Xian reasoned that he could present an even greater incentive to secure their assistance. Long Xiaoyao's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of interest in Wei Xian's words. Without waiting for a response, Wei Xian continued. What I mean by restoring reputation is to genuinely address the shortcomings of the evil soul masters, allowing them to traverse the continent freely, unburdened by disdain. This statement can indeed be described as breathtaking. Previously hesitant, Long Xiaoyao was now utterly astonished. In a swift motion, he appeared before Wei Xian, crouching down to meet him at eye level, his breath quickening as he questioned, "Is what you say true? Do you truly possess a method to rectify the shortcomings of the evil soul master?" This news is of paramount importance to Long Xiaoyao, significant enough to render him nearly unable to maintain his composure. Should it indeed be possible to resolve the deficiencies of the evil soul masters, allowing them to roam freely under the sun, then the Holy Spirit sect could rightfully emerge. In this way, Shishui would no longer need to worry about the future of the Holy Spirit Church. Perhaps, by then, a smile would once again grace her face. Jing Hongchen was startled by the sudden appearance of Long Xiaoyao, immediately becoming vigilant, aiming the soul-guided cannon at him. Su Tianran's expression darkened, losing all semblance of composure. It would be dire if Long Xiaoyao sided with Wei Xian. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, do not heed his nonsensical claims. How could a mere child of 8 resolve the issues posed by the evil spirit masters? Su Tianran spoke in a low voice. He exchanged glances with several soul masters, signaling them to prepare for action to prevent unnecessary complications. It would be wise for you to refrain from making any moves until I have inquired further. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Long Xiaoyao warned, releasing an aura of terrifying power that belonged to a limit Douluo. The 6 individuals present, including Su Tianran, felt their bodies grow heavy under the immense pressure. Only Wei Xian remained unaffected, while the others struggled to catch their breath under the overwhelming force. The might of the limit was unmistakable, capable of intimidating 5 9th-level soul masters. However, this was merely intimidation. In a true battle, the 5 9th-level soul masters would not lack the ability to contend. Su Tianran, his face grim, had not anticipated that Long Xiaoyao would impede them. I have no reason to deceive you. When I state that I possess the means to address the evil spirit master's issues, it is indeed true, Wei Xian calmly asserted. Confronted with this pinnacle of power on the continent, he felt considerable pressure, as the disparity in strength was palpable, an intangible oppression beyond his capability to withstand. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit any fear, maintaining his composure in the face of Long Xiaoyao. A glimmer of hope ignited within Long Xiaoyao as he eagerly urged, "Share your method. If I deem it feasible, I will ensure your safety. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, do not forget the agreement between the Holy Spirit Church and myself." Su Tianran's voice grew heavier, his fist clenched, a murderous intent brewing within. Long Xiaoyao disregarded Su Tianran's words. What mattered more to him now was the method proposed by Wei Xian. The malevolence of the evil spirit masters stemmed largely from the sinister attributes of their martial souls affecting their minds. If the malevolent influence on their intellect could be controlled, their thoughts would align with those of ordinary individuals, no longer driven by an instinctual urge to kill. Thus, the inherent flaw of the evil spirit masters would be resolved. Once their minds were restored, the evil spirit masters would be no different from normal soul masters, save for their martial souls being slightly more sinister. By addressing the murderous instincts of the evil spirit masters and encouraging them to engage in virtuous deeds, public perception could gradually shift, ultimately leading to their acceptance over time. Wei Xuan elaborated. Pausing for a moment, he added, "Of course, for those who kill with the intent of enhancing their power, that is a different matter altogether." Upon hearing Wei Xuan's proposal, Long Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a commendable approach. Most evil spirit masters were, in fact, pitiable souls, influenced by their martial souls. Their personalities skewed and shunned by society, driving them down a path drenched in blood. If it were truly possible to liberate the evil spirit masters from the influence of their martial souls, enabling them to walk in the sunlight again, it would be a remarkable outcome. Chapter 25. Are you deceiving me? The joy was short-lived, as Long Xiaoyao soon furrowed his brow. Before he could voice his doubts, Su Tianran sneered first. Do you take the Dragon Emperor for a mere child? The malevolent attributes of martial souls cannot simply be controlled at will. If it were that easy, there would be no evil spirit masters left in this world. We wouldn't be waiting for you to propose this method. Su Tianran's disdain was evident as he pointed out the most significant flaw in Wei Xuan's proposal. Long Xiaoyao felt a surge of displeasure at Su Tianran's interruption, but chose not to contest it, acknowledging that there was some truth to his words. He cast a piercing gaze at Wei Xuan, his eyes narrowing dangerously. What you speak of is merely theoretical. Its feasibility, in my view, is lamentably low, if not utterly impossible. Is this truly the solution you propose? As he concluded, the pressure emanating from Long Xiaoyao bore down on Wei Xuan, causing him to stumble, his legs bending as if he might collapse. Wei Xuan exerted all his soul power to resist the weight of this pressure, his legs trembling as he fought to stand straight, his complexion turning pale. Do not overstep your bounds, Jing Hongqian admonished angrily, prepared to confront Long Xiaoyao head-on. Hongqian, the leader of the Red Dust Hall, quickly intervened to halt Jing Hongqian, shaking his head. I advise you to refrain from any rash actions, otherwise, do not be surprised if I send you on your way right now, Long Xiaoyao warned, his tone grave and his mood foul. He had initially believed he had found hope, only to now feel as though he had been deceived. This method seemed utterly unachievable. Jing Hongqian glared at Long Xiaoyao, striving to control his emotions and suppress his rage. Wei Xuan maintained his composure, though his gaze had grown colder, unwavering under Long Xiaoyao's scrutinizing stare, affirming, "Since I have stated it can be controlled, it signifies that it indeed can be done. Others may falter, but I shall prevail." Under the penetrating gaze of Wei Xuan, whose eyes were as profound as the night sky, Long Xiaoyao felt an unfamiliar, elusive fear creeping into his heart, compelling him to avert his gaze. Realizing the shift in his own emotions, Long Xiaoyao was taken aback. How could he, in disbelief, feel fear towards a mere child of 8? The emergence of such emotions prompted Long Xiaoyao to reassess his perception of Wei Xuan, leading to newfound significance in his regard for him. Do you know the fate that awaits those who deceive me? Long Xiao remarked coldly, his murderous intent unmistakably radiating from him as he gazed at Wei Xuan once more. Wei Xuan chuckled, displaying a relaxed demeanor as he replied, "It is nothing more than death. However, I possess absolute confidence that I shall never experience such an outcome." Long Xiaoyao regarded Wei Xuan with a profound gaze, noting his calmness at the mention of death, seemingly devoid of any fear. He found himself somewhat inclined to believe Wei Xuan's words. Perhaps he truly had the ability to harness the malevolent attributes of the evil spirit master. "I can offer you an opportunity. I shall procure an evil spirit master for you to experiment with. If you succeed, you may live. If you fail, I shall ensure your suffering is greater than death. Are you willing to attempt this?" Long Xiao stated after a brief contemplation, though his trust was still largely absent. He felt compelled to try. What if he succeeded? Upon hearing this, Su Tiangan's expression darkened dramatically. "Senior Long, Wei Xuan is someone I must eliminate. I implore you not to hinder me." Long Xiaoyao turned to Su Tiangan, his expression devoid of warmth as he replied, "I am not obstructing you. I merely wish for him to assist me with a task. Should he fail, you need not worry. I shall naturally fulfill your desire to kill him. As for the possibility of success..." Here, Long Xiaoyao faltered, uncertain about how to manage Wei Xuan. If he succeeded, would Long Xiaoyao still protect him? Do not forget, we came here to kill him. If he survives, will he spare us in the future? Even if he chooses not to pursue this assassination attempt, can he truly hold no grudges? Should he live, he will become the emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. If he harbors resentment against the Holy Spirit sect, I doubt the days ahead will be pleasant for us, Su Tiangan stated, his demeanor grim, regretting not having killed Wei Xuan at the earliest opportunity. As the current situation had spiraled out of control, Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, deep in thought, frequently glancing at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan remained silent, standing still, his consciousness extending as he prepared for an offensive. Senior, if you take him away now, I will be finished. The conditions I previously agreed upon with your Holy Spirit sect will all become void. Once I ascend the throne, I will ensure the Holy Spirit sect becomes the state religion, while what can he offer you? A high likelihood, if not certainty, of despair. Do you truly wish to relinquish a powerful ally for an improbable method? Su Tiangan implored earnestly. At this moment, Long Xiaoyao found himself ensnared in indecision. He needed to solidify his resolve. Su Tiangan pondered for a moment and then sincerely proclaimed, Senior, while this statement may bear a hint of intimidation, I must express it nonetheless. Between him and me, you can only choose one. If you take him to conduct the experiment now, regardless of the outcome, our agreement shall be nullified. From that point onward, Su Tiangan and the Holy Spirit sect shall have no connection, nor shall any collaboration be possible. His words were direct. Between Wei Xuan and him, Long Xiaoyao could only choose one, with no possibility of accommodating both. Long Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes at Su Tiangan. Su Tiangan felt the weight of Long Xiaoyao's gaze, his body trembling slightly, akin to being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, Su Tiangan might have softened his stance, but at this moment, he held his ground, meeting Long Xiaoyao's gaze unwaveringly, conveying his certainty. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Long Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze, rising to his feet, lost in contemplation. Typically decisive, he found himself hesitating, unable to reach a conclusion in the current predicament. Jing Hongqian, listening intently from the side, began to grasp the identity of the individual before him and the reasons for his alliance with Su Tiangan. With quickened eyes, a thought emerged in his mind, and he inquired, You are the legendary Dragon Emperor Douluo, Long Xiaoyao, are you not? Instinctively, Long Xiaoyao nodded. Dismissing Jing Hongqian's comment as he weighed the pros and cons of his choices, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Though he felt displeasure at Su Tiangan's earlier words, he could not deny the logic behind them. While Wei Xuan's claims seemed fantastical, their feasibility was remarkably low, and Long Xiaoyao only entertained a faint hope of success. Lacking genuine belief in the potential resolution of the evil spirit master issue. Chapter 26, Su Tiangan's Demise, the Guardian. Regarding Long Xiaoyao's attitude, Jing Hongqian was undeterred, continuing, Senior. In fact, a change in partnership would benefit the Holy Spirit sect greatly. What do you mean? Long Xiaoyao inquired, feigning confusion as he regarded Jing Hongqian. Noticing Long Xiaoyao's interest, Jing Hongqian took a deep breath, striving for calmness as he articulated. What I mean is that you might consider collaborating with His Highness Wei Xuan. He is undoubtedly a superior partner compared to Su Tiangan. In terms of talent and prestige within the empire, His Highness Wei Xuan vastly surpasses Su Tiangan, and the benefits of collaborating with him would be significantly greater. Moreover, His Highness possesses a character that far exceeds Su Tiangan's. He would never resort to betrayal. I am unsure of the promises Su Tiangan has made to you, but from my understanding of him, while he may offer his assistance when in need of you, once he has attained his ambitions, I fear the Holy Spirit sect may find itself in peril. Jing Hongqian, do not attempt to sow discord here. Su Tiangan interjected, his expression darkening, filled with rage. He then turned to Long Xiaoyao, hastily clarifying, Senior Long, do not heed his fabrications. I would never betray you. Huh. One who would slay his own brothers to achieve his goals is capable of anything, Jing Hongqian retorted derisively, showing clear disdain for Su Tiangan. Long Xiaoyao's gaze flickered, revealing no discernible change in his emotions as he regarded Jing Hongqian, imparting an air of significance when he asked, How can you guarantee that Wei Xuan would be a better choice for us? He possesses a certain understanding of the circumstances within the Sun Moon Empire, being aware of some of Wei Xuan's deeds. If he were to choose an ally between Su Tianran and Wei Xuan, he would undoubtedly select Wei Xuan, as the latter has a far greater likelihood of ascending to the throne of the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, Su Tianran does not leave him with a favorable impression. As Jing Hongqian pointed out, a person who cannot even eliminate a brother is capable of anything, and dealing with such an individual is far from a prudent choice. Were it not for Shi Shui's intention to ally with Su Tianran, he would have little interest in this person, harboring no fondness for one who cannot even strike down a brother. However, he needs to ascertain Wei Xuan's stance towards the Holy Spirit sect. For if the latter could make promises akin to Su Tianran, it might warrant consideration. Jing Hongqian, with his quick wit, instantly grasped Long Xiaoyao's intention, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he became resolute. gritting his teeth and saying, "If you can assist us in extricating ourselves from this predicament, I can persuade His Highness Wei Xuan to ally with you, fostering mutual assistance. Furthermore, I can extend some aid to the Holy Spirit sect, provided that it does not involve any murderous actions." As the head of the Ming Hall, his words carry significant weight. In order to ensure their escape alongside Wei Xuan, he reluctantly chose to compromise. Although collaborating with the Holy Spirit sect felt akin to seeking the skin of a tiger, it was certainly preferable to death. As long as Wei Xuan survives, he will undoubtedly possess the capacity to suppress the Holy Spirit sect and assume a dominant role in the partnership. Perhaps, in due course, he could even reform the Holy Spirit sect, leading this malevolent group of soul masters towards a path of lesser wrongdoing. Jing Hanshan consoled himself. To alleviate some feelings of humiliation, he could only comfort himself in this manner. Long Xiaoyao appeared somewhat intrigued, directing his gaze towards the silent Wei Xuan, and inquired, "I wish to know your stance." Su Tianran's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retorted, "Senior Long, do you truly wish to sever our agreement?" As he spoke, he signaled to several ninth-level soul masters, indicating that they should prepare to act, intending to eliminate Wei Xuan first. Wei Xuan had been focused on Su Tianran, but upon hearing Long Xiaoyao's words, he turned his gaze upwards, smiling as he said, "I see no issue in forming an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect, for it is a matter of mutual benefit. However, prior to that, I believe you should make a choice. Will you assist him or me?" Wei Xuan gestured towards Su Tianran. Su Tianran's face turned a ghastly shade, his hands gripping the armrests of his wheelchair with such force that the metal warped under his immense strength. At that moment, he felt profound regret. Had he known, he would never have summoned Long Xiaoyao, who was meant to ensure absolute security. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the greatest variable would be the very person he had invited. How ironic. Long Xiaoyao surveyed both Wei Xuan and Su Tianran, pondering deeply and finding himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Seeing Long Xiaoyao's indecision, Wei Xuan subtly shook his head, internally murmuring, "Since you cannot make a choice, allow me to choose for you." A cold glint flashed in Wei Xuan's eyes as he regarded Su Tianran with a touch of pity, whispering in a tone audible only to himself, "Cunning, ambitious, and sufficiently ruthless. Indeed, a person of great potential, yet regrettably, he has provoked me." A powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly erupted in the vicinity, transforming into an invisible yet ferocious assault. All present, save for Wei Xuan, were struck with astonishment, their expressions shifting to one of horror, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Before anyone could react, a piercing scream resounded, sharp, shrill, and filled with terror and despair. Long Xiaoyao and the others swiftly turned towards the source of the sound, their eyes widening in disbelief at the ensuing scene. Su Tianran lay helplessly slumped in his wheelchair, his face as pale as a corpse, marked with terror, blood seeping from his orifices, his expression frozen in place. As titled Douluo, their senses were acutely honed. They all noticed that Su Tianran's breathing had ceased, his heart had stopped, dead beyond revival. Everyone stood frozen in place, including Long Xiaoyao, the impact of this scene overwhelming. A living individual had perished just like that. Without a hint of forewarning, they had not even discerned who had struck the blow. They merely sensed a surge of formidable spiritual energy followed by Su Tianran's agonizing scream. Such a method was utterly terrifying. The paralysis lasted scarcely a moment before all became vigilant, scanning their surroundings as if facing a formidable enemy. Long Xiaoyao's expression grew gravely serious, his martial spirit instinctively manifesting as he felt the weight of the moment. Among those present, he was the most powerful, his peak-level strength granting him an exceptionally potent spiritual sense, far exceeding that of typical titled Douluo. Yet, even this formidable spiritual power had failed to provide any forewarning of the impending mental assault. The implications of this are self-evident. The master of that formidable mental power is undoubtedly no weaker than him, likely a limit Douluo of the mental category. The dark sacred dragon martial soul materialized behind him, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings swirling ominously around him, emanating a terrifying energy that instilled fear throughout the area. Upon releasing his martial soul, Long Xiaoyao transformed the atmosphere into one of suffocating pressure, with gravity intensifying abruptly, causing everyone to struggle for breath and feel a weight in their chests. In that initial moment, Wei Xuan felt as though he were crushed beneath a mountain, teetering on the brink of death. Had it not been for Long Xiaoyao's timely control over his aura, Wei Xuan might have indeed perished from the sheer force of his presence. Such overwhelming pressure from a limit Douluo was far beyond what a soul master of Wei Xuan's caliber could easily withstand. Meanwhile, the 4 ninth-grade soul mentors on Su Tianran's side were thrown into disarray. Su Tianran's demise had left them without their anchor. Exchanging glances, the 4 quickly regrouped, standing back-to-back in a state of anxious vigilance. Each of them felt an unsettling disbelief, the second prince of the Sun Moon Empire, a soul master with an impressive rank of 85, had perished so abruptly and bizarrely. Had it not been for the oppressive aura emanating from Long Xiaoyao, they might have mistaken this for a mere dream. With Su Tianran's death, a sense of despair enveloped them. Could they possibly survive after all they had done? Jing Hongqian immediately positioned himself in front of Wei Xuan, his expression grave. Although Su Tianran had fallen, he felt no sense of relief. There is no need for such secrecy, esteemed one. Please reveal yourself, Long Xiaoyao commanded as he soared into the air. His tone steady despite the unknown intentions of his adversary. No response came. The surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of sound or energy. Wei Xuan stood quietly behind Jing Hongqian, a faint smile gracing his pale visage. The notion of a limit Douluo was merely a fabrication. It was simply his own intervention that had transpired earlier. He wondered how Long Xiaoyao would react upon realizing this truth. Of course, he would never confess to his involvement, allowing Long Xiaoyao to indulge in the illusion of an existing limit Douluo. After a span of several minutes, under Long Xiaoyao's guidance, Wei Xuan, Jing Hongqian, and the 2 captured 9th-grade soul mentors hastily departed the Jingyang Mountains. Their flight was swift, the scenery below transforming rapidly. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 emerged beyond the mountain range. On a small peak several miles away from Jingyang Mountains, Wei Xuan turned to Long Xiaoyao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Had it not been for your deterrence, escaping from those 4 ninth-grade soul mentors would have proven exceedingly difficult. Long Xiaoyao nodded, regarding Wei Xuan with earnestness. I do not extend my aid without reason. Now that Su Tianran is deceased, the previous agreement with the Holy Spirit sect is rendered void. I wish to represent the Holy Spirit sect in forming an alliance with you. He stated his intention plainly, acknowledging that with Su Tianran's death, their only option was to ally with Wei Xuan. The Sun Moon Empire was not without other princes, yet those contenders paled in comparison to Wei Xuan, rendering an alliance with them unnecessary. Long Xiaoyao's gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan, an unspoken pressure lingering in the silence. His words carried an unmistakable weight, one that brooked no refusal. His assistance in facilitating Wei Xuan's escape was predicated on the necessity of an alliance. Should Wei Xuan decline, it would render his efforts futile. Wei Xuan acquiesced. Very well, but I must clarify a few points before we proceed with the alliance to avoid future discord. Long Xiaoyao felt a sense of relief wash over him. Wei Xuan's agreement was a positive sign, and his expression softened considerably. What would you like to discuss? Jing Hongqian stood beside Wei Xuan, remaining cautiously vigilant, fully aware of the gravity of facing a limit Douluo. Wei Xuan, however, felt little pressure and articulated directly. I can assist in alleviating the martial soul afflictions of the evil soul masters and do my utmost to rehabilitate the Holy Spirit sect's tarnished reputation, reshaping its image in the eyes of the public. Long Xiaoyao's countenance brightened, for this was precisely what he sought. After a brief moment of elation, he spoke solemnly. I need your assurance that upon your ascension to the throne of the Sun Moon Empire, the Holy Spirit sect will be established as the state religion. He retained a degree of skepticism regarding Wei Xuan's ability to resolve the issues surrounding the evil soul master's martial souls, believing it more pragmatic for the Holy Spirit sect to be recognized as the state religion. I have no desire for the throne. Yet I can vow in the name of my martial soul that should we form an alliance, I will ensure the Holy Spirit sect is designated as the state religion. Wei Xuan replied. Long Xiao nodded, scrutinizing Wei Xuan. What do you wish the Holy Spirit sect to do for you in return? There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Wei Xuan's willingness to assist the Holy Spirit sect surely came with his own demands. With a smile, he replied, I require the Holy Spirit sect to agree to 3 conditions. What are those conditions? Long Xiaoyao inquired, refraining from immediate agreement and instead seeking clarity. The first condition is that the Holy Spirit sect must strictly regulate its followers. Any evil soul master who resolves their martial soul issues through my methods must not engage in indiscriminate killing or wrongdoing. Those who dare to defy this will be dealt with by me personally, Wei Xuan stated calmly, his expression revealing no hint of malice. Yet his words sent a chill through Long Xiaoao. Long Xiaoao scrutinized Wei Xuan intently, suspecting he harbored further unspoken intentions. In such circumstances, he imagined Wei Xuan would not merely eliminate those who continued to perpetrate evil but might also take action against the Holy Spirit sect itself. Before Long Xiaoao could respond, Wei Xuan continued. The second condition is that I require the Holy Spirit sect to provide me with sufficient support, granting me the authority to mobilize its followers when necessary. As for the third condition, Wei Xuan fixed his gaze on Long Xiaoao, pausing momentarily before stating, I need you to protect me for 10 years. Protect? Long Xiaoao queried, perplexed by the term's implications. Simply put, I require your personal protection for a decade, Wei Xuan succinctly explained, having momentarily forgotten that the concept of protection was foreign to this world. Isn't that akin to being your bodyguard? Long Xiaoyao's expression soured, his voice low. You wish for me to serve as your bodyguard? As a distinguished limit Douluo, how could he not feel anger at being called to such a role? Ahem. Jing Hanchen cleared his throat, stepping in to clarify, it may not be entirely accurate to frame it that way. There is a significant distinction between personal protection and being a bodyguard. Just as I often protect His Highness, does that render me a mere bodyguard? With Jing Hanchen's explanation, Long Xiaoyao's demeanor softened considerably. He regarded Wei Xuan and said, I can agree to the first two conditions. However, I must insist that you revise the third condition. I cannot be expected to protect you at all times. In his view, the first two conditions were reasonable and not excessive, while the third was simply too presumptuous. For a limit Douluo to serve as a bodyguard would irreparably tarnish his illustrious reputation. Your Highness, perhaps we should consider an alternative, Mirror Hanchen suggested, noting that the likelihood of Long Xiaoyao agreeing to this condition was rather slim due to his pride. Moreover, he harbored reservations about Long Xiaoyao and was reluctant to allow him to remain constantly by Wei Xuan's side. Wei Xuan shook his head, his tone resolute. This third condition is non-negotiable. I require you to become my protector. He aspired to genuinely grow and not falter midway, making a formidable guardian indispensable. Having a soul master of Long Xiaoyao's caliber serve as his protector was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. Long Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, feeling averse to the idea of becoming someone else's guard. How about this? If I can indeed resolve the influence of the evil soul master's martial spirit, will you then agree to be my protector? Wei Xuan proposed. Rest assured, being my guardian will not entail engaging in any chaotic tasks. Your sole responsibility will be to protect me when necessary. Additionally, your role as my protector could strengthen the ties between the Holy Spirit sect and the Sun Moon Empire, fortifying our alliance. Wouldn't that be advantageous? Long Xiaoyao pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. Very well. If you can truly address the issues posed by the evil soul master's martial spirit, I shall serve as your protector for 10 years. Chapter 27. The Solar Martial Spirit. Ultimate flame upon Long Xiaoyao's agreement. Wei Xuan smiled in satisfaction and nodded. You shall not regret this choice. However, Long Xiaoyao did not share Wei Xuan's enthusiasm. He felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of potentially becoming someone else's guardian. Half an hour later, Long Xiaoyao departed alone, while Wei Xuan, Mirror Hanchen, and the two 9th-level soul masters returned to the Ming capital. On the soul-guided aircraft, Wei Xuan stood shoulder to shoulder with Mirror Hanchen, while the two 9th-level soul masters remained unconscious, yet to be awakened. Occasionally, Mirror Hanchen would glance at Wei Xuan, hesitating to speak. Red Dust Hall Master, please feel free to voice your thoughts. There is no need for such restraint between us, Wei Xuan said without turning his head. Indeed, Mirror Hanchen nodded, letting out a soft sigh. I cannot shake the feeling that forming an alliance with the Holy Spirit sect may not be the wisest choice. Wei Xuan briefly turned his gaze towards Mirror Hanchen before looking ahead again, his tone tinged with resignation. Just now, we had only two choices, to ally or to perish. There were no other options. Should we refuse the alliance, Long Xiaoyao would have acted against us immediately. Under such circumstances, could we have chosen differently? Mirror Hanchen's expression darkened. It was his first encounter with such helplessness. The feeling of life and death hinging on another's whim was unsettling. What if we simply deny this alliance? Once we return to the Ming capital, we need not worry about our safety anymore. Denying it would hold no consequences. Even if the Holy Spirit sect is powerful, I find it hard to believe they would dare to wreak havoc in the Ming capital. If they do, they shall learn the might of our Sun Moon Empire. Mirror Hanchen asserted. He held a strong bias against the Holy Spirit sect, viewing an alliance with them as akin to courting disaster, inevitably leading to a grim fate. Wei Xuan shook his head without hesitation, having made a promise. I shall not waver. I will uphold my commitment. But your highness, you may honor your promise. Yet they may not reciprocate. Those evil soul masters are hardly benevolent, Mirror Hongqian cautioned. Let us observe the situation. Should they dare to breach our agreement, I shall find a way to deal with them, Wei Xuan replied, his voice turning cold. Seeing Wei Xuan's unwavering demeanor, Mirror Hongqian chose to remain silent. In the northern region of the Jingyang mountain range, 4 elderly men descended from the sky, panting heavily and appearing somewhat disheveled. These 4 9th-level soul masters were formidable adversaries, and even Long Xiaoyao would require considerable effort to eliminate them. Previously, Long Xiaoyao had opted against a direct confrontation with these 4, merely forcing them to retreat. What shall we do now? One of them asked, bewildered. We can no longer remain in the Sun Moon Empire. Given our actions, staying here would lead only to our demise. Another elder replied solemnly. What do you mean? The other 3 turned their attention to this elder, quickly grasping his intent. We must depart from the Sun Moon Empire and head to the original Douluo continent. As 9th-level soul masters, many factions will surely seek to recruit us. As long as we align ourselves with a sufficiently powerful force or nation, even if our whereabouts are discovered, they will be unable to act against us. But what of our families? Someone voiced their concern. At such a time, what use is there in worrying about family? Staying here is no guarantee of their safety. It would only lead to our shared demise, another lamented. Let us set aside thoughts of family for now and focus on preserving ourselves. Upon returning to the Ming capital, Mirror Hongqian entered the imperial palace to report the events to the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. Upon hearing the news, the emperor nearly fainted from rage, immediately dispatching personnel to purge Su Tianran's residence. In less than a day, the once illustrious residence of the second prince was reduced to ruins. Those closely associated with Su Tianran faced repercussions. Several officials were demoted, and numerous royal relatives received warnings. The guards trained by Su Tianran were disbanded. 3 days later, at Mingda Hall, the news of Su Tianran's death stirred considerable commotion throughout the Ming capital, yet Wei Xuan remained largely unaffected. He had immersed himself in the production of soul-guided devices. After absorbing his second soul ring, his soul power ascended to new heights. Although he was only at the 22nd level, this represented a refined and compressed level of power. In terms of total capacity, his soul power was even denser than that of an average soul sovereign, proving to be exceptionally durable. With his soul power breakthrough, he was eager to attempt crafting higher-level soul-guided devices and had already begun taking action. He had agreed with Long Xiaoyao to wait half a month before attempting to assist in resolving the drawbacks of the evil soul master's martial spirit, leaving him with ample free time in the interim. Brother Wei Xuan, where are you? A tender voice called from outside the laboratory. Wei Xuan possessed a dedicated laboratory within Mingda Hall, furnished to a high standard, comparable to that of a 9th-level soul master. Hearing the anxious voice from outside, he paused his work. Creak, the laboratory door swung open, and a chubby boy of about 6 years old, with a round face, rushed inside. Upon spotting Wei Xuan, the boy's lips quivered, his eyes reddening as he stumbled towards Wei Xuan. Woohoo, brother Wei Xuan! The chubby child cried as he ran, looking quite aggrieved, and suddenly leaped into Wei Xuan's embrace. Wei Xuan took a few steps back to absorb the impact. He was not worried about the force. But the boy was another matter. Observing the child's sorrowful tears, Wei Xuan gently patted his back, offering comfort. Why are you crying so much? Who has bullied you? The plump little boy is Su Yanqing, the youngest son of the Sun and Moon Emperor. Woo! I heard that my second brother has died, Su Yanqing sobbed. His face awash with tears, deep sorrow etched across his features. Wei Xuan fell silent, unsure of how to console him. Unlike most children his age, he possessed an extraordinary temperament, but Su Yanqing was different. At merely 6 years old, his innocence rendered him unable to contain his grief upon hearing of his brother's demise. After a brief silence, Wei Xuan gently inquired, "Do you blame your brother?" He shared a close bond with this non-biological sibling, genuinely regarding him as a brother and hoping that the tragedy involving Su Tianran would not create a rift between them. Su Yanqing sniffled, loosening his grip around Wei Xuan. Tilting his head and shaking it vigorously, his chubby cheeks quivering slightly. "I don't blame you. Although I am heartbroken over my second brother's death," he replied, wiping away his tears. "Why?" Wei Xuan asked with a smile. sensing that Su Yanqing spoke from the heart. I believe my second brother brought this upon himself. If he hadn't attempted to harm you. Su Yanqing trailed off, unable to continue, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, his voice choked with emotion, appearing utterly forlorn. His connection with Su Tianran was not as strong as that with Wei Xuan. His sorrow stemmed more from their blood relationship. Anyone would feel heartache upon learning of a brother's death, especially a child of 6. Wei Xuan gently ruffled Su Yanqing's hair, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little one's distress. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, he cheerfully suggested, Yanqing, let me perform a magic trick for you. Su Yanqing looked up at Wei Xuan, still sniffling, but part of his attention was diverted, asking, what kind of trick? Wei Xuan extended his right hand, waving it before Su Yanqing's eyes, conjuring a mist of icy vapor. The little boy watched in fascination as the vapor floated from Wei Xuan's hand. Under Wei Xuan's control, the mist did not exude an extreme chill. It resembled normal light smoke. The icy vapor danced around Su Yanqing, sometimes morphing into soaring icebergs, at other times transforming into a miniature ocean teeming with leaping fish. It shifted into an ice dragon soaring skyward, and then into a fierce tiger prowling the land. Haha, that's beautiful, Su Yanqing exclaimed, completely captivated by these wondrous creations, clapping his hands in delight, his laughter brightening the atmosphere. Wei Xuan smiled, pleased by Su Yanqing's innocent joy. Indeed, the emotions of a child can shift swiftly. The mist took on various forms, creatures running on the ground, flying in the air, and swimming in the water, each manifestation more enchanting than the last. Ultimately, the icy vapor transformed into a transparent handkerchief that gently wiped away the tears from Su Yanqing's face. Beaming with happiness, Su Yanqing held the handkerchief in front of him, gazing at it with childlike curiosity. What an amazing trick. Can you teach me, brother? He asked, his face filled with admiration and hope. This is a special trick of mine. I cannot teach it to you, Wei Xuan replied with a chuckle. But I really want to learn. Su Yanqing lamented, disappointment evident in his voice. Wei Xuan playfully pinched Su Yanqing's chubby cheek, softly saying, although you cannot learn this, I can teach you other fascinating things. Let us unleash your martial soul. Su Yanqing scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before admitting, I haven't awakened my martial soul yet. You turned 6 just over 10 days ago. How is it you still haven't awakened it? Wei Xuan asked curiously. Su Yanqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he whispered, I had so much fun in Lingyun City that I forgot. With that, he lowered his head, fearing reprimand from Wei Xuan. Forgotten? Wei Xuan chuckled, observing Su Yanqing's pitiful demeanor, deciding against scolding him. Well, let us go awaken your martial soul now. Yay. Su Yanqing cheered, his radiant smile erasing his previous melancholy. You. Wei Xuan shook his head in exasperation, tidying up before leading Su Yanqing out of the laboratory. At the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, within the awakening chamber, Su Yanqing stood within the magical array, his body trembling slightly, a look of anguish crossing his face. Hang in there, Yanqing, it will soon be over. Wei Xuan reassured him, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed that Su Yanqing's martial soul was not simple. The awakening process was proving quite challenging, and Wei Xuan felt a growing anticipation for what it might be. It's so hot, Su Yanqing exclaimed as his skin flushed crimson, the temperature around him soaring. The air distorting as waves of heat surged. A blinding red light erupted from him, coalescing behind him into a spherical flame resembling the sun, radiating brilliant light as the air warped under its scorching intensity. How can this solar martial soul be so intensely fiery? The elder assisting Su Yanqing murmured, astonished. The intense heat rendered even the Soul Emperor quite uncomfortable, necessitating the circulation of his soul power to withstand it. Wei Xuan gazed at the blinding sun, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Such extreme temperatures were not typically possessed by a soul master who had merely awakened their martial soul. The innate full soul power far exceeded that of an ordinary solar martial soul, leading Wei Xuan to speculate about Yanqing's martial soul. Yanqing, how do you feel? Wei Xuan approached Su Yanqing to inquire. To the heat that caused discomfort even for the Soul Emperor, Yanqing felt only a mild warmth, far from reaching a point of unease. Fortunately, I feel much stronger than before, though it is a bit warm, Su Yanqing replied, tugging at his clothing to enhance ventilation. Chapter 28. Level 5 Soul Guidance Device. Ice Cloud Wings try to sense your martial soul, Wei Xuan instructed. How do I communicate with it? Su Yanqing scratched his head sheepishly, his expression one of bewilderment, unsure of what to do. His time had been spent on play and food, leaving him with little knowledge of martial souls. Seeing Su Yanqing's confusion, Wei Xuan couldn't help but smile. First, close your eyes, think of nothing, and carefully feel the changes within your body. Oh, Su Yanqing obediently nodded and began to follow Wei Xuan's guidance. Please summon the Hall Master, Wei Xuan said to the elder. The elder respectfully complied and left the awakening room. Moments later, the energy surrounding Su Yanqing stabilized, and his overall condition improved significantly. Jing Hongqian soon arrived at the awakening chamber. This could truly be the ultimate flame, Jing Hongqian exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and astonishment as he beheld the martial soul behind Su Yanqing. The ultimate martial soul had not been seen in the Sun-Moon Empire for millennia, yet here appeared two at once, truly astonishing. Yanqing's situation should be classified as a mutation, otherwise, the strength of a solar martial soul would not reach the level of the ultimate flame, Wei Xuan analyzed. It should be said that the royal family's inherited solar martial soul does not reach this pinnacle, as it lacks purity, Wei Xuan elaborated. The flames of the sun are undoubtedly among the hottest in existence, epitomizing the essence of fire. If a soul master's martial soul were the true sun, then its flames would certainly embody the ultimate flame, beyond question. The reason the solar martial soul inherited from the Sun-Moon royal family has never achieved the ultimate level is entirely due to its lack of purity, rendering it not a true sun. Indeed, no soul master with a solar martial soul has appeared in a millennium with the ultimate flame. His Highness Yanqing's case can only be explained by mutation. Jing Hongqian nodded, suddenly recalling something and turning to Wei Xuan with a smile. However, this should also relate to the bloodline elixir developed by His Highness. The bloodline elixir can purify the bloodline within a soul master, enhancing the quality of their martial soul. This is a concoction developed by Wei Xuan based on the connection between soul masters, their martial souls, and bloodlines in the realm of Douluo continent. Upon ingestion, it remarkably enhances the quality of martial souls. To refine such a pill, nearly 10 million gold soul coins worth of materials are required, including rare heavenly treasures, making the cost exorbitantly high. Furthermore, it necessitates the alchemical techniques of the cultivation world, and presently, only Wei Xuan possesses the capability to create it. Due to limitations in his soul power, he must enlist the assistance of other alchemists to accomplish this task. The process of refining a batch of pills takes 1 to 2 months. Thus far, Wei Xuan has only succeeded in producing a single batch, yielding 10 pills. Among these, Su Yanqing consumed 2, one given to him by Wei Xuan and another he stealthily took for himself. Speaking of the bloodline pill, Wei Xuan finds himself both amused and exasperated, remarking that the little one treats the pills as if they were mere candies. It appears that the bloodline pill has purified Yanqing's bloodline, elevating his martial soul to the pinnacle of the ultimate flame, as Wei Xuan explained. The emergence of the ultimate flame is more a testament to the efficacy of the bloodline pill than a mere mutation. One pill is sufficient to enhance the quality of a martial soul. Although the effects of 2 pills are somewhat diminished, they still surpass the impact of a single pill. With the extraordinary potency of the bloodline pill, it is entirely reasonable for a top-tier martial soul, such as the Sun martial soul, to ascend to the level of a super martial soul. If only this pill could be mass-produced like the body-tempering and soul-refining pills, it would undoubtedly elevate the martial souls of all soul masters, lamented Jing Hongqian. The effectiveness of the bloodline pill is indeed remarkable. If it could be produced on a large scale, it would be a boon for every soul master. The batch of bloodline pills I refined was already at the lowest possible cost. It cannot be reduced further, Wei Xuan stated. The exorbitant cost renders the bloodline pill inherently scarce. Jing Hongqian comprehends the value of the bloodline pill and refrains from further comment, as the prospect of mass-producing a pill worth over 10 million is simply unrealistic. Brother, my martial soul is incredibly powerful. Su Yanqing's excited voice erupted, filled with exuberance. As he struggled to contain his glee, Wei Xuan smiled and encouraged, tell me how powerful it is. Jing Hongqian looked at Su Yanqing with intense curiosity, eager to understand just how formidable the Sun martial soul had become at the ultimate flame level. Of course, Su Yanqing replied, brimming with pride in his martial soul, and began to ramble on. Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement or his limited understanding of martial souls, Su Yanqing spoke for quite some time without addressing the main point. Perhaps we should take our time to comprehend it. Wei Xuan sighed, resting a hand on his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless with his Na'vi brother. Indeed, Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement. having listened for over 10 minutes without grasping what Su Yanqing was trying to convey. After Su Yanqing awakened his martial soul, Wei Xuan took him to the imperial palace to inform the Sun and Moon Emperor of this development. Upon learning that his youngest son possessed an ultimate martial soul, the Sun and Moon Emperor was filled with indescribable joy. The evolution of the Sun martial soul to the ultimate flame level holds profound significance, heralding a future where the royal bloodline will grow stronger, benefiting generations to come. Initially, the Sun and Moon Emperor did not pay much heed to his playful and gluttonous son, but upon discovering his extraordinary awakening, his attitude shifted dramatically. He promptly dispatched a 9th-level soul mentor to protect Su Yanqing and prepared to provide him with numerous cultivation resources. Henceforth, with the awakening of his martial soul, Su Yanqing's treatment improved exponentially, garnering even greater favor from the Sun and Moon Emperor. The next day, accompanied by the 9th-level soul mentor, Su Yanqing set out to obtain his first soul ring, while Wei Xuan remained behind in the laboratory to craft a soul guide device. This time, he was focused on producing a 5th-level soul guide device. Achieving success would signify his ascension to the rank of a 5th-level soul mentor. 12 days swiftly passed, and within the laboratory, Jing Hongqian stood quietly by, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Xuan. He held his breath, too anxious to even exhale, appearing more tense than Wei Xuan in the midst of his assembly. Sweat formed in the palms of his tightly clenched hands. Wei Xuan, absorbed in his task, was assembling the soul guide device with unwavering concentration. Over the past several days, he had completed the forging of the device's exterior, inscribed hundreds of ordinary magic arrays, and etched 10 core magic arrays. Now, only the assembly and the engraving of external magic arrays remained to bring the 5th-level soul guide device to fruition. For an ordinary soul mentor, only the assembly of components would be left, but Wei Xuan had an additional step, the engraving of external magic arrays. He meticulously inscribed a gathering energy magic array on the exterior of the device, which would minimize the soul power required to activate it. The difficulty of engraving external magic arrays is significantly greater than that of internal ones, demanding an exceptional mastery of the engraving tools and a meticulous level of detail. Beyond the operational requirements, a soul mentor must possess a profound understanding of the internal magic array patterns. Otherwise, any misalignment between the internal and external arrays could lead to energy conflicts, resulting in catastrophic explosions. These demands are exceedingly challenging, even for a typical 9th-level soul mentor, as they lack the formidable mental prowess possessed by Wei Xuan. Given the high level of operational difficulty, only Wei Xuan dares to inscribe the magic formation externally. The soul guide device was meticulously designed by Wei Xuan, who was already well-versed in its assembly, requiring no reference to the blueprints as he worked. In less than an hour, he completed the construction of the soul guide. At the moment it took shape, Jing Hongqian let out a joyful scream, as if he had just crafted a soul guide himself. Wei Xuan, startled by Jing Hongqian's exuberance, nearly dropped the larger soul guide from his hands. "Hongqian, why are you so excited? You gave me quite a scare," Wei Xuan remarked with a hint of annoyance. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply lost control of my emotions." "Don't mind me, please continue," Jing Hongqian replied with an embarrassed smile, momentarily forgetting that Wei Xuan still needed to inscribe the formation. Wei Xuan shook his head, amused, and picked up the dark gold carving knife to commence engraving the final energy converging formation. This energy gathering formation is a modified version of the original from the realm of cultivation. After 3 hours, Wei Xuan successfully inscribed the 5th-level energy gathering formation, thus completing the 5th-level soul guiding device. "Your Highness, may I see this flying soul guiding device? I am eager to assess its quality," Jing Hongqian said, approaching Wei Xuan with anticipation. Wei Xuan handed the soul guiding device to Jing Hongqian and pulled up a chair to rest. Jing Hongqian took the flying soul guiding device, shaped like the wings of an ice bird, and examined it meticulously, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from within. After a thorough inspection, a look of astonishment crossed Jing Hongqian's face as he nodded repeatedly. The soul guiding device captivated him. "Excellent. Truly remarkable. This is undoubtedly the finest 5th-level flying soul guiding device I have ever encountered," Jing Hongqian praised, clearly delighted with the creation. Shifting his gaze from the device to Wei Xuan, he expressed his excitement. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the youngest 5th-level soul master in history." His evaluation confirmed that the flying soul guiding device fully met the criteria for a 5th-level device, indicating that Wei Xuan had attained the corresponding standards. A mere 8 years old and already a 5th-level soul master. This was unprecedented. A smile emerged on Wei Xuan's face. Although he found the creation of a fifth-level soul-guiding device somewhat challenging, he had nonetheless succeeded. I shall test its effectiveness, he thought, eager to see if the device performed as anticipated. Soon, the two exited the laboratory, with Wei Xuan donning the ice cloud wings, his chosen name for the device. Resembling the wings of an eagle, the ice cloud wings featured feathers crafted from metal, adorned with intricate, exotic patterns that enhanced its aesthetic appeal, rendering it splendid. Between the wings lay the harness, made from a special metallic material, adjustable to accommodate the wearer's physique. Near the chest, a circular metal plate glowed with white light, pulsating with a faint energy radiance. This is the control center of the entire soul-guiding device, equipped with a psychic sensor that allows the user to directly manipulate flight through mental power. For those with weak mental faculties, the ice cloud wings are rather superfluous, to the point of being nearly useless, as they cannot be effectively controlled. However, for an individual like Wei Xuan, who possesses formidable mental strength, these ice cloud wings are akin to genuine wings, enabling effortless movement and assisting one in soaring through the skies. The soul-guiding device, the ice cloud wing, was custom designed for Wei Xuan, enabling him to overcome his inability to fly. In Chapter 29, the god of death Douluo, Yi Shishui, Wei Xuan, with a mere thought, infused his soul power through the straps into the wings, activating the intricate array inscribed on their surface. The ice cloud wings seemed to come alive, stretching autonomously, vivid and lifelike, akin to the wings of a majestic snow eagle. With a gentle flap, the minuscule thrusters engaged, propelling him upward as Wei Xuan began to ascend. Initially, the sensation was unfamiliar, and his ascent was gradual as he adapted to the wings upon his back. In less than a dozen seconds, he fully acclimatized to the ice cloud wing, soaring into the sky like a genuine snow eagle, gliding freely among the clouds. The wings, akin to Wei Xuan's own hands, allowed for seamless maneuvers, ascending, diving, and gliding, all executed with fluid grace and without a moment's hesitation. Due to the prohibition of flying within the city of Mingdu, Wei Xuan circled above the Mingda Hall a few times before coming to a halt. The wings retracted, the straps disengaged automatically, and he utilized his soul power to store the ice cloud wing back into the soul-guiding device. Jing Hongqian stepped forward, visibly excited, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wei Xuan. Your Highness, may I have a copy of the design for this soul-guiding device? I wish to promote your innovative flying device. Wei Xuan's creation was notably more agile and easier to operate, addressing the cumbersome nature of traditional flying soul-guiding devices. If successfully disseminated, it could lead to significant advancements in the research of such devices. Certainly. But please note that this device demands a high level of mental acuity from its user, Wei Xuan cautioned. A high requirement for mental acuity? Jing Hongqian furrowed her brow slightly, her excitement waning. Indeed, this soul-guiding device is controlled by mental strength. Those with insufficient mental power would find it unusable, Wei Xuan clarified. I see, Jing Hongqian replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Enhancing mental power is far more challenging than increasing soul power. There may be very few capable of meeting the requirements to utilize this device. After a moment of contemplation, she added, please provide me with the design. I wish to study it thoroughly. Wei Xuan, intrigued by innovations in soul-guiding devices, complied. The following day, within a courtyard in Mingdu City, Wei Xuan stood shoulder to shoulder with two elders, Jing Hongqian to his left and Kong Deming, with his short gray-white hair, to his right. A few meters in front of them stood a group of 6 individuals, 5 men and 1 woman. Among them was Long Xiaoyao, whom Wei Xuan had encountered just days prior, standing closely beside a woman. The woman was shrouded in a dark crimson cloak, her face veiled in an ethereal mist that obscured her features. The only indication of her femininity was the graceful posture she possessed. Even cloaked, her alluring form was discernible beneath the fabric, a physique that no man could claim. She exuded no hint of ferocity, appearing as ordinary as any common person. However, to dismiss her as unremarkable based solely on her seemingly mundane presence would be folly. She was anything but ordinary. Her ability to stand alongside Long Xiaoyao revealed her extraordinary nature. She was Yi Shishui, the Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect. The other 4 men, disciples of the Holy Spirit sect, emanated a sinister and bloodthirsty aura. They stood respectfully behind Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao, not daring to make a single move. Unexpectedly, after nearly 4 decades of absence, Yi Shixue expressed her surprise at encountering Kong Deming once again. Her gaze was fixed on him the moment she appeared, revealing a hint of wariness in her otherwise concealed eyes. If there were anyone in the world whom she regarded with caution, it was undoubtedly Kong Deming. Despite the vast difference in their soul powers, she dared not underestimate him. He was a true presence nearing the 10th level soul master, capable of challenging her, a limit Douluo. Long Xiaoyao, upon seeing Kong Deming, felt a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated his reemergence after such a long silence. Kong Deming smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm in his tone as he remarked that he had come out of seclusion to ensure that no one was using their strength to bully the weak. His glance at Long Xiaoyao was unmistakable in its implication. Long Xiaoyao maintained a stoic expression, as if the comment were not directed at him. At their level, emotional control was paramount, and they rarely exhibited fluctuations in demeanor. Yi Shixue, with a calm yet hoarse voice that bore an unsettling chill, suggested that if blame were to be assigned, it should be directed towards the deceased Su Tian'an, as they had merely come at the invitation. Kong Deming's eyes narrowed dangerously at her words, which struck a nerve with the royal family. Senior Long, would you not make introductions? Wei Xuan interjected, seeking to avert any potential discord. Long Xiaoyao, understanding Wei Xuan's intent, nodded and turned to Yi Shixue, introducing her. This is our Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect. Yi Shixue, you may address her in the same manner you address me. You are likely aware of our purpose for coming. Greetings, Senior Yi. Wei Xuan acknowledged with a slight nod, a gesture of respect. Can you truly resolve the soul weapon issues of the evil soul masters? Yi Shixue inquired, her tone laced with a hint of expectation. This matter is of paramount importance to her, and discussing it makes it difficult for her to maintain her composure. You won't know unless you try, Wei Xuan remarked, offering little explanation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Words cannot rival the impact of witnessing the results firsthand. Yi Shixue cast an appreciative glance at Wei Xuan. She too was not one for idle chatter. Nonchalantly, she pointed to an individual, saying, "Step forward." The soul master she indicated paled slightly, hesitating, for the first attempt did not guarantee favorable outcomes. Did you not hear me? Yi Shixue said with displeasure, waving her hand. The soul master found himself uncontrollably propelled into the center of the circle. To prevent any possible resistance, Yi Shixue restrained him, rendering him immobile. You may begin. Yi Shixue urged, eager to witness the outcome. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a deep glance at Yi Shixue before saying nothing and stepping forward to stand before the soul master. Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen followed closely, wary of the two limit Douluos, Dragon Xiaoyao and Yi Shixue, and they dared not stray too far from Wei Xuan. Kong Deming's presence here today was to ensure Wei Xuan's absolute safety. With him around, even if Yi Shixue and Dragon Xiaoyao teamed up, they would not dare to act against Wei Xuan. Otherwise, they would learn the formidable power of the soul-guided devices in Mingdu. Under Kong Deming's control, once the soul-guided array in Mingdu was fully activated, even the strongest limit Douluo would find themselves unable to survive. Release your martial soul, Wei Xuan instructed. Terrified by Yi Shixue's restraint, the soul master dared not delay and immediately manifested his martial soul. It took the form of a black, ferocious, two-headed wolf. Its sharp fangs bared, enveloped in dark energy, exuding a chilling malevolence. The dark two-headed wolf, while not among the most powerful of evil martial souls, was considered average, excelling in speed and attack. As the martial soul was unleashed, the soul master's aura surged, dark fur sprouting from his skin, his nails elongating into claws, and fangs emerging from his mouth, his eyes glazed with a blood-red hue. For soul rings materialized beneath him, one yellow and three purple, an extraordinary configuration indeed. The soul master became increasingly agitated, baring his teeth at Wei Xuan, his gaze burning with a bloodthirsty hunger. Had it not been for Yi Shixue's binding, he might have lunged forward, unable to contain his insatiable desire for blood. Facing this ferocious soul master, Wei Xuan remained unfazed, betraying not a hint of fear. Channeling his soul power, his ancient ice dragon martial soul manifested behind him, accompanied by two soul rings of yellow and purple. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan's martial soul and soul rings, Dragon Xiaoyao and Yi Shixue exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a flicker of emotion. What a powerful martial soul, Dragon Xiaoyao thought, astonished. Being a dragon-type martial soul himself, he was particularly attuned to such energies. From Wei Xuan's martial soul, he sensed a bloodline suppression, an authority of the superior over the inferior, which left him astounded. If even the formidable dark holy dragon could be subdued, it was evident how potent Wei Xuan's bloodline truly was. The ancient ice dragon spiraled around Wei Xuan as he lightly leaped atop its head, aligning his height with that of the Soul Master. He pointed a finger at the Soul Master's forehead, channeling his soul power through his fingertip into the Soul Master's body. The previously agitated Soul Master calmed as the energy surged, his eyes involuntarily closing. Wei Xuan employed the Qingxinju to imbue his soul power with the ability to dispel evil and center the mind. Under his exquisite control, the cool and soothing energy flowed into the Soul Master's head, purifying his negative emotions. Chapter 30. The awe of limits. Dragon Huo Yuhao and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Though they did not comprehend how Wei Xuan achieved this, the result undeniably left them in shock. The malevolent aura of the evil spirit master was evidently diminishing. No longer exhibiting the same ferocity as before, its bloodthirsty tendencies subsiding. A glance exchanged between Yushishue and Long Xiaoao revealed mutual surprise and a flicker of joy in their eyes. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed, and Wei Xuan's soul power had depleted by over 80%, revealing signs of fatigue. He retrieved a soul power replenishing bottle from his storage ring, multitasking as he absorbed and utilized the soul power simultaneously. Typically, when employing such a bottle for restoration, one must concentrate fully, refraining from using any soul power, lest it lead to chaotic disturbances and damage to the meridians. However, for Wei Xuan, this concern was unwarranted. His mastery over his own soul power ensured that no disruptions would occur. Utilizing this relatively advanced soul power replenishing bottle, he restored approximately double the amount of soul power required before successfully expelling the malevolent thoughts of the evil spirit master. In the final moments, Wei Xuan infused a simplified version of the Tranquil Heart Sutra into the mind of the evil spirit master. The incantation was imbued with special restrictions, allowing the evil spirit master to cultivate it independently, yet rendering it impossible to pass on to another. This is not a restriction that would cause one's body to explode upon the revelation of a secret technique, but rather a form of forgetfulness. The malevolent soul master instinctively engages with this technique, yet his memory holds not a single fragment of information regarding it. He remains completely unaware that he is perpetually executing this technique. This peculiar restriction was an accidental acquisition from his previous life, although not particularly complex. It possessed an inexplicable enchantment that even he found admirable in its creator. The Cleansing Heart Sutra, while not an extraordinary method, was not something Wei Xuan wished to disseminate widely, at least not at this moment. To prevent its circulation, he had no choice but to impose such a restriction. As the ice dragon vanished, Wei Xuan descended steadily to the ground, a wave of weakness causing him to stagger back a step before regaining his balance. His Highness Jing Hongchen quickly supported Wei Xuan, deeply concerned for his well-being. "I am fine," Wei Xuan gestured reassuringly, indicating his condition was stable. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoao and Yushishue focused their attention on the malevolent soul master, their respective mental energies unfurling to scrutinize the changes within him. "How do you feel?" Yushishue inquired immediately upon seeing the malevolent soul master open his eyes. The malevolent soul master appeared somewhat bewildered, feeling quite uncomfortable with the changes occurring within his body. However, Yushishue's voice swiftly roused him from his stupor. He promptly knelt on one knee and declared, reporting to the esteemed elder, "I am well. My mind is clearer than before, and the heavy malice that once clouded my thoughts has dissipated." The individual was filled with exhilaration, believing that his current self might indeed be his true essence, as if he were afforded a chance to be reborn. Yushishue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she urged, "Please elaborate on the transformation you have undergone. And, by the way, unleash your martial soul so that I may behold it." The malevolent soul master obediently unleashed his martial spirit. Upon unleashing his martial soul, the transformation of his body bore no distinction from before. The dark aura remained. Yet his eyes no longer glowed with the blood-red hue. As this sinister soul master manifested his martial soul, shock washed over the faces of all present. Save for Wei Xuan. It seemed I was unaffected, this sinister soul master exclaimed with delight. A disbelieving smile edged upon his face. Yushishue, disregarding the sinister soul master, fixed her piercing gaze upon Wei Xuan, her heart stirred, feeling a joy she hadn't experienced in decades. "Senior, you must believe now," Wei Xuan remarked with a smile. "How did you achieve this?" "I wish to learn," Yushishue stated directly, cutting through any preamble. "I cannot impart this method to you just yet. If you wish to resolve the issue with that sinister soul master, simply bring him to me, and I shall assist him," Wei Xuan replied. For he had no intention of sharing his insights freely. This knowledge was his leverage against the Holy Spirit sect, and he would not relinquish it lightly. Yushishue furrowed her brow, a perceptive woman seasoned by life, quickly grasping Wei Xuan's intentions. "What must I do to gain this method?" "You may set any terms you wish," As long as we can fulfill them, there is no problem, Yushishue asserted. She was reluctant to let the Holy Spirit sect remain dependent on Wei Xuan, if a resolution could be found in one go, even at a greater cost. It was acceptable. Even in an alliance, she did not wish to be subjugated by another. Wei Xuan smiled faintly, shaking his head. Senior, we are both astute individuals. You must understand that I cannot easily divulge this method. We lack true trust between us, and before I can fully trust you, I need a means to restrain you. Wei Xuan spoke candidly and directly. There was no need for subtleties with someone as clever as her, and some matters could be laid bare. Yushishue's expression turned cold. The air around her growing distinctly frigid as her emotions shifted, the blood-colored puppet faintly materializing in the space around them. Kong Deming's complexion altered, and in a flash, he positioned himself before Wei Xuan, speaking sternly, Grand Elder, this is Mingdu City. I implore you to exercise restraint. As he spoke, an unusual energy ripple emanated from Kong Deming, akin to a signal awakening a ferocious beast. Long Xiaoyao and Yishishue both felt a palpable sense of danger emanating from Kong Deming, their heartbeats quickening, a weight settling in their chests. Shishue, remain calm. Do not act impulsively, Long Xiaoyao advised, gently shaking his head as he approached her. Yi Shishue understood the gravity of the situation, striving to rein in her emotions. Allowing her aura to retract, restoring tranquility to the atmosphere. Casting a meaningful glance at Kong Deming, she remarked, Old Kong, you're becoming increasingly inscrutable. Hasn't the strength of the Grand Elder also seen considerable improvement compared to before? Kong Deming replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yushishue forced a smile, her gaze fixed on Kong Deming, pondering his thoughts. Kong Deming, in turn, scrutinized Yushishue, the air thick with tension. Senior, should you wish to form an alliance, it must be on my terms. Otherwise, our previous agreement is void, Wei Xuan stated coldly. Since arriving in this world, he had maintained a serene mindset, remaining indifferent to many matters. It was this indifference that lent him an air of tolerance. Did this mean he would not be provoked? Certainly not. When angered, he could be terrifying, and his wrath could only be quelled with blood. Were it not for the fear of a massacre ensuing from his genuine fury, he would not deliberately restrain his emotions. At this moment, Yushishue's aggression was particularly irksome to him, akin to kindness being mistaken for foolishness. If the other party dared to remain obstinate, the consequences could be dire. Kong Deming stepped back to Wei Xuan's side, casting him a reassuring glance. Within Mingdu, even the most formidable title Douluo could not act recklessly. Wei Xuan nodded. Understanding Kong Deming's implication, his gaze icy as he regarded Yushishue. His expression bore no trace of anger, only tranquility. Calm as a still pond. It evoked a sense of confronting an abyss, sending chills through one's body. As an extreme Douluo, upon witnessing Wei Xuan's placid demeanor, Yi Shishue felt a tremor within her heart, a faint flicker of fear emerging. She regretted not managing her emotions earlier, realizing she should not have pressed or provoked Wei Xuan. Now, she felt as though she had challenged a deity, a weight pressing down on her heart. Hearing Wei Xuan's almost threatening words, in times past, Yushishue's temperament would have driven her to strike him down without hesitation. Yet now, this renowned extreme Douluo, the Grand Master of the Holy Spirit sect, fell silent, choosing not to speak further. Her instincts warned her against provoking Wei Xuan at this moment. The repercussions could be severe, perhaps even beyond her capacity to endure. This may seem absurd, yet she now firmly believes in this intuition. Given that His Highness Wei Xuan can assist the evil soul masters in resolving their martial soul issues, I shall also honor my previous commitment to protect your path for 10 years, Long Xiaoyao stated, his words serving both to shift the topic and to express his genuine intentions. The atmosphere was palpably tense, had he not stepped forward to utter something. The situation might have spiraled into the worst possible outcome. He too sensed the menacing aura emanating from Wei Xuan. What of Senior Ye's stance? Wei Xuan inquired. As Long Xiaoyao's position had become quite evident, now it was a matter of determining Yushishue's response. Yushishue fell into contemplation, swiftly weighing the pros and cons before nodding in agreement, saying, let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 31. Time flies. For years the frostiness in Wei Xuan's gaze dissipated as he remarked, in that case, let us adhere to our prior agreement, mutual benefit. Both Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishue nodded in concurrence. Indeed, even if Wei Xuan could not resolve the martial soul issues for the evil soul masters, they would still form an alliance with him. After all, with Su Tianran deceased, a successor was necessary, and Wei Xuan undoubtedly represented the optimal choice. Now that Wei Xuan had demonstrated his extraordinary worth, their need for an alliance grew even more pressing. even if it meant being somewhat passive and tethered to him. After a moment of silence, Yi Shishui posed a question. What are your thoughts on assisting my disciples with their martial soul issues? You must have noticed that with my current soul power, it is already quite taxing to aid the soul sect, let alone those of higher ranks. After a brief contemplation, he responded, let us initially focus on the soul sovereigns and those below. Every half-month, I will assist 10 individuals at a time, addressing their issues collectively. Isn't that efficiency rather low? Yu Shishui frowned. 10 individuals every half-month amounts to merely over 200 a year. I find this unsatisfactory, as we could certainly achieve greater efficiency. Wei Xuan replied in a calm tone. I have many matters to attend to and cannot devote all my time to resolving your issues. Yu Shishui's prior demeanor had left him perturbed, so his current attitude was understandably less than cordial. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, Yu Shishui's temper flared. Few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Shishui. Long Xiaoao gently grasped Yu Shishui's arm, subtly urging her to remain composed. Given His Highness Wei Xuan's exceptional talent, it would be prudent for him to allocate more time to his cultivation. This would ensure a swift elevation in his prowess, enabling him to assist higher-ranked disciples with their martial soul issues, Long Xiaoao explained, keen to prevent any further conflict. Upon hearing his words, Yu Shishui's displeasure began to ease. A moment of reflection revealed that allowing Wei Xuan more time for cultivation would indeed yield greater benefits, especially considering the abundance of high-ranking soul masters within the Holy Spirit Church. Wei Xuan cast a look of appreciation toward Long Xiaoao. In contrast to Yu Shishui, Long Xiaoyao exhibited far more composure and insight. An hour later, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao departed the courtyard with the 4 evil soul masters. Due to Wei Xuan's significant soul power depletion, he refrained from further assisting the evil soul masters with their martial soul issues. During this hour, both parties engaged in collaborative negotiations. After exchanging a few words with Wei Xuan, Kong Diming also took his leave, not lingering in the vicinity. Your Highness, do you believe the Holy Spirit Church will honor its commitments? Jing Hongchen queried uncertainly, standing beside Wei Xuan. For the Holy Spirit Church to operate openly on the continent, they must enact changes. They cannot afford to breach their promises, Wei Xuan replied softly. Jing Hongchen nodded in agreement, a hint of excitement coloring his tone as he remarked. If the Holy Spirit Church can indeed make such changes and steadfastly align with the Empire, it would be a tremendous boon. With their assistance, we could address our shortcomings in pure soul masters. He was uncertain of the overall strength of the Holy Spirit Church. Yet the presence of these 2 limit Douluos alone highlighted the extraordinary nature of this faction. Even compared to superpowers like Shrek Academy and the Body Sect, they were hardly inferior, and perhaps even superior. What the Sun Moon Empire lacked most was genuine soul master strength. With the support of the Holy Spirit Church, the Empire's overall power would undoubtedly ascend several tiers. Indeed, as long as the Empire continues to grow stronger, we will not need to request anything. They will naturally align themselves with the Empire, Wei Xuan asserted with confidence. The alliance with the Holy Spirit Church was, in essence, a mutual benefit bound by shared interests. As long as the benefits remained substantial, concerns of loyalty would be negligible. Jing Hongchen gazed at Wei Xuan with a look of surprise, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Sensing Jing Hongchen's unusual scrutiny, Wei Xuan turned to him in confusion, asking, why do you look at me like that? Nothing, Jing Hongchen replied with a smile, exclaiming, I simply find it remarkable that despite your youth, you possess a maturity surpassing that of many adults. Your far-reaching vision, understanding of human nature, and seasoned approach to matters, if not for your appearance, I would assume you are a centuries-old sage. Wei Xuan was truly exceptional, to the point of being intimidating. Perhaps I truly am a centuries-old sage, he quipped playfully, smiling at Jing Hongchen as he stepped toward the courtyard's exit. Jing Hongchen was momentarily taken aback, watching Wei Xuan's retreating figure in a daze, before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, if you are centuries old, then I must be 10,000 years. Just here to boast. Jing Hongchen teased, catching up with Wei Xuan. For years later, in the extreme north, a strikingly handsome, tall, and slender youth dashed across the vast snowy expanse, his light blue hair dancing in the wind. The young boy before us is Wei Xuan. At the tender age of 12, he already embodies the essence of a young adult, possessing a blend of youthful innocence and unexpected maturity. His eyes, deep and profound like a tranquil pool, shimmer brightly, seemingly harboring an infinite cosmos within, leaving others unable to fathom their depths. At this moment, he finds himself relentlessly pursued by a formidable soul beast. The creature in pursuit is a colossal snow ape, towering over 5 meters when on all fours, its massive frame imposing. Its limbs are exceptionally robust, muscles bulging like stones, with well-defined contours that exude raw power, causing the ground beneath to tremble as it charges across the snowy terrain. The snow ape emanates a potent energy wave. Its fierce demeanor palpable, and its large, piercing eyes betray an unmistakable malevolence, brimming with a deadly intent. In this frigid northern expanse, the snow ape stands as a formidable soul beast, boasting an age nearing 40,000 years. Due to its ice and snow attributes, its power is further augmented in this extreme environment, rendering even an average soul Douluo potentially unable to contend with it. The harsh conditions of the extreme north diminish the strength of non-ice type soul masters, making it exceedingly difficult to challenge the nearly 40,000-year-old snow ape. A creature of such caliber, comparable to a soul Douluo, is not something Wei Xuan can confront head-on. Hence, he finds himself fleeing across the snowy terrain. Of course, this assessment of being unable to confront it holds true only if he refrains from employing his formidable spiritual consciousness. If he were to unleash an attack using his consciousness, the snow ape would be vanquished in an instant. This behemoth seems quite persistent, Wei Xuan mused, as he sprinted through the snow. His movements as agile as a snow leopard, remarkably lithe. The propulsion devices affixed to his back multiplied his speed several times over, each leap propelling him forward several dozen meters, leaving the snow ape far behind. In his flight, he adeptly utilized the terrain to adjust his form and launch attacks against the snow ape. The snow ape excels in raw power rather than speed. Even with its nearly 40,000 years of cultivation, it cannot match Wei Xuan's swiftness. In truth, the snow ape is not sluggish. Its current velocity rivals that of a Soul Emperor-level agility-type Soul Master. Yet speed is relative, with the aid of his level 6 propulsion devices. Wei Xuan's pace eclipses that of the snow ape. Moreover, his attacks disrupt the snow ape's speed, preventing it from fully harnessing its capabilities, thus rendering it unable to keep up. Chapter 32. An unexpected discovery. Wei Xuan bears no murderous intent towards the snow ape. His attacks are primarily focused on distraction, lacking any genuine intent to inflict harm. The soul ring he seeks is likely one over 10,000 years old, rendering the high age of this snow ape unsuitable for him, thus eliminating the necessity of slaying it. Indeed, Wei Xuan has ventured to this extreme northern region specifically to obtain a soul ring, and he is currently a level 40 quasi-soul master. Over the past 4 years, although he devoted much of his attention to the research of soul guides, he did not neglect his cultivation in the slightest. After thoroughly understanding the methods of cultivation in this world, his progress could be aptly described as rapid as a shooting star. In just one day of training, he could achieve what would take others several days, or even tens of days, had he not compressed his soul power at each level to the utmost. His current soul power rank would be even more astonishing, potentially reaching the levels of Soul King or Soul Emperor. Wei Xuan's ascension in soul power was attained without the aid of any rare materials, treasures, or elixirs. It was entirely the result of his diligent cultivation. He reached the 30th level in just 1 year and 4 months. After reaching the 30th level, his cultivation speed slowed by nearly 30%. Yet due to his original pace far exceeding that of ordinary soul masters, even with this reduction, his speed remained extraordinarily swift. After more than 2 years, he successfully broke through to the 40th level, and once he absorbs the 4th soul ring, he will attain the rank of Soul Zone. This time, Wei Xuan ventured alone into the far northern realm, choosing not to bring anyone along. It was a journey of self-discovery. Notably, Wei Xuan has yet to cultivate the supreme immortal arts of his previous life. It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an impossibility. The level of the immortal techniques he possesses is exceedingly elevated, and attempting to practice them would violate the rules of this world, leading to unforeseen calamities. Several years ago, he made an attempt to cultivate, but the ensuing commotion remains vividly etched in his memory. The skies above Mingdu transformed dramatically, with multiple rifts appearing in the fabric of space, plunging the entire city into darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. All these transformations stemmed from his solitary cultivation. Since then, he has refrained from practicing celestial arts. Driven by a desire for self-improvement, he disregarded the repercussions on this world, grappling with an internal conflict that he could not surmount. The celestial arts, once only contemplated after departing from this realm, now weighed heavily on his mind. Fortuitously, he found that the use of his dual pupils did not exert a significant impact, perhaps due to the latent power of these eyes yet to be fully realized since they had become his martial spirit. The raging snow ape, unable to catch up with Wei Xuan, erupted in fury, letting out a thunderous roar as it pounded its chest, displaying the ferocity characteristic of its kind. Each blow reverberated through the surrounding snow, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After a few strikes, the snow ape swiftly seized a nearby boulder and hurled it fiercely at Wei Xuan. The rock was colossal, its immense weight clearly exceeding 1,000 pounds. And as it soared through the air, it generated a deep, resounding whoosh. Following the first projectile, the snow ape picked up 2 additional stones, each weighing over 100 pounds, and continued to run while launching them to obstruct Wei Xuan's movements. Renowned for their brute strength, the ape-like spirit beasts were no exception. The snow ape's formidable power rendered the act of tossing boulders weighing over 1,000 pounds as effortless as throwing mere pebbles. The stone weighing over 100 pounds was remarkably light for him, allowing for effortless throws. This particular weight was chosen primarily for its manageable size, enabling a single-handed grip that facilitated tossing during movement. Empowered by immense force, the stone unleashed a resonant roar as it cut through the air. Quite accurate, Wei Xuan casually remarked, relying on his divine sense to gauge the situation behind him without needing to turn around. The trajectories of the 3 stones converged precisely at a point where he might linger. If he were inattentive, he could easily be struck. Given the stone's formidable energy, a direct hit could incapacitate him, with the possibility of being fatally crushed. Of course, this was under the condition that he refrained from utilizing his soul-guiding devices. Should he activate his defensive shield, being struck would yield no severe consequences. Upon landing, he forcefully propelled himself into the air once more, pivoting his form as he charged his handheld cannon, drawing the surrounding icy energy into its chamber. The dark barrel flickered with a pale blue glow, which swiftly deepened to a rich azure. With a resounding bang, the shell was discharged. A fist-sized orb of deep blue shot forth, colliding violently with the largest stone. The impact produced an explosive burst, sending countless shards of ice flying and unleashing a frigid tempest. The explosion's shockwave extended for dozens of meters, with the icy shards resembling lethal arrows that scattered in all directions, creating a multitude of craters on the ground. The handheld cannon, crafted when Wei Xuan was merely 6 years old, had undergone several upgrades, achieving the status of a 5th-level soul-guiding device. Due to material limitations, this was the pinnacle of its capabilities, despite being classified as a 5th-level device. Its unique internal array and the surrounding icy environment endowed it with power comparable to a top-tier 6th-level device, with 7th-level status merely a step away. The transition to a 7th-level device signifies a qualitative leap, akin to the progression of a soul master to a soul sage. Such transformation is not easily traversed. This very transition is what prevented the cannon from reaching the might of a 7th-level device, confining it to the potency of a 6th level. With 2 more shells fired, they accurately struck the incoming stones, shattering them and conjuring 3 swirling ice storms. Faced with these icy projectiles, even the robust snow ape had to adopt a defensive stance. After firing another shell, Wei Xuan maximized his speed and sprinted away, having pursued the snow ape long enough. The maximum potency of his cannon's shell detonated several meters before the snow ape, unleashing an explosive sound and conjuring an ice tempest that spanned nearly 100 meters. Despite sensing the explosion's terror, the snow ape chose to endure rather than evade. Once the tempest subsided, the snow ape found itself alone, devoid of Wei Xuan's presence. With only falling snowflakes remaining, in a fit of rage, the snow ape roared defiantly, pounding its chest to vent its frustration, wreaking havoc on the surrounding icy debris. Nearby soul beasts, startled by the commotion, hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions of lingering too long. Utilizing the propulsion from his soul-guiding device, Wei Xuan swiftly distanced himself several kilometers away from the snow ape, opting not to continue running further. He prepared to retract his divine sense, which had been extended over several kilometers. Suddenly, Wei Xuan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he turned left, directing his gaze into the distance, retracting his awareness from other directions to intensify his scrutiny ahead. Moments later, joy illuminated his face as the results of his probing revealed unexpected discoveries. "Thank you for your relentless pursuit, great gorilla," he murmured to himself, choosing not to rush forward immediately. Instead, he settled down cross-legged to replenish his soul power. An hour later, Wei Xuan rose without hesitation, swiftly advancing ahead. His powerful divine sense remained vigilant, ensuring that any unusual movement within several kilometers would not escape his notice. Chapter 33. The unique ice phoenix. With a clear understanding of the surrounding soul beasts' locations, Wei Xuan's journey proceeded smoothly, allowing him to avoid various creatures along the way. Within 10 minutes, he found himself over 5 kilometers away, confronted by a snow-covered valley in an irregular elliptical shape, the longest stretches exceeding 2,000 meters. The valley was blanketed in white, teeming with numerous ice attribute plants, vibrant with life, yet devoid of any trace of soul beasts. The vast expanse of the valley, devoid of soul beasts, does not imply safety. Rather, it suggests an extreme peril, potentially being the lair of a formidable soul beast. Once a soul beast reaches a certain level of power, it establishes its own territory, which other soul beasts dare not trespass. Wei Xuan stood atop the cliff, gazing down into the valley. He merely observed the surroundings briefly, his gaze ultimately resting in the distance. Without activating his heavy pupil, his naked eye could not discern the situation over 2,000 meters away, yet he possessed divine consciousness. Through the penetration of his formidable divine awareness, the distant scene vividly unfolded in his mind. In the middle of a cliff towering over 50 meters, a colossal cave emerged. Its entrance exceeding 10 meters in diameter, and its interior spacious, blanketed in white snow. Deep within the cave, a soul beast lay in slumber. Its entire form an icy blue, with wings resembling crystal, glimmering with specks of light. Chaos radiated from Wei Xuan's eyes, as if the universe was evolving within, revealing strange laws. Upon activating his heavy pupil, his single eye transformed into a pair, and the distant scene became clear before him. The icy rocks became mere phantoms, incapable of obstructing his view. The soul beast's blood, veins, and bones within the cave were distinctly visible. Moreover, through the heavy pupil, Wei Xuan could discern the soul beast's weaknesses, the strength and fullness of its internal energy. Under the heavy pupil, nothing could conceal itself, not even the inner workings of a living body. Although it had just surpassed 10,000 years, a slight discrepancy in age did not diminish its quality. Wei Xuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Utilizing the power of the heavy pupil, he assessed the soul beast's age to be just over 10,000 years. The ice cloud wings manifested in his hand, and under the guidance of soul power, he donned the wings without the need for manual effort. With a surge of soul energy, he ascended into the air, flying towards the distance at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Clenching his palm, the icy energy of the heavens and earth rapidly converged around him, forming ice spikes. With a sweep of his hand, the ice spikes shot forth. Each spike extended a foot in length, the thickest as wide as a thumb, and the sharpest as fine as a needle, exuding a chilling aura. The ice spikes cut through the air with a piercing sound, swiftly penetrating the cave's entrance. The impact resonated, followed by a brief silence within, before a cacophony erupted. Laden with fury, Wei Xuan did not advance further, remaining suspended in the air, quietly observing the cave's mouth. A resounding phoenix cry echoed from within the cave, accompanied by powerful waves of energy that surged forth as a phoenix emerged from the cave, spreading its wings. Before you stands an ice phoenix, its wings stretching an impressive 10 meters, embodying grandeur and majesty. Cloaked in a resplendent ice blue, it exudes an air of regality, devoid of the fiery intensity characteristic of its counterpart, the fire phoenix. Instead, it emanates a chilling allure, as frosty and aloof as snow, reminiscent of the solitary snow lotus. With its arrival, the already frigid temperature plummets further, and delicate snowflakes, akin to goose feathers, begin to fall, as if heralding its presence. After gracefully circling the air, the ice phoenix halts, hovering majestically, its azure eyes coldly fixed upon Wei Xuan, exuding a murderous intent that is even more frigid than ice and snow. This fleeting moment gives way to action as the ice phoenix unfurls its wings and charges towards Wei Xuan. The powerful flaps of its wings generate intense energy fluctuations, and countless ice feathers take form, hurtling toward him. Soul beasts with robust bloodlines can comprehend a skill within a millennium, and those with sufficiently high talent may even grasp additional bloodline abilities after a millennium. At this moment, the ice phoenix unleashes one of its innate skills, the celestial phoenix feathers. These seemingly delicate and soft phoenix feathers now serve as unparalleled weapons, sharp as steel blades. Should one be struck, the consequences would be far from pleasant. Both dragons and phoenixes occupy the apex of the food chain in any realm, be it the world of cultivation or the continent of Douluo. The ice phoenix, even among spirit beasts, ranks among the elite. With a millennium of cultivation that rivals that of 10,000-year spirit beasts, demonstrating extraordinary power. The skill attacks unleashed by such a formidable spirit beast are undeniably terrifying. Wei Xuan was somewhat taken aback by this assault. He had not anticipated that the ice phoenix would be so direct, immediately resorting to its innate abilities. On the surface, the disparity in strength between the two was substantial, so it seemed unnecessary for the Ice Phoenix to act with such urgency. Were it a different human, the Ice Phoenix would never have been so hasty, opting to use its innate skills without engaging in a prolonged confrontation. Other spirit masters, possessing only a soul power of 40, would not evoke a sense of lethal crisis in the Ice Phoenix. Yet this particular human had accomplished just that. Indeed, it was a sense of crisis. The Ice Phoenix boasted an exceptionally high racial affinity, arguably unparalleled, which endowed it with acute perception. From Wei Xuan, it sensed an overwhelming feeling of danger, a reaction that even the 100,000-year spirit beasts had failed to elicit. This realization made it clear that this human was anything but ordinary, posing a potential threat to its very existence. Thus, it resorted to unleashing its innate skills, aiming for a decisive strike against its adversary. The icy feathers moved at speeds several times that of sound, their coverage extensive. Unless Wei Xuan's speed could rival that of a tidal Douluo, specializing in agility, evasion was out of the question. However, Wei Xuan remained composed. Upon unleashing his dual pupils, the rapid movement of the icy feathers appeared less daunting, allowing him to discern the trajectory of each individual plume with clarity. A shield of spiritual consciousness manifested before him, a formless barrier formed through the meticulous condensation of his mental energy using a unique technique. This shield was as thin as paper, imperceptible to the naked eye, detectable only through immense mental strength. In truth, only Wei Xuan himself could perceive this shield. No one on the Douluo continent had attained the level of spiritual awareness required to perceive such a phenomenon. Although the shield was merely the size of a palm, it exuded an impression of boundlessness, as if nothing could surpass it. Countless icy feathers struck against the spiritual shield, their sharp and resilient forms shattering instantaneously into myriad shards of ice, dissipating silently into the air. The shield, though invisible, existed in reality, displaying an unimaginable defensive capability. The assault of a tidal Douluo left no trace upon its surface. The shield of spirit is a formidable barrier forged by Wei Xuan's formidable consciousness. Unless one possesses mental prowess surpassing his own, it is virtually impossible to breach. However, should the intensity of Wei Xuan's consciousness diminish to a point where it can no longer sustain the shield, it will dissipate automatically. Furthermore, the conjuration of this spirit shield exacts a considerable toll on Wei Xuan, rendering its usage not merely a matter of will. Chapter 34. Ice Phoenix Soul Ring, Soul Sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ice Phoenix's striking azure eyes narrowed, its speed instinctively decelerating, as a profound fear took root in its heart. It was acutely aware of the ferocity of its own attacks, yet they were effortlessly thwarted in silence, leaving it bewildered as to the identity of the unseen barrier. This is rather terrifying. As one of the coldest beings in existence, it now finds itself feeling an unusual chill. The Ice Phoenix swiftly alters its form, no longer wishing to slay the human before it, but instead yearning to escape this place with utmost haste, pushing its speed to the limits. Wei Xuan's consciousness ensnares the creature, a low command escaping his lips as formless energy sweeps across the cosmos. Invisible yet palpable, the terror of this energy can be felt. As the laws of nature are invoked, the space surrounding the Ice Phoenix solidifies, time itself halting. Its rapidly flapping wings come to an abrupt standstill, its body rendered immobile. Even its breath is stifled. Though the Ice Phoenix appears motionless on the surface, it is, in fact, grappling with a frenzied struggle, channeling every ounce of energy within, leaving nothing in reserve. Yet, its efforts are futile, utterly ineffectual. No matter how fiercely it fights, it cannot move an inch, not even able to blink. Wei Xuan propels the ice cloud wings toward the position of the Ice Phoenix, his speed unhurried as he seeks to regulate his breathing. His breaths come in quickened gasps. As he strives for control, the release of these two secret arts has drained considerable energy from his consciousness, leaving him slightly dizzy. After years of cultivation, his consciousness has only recovered a minuscule fraction, still far from the so-called divine level of this world. With the consciousness of a limit Douluo, he finds himself unable to wield these two secret arts with the desired ease. This outcome still reflects the convergence of the powers of the two mystical laws. Should the strength be augmented, it is entirely plausible to render him unconscious instantly. Withdrawing his dual pupils, the ancient ice dragon martial soul manifested behind him, its resounding roar echoing throughout the valley as 3 soul rings, 3 purple, ascended. Indeed, Wei Xuan's soul ring colors were 3 purple, a result of his research into a unique method of absorbing soul rings. When the soul of a soul beast is preserved, it endows the soul ring with potential for growth. As the soul of the beast ascends, so too does the soul ring. The enhancement of the soul beast's spirit is intricately linked to the strength of the soul master. As the master's power elevates, the intensity of the soul beast's spirit correspondingly increases. This enhanced strength reciprocally bolsters the soul master's prowess, creating a wholly positive feedback loop. Through years of nurturing, Wei Xuan's 700-year-old ice dragon soul ring has ascended to a level exceeding 3,000 years. Originally, his 2,000-year-old saber-toothed ice spirit tiger has reached over 5,000 years, while his 6,000-year-old soul ring has surged to nearly 9,000 years, approaching the threshold of 10,000. The first soul ring ignited, releasing the breath of the ice dragon as it soared skyward, its jaws agape, unleashing a frigid mist. Wei Xuan extended his palm, drawing the emitted mist rapidly towards his hand, where it coalesced into the form of an ice spear. The spear, white and over 2 feet in length, was both solid and sharp, its tip glinting with a chilling brilliance. Suspended before him, the ice spear was thrust forward, slicing through the air like an arrow released from a bowstring. After unleashing this strike, Wei Xuan staggered slightly, the substantial drain on his soul power leaving him momentarily weakened as he began to descend toward the ground. In the moment of launching the ice spear, his consciousness had already intertwined with the soul of the ice phoenix. The spear pierced the phoenix's neck, and upon contact, a sound akin to metal colliding resonated through the air, signifying the shattering of ice at its neck. After a brief struggle, the ice phoenix's neck was penetrated, the energy binding it dissipating with a harrowing shriek. The phoenix writhed violently, its breath turbulent, eyes filled with defiance, yet its struggle was short-lived, succumbing to exhaustion as it fell limply to the ground. This pinnacle soul beast of the extreme north had utterly lost its vitality, and the Douluo continent would no longer witness the presence of the ice phoenix. Had the phoenix reached the 10,000-year mark, it would have rivaled the 3 great kings of the extreme north. Alas, it encountered Wei Xuan. Fortune and misfortune intertwined, its demise marking misfortune. Yet the preservation of its soul signified a stroke of luck. Following Wei Xuan, it might yet encounter a future beyond its previous imaginings. The ice phoenix collapsed, snow scattering in all directions as snowflakes danced in the air. A black soul ring emerged from the phoenix's lifeless body, its formidable energy rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Wei Xuan retracted his ice cloud wings and approached the fallen phoenix, attempting to calm his erratic breath. That seemingly simple strike had, in fact, harnessed over 70% of his soul power. The consumption of the first soul skill was minimal, however. The energy imbued within the ice spear had indeed drained a considerable amount of his soul power. To penetrate the defenses of the ice phoenix, immense energy had to be infused into the spear, simultaneously enhancing its hardness and sharpness. The remarkably sharp ice spear, targeting the most vulnerable area of the phoenix's body, was capable of delivering a fatal blow. His subsequent 2 soul skills were also offensive in nature but were ill-suited for the current moment, as their concentrated attacks lacked the immediate lethality required. In truth, the first soul skill served merely as an auxiliary function. The true mastery lay in his command and application of ice. Approaching the ice phoenix, Wei Xuan surveyed the surroundings, and with a mere thought, the ancient ice dragon exhaled a mist. The mist swiftly enveloped the area, writhing and coalescing into a milky white protective shield. Within this shield, both Wei Xuan and the ice phoenix's remains were concealed, the internal events obscured from external view, with the atmosphere contained. The shield blended seamlessly with the snowy environment. Unless one were to draw near, it would be nearly impossible to discern the presence of the shield. Silence returned to the valley. Days turned into nights and nights into days, and soon 20 hours had elapsed since Wei Xuan commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The explosive energy within the shield receded like a tide, transforming the milky white barrier back into swirling ice mist, revealing the scene inside. Wei Xuan completed the soul ring absorption, rising from the ground as the 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, rhythmically pulsed. Compared to before, his aura surged, magnified several-fold, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and his posture more upright and proud. Although he had compressed his soul power, he had only ascended 1 level in the process, now standing at 41. Could this be his soul bone? Wei Xuan pondered, gazing at the feathered wing in his hand, pulsating with energy. The wing, though small, about the size of his palms when brought together, was a diminutive replica of the ice phoenix's grand wings. During the soul ring absorption, a peculiar energy had manifested within him, converging towards his spine as if attempting to coalesce into something. Immediately recognizing this energy as distinct from that of the soul ring, he could not simply ignore it and forced it out. Upon expelling the energy, it did not dissipate. Rather, it condensed into the small phoenix wing now cradled in his hand. Knowledge regarding soul beasts within the Du Empire was sparse yet substantial, with records pertaining to soul bones included. Observing the strange wing, Wei Xuan instinctively associated it with soul bones. The head, limbs, and torso. These 6 regions of soul bones should not resemble this, he murmured to himself, contemplating the feathered wing he held. This was the first time he encountered a soul bone, and he could not immediately discern its location, necessitating a process of elimination. Memories of soul bone descriptions swiftly emerged in his mind, and one name surfaced distinctly: the external soul bone. Could it be that this was indeed the famed external soul bone? Wei Xuan felt a twinge of astonishment at his remarkable fortune. The external soul bone is reputed to be even more precious than a 100,000-year soul bone, exceedingly rare, with scarcely anyone able to possess it. Yet here he was, fortuitously in possession of one. The external soul bone produced by the ice phoenix was truly a rare find, perhaps unparalleled in the world. Wei Xuan mused with a light chuckle. The higher the quality of the soul beast, the more invaluable the soul bones it produces. The external soul bone from a creature like the ice phoenix is beyond description in terms of its worth. If this external soul bone were to be auctioned, even a titled Douluo would fiercely compete for it, resulting in a bloody contest, which underscores its immense value. Upon recognizing this as an external soul bone, Wei Xuan did not display excessive excitement. He simply felt fortunate, refraining from any jubilant outbursts. Indeed, luck was on his side. With a gentle chuckle, he settled into a meditative position, beginning to absorb this coveted soul bone that every soul master dreams of. Previously unaware of its true nature, he had forced it out. But now that he understood it was a soul bone, he felt no further reservations. As he activated his soul power, the soul bone transformed into a radiant stream, starting to his back, bringing with it a chilling sensation. The energy manifested from the soul bone nestled between his spine and ribs, occupying both sides, merging with his skeletal structure. The process of integration was far from effortless. As the energy melded with his bones, it felt akin to steel needles piercing through, an excruciating pain that few could endure. Even Wei Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly at the excruciating pain. The process of assimilating the soul bone was not as seamless as one might envision. Nevertheless, the piercing agony was insufficient to unnerve him. He stood with his back straight, his expression unwavering, betraying no hint of suffering. After acclimating to the pain, his initially knitted brows relaxed, allowing the discomfort to wash over him as he remained steadfast. As time passed, the absorption of the soul bone did not take long. 5 hours later, Wei Xuan completed the process. With a mere thought, ice blue wings manifested behind him. The wings were exquisitely crafted, with distinct lines, indistinguishable from the genuine wings of an ice phoenix, their crystalline feathers swaying in the breeze, lifelike in their beauty. Without needing to turn around, Wei Xuan could perceive the scene behind him clearly through his spiritual awareness, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with the ice phoenix wings. Setting aside their practicality, their aesthetic alone was commendable, resembling a work of art. I shall no longer require a flying soul guide, Wei Xuan murmured, contemplating. From now on, I shall call you Ice Phoenix Divine Wings. After deciding on a name for the wings, Wei Xuan leaped into the air, his body soaring as the Ice Phoenix Divine Wings unfurled. After a brief pause, he ascended skyward. The gentle flapping of the wings propelled him forward with remarkable speed, more than doubling the velocity he achieved with the Ice Cloud Wings. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings bestowed upon Wei Xuan a refreshing sensation, functioning as extensions of his own arms, completely under his command. In the air, he navigated effortlessly, resembling an ice phoenix soaring through the heavens, unrestrained and free. Although the Ice Cloud Wings had attempted to mimic the dual wings of living creatures, they remained mere soul guides, lacking the true agility of biological wings. The Ice Phoenix Divine Wings, however, transcended that limitation, becoming an integral part of his being, as nimble as his fingers. As Wei Xuan flew high above, he quickly distanced himself from the valley, heading toward an unknown destination. At that moment, he had no particular aim, merely indulging in the exhilaration of flight. The sensations brought by the Ice Phoenix divine wings were entirely distinct from those of the Ice Cloud wings, evoking memories of his previous life. A time of unrestricted freedom across the expanse of the skies. Gazing down at the vast, white expanse of the Arctic tundra, he felt an unparalleled sense of wonder. After 10 minutes, Wei Xuan landed in the snow, his stomach growling in protest. How troublesome it is to not have practiced fasting, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. He settled down next to a nearby snowdrift, reclining on the ground. From his storage ring, he retrieved some provisions and leisurely began to eat, savoring a piece of dry food paired with a sip of wine, enjoying the moment. As the master of ice and snow, he was impervious to the cold, the icy ground failing to dampen his garments. To him, snow was as familiar as grass, evoking a sense of comfort. Reclining in the snow, consuming his rations and sipping wine, Wei Xuan's body and mind relaxed completely, his gaze drifting toward the azure sky, lost in thought, tinged with a hint of melancholy. I wonder how far this world is from the realm of cultivation, he sighed, the spirits stirring within him rekindling a sense of nostalgia. He held little attachment to the realm of cultivation. His parents had been murdered in his youth, and his brother had perished saving him. The tribulations of his early years had led him to devote himself entirely to cultivation, foregoing companionship, living as a solitary figure. Once his strength had reached formidable heights, past adversaries turned to dust, leaving him without kin, friends, or foes free from any ties. His only aspiration now seemed to be the pursuit of enlightenment, seeking the pinnacle of cultivation to witness the vistas that lay at its zenith. In this world, there was no peak to pursue. He must return to the realm of cultivation to find it. Becoming a deity? Wei Xuan chuckled, shaking his head as he took another swig of wine. The bottle of spirits soon emptied, and the provisions were consumed. With his hands resting behind his head and his eyes closed, he drifted into a light slumber. Chapter 36. Dreaming of the Ice Silkworm. The Ice Emperor Scorpion. Approximately half an hour later, distant sounds jolted Wei Xuan awake. His eyes snapping open as he quickly rose to his feet, scanning the horizon. His spiritual awareness had been extended over a 2-mile radius. Any disturbance within this range, particularly the approach of living beings, could not escape his perception. Just moments ago, he had sensed the approach of an individual, and such a reaction indicated that this person was anything but ordinary. What an intriguing young man, Wei Xuan murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the distance. He possesses a soul fluctuation that does not belong to him. This was the first time he displayed a look of astonishment since arriving in this world. The distant youth piqued his curiosity. He meticulously sensed the situation from afar, and the interest on his face intensified. The mental probe of Wei Xuan detected the psychic waves emanating from the other party, which seemed to be surveying the surroundings. Undoubtedly, even the mental prowess of a limit Douluo would pale in comparison to yours. Yet, regrettably, you have encountered me, Wei Xuan mused with a subtle smile. The psychic strength exhibited by this individual was the most formidable he had encountered in this realm, surpassing even the likes of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui. Were it not for the higher tier of his own spiritual awareness, he would likely struggle to evade such scrutiny with his still recovering senses. Fascinating, Wei Xuan remarked with intrigue, contemplating as he strolled toward the individual's direction, snowflakes swirling around him, obscuring his form. On the icy expanse, a boy of 12 or 13 huddled, while a golden orb, the size of a fist, lingered in the air not far from him. Encased within this orb was a stunning scorpion, its front body adorned with 4 layers, the foremost being its head, where a silver-white mandible glimmered with a chilling light. The upper half of its body was embellished with hexagonal protrusions, reminiscent of diamonds, glistening with a captivating brilliance. Its 2 pincers were similarly adorned with diamond-like projections, their claws shimmering silver. A pair of yellow eyes sparkled like encrusted yellow diamonds, radiating a resplendent glow. Should a scholar well-versed in the study of ice and snow spirit beasts be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment upon beholding this scorpion, the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Indeed, this exquisitely beautiful creature was one of the 3 monarchs of the far north, the Ice Emperor. What do you desire? The Ice Emperor Scorpion spoke coldly. Opposite her was the ethereal form of an ice silkworm, predominantly snow-white with accents of gold, adorned with 10 golden stripes that lent it an air of nobility. The dream Ice Silkworm spoke gently. I only wish to be with the one I love for eternity. The Ice Emperor Scorpion? Wei Xuan recognized the spirit beast within the golden orb, closely resembling the documented Ice Emperor Scorpion. However, this particular specimen exhibited some distinct differences. possessing characteristics not typical of ordinary Ice Emperor scorpions, as well as an impressive strength. With this thought, Wei Xuan intensified his spiritual awareness, perceiving the energy fluctuations of the Ice Emperor scorpion through the orb. After a moment, his expression shifted, regarding the Ice Emperor scorpion with heightened respect. Its might reached the level of a ferocious beast, comparable to a super Douluo. Moreover, judging by its formidable aura, it was not merely an ordinary super Douluo. If his assessment was correct, this Ice Emperor scorpion had likely attained the level of a 98-rank super Douluo, not far removed from the presence of Long Xiaoyao. His judgment stemmed from comparative analysis. He was well acquainted with the auras of titled Douluos such as Jing Hongqian, Long Xiaodao, and Yu Shishui. With his formidable spiritual insight, he understood the energy intensity within these individuals. By contrasting the aura of the Ice Emperor scorpion with that of these figures, he could estimate its strength range based on the energy disparity. It was said that within the far north, there existed 3 great monarchs, the second of which was the ruler of the Ice Emperor scorpion clan, the Ice Emperor. Wei Xuan formed a conjecture. The Ice Blue Scorpion, possessing such formidable strength, stands as one of the most elite existences even in the farthest northern reaches, with few competitors that could rival it. Coupled with its distinctive appearance, Wei Xuan surmised that this creature was most likely the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The ability to subdue such a being is no small feat, Wei Xuan mused, casting a gaze imbued with profound significance towards the distance. He regulated his breathing and concealed his presence, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to detect him amidst the snow. With his formidable spiritual awareness, Wei Xuan could clearly hear the distant conversation unfolding. Creating a deity? The Ice Silkworm certainly harbored some ambitious thoughts, Wei Xuan reflected. This was the first time he had encountered such an idea in this world. One must admit, the Ice Silkworm possessed a certain ingenuity in proposing such a bold notion. As the dialogue progressed, Wei Xuan began to grasp the situation at hand. In essence, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion had been subdued by the Ice Silkworm, which was persuading it to become a sentient spirit ring for a human. Not only was it to become a spirit ring, but the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion would also serve as this youth's second martial spirit, thereby enhancing his innate abilities. Together, they aimed to empower this young man, paving the way for his ascension to divinity. Should he achieve godhood, they too would reap the benefits. The prospect of entering the divine realm alongside this youth would liberate them from the constraints of their world, granting them immortality. Objectively speaking, the Ice Silkworm's plan is plausible, albeit with a low success rate, less than 1 in 10 chances. Having perused numerous texts and possessing considerable knowledge of the continent's history, including that of the original Douluo continent, Wei Xuan was aware that the only recorded deities were the Shrek 7 monsters from a millennium ago. Since then, no one had achieved such a feat. The absence of deities for nearly 10,000 years must have its reasons, whether stemming from the constraints of the heavens or other factors. Deities do not emerge lightly. Even if extraordinary talents exist on the continent, those who reach their utmost potential often find themselves unable to surpass that final threshold. Talented soul masters like Long Xiaoyao and Yu Shishui are not few, yet they too have failed to attain godhood. If such prodigies cannot ascend, what chance does this youth possess? At merely 12 or 13 years of age, possessing only a rank of 20, his potential could only be described as mediocre. Even with the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion as his second martial spirit, which might enhance his innate gifts, he would likely only match the likes of Xiao Hongqian and his peers. While reaching the rank of titled Douluo may be feasible, becoming an ultimate Douluo still seems a distant dream. To claim divinity, however, appears to be a far-fetched notion, with scant opportunities for success. Perhaps the Ice Silkworm itself harbors doubts, despite its outward confidence. Wei Xuan chuckled softly and shook his head. The rhetoric was certainly persuasive, yet the veracity of its claims warrants careful consideration. If he were in this situation, he would undoubtedly be skeptical of the Ice Silkworm's assertions. However, it seemed the Ice Emperor had placed its trust in these words, or was compelled to do so. Its current predicament left little room for doubt. Failing to believe would result in the erasure of its consciousness, relegating it to the status of a mere spirit ring. For a being of the Ice Emperor's caliber, such a fate is utterly unacceptable. It is far better to gamble than to succumb to such a fate. Having clarified the circumstances, Wei Xuan contemplated a thought that sparked in his mind, a slight smile gracing his lips. If the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion could become his spirit ring, it would indeed be a remarkable boon. It is said that spirit beasts of 100,000 years inevitably yield spirit bones. The youth was uncertain whether he would ascend to divinity, yet he was resolute in his ambition to achieve it. For it was a necessary endeavor before he departed from this world. Thus, the Ice Emperor shall accompany him. Chapter 37, The Four Great Soul Beasts. Upon perceiving the Ice Emperor's intrigue, the dream Ice Silkworm seized the opportunity to press forward, saying, "Consider this carefully. Opportunities like this are fleeting and may never return. You should understand that once trapped by me, I possess countless means to extinguish your life, and the most it would cost is merely a bit of time. On one side lies eternal life, and on the other, destruction. Weigh the gravity of each choice wisely." The dream Ice Silkworm's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in the depths of its eyes. It had already implored with great sincerity, should the Ice Emperor remain unwilling, it would be left with no choice but to ruthlessly erase her consciousness, transforming her into a true soul ring. The outcome was not one he wished to witness. Yet it was a necessity, otherwise, the divine creation plan would undoubtedly face repercussions, diminishing its probability of success. Crouched upon the ground, Huo Yuhao seemed to forget the chill of the air, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the Ice Emperor, eagerly awaiting her response. His heart racing with uncontainable excitement. The Ice Emperor's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation, still somewhat hesitant. After a brief pause, she replied coolly, "Do I have any other options?" A joyous smile broke across Huo Yuhao's face, his exhilaration nearly propelling him from the ground. Tianming blinked and exhaled in relief. This was the most favorable outcome. Preserving the Ice Emperor's consciousness while allowing the plan to proceed smoothly, truly a win-win situation. He too bore a smile, his eyes fervently fixed on the Ice Emperor, preparing to speak when a voice pierced the air. "In fact, you do have other choices." Wei Xuan gradually emerged into their line of sight. Upon hearing the voice, both Huo Yuhao and Tianming blinked were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. Huo Yuhao hastily rose to his feet, releasing his spiritual probe, readying himself for combat, while casting an inquiring look toward Tianming Binkan. Was it not said that the surrounding area was relatively tranquil, devoid of both soul beasts and humans? What was happening? Tianming Binkan, weighed down by a heavy heart, refrained from answering Huo Yuhao's query. He had indeed released his spiritual probe, confirming the absence of humans within a 100-mile radius. Yet, how could this individual evade his detection? Realizing this, Tianming Bingsan's expression grew grave as he regarded Wei Xuan with increased seriousness. The Ice Emperor, upon witnessing Wei Xuan's appearance, also expressed surprise. This young human had managed to elude her scrutiny, which was no small feat as a formidable entity. Her senses were exceedingly acute. Even without intentional probing, she remained aware of her surroundings. Yet, she had failed to detect this young man's presence, given his current position. He must have been lurking nearby, eavesdropping. The notion of being overheard without awareness was profoundly unsettling. That human lad should vacate the premises swiftly if he values his life. Tianming Binkan threatened, emanating a terrifying aura through his spiritual energy. The atmosphere crackled with an intensity that surpassed even that of the Ice Emperor. As a thunderous dragon roar echoed around them, exuding a formidable presence, as though a true dragon had descended upon the scene. The imposing presence of the Black Dragon Emperor emanated from the dream Ice Silkworm, which, through its formidable mental prowess, simulated an astonishingly vivid and realistic aura, even conjuring an ethereal silhouette of the Black Dragon. The Ice Emperor gazed at the dream Ice Silkworm in astonishment. Under this overwhelming aura, Huo Yuhao felt a profound sense of dread. His legs weakened, and he collapsed once more onto the ground. In a bid for utmost realism, the dream Ice Silkworm did not shield Huo Yuhao from its aura, leading to his subjugation by its might. Had Wei Xuan been merely an ordinary soul master, he might have been genuinely frightened by this aura. However, he was far from ordinary. A smile played on Wei Xuan's lips as he observed the dream Ice Silkworm with keen interest, finding its ability quite intriguing. Noticing Wei Xuan's utter lack of fear, the dream Ice Silkworm intensified its presence, growling, "Human, are you daring to offend my majesty? A mere insect like you could be reduced to dust with a mere flick of my finger. Yet, I am willing to grant you a chance to live, depart." Despite its words, an invisible mental shockwave was still unleashed, for it felt more at ease with the notion of a dead opponent than allowing this human to escape alive. Sensing the mental shock released by his adversary, Wei Xuan maintained his composure and smiled, transforming his consciousness into an intangible blade that effortlessly sliced through the mental assault. The dream Ice Silkworm let out a shriek, wounded by Wei Xuan's mental blade. It experienced a piercing pain in its head, and its consciousness suffered damage, causing the previously simulated formidable aura to vanish in an instant. "Brother Dream, are you all right?" Huo Yuhao exclaimed anxiously. hastily rising to his feet and regarding the dream Ice Silkworm with concern. The Ice Emperor exhibited a look of astonishment, realizing that this human's mental strength could rival, even surpass, that of the dream Ice Silkworm, an utterly unfathomable revelation. "I am unscathed," the dream Ice Silkworm asserted, temporarily suppressing the pain with its immense mental strength. Staring incredulously at Wei Xuan. "How could you possess such formidable mental power?" Wei Xuan offered no response, instead turning his gaze towards the Ice Emperor. "You might consider becoming my wisdom soul ring. I shall undoubtedly lead you to the divine realm." His words were laden with unwavering confidence, as though uttering them guaranteed their realization. The dream Ice Silkworm and Huo Yuhao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was evident that this individual sought to claim the Ice Emperor for himself. "Isn't this rather excessive? This matter clearly pertains to us and the Ice Emperor. Why must you meddle?" Huo Yuhao retorted coldly. "Your words are naive. Just because you claim it is your affair does not preclude others from intervening. In this world, power reigns supreme," Wei Xuan replied with a bemused shake of his head. "Moreover, the Ice Emperor is ensnared by you. Did you consult her before declaring this a matter between you?" The Ice Emperor cast a frosty glance at Huo Yuhao and the dream Ice Silkworm, contemplating that had she not been trapped by them, she would have acted long ago. Without uttering a word, she furrowed her brow and regarded Wei Xuan pensively, before coldly stating, "On what grounds should I trust you, and what justification do you have for making such claims?" She referred specifically to Wei Xuan's earlier assertion regarding ascension to divinity. With a resounding roar, an ancient ice dragon emerged from the void, coiling around Wei Xuan's form. As 4 soul rings ascended in tandem, the overwhelming energy fluctuations reverberated through the vicinity, rendering the air heavy and causing a sharp drop in temperature. As the icy terrain faced a second freezing, another dragon's roar echoed forth, illuminating the innermost purple soul ring, from which a 6-meter-long dragon surged forth. The Ice Xuan dragon soared into the sky, gliding freely. The second soul ring also flared to life, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger leapt forth, soaring several meters in a single bound. This formidable tiger, nearly 5 meters in length, landed upon the snow, its massive frame showcasing razor-sharp fangs that exuded a menacing aura. The third soul ring illuminated, and a colossal creature emerged from within, its landing shaking the ground and causing the accumulated snow to rise. This is an Ice Age mammoth, a creature whose enormity can only be described as colossal. Its limbs boast a diameter nearing half a meter, and it towers over 8 meters in height, resembling a small mountain. Its entire body is enveloped in diamond-shaped ice crystals, akin to donning a suit of crystalline armor, exuding an aura of magnificence and power. Chapter 38, The Poignant Dream of the Ice Silkworm. The singular black soul ring illuminated, and the stunningly flawless ice phoenix soared into the sky, its cry resonating through the heavens, instilling fear in myriad beasts. Wherever the ice phoenix traversed, snowflakes danced in the air, and the entire icy realm was transformed into a radiant spectacle, invigorated by its presence. Observing this, Wei Xuan gazed at the Ice Emperor with a smile, advising, "Take a moment to truly sense their state of being." For ethereal soul beasts materialized around Wei Xuan, flanking him were the Ice Age mammoth and the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, while the ice dragon serpent and the ice phoenix hovered above. Their eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, exhibiting a human-like quality, devoid of hostility towards Wei Xuan, embodying only heartfelt respect and reliance. Nurtured by Wei Xuan's spiritual essence, apart from the ice phoenix, which remained an ethereal specter, the other soul beasts manifested in substantial forms, indistinguishable from true soul beasts. The Ice Emperor was left in a stupor, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the 4 soul beasts surrounding Wei Xuan. Overwhelmed by incredulity, the dream Ice Silkworm and Huo Yuhao were equally astounded, grappling with a sense of unreality. The configuration of the 4-ringed soul sect, comprising 3 purple and 1 black soul ring, along with the soul beasts springing forth from the rings, struck them with profound impact. "These soul beasts exist in a spiritual state," the Ice Emperor exclaimed, and after a moment of careful perception, she grasped the essence of their state. "Indeed," Wei Xuan nodded, explaining, "although they have become my soul rings, they retain their souls and can be considered to exist in another form of life. Should I ascend to divinity in the future, they too will reap the benefits. Not only will they gain from my ascension, but even now, they are perpetually benefiting, growing alongside the enhancement of my strength." This is the ice dragon serpent. It was originally a soul beast of merely 700 years, yet after years of growth, it has now reached over 3,000 years. Wei Xuan elaborated, facilitating communication between these soul beasts and the Ice Emperor to bolster his credibility. As the Ice Emperor listened to Wei Xuan's account and engaged with the soul beasts, Her astonishment deepened, verging on sheer amazement. These soul beasts indeed exist, and upon becoming the soul rings of these humans, they reap numerous benefits, including enhanced soul strength and increased longevity. Furthermore, this transformation may even lead to the evolution of their bloodline. According to the ice mystic dragon serpent, it stands a significant chance of transforming into a dragon in the future, already exhibiting signs of such a trend. This revelation filled her with astonishment while simultaneously igniting an unconventional thought within her. It appeared that accompanying this human might indeed be a more favorable choice. This individual's talent surpasses that of Huo Yuhao by an indeterminate margin, and he possesses such extraordinary qualities that a comparison between the two makes the choice exceedingly straightforward. Wei Xuan's words present an overwhelming allure for the Ice Emperor, making it difficult for her to remain unmoved. At this moment, the dream Ice Silkworm is equally astounded, unable to fathom how someone could preserve the souls of soul beasts and assist them in their growth. It is truly astonishing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a phenomenon could occur. The Ice Emperor could sense that these soul beasts existed in a spiritual state, and indeed, she perceived it even more clearly than he did. Brother Tianming, what shall we do now? Huo Yuhao inquired, his face etched with concern, for the situation was quite dire for them. Fear not, Yuhao, for I am here. Tianming Binkin replied, feigning nonchalance to comfort him. Ice Emperor, do not place your trust in this individual. Even if he can preserve the souls of the soul beasts, what purpose does it serve? Can he ascend to godhood? Without such divine transformation, even if you become his soul ring, it would merely prolong your existence temporarily without granting immortality. However, if you align yourself with Yuhao, the scenario shifts entirely. Should you choose to become Yuhao's wisdom soul ring, I possess a 70% certainty that I can assist him in achieving godhood, and then we shall all ascend to the divine realm, Tianming Binkin urged passionately. The Ice Emperor was far too significant to Huo Yuhao, and thus every effort must be made to win her over. He and I are of similar age. I am a 4-ring soul master while he remains at a mere level 20. The disparity in talent is evident, is it not? Why do you believe he can become a god while I cannot? It seems my chances are far greater, Wei Xuan retorted, gazing at Tianming Binkin with a smile. He was not angered by Tianming's words, rather he found them amusing, a classic case of speaking without regard for reality. Huo Yuhao glared at Wei Xuan in indignation, while Tianming Binkin found himself momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter. The Ice Emperor cast a cold, derisive glance at Tianming Binkin, her expression laced with scorn. Am I to be considered a fool? Can I not discern talent? Yes, Yuhao's current aptitude may not surpass yours, but with your assistance, he will acquire the most exceptional second martial spirit. At that point, his abilities will soar, elevating him to the ranks of top-tier talents, his potential no less than yours. Tianming Binkin asserted. After speaking, he looked at the Ice Emperor with earnest sincerity, his eyes brimming with emotion. Ice Emperor, we have known each other for 200,000 years. You are aware of my feelings for you. Would I ever wish you harm? If I did not possess the confidence to help Yuhao ascend to divinity, I would never approach you. Between this human and myself, would you rather place your faith in him than in me, a soul beast? Would you not trust one who loves you? I would never betray you. I vow upon my life that I shall ensure your entry into the divine realm. Tianming Bingsan's heartfelt words were accompanied by tears, and he felt sorrow for the Ice Emperor's unwillingness to believe in him. Tianming, spare me your nauseating sentiments. Have you ever seen a predator grow fond of its prey? The Ice Emperor retorted angrily. She found Tianming Bingsan's sentimental remarks repugnant, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Had she not been restrained, she would have devoured him without hesitation. The Ice Emperor's outburst doused Tianming Bingsan's fervent spirit with cold water, instantly bringing him to a state of calm. Yuhao, prepare yourself. I must take you and the Ice Emperor away, Tianming Binkin communicated telepathically to Huo Yuhao. Given the Ice Emperor's stance, persuading her seemed unlikely. They were outmatched in both strength and reason. Their only option was to flee, and thankfully, he had prepared contingencies. Huo Yuhao subtly nodded, leaning closer to Tianming Binkin. Suddenly, a powerful wave of mental energy erupted from Tianming Binkin, causing ripples in the surrounding space, while the luminous sphere that ensnared the Ice Emperor surged toward Huo Yuhao. Tianming, what are you doing? The Ice Emperor bellowed, struggling fiercely. She no longer wished to become Huo Yuhao's soul ring. Forgive me, Bing Bing. But I need you to become Yuhao's soul ring, Tianming Binkin replied with a tinge of regret, yet his tone was resolute. Chapter 39. Mental collision. Wei Xuan waved his hand, summoning the surrounding ice and snow to form countless small icicles that shot toward Huo Yuhao and Tianming Binkin. Simultaneously, An immense surge of mental energy erupted from Wei Xuan, manifesting as an invisible hand that swiftly grasped the luminous sphere imprisoning the Ice Emperor. The sphere, which had been racing towards Huo Yuhao's forehead, came to an abrupt halt, immobilized. Tianeng Bingsan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying power of Wei Xuan's mental strength. Overwhelmed by shock, he acted decisively, unleashing his most potent mental assault. This instance of mental assault undoubtedly represents a full-scale offensive by the Dream Ice Silkworm. Even a spirit Douluo specializing in psychic abilities would be gravely injured or even killed in its wake. The very fabric of space slightly warped under the influence of this psychic strike, as snowflakes swirled chaotically, obscuring vision. Yuhao dashed forward, urgently approaching the Ice Emperor Dream Ice Silkworm. Although Huo Yuhao had just employed the shadowy mirage, he was unable to fully evade the ice spike assault, sustaining several gaping wounds and collapsing to the ground, his complexion turning ashen. Upon hearing the words of the Dream Ice Silkworm, Huo Yuhao, disregarding the searing pain and the numbing chill coursing through him, struggled to rise from the ground and charged forward with all his might. He pushed his speed to the utmost limit, running as if he might lose his balance and tumble at any moment. The psychic shockwave struck, and even Wei Xuan could not ignore its impact. He swiftly summoned his consciousness, erecting an invisible shield to protect his mind's sea. Wei Xuan let out a muffled groan. Staggering backward a few steps, his breath significantly weakened. The effort to withstand this blow had drained him considerably, and his head resonated with a dull buzzing. The pain radiating from his head revealed a flicker of anguish on his face. His consciousness was already in a severely injured state, and this new attack exacerbated his prior wounds. The Dream Ice Silkworm, having released this formidable skill, was also suffering greatly, even more so than Wei Xuan. After the psychic assault was mitigated, the Dream Ice Silkworm experienced a severe backlash, its ethereal manifestation becoming exceedingly tenuous, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. The Ice Sword Tooth Spirit Tiger roared skyward, propelling itself forward with powerful leaps, covering nearly 10 meters in a matter of moments to stand protectively before the Ice Emperor. The Ice Xian Dragon soared gracefully, its elongated body twisting and coiling, unleashing a blast of frigid mist from its cavernous maw, directed at Huo Yuhao. Before the icy fog could descend, Huo Yuhao felt the enveloping chill, his limbs stiffening and his movement slowing, as though he were being frozen in place. Yuhao, there's no time. We must leave. The Dream Ice Silkworm's voice came in broken tones, filled with reluctance. Casting a resentful glance at Wei Xuan, it unleashed its ultimate power, warping the space around Huo Yuhao, a flash of dark light, and he vanished from sight. The golden orb of light, however, remained behind, tethered by Wei Xuan's concentrated psychic grasp. I never anticipated that such a level of Ice Silkworm existed in this world. Possessing psychic power surpassing even that of a limit Douluo, Wei Xuan murmured softly. This is the second time he has displayed a look of astonishment, and the fact that he can be psychologically wounded speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of this Ice Silkworm. Clearing his throat softly, Wei Xuan found himself unscathed physically. Yet the mental anguish he endured was far more distressing. With a mere thought, the four-soul beast returned to his soul rings, his martial spirit dissipating and the rings retracting. While massaging his temples to alleviate the headache, he approached the golden sphere of light. You were actually able to withstand the full force of a mental attack from the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm? The Ice Emperor gazed at Wei Xuan in disbelief, her mind in turmoil. The mental fluctuations unleashed by the Ice Silkworm had instilled in her an acute sense of peril. She harbored no doubts that had the attack been directed at her, even if she had not been ensnared, she would have been utterly incapable of resisting it. Her soul obliterated. Such an assault targeted mental prowess, and her formidable strength would be insufficient to counter it unless her mental fortitude surpassed that of the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. But could she achieve that? Though she had long regarded the Ice Silkworm as a mere slothful creature focused only on eating and sleeping, she could not deny its formidable mental power. Indeed, it could be considered unparalleled. At the mental level, the gulf between her and the Ice Silkworm was vast. Even attaining 1,000,000 years of cultivation may not suffice to match its prowess. The emphasis of their racial talents diverged significantly. This implied that she could never hope to withstand that all-out mental assault from the heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. Yet, this human had managed to fend it off. And judging by his demeanor, he appeared to have sustained minimal injury. This was indeed terrifying. Did his mental acuity rival that of the Ice Silkworm? The Ice Silkworm could only unleash such a formidable attack after becoming Huo Yuhao's wisdom spirit ring, if it still possessed a physical form. Such a feat would be utterly unattainable. His mental assault is undeniably potent. However, to wish to kill me, he still falls short, Wei Xuan remarked, still massaging his temples. Are you a transformed soul beast? The Ice Emperor scrutinized Wei Xuan closely and inquired. Transformed soul beast? Wei Xuan was taken aback, not anticipating such a question. He shook his head and replied, my circumstances are rather unique. I am not a transformed soul beast. Not a transformed soul beast? Then how do you possess such formidable mental strength? The Ice Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment, her emotions stirred. I have mentioned that my situation is special. I cannot divulge the specifics, Wei Xuan stated, a touch of irritation creeping into his voice due to the headache. I have already outlined the benefits of becoming my wisdom spirit ring. Now I wish to know your intentions. The Ice Emperor quelled her curiosity and, after a moment of contemplation, made her decision. I can become your wisdom spirit ring, but I require an oath in the name of your martial spirit. Only then can I truly place my trust in you. After all, Wei Xuan was merely human, and they had only recently met. She could not fully trust him. Very well, Wei Xuan nodded. Trust must be built on mutual understanding. Their acquaintance was still too fresh for either to extend complete trust. In the name of the ancient Ice Dragon clan, I vow to elevate the Ice Emperor to the divine realm and assist her in attaining godhood. Should I break this vow, I shall be reduced to a mere shell of my former self. As the oath was spoken, an unseen force seemed to envelop Wei Xuan. My sincerity has been expressed. Now it is your turn. I apologize for neglecting to introduce myself. My name is Wei Xuan, he added. The Ice Emperor, harboring doubts about him, felt a similar lack of trust towards her. A guarantee was essential for her release. Fixing her gaze upon Wei Xuan, she declared. By the Ice God above, I, Ice Emperor Bai Huang, solemnly swear in the name of Ice to willingly become Wei Xuan's wisdom spirit ring. Should he release me and later retract his promise, may all that belongs to Ice be stripped from him, including my very life. In the extreme northern land, the solemn vow of the spirit beast weighed heavily. Once made, no spirit beast dared to break such a promise, not even she was an exception. Chapter 40. The exquisite Empress of Ice and Snow. Wei Xuan nodded in satisfaction, suppressing his pain as his consciousness extended outward, transforming into an invisible sword that pierced the luminous sphere. The sword held firm against the surface of the sphere for a moment before it pierced through, causing the entire orb to begin to dissipate. A brilliant radiance of white and emerald green illuminated the surroundings, emanating an intense chill as the Ice Empress manifested as a streak of light a few meters away. The frigid aura exuded by the Ice Empress had no adverse effect on Wei Xuan. However, the sheer force she projected caused his body to feel heavy. This was the presence of nearly 400,000 spirit beasts. It was only due to Wei Xuan's mental fortitude that he could alleviate the pressure. Had it been another spirit master, they would have long since collapsed to the ground. Wei Xuan stood tall and straight, his expression calm as he regarded the Ice Empress, unperturbed by the potential danger she posed. The Ice Empress retracted her aura entirely, engulfed by a swirling snowstorm that shimmered with emerald light. As the snowstorm subsided, the original Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion vanished, revealing an enchanting woman. Her delicate features were complemented by 4 emerald patterns on either side of her fair face, adding an alluringly sinister beauty. With a cold and elegant demeanor, her long, dark green hair cascaded behind her, and her emerald gown accentuated her voluptuous figure. The Ice Empress floated barefoot, her gaze towards Wei Xuan imbued with complexity, realizing she too could not escape the fate of becoming a spirit ring. Observing the breathtaking beauty and alluring form of the Ice Empress, Wei Xuan displayed little emotional response. When one's state of mind reaches a certain level, even the most exquisite beauty cannot provoke a loss of composure. I am currently at level 41. When I reach level 50, I will require your sacrifice, Wei Xuan stated first. With the Ice Empress's cultivation, she could indeed serve as his 9th spirit ring. However, the time required was too lengthy for his liking. The sooner she became his spirit ring, the more time she would have to grow alongside him, becoming a significant asset in the future. He possessed unique methods to temporarily seal a considerable portion of the Ice Empress's power, alleviating concerns about her physical capacity. The condition was her voluntary consent. Resistance would render him incapable of forcibly sealing her power at his current level. Agreed. At that time, I will seal my cultivation to a level you can withstand, ensuring your ability to absorb my essence. The Ice Empress readily accepted. Since she chose to become Wei Xuan's spirit ring, she would strive to benefit him as much as possible, for as the saying goes, one flourishes, all flourish, one suffers, all suffer. Wei Xuan's eyes brightened. This alleviated his burden. I wish to inquire about the Ice Silkworm. What is its situation? he asked curiously, aware that its formidable mental prowess indicated it was extraordinary. Upon mentioning the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, the Ice Empress's previously gentle countenance darkened instantly, her aura turning tempestuous. It was humiliating for her, one of the three great kings of the extreme north, to have nearly faltered before a mere insect. Do not let me encounter you again, otherwise I shall annihilate your very soul, the Ice Empress thought fiercely, feeling aggrieved. Taking a deep breath to adjust her emotions, she explained. It is known as the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, a million-year-old spirit beast. A million years? Wei Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, surprised by the Ice Silkworm's remarkably high age. Yes, the Ice Empress succinctly elaborated on the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's circumstances. After hearing this, Wei Xuan displayed a peculiar expression. The Ice Silkworm was indeed fortunate, achieving a coveted state merely through eating and sleeping. As Wei Xuan was about to speak further, he sensed something, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the extreme north, an instinct informing him of an approaching powerhouse. The Ice Empress's gaze coincided with his, and upon sensing the distant aura, a glimmer of delight crossed her face. A beam of white light shot from afar, akin to a white meteor streaking across the sky. The light descended beside the Snow Empress, revealing its form. Before me stands a woman whose beauty surpasses even that of the Ice Emperor, approaching the realm of perfection. Her long, silken white hair cascades down to the ground, and her sky-blue eyes shimmer with an ethereal clarity, embodying purity and innocence, sparkling with the light of wisdom, as if she could see through all worldly affairs. Her slender figure is flawless, adorned in a simple yet elegant white gown that enhances her noble and enchanting presence. While the Ice Emperor exudes an air of cold allure, she radiates a proud solitude, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a solitary mountain peak. In her snow-white hands rests a snow lotus, pulsating with energy reminiscent of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Snow Empress, what brings you here? The Ice Emperor inquired with a gleeful smile, his excitement palpable. After casting a glance at Wei Xuan, the Snow Empress averted her gaze and offered a slight smile to the Ice Emperor, saying, I sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupting here and feared an anomaly might occur, so I came to investigate. I did not expect to find you here as well. What transpired? As the Snow Empress spoke, she shot a cold glance at Wei Xuan, contemplating an attack. Wait. Do not act against him. The Ice Emperor interjected hastily, positioning herself protectively in front of the Snow Empress to halt her assault. Wei Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, unsettled both by the Snow Empress's readiness to strike and the very essence of her presence. Referring to her as this person seemed inappropriate. She was indeed a soul beast, born of heaven and earth, and could justly be called an ice and snow spirit. What is the meaning of this, Ice Empress? The Snow Empress frowned, taken aback by the Ice Emperor's protective stance over a human. Snow Empress, allow me to explain, the Ice Emperor urged, recounting her recent experiences with urgency, fearing that if she delayed, the Snow Empress might impulsively attack Wei Xuan. She described being ensnared by the dreaming Ice Silkworm due to her carelessness, Wei Xuan's sudden appearance to rescue her, and the subsequent agreement made between them. In her concise narration, she deliberately concealed Wei Xuan's formidable spiritual powers, knowing full well that if the Snow Empress were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly press for further details. Wei Xuan, not wishing to incite conflict, remained silent on the matter. After hearing the Ice Emperor's account, the Snow Empress exhibited a look of astonishment, swiftly materializing before Wei Xuan. Despite her sudden appearance, Wei Xuan remained composed, his gaze steady as he regarded the Snow Empress, the foremost of the three great northern rulers. Standing at approximately 173 meters, Wei Xuan was slightly taller than the Snow Empress, allowing their eyes to meet at a level gaze. The Snow Empress's eyes were as clear and pure as the finest sapphire, while Wei Xuan's were deep and dark, reminiscent of an endless starry sky. Their eyes locked in silence, a palpable tension hung in the air. The Ice Emperor, startled by the Snow Empress's sudden proximity to Wei Xuan, hurried to his side. Snow Empress, please refrain from any hasty actions. The Snow Empress scrutinized Wei Xuan for a considerable time before giving a slight nod to the Ice Emperor and addressing Wei Xuan. Release your soul rings and soul beasts for me to examine. She required first-hand evidence of Wei Xuan's soul rings and the states of his soul beasts to believe his claims. Her voice was melodious, yet imbued with an icy detachment, devoid of any warmth. I am not fond of your commanding tone, Wei Xuan replied, his gaze piercing as he regarded the Snow Empress without releasing his martial spirit. The Snow Empress is merely curious about your circumstances, harboring no ill intent, the Ice Emperor clarified, aiming to prevent any misunderstanding. Wei Xuan remained silent, his demeanor calm as he observed the Snow Empress with keen eyes. The Snow Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of danger glinting in her gaze. As the surrounding ice and snow became increasingly turbulent, the temperature plummeting towards absolute zero. Yet, Wei Xuan stood resolute, impervious to the chilling descent in temperature. With a mere thought, the raging blizzard that encircled him abruptly ceased, only to resume its wild fury moments later, more chaotic than before. This time, the snow and ice have undergone a transformation. They are no longer governed by the Snow Emperor, but rather have come under the dominion of Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan has forcefully seized control of the ice and snow from the sovereign of the far north. This is not a matter of strength, but rather pertains to one's mastery over ice and snow. In terms of controlling ice and snow, few can surpass Wei Xuan. Not even the Ice Emperor or the Snow Goddess. The moment one senses a loss of control over ice and snow, even the serene and ethereal Snow Emperor cannot help but show a change in expression. It is astonishing that there still exists someone capable of seizing control over the ice and snow from her. How could this be possible? The Snow Empress regarded Wei Xuan with a gaze filled with surprise and curiosity. It was truly incredible that a mere human could possess such extraordinary mastery over ice and snow. What an intriguing human, the Snow Empress whispered, acknowledging him as the first human to genuinely astonish her. Beside her, the Ice Empress looked at Wei Xuan in disbelief, having initially intended to intervene on his behalf against the ice and snow. However, to her utter amazement, Wei Xuan seemed entirely unaffected by the icy elements and had even succeeded in commandeering the control from the Snow Empress. You have truly taken me by surprise, the Snow Empress remarked, her tone devoid of shame despite her realization of being outmatched by someone so young, possessing such terrifying expertise in ice and snow. Are you perhaps a soul beast in human form? The Snow Empress inquired, scrutinizing Wei Xuan as if trying to penetrate his very essence. In her view, such an astounding level of control over ice and snow could only be achieved by a soul beast transformed into a human, though she acknowledged it was merely a slight possibility. In the realm of soul beasts, she considered herself unparalleled in her command over ice and snow. Wei Xuan shook his head, stating, the Ice Empress already posed this question earlier. I can assure you, I am not a soul beast in human form. Some individuals are simply endowed with extraordinary gifts, favored by the heavens. Consider me one of those, possessing an almost absurd affinity for ice and snow. The Snow Empress nodded thoughtfully, her mind swirling with confusion, yet she refrained from probing further, simply saying, you have earned my respect. With this newfound understanding of Wei Xuan's prowess in ice and snow, the Snow Empress no longer held him in contempt, regarding him as an equal. Noticing a shift in the Snow Empress's demeanor, Wei Xuan unleashed his martial spirit, causing 4 soul rings to illuminate in succession as soul beasts materialized before them. Even with prior preparation, the sight of these 4 soul beasts took the Snow Empress aback, her expression one of sheer astonishment, particularly upon witnessing the Ice Dragon, saber-toothed Ice Spirit Tiger, and Ice Mammoth, each indistinguishable from genuine soul beasts. The Snow Empress's composure shattered, leaving her visibly shaken. After allowing the Snow Empress to absorb the spectacle, Wei Xuan retracted his martial spirit, a smile playing on his lips as he observed her reaction. He harbored certain thoughts regarding the Snow Empress, not of romantic inclination, but rather concerning the potential of her becoming one of his soul rings. If she were to volunteer, like the Ice Empress, to become his soul ring, it would prove to be an immeasurable advantage, alleviating the burden of searching for a suitable soul ring. It took a considerable while for the Snow Empress to regain her composure. Her breath slightly hurried as she inquired, after your demise, can these special soul rings, which retain their spirits, be liberated to revert back into soul beasts? She did not question how Wei Xuan achieved this. That was inconsequential. What truly mattered to her was whether the soul rings could be detached from their soul masters. If such a separation were possible, it would revolutionize the fate of soul beasts, eliminating concerns over their extinction due to hunting. The Ice Empress's eyes widened in realization. The Snow Empress's question had sparked a revelation. If this method could indeed allow soul beasts to truly live, then, with this thought, the Ice Empress's breath quickened, her gaze fervent as she awaited Wei Xuan's response, anxious to avoid a negative answer. Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the Snow Empress to pose such a query, nor to delve into the topic of his own mortality. "I will not die," he asserted. This question prompted him to seriously contemplate the matter, something he had not considered before. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress watched him intently, their silence amplifying the surrounding stillness. After several moments of contemplation, Wei Xuan offered a somewhat tentative reply. "Theoretically, it is possible." "Really?" The Snow Empress and Ice Empress exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. In that moment, they felt as though the entire world was imbued with beauty. They chose to overlook the theoretically part of his statement, focusing instead on the affirmative possible. As long as there was a chance, it was a cause for celebration. "Splendid. If this can indeed be realized, we will no longer have to fear for the extinction of soul beasts," the Ice Empress exclaimed, embracing the Snow Empress in a fit of excitement, overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. "Indeed, we need not worry any longer," the Snow Empress replied, patting the Ice Empress's back, filled with myriad emotions. Observing the two in their fervor, Wei Xuan felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. He jestingly reminded them, "I only mentioned that it is theoretically possible. It does not guarantee success, as I cannot simply die to test this theory." Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress regained their composure. "Then we should find a soul master, have him absorb a soul ring using your method, and then eliminate him to observe the outcome," the Ice Empress suggested. The Snow Empress nodded in agreement, deeming the plan viable. After all, humans often hunted soul beasts. It would not be an issue to reverse the roles. Wei Xuan shook his head, refraining from expressing any opinion on the matter. Instead, he doused their enthusiasm with cold water, saying, "You are both oversimplifying the issue. I understand what you are truly concerned about. However, I must inform you that there are two significant challenges to realizing this. One is the method. Currently, only I can employ it. The second is that if other soul masters utilize my method to absorb soul rings, the soul beasts will not materialize as physical entities, but remain in a spiritual state. Upon the soul master's demise, the spirits of the soul beasts may indeed be liberated, but they require a vessel, a place to harbor their essence. Without such a vessel, these spirits will become lost souls, more likely to dissipate into the ether," Wei Xuan explained. The two empresses merely envisioned a cycle where soul beasts become soul rings for soul masters, and upon the masters' deaths, the soul beasts could emerge once more, thus preventing any decline in their numbers. It was an idyllic notion, yet the path to its realization was fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, this did not imply it was impossible. A concept began to form within Wei Xuan's mind. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, the Snow and Ice Empresses furrowed their brows in contemplation, pondering the two challenges he had presented. "Can you resolve these two issues?" The Snow Empress gazed at Wei Xuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation, as she felt an innate sense that this human before her possessed the means to resolve her plight. "It is feasible, albeit somewhat troublesome, and given my current soul power, I am unable to achieve it," Wei Xuan replied. "Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to express your needs. I will endeavor to fulfill them to the best of my abilities." The Snow Empress could hardly contain her excitement. "I, too, shall contribute my entire clan's strength to assist you, provided you can truly bring this to fruition," the Ice Emperor added, making a solemn promise. "I do not seek any other aid, but I require you, Snow Empress, to become my sixth soul ring," Wei Xuan stated, articulating his request. The resolution of the soul beast dilemma would not only benefit the beasts themselves, but also serve his own interests. His proposed solution would primarily advantage himself. For without such a benefit, the notion of having a Snow Empress as a soul ring would hardly compel him to pursue it. Without a hint of hesitation, the Snow Empress nodded in agreement. "Very well, as long as you can resolve the soul beast's issue, becoming your soul ring poses no problem." The opportunity to accompany Wei Xuan on his path to divinity was an enticing prospect in itself. Moreover, contributing to the welfare of the entire soul beast lineage rendered her refusal inconceivable in light of such manifold benefits. The Ice Emperor refrained from dissuading the Snow Empress and instead felt a surge of joy, not for the future of the soul beasts, but purely for the Snow Empress's happiness. Wei Xuan regarded the Snow Empress with a profound gaze, slightly taken aback by her swift acquiescence, which elevated his estimation of her considerably. Subsequently, both parties pledged oaths, solidifying their mutual trust. Wei Xuan's vow was not absolute, for even he could not guarantee the outcome. He could only promise to exert his utmost efforts. "Snow Empress, Are you holding a snow lotus of 10,000 years? The Ice Emperor, just now noticing the object in the Snow Empress's hand, expressed his astonishment. The 10,000-year snow lotus could only be described as unique in its rarity. Even in the frigid north, discovering a second one would be a challenge. Wei Xuan had long since observed the object in the Snow Empress's possession, so he was not particularly surprised, his feelings regarding the snow lotus remaining relatively undisturbed. The Snow Empress raised her left hand, gazing at the snow lotus hovering in her palm, radiating a luminous white glow. With a wry smile, she remarked, "I have searched for this snow lotus for many years, but it seems it may no longer be of use to me. What do you intend to do with this snow lotus?" inquired the Ice Emperor, intrigued. "Decades ago, I attempted to condense a yin-yang complementary soul core, but the endeavor failed, severely injuring my essence and obliterating my chances of surviving the upcoming 70,000-year tribulation. Hence, I aim to utilize this 10,000-year snow lotus as a catalyst to complete the sealing of my essence and commence my transformation into a human, seeking the path to divinity." The Snow Empress explained. "What? Your essence has been damaged, Snow Empress?" The Ice Emperor's expression shifted to one of deep concern, worried for the Snow Empress's condition. The essence is paramount for soul beasts. Its damage could lead to stagnation of power or, in severe cases, a decline in strength or even threaten one's life. Furthermore, a compromised essence would diminish the likelihood of overcoming the tribulation, extinguishing any remaining glimmer of hope. The Snow Empress waved her hand dismissively. "I am fine. I simply cannot endure the next tribulation. Beyond that, there are no significant issues." Hearing this, the Ice Emperor sighed in relief, grateful that she was unharmed. The ability to withstand the tribulation was of little consequence, as the Snow Empress would eventually become Wei Xuan's soul ring. It was improbable that the soul ring would also face the tribulation. "This snow lotus is no longer beneficial to me or Bing Heir. It's of no use to keep it, so I shall bestow it upon you," the Snow Empress declared, extending the snow lotus towards Wei Xuan. Since she had committed to becoming his soul ring, she would no longer seek to utilize the snow lotus for her own reformation. By foregoing her transformation, she would instead absorb the pure essence of heaven and earth contained within the 10,000-year snow lotus, merely enhancing her cultivation and longevity. She was already close to attaining 70,000 years of cultivation. Daring to absorb the energy within the snow lotus would inevitably attract the tribulation, a perilous endeavor. The Ice Emperor's situation was similar. Absorption would herald the tribulation, and whether one could overcome it was a matter of fate, while failure would spell disaster. Rather than risking her life to absorb the energy of the snow lotus, it was wiser to extend a goodwill gesture to Wei Xuan, thereby fostering mutual ties. "Bestow it upon me," Wei Xuan confirmed, hesitating to accept the snow lotus at first. "Indeed, this snow lotus harbors immense, pure ice energy. Should you absorb it, your soul power will experience a significant enhancement. The benefits it brings you far outweigh those it would offer to me and Bing Heir. It is only logical that you utilize it," the Snow Empress stated. Perhaps sensing Wei Xuan's potential reluctance, she added, "Do not feel burdened. We are now united as one. The swifter your ascendant strength, the greater the benefits for both me and Bing Heir. Granting you the snow lotus is, in essence, a favor to myself as well. I shall remember this kindness," Wei Xuan replied, accepting the snow lotus from the Snow Empress. The snow lotus was exquisite, crystalline, and translucent, glimmering with flecks of light under the sun, not particularly large, easily held in one hand. However, upon grasping it, Wei Xuan felt as though he were cradling a colossal boulder, requiring the exertion of his soul power to prevent it from descending. This is due to the immense energy contained within the snow lotus, which has truly existed for over 100,000 years, rather than having rapidly accumulated. The energy amassed over a century of millennia renders this seemingly ordinary snow lotus as heavy as a boulder. Even the average person may find it impossible to pluck it from its place. Chapter 43. The Divine King Tang, Sen intervenes. The energy within the snow lotus is extraordinarily vast and pure, akin to the attribute-less energy stored in a milk bottle, allowing for unrestrained absorption. Upon contact with the energy of the snow lotus, Wei Xuan's soul power began to stir within him, as his body instinctively sought to absorb the energy. The pure energy of ice and snow greatly benefited him, triggering instinctive reactions within his body. After gazing at the snow lotus for a while, Wei Xuan enveloped it in a layer of icy mist, sealing it within his storage ring. "Snow Empress, your essence is damaged. Let it first become my soul ring." This will grant you more time to nourish it, allowing your essence to recover sooner, Wei Xuan stated. I have no objections, the Ice Empress promptly replied. For her, whether it happened sooner or later bore little consequence, but for the Snow Empress, it was indeed better to act quickly to prevent unforeseen changes. The Snow Empress hesitated briefly before agreeing. She could not endure for several more years before facing her 7th tribulation, which was a deathly trial. By the time Wei Xuan reached the 60th level, she might not even survive to see it. Thus, becoming the 5th soul ring was undoubtedly the best choice. In a remote clearing near the extreme north, where it snowed year-round and was merely a dozen miles from the edge of the frozen expanse, Huo Yuhao suddenly appeared in the snow. His body lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground, face down, sliding a few meters. The fall aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, his face twitching. Ouch! Huo Yuhao winced, clutching his injuries, enduring the excruciating pain as he turned over to face the sky. His eyes closed, gasping for breath. Yuhao, Yuhao, the weak voice of the dream Ice Silkworm echoed in his mind. Huo Yuhao jolted, recalling the situation of his companion, and urgently inquired, How are you, dream brother? My condition is not good. My essence has been severely depleted. I may need to sleep for a long time. The dream Ice Silkworm replied weakly. Please don't scare me, dream brother. Huo Yuhao exclaimed, sitting up in panic, momentarily forgetting his pain, his eyes reddening. The dream Ice Silkworm had become his closest companion and helper. How could he not be distressed at the prospect of something happening to it? Misinterpreting the dream Ice Silkworm's words, he feared it might be on the brink of death. Realizing the misunderstanding, the dream Ice Silkworm clarified, I will not perish. But it will take a considerable amount of time for me to recover. Before I fall into slumber, there are matters I need to entrust to you. What is it, dream brother? Huo Yuhao asked, relieved that the dream Ice Silkworm would survive. Firstly, regarding your second martial soul, I can no longer assist you in obtaining a soul ring. You must rely on yourself. You cannot simply hunt any soul beast. It must be a soul beast of ultimate ice. Ideally, it should be a top-tier soul beast like the Ice Blue Scorpion or the Ice Goddess, or at the very least, a Titan Snow Demon. To acquire these soul beasts as your martial soul, you must leverage the power of your Shrek Academy. Once you return to the Academy, the dream Ice Silkworm meticulously advised Huo Yuhao, covering every detail, even planning what he should say upon his return. In the divine realm, amidst drifting clouds and ethereal mists, a man stood alone. With flowing aquamarine hair cascading like a waterfall behind him, he possessed a tall stature and an extraordinary aura, appearing almost otherworldly. His handsome visage, though youthful, bore the weight of experience in his eyes, which seemed to encompass the vastness of existence. God King Tang San. Tang San gazed into the distant sky, his eyes shimmering with a hint of purple, observing quietly until his brow furrowed in concern. Has the fate of the new star changed? Tang San murmured, uncertain of his own perception. There had been no apparent changes. Why did it suddenly shift? According to his calculations, it should not have. Contemplating briefly, Tang San waved his right hand forward, revealing a cerulean screen that displayed a shifting scene, Huo Yuhao's current location. After observing Huo Yuhao for a moment, Tang San spoke to himself in confusion. It seems he has lost an opportunity. His potential remains unchanged. What could have caused this alteration in his fate? It should not have occurred, Tang San pondered. He had once utilized the central power of the divine realm to forecast Huo Yuhao's future, understanding his significance to the divine realm. Now that Huo Yuhao's fate had shifted, he felt concerned about the potential negative impact on the divine realm. Having lost this opportunity, Huo Yuhao's talent remained unaltered, rendering him unworthy of inheriting his divine rank. Even if he were to inherit it, it would be impossible for that individual. The sea god trident appeared before Tang San, radiating a gentle blue glow. Utilizing the sea god trident, Tang San attempted to deduce the cause of Huo Yuhao's fate alteration, seeking a way to rectify it. He had many plans for Huo Yuhao and could not allow his fate to be whimsically disrupted. He aimed to align it as closely as possible with his expectations. Fleeting, indistinct images flickered in his mind, shrouded in a mist that obscured clarity. Yet, this was sufficient for Tang San to glean some information, and soon, the image of Huo Yuhao encountering Wei Xuan materialized in his thoughts. In the extreme north, Wei Xuan sensed something amiss. A feeling of being scrutinized compelled him to glance skyward, his brow furrowing for the first time. Who is probing into my past? Wei Xuan instantly understood this strange sensation. It was the feeling of being observed. After a moment of looking skyward, Wei Xuan coldly withdrew his gaze. realizing that his current strength paled in comparison to his past. Otherwise, he would have reacted differently. It became clear that he was the reason for Huo Yuhao's altered fate. Tang San rubbed his temples, a sharp pain surging through him, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. Inside, a tumult of emotions surged. Upon reaching this human's presence in his deductions, he had experienced a backlash, an utterly astonishing occurrence. As the pain subsided, Tang San continued to gaze intently at the image before him, which was a blurred silhouette of Wei Xuan. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous premonition, a sense of trepidation gripping his heart. To evoke such a feeling in a god-king was likely to astonish the other deities if spoken aloud, an absurdity and a source of dread. Perhaps I should find a way to rectify his disrupted fate, Tang San contemplated. He attempted to delve into Wei Xuan's origins but found himself unable to do so. Reluctantly refocusing his attention on Huo Yuhao. Bound by the rules of the divine realm, he could not directly eliminate Wei Xuan, the source of this upheaval. Chapter 44. Are you together? Directly killing a mortal was the greatest taboo in the divine realm, especially when the individual had not violated any divine laws. In such circumstances, even as an enforcer of the divine realm, he could not act recklessly against it. Otherwise, he would be openly defying the rules of the divine realm and would face severe punishment from its central authority. Although he currently held the title of the foremost individual in the divine realm, it did not grant him the liberty to act without restraint. The law applied to him as well, and there were those who could hold him accountable. Thus, in the absence of compelling necessity, he would not truly take action to eliminate this variable individual. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San ultimately decided to slightly bend the rules and assist Huo Yuhao in reclaiming that opportunity. This is for the greater good of the divine realm. Tang San murmured to himself, a measured intervention in mortal affairs is permissible. As Huo Yuhao trudged through the snowy expanse, he aimed to reach the nearest village in search of assistance. Suddenly, he halted, spotting a soul ring, yellow with a hint of purple, swirling just 100 meters away. Beneath the soul ring lay a scorpion, and upon the first glance, Huo Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion?" Just recently, he had encountered the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, and how could he fail to recognize a creature so similar? After scanning his surroundings and releasing his spiritual probe to ensure there were no people or soul beasts nearby, Huo Yuhao cautiously approached. As he drew nearer, his previously despondent spirit ignited with fervor. If he could absorb this soul ring, then, upon reaching closer and scrutinizing it carefully, disappointment washed over his face. This was not the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, but rather an ordinary Ice Blue Scorpion. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, overall, he felt a surge of joy. After all, encountering a suitable soul beast on his journey was a cause for elation. Why would an Ice Blue Scorpion appear here? Shouldn't they dwell within the core circle? Huo Yuhao remained grounded, refusing to let his excitement cloud his judgment. Strictly speaking, this place does not truly belong to the extreme northern region. Yet, encountering a formidable soul beast such as the Ice Blue Scorpion here is indeed perplexing. After pondering for quite some time, Huo Yuhao could not discern a reason for this anomaly. Once he confirmed once more that there were no other individuals or soul beasts in the vicinity, he gritted his teeth and seated himself in a cross-legged position, commencing the process of solidifying his second martial soul, as instructed by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Such a remarkable soul beast, if missed, may never be encountered again. He must seize this opportunity. After conversing with the Ice and Snow Emperors for about an hour, Wei Xuan bid them farewell and set off towards the far north. Embarking on his journey back, in this desolate northern region, he felt little concern. The Ice Phoenix wings unfurled, allowing him to soar through the skies. However, after flying a short distance, a sound disrupted his good spirits, the unmistakable noise of an arrow slicing through the air. Immediately sensing the incoming projectile, Wei Xuan swiftly summoned his soul power, and with a flick of his wrist, a mist of ice coalesced into an ice shield. The arrow collided with the shield, producing a sharp sound. It was deflected while a dent formed in the shield, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. Wei Xuan halted, his wings fluttering gently behind him, and he hovered in the air with a cold demeanor, gazing downwards. "Are you all in league with one another?" he inquired. On the snowy ground, 5 robust men clad in thick cotton garments looked up at Wei Xuan. The foremost among them held a white bow, poised to draw. Clearly, it was he who had loosed the arrow. 6 soul rings swirled around his form, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The expression of the front man shifted to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his arrow would be thwarted. This was no ordinary bow, but his martial soul. The snow goose bow. Though he had not employed any soul skills, its might was not to be underestimated. Logically, a boy of 12 or 13 should not have been capable of blocking such a shot. What was particularly curious was that the opponent had yet to unleash his martial soul. "Kid, come down here," he bellowed, his initial surprise quickly morphing into malice. As he spoke, his gaze fixated greedily on the wings behind Wei Xuan that could be soul bones. If he could obtain them, it would be a great fortune. He was not without insight and was not foolish. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan's wings without the presence of soul rings, he deduced the possibility of soul bones. He could hardly fathom that these wings were external soul bones, yet even ordinary soul bones would suffice, for they were certainly preferable to having none at all. This is also the reason why he would take action against Wei Xuan. The four individuals behind him were equally fierce in their gaze towards Wei Xuan. They were unaware of their leader's motives for targeting the youth, but they understood that supporting their leader was the right course of action. Wei Xuan remained silent, following the gaze of his adversaries to glance behind him, quickly comprehending the reason. Greed had stirred within them. "I shall ask once more, are you all together?" Wei Xuan inquired with an expressionless demeanor. "Uh-huh. Are you foolish? Is it difficult to discern whether we are together?" The five erupted into laughter, finding the question absurdly amusing. Wei Xuan disregarded their taunts and replied coolly, "I merely wish to confirm. Since you are united, you shall all perish." If they dared to strike at him, he would not hold back in return. A killer must be prepared for retribution. In his eyes, these individuals were no different from the dead, and he would not squander time engaging in idle chatter with the deceased. "What did you say?" The five paused momentarily, then burst into laughter once more, as though they had heard the most humorous joke in existence. Wei Xuan did not speak further. A dragon's roar resonated from within him as the ancient ice dragon's spirit manifested behind him, for soul rings ascending from his feet. A powerful surge of energy emanated forth, causing a sudden drop in temperature as the first soul ring illuminated. The ice dragon surged forth from the ring, its solid form twisting and emitting a low, piercing sound. Radiating an aura of chill, it circled in the sky before letting out a resounding roar directed at the ground, unleashing a frigid wind and a torrent of icy mist descending upon the earth. The mist moved with astonishing speed, covering the distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye, enveloping the five. Upon witnessing Wei Xuan's soul rings, their expressions changed dramatically. Mouths agape in astonishment, 3 purple and 1 black. Surely, they were not mistaken. As they were enveloped in the icy mist, a shiver coursed through them, their thick garments no longer providing warmth. They felt as if they were naked in an ice cellar, the unbearable cold prompting them to channel their soul power in an attempt to resist. "This individual is peculiar. We must all exert our full strength. Do not underestimate him," the man with the bow shouted, the atmosphere shifting from lightheartedness to grave seriousness. Chapter 45, The Slaughter, Part 1. With that declaration, the leading man was the first to spring into action, charging toward the edge of the icy mist as his first soul ring illuminated. "Fleeting wolf arrow," he exclaimed, drawing his bow as an arrow shaped like a wolf appeared on the string. Releasing the string, the arrow transformed into a beam of light that soared into the air, accompanied by the sound of a wolf's howl, akin to an ice wolf lunging fiercely at Wei Xuan. The others promptly followed suit, unleashing their martial spirits and dispersing in all directions to escape the clutches of the icy mist at the fastest possible speed. Among the four, the one with the highest soul power was a soul king of the 5th ring, while the other 3 were merely soul masters of the 4th ring, possessing ordinary martial souls that hardly distinguished them as formidable. As arrows soared toward him, Wei Xuan remained unfazed. He extended his palm forward, drawing upon the icy energies of the world to coalesce within his grasp, forming a delicate layer of frost. As the arrows approached Wei Xuan, they suddenly transformed into ice wolves, their sharp fangs bared, and their forepaws thrashing, exuding a fierce aura as if they intended to rend him asunder. The ice wolf's claws crossed and struck against the thin sheet of frost formed by Wei Xuan's palm, producing a piercing sound of friction as the claws grazed the surface. Though the frost appeared fragile, shattering at the slightest touch, it was, in truth, incredibly resilient, no less formidable than rare metals. The ice wolf's claws merely left shallow scratches upon the frost before losing momentum, their massive bodies colliding against the icy barrier. The thin ice quivered slightly, while the ice wolves disintegrated into countless shards that scattered about. After deflecting the lethal arrows, Wei Xuan turned his palm downward, causing the ice serpents to animate as if imbued with vitality, writhing swiftly. Arrows, blades, ice spikes, and fine needles formed in an instant, hurtling toward the group. Witnessing this spectacle, the individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. This youth, despite his tender years, had attained an extraordinary mastery over ice. Feeling the terrifying nature of these oncoming attacks, each of them dared not to underestimate the threat, promptly unleashing their defensive soul techniques. Among them, only the man wielding a bow could be considered a ranged attack soul master, while the other four possessed beast martial souls, which were of a type that could not fly. In this circumstance, the four of them found themselves utterly helpless against the soaring Xian, unable to launch an attack, and were left with no choice but to adopt a stance of passive defense. The attacks were widespread and executed with astonishing speed, rendering evasion impossible. Their only recourse was to bolster their defenses. The arrows, ice shards, and fine needles were exceedingly sharp and possessed formidable penetrating power, while the blades were remarkably keen, slicing through the air with a distinct sound. Under the onslaught, which was as fierce as a tempest, the four beast spirit masters could only withstand the barrage for a brief moment before they bore the marks of injury. Each individual was inflicted with gaping wounds, some struck by arrows, others lacerated by blades, and still others pierced by the fine needles. Awed by the ferocity of the assault, they hastened their evasive maneuvers and invoked their most potent defensive spirit techniques. The archer, proficient in offense, found himself particularly vulnerable, lacking any defensive spirit techniques. In this circumstance, even if he were a soul emperor, his defensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the beast martial soul master, who was fully engaged in defense. Confronted with these assaults, he was compelled to evade swiftly, drawing his bow with alacrity to unleash a multitude of arrows to intercept the incoming attacks. The archer's marksmanship, while not infallible, was undoubtedly of a caliber befitting a master archer, exhibiting commendable precision. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, bloodstains marred his body, as he was unable to entirely thwart the onslaught. His second soul ring subsequently illuminated, directing an assault towards the incoming threats. Upon nearing them, a resounding explosion erupted. The frosty essence of the white snow energy surged forth, dispersing the attacks with force. "Gather close, protect each other. I shall take down this archer," he bellowed, his injuries having ignited his fury. The five individuals were evidently led by the man at the forefront, exhibiting a keen obedience to his commands as they swiftly converged towards the archer. Observing the unfolding scene below, Wei Xuan maintained a composed demeanor, opting not to employ the soul-guiding device, instead relying on the prowess of his martial spirit for combat. The second and third soul rings on his body simultaneously illuminated, and from these rings surged the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger and the ice river mammoth. As these beasts emerged, they manifested in a spectral form, diving downward before solidifying upon making contact with the ground, producing two thunderous booms. The earth trembled beneath them, the footprints of the ice river mammoth sinking half a meter deep, a testament to its formidable weight. Once solidified, the two beasts bore all the attributes of genuine soul beasts, their emanating vitality suffocating the surrounding atmosphere. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger let out a ferocious roar, charging forward with powerful strides, stirring a tempest of snow and ice as its speed escalated. Swiftly, a massive ice-blue sword appeared to form from the gathered snow before the tiger, propelled forward with relentless force. The ice river mammoth raised its trunk, bellowing as its front half lifted nearly 5 meters off the ground before crashing down heavily. The impact of its colossal forelimbs was akin to the descent of a mountain, sending shockwaves that resonated for miles. The snow-laden ground quaked violently, displacing the accumulated snow several meters into the air, resembling an avalanche cascading from above. A tremendous shockwave of energy surged towards the 5 individuals, fracturing the icy surface and vaporizing the snow in its path. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, initially charging straight ahead, adeptly shifted to a lateral leap to avoid the oncoming wave. The 5 assembled figures staggered unsteadily, nearly toppling from the tremors reverberating through the earth. Despite their astonishment, the 4 beast martial spirit soul masters steeled themselves and positioned themselves to confront the charging saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Simultaneously, 2 defensive soul masters activated their 4th soul abilities, maximizing their defensive capabilities. The other 2 assault-type soul masters surged forward to meet the oncoming tiger. The archer's 5th soul ring glimmered, summoning a colossal arrow exceeding a meter in length, aimed directly at Wei Xuan before being released. Glancing at the arrow, Wei Xuan raised his hand, and the swirling snow expelled by the ice river mammoth dissipated instantaneously. In the next moment, the snow reappeared before him, forming a barrier exceeding 100 square meters, completely shielding him. A pale blue energy surged from Wei Xuan's palm, and upon contact with the previously chaotic snow, it coalesced into a solid form. The scattered snow glimmered with a blue hue, transforming into a smooth, mirror-like ice surface, ultimately shaping into a massive square ice shield. A crisp sound rang out as the arrow struck the shield, resulting in a clash of energies that radiated outward like waves. For a brief moment, the arrow and the ice shield were locked in a stalemate. However, after 2 heartbeats, cracks began to appear on the shield's surface, which soon widened, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds. As the ice shield developed fissures, the might of the enormous arrow was significantly diminished, reducing its power to a mere 30%. In a flash, Wei Xuan repositioned himself behind the ice shield, extending his palm to meet its surface, precisely where the arrow was aimed. With a forceful push, the shield shattered instantaneously, even the undamaged sections fracturing into sharp ice shards. The air was filled with the sound of countless ice blades raining down, resembling a tempest of frozen projectiles. The arrow hurtled towards Wei Xuan's palm. Yet the anticipated scenario of it piercing through did not materialize. Instead, he deftly flipped his hand and firmly grasped the arrow. Its surface was exceedingly smooth, and as it came to a halt, the razor-sharp tip was mere inches from Wei Xuan's face. He could feel the sharpness of the arrowhead, yet his expression remained unchanged, exuding a calmness so profound it bordered on the eerie. With a decisive grip, he reduced the arrow to a fine powder, which the gentle breeze whisked away. On the ground, the 2 defensive soul masters were hurled several dozen meters by the shockwave, leaving deep gashes in the snow beneath them. Just as they regained their footing, their bodies trembled, and they expelled mouthfuls of blood, collapsing onto one knee, their faces as pale as parchment. This is indeed Wei Xuan's 3rd soul skill, a technique nearing the age of 10,000 years. Even the 5th soul skill of a soul king may not surpass its formidable power. Such an intense assault could hardly be effortlessly repelled by 2 defensive soul masters. After their combined efforts to withstand the strike, both were grievously injured. Their bones shattered in several places, rendering them incapable of further combat. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger collided with the Soul King, leaving a deep gash on him from the colossal ice-blue sword that materialized before him. The Soul King and the Soul Master fought valiantly against the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger. Yet in this frigid environment, the tiger's power was significantly amplified. Rather than succumbing to the duo's combined might, it subtly gained the upper hand. With over 5 millennia of cultivation, coupled with its formidable bloodline, the saber-toothed ice spirit tiger stood undaunted against a Soul King and a Soul Master. Should it engage in a life-and-death struggle, victory would surely belong to the tiger, provided that Wei Xuan's soul power remained sufficient to sustain its relentless assault. After all, their energy source was wholly reliant on Wei Xuan. Should his soul power be exhausted, they would inevitably revert to their soul rings. As the lethal blades descended, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfed them, the sting against their skin prompting an urgent retreat. They were not particularly swift, and the speed of the descending blades was astonishingly rapid. Before they could escape the reach of the icy blades, the onslaught had already arrived. A chorus of anguished cries erupted, for despite their utmost resistance, they were unable to withstand the relentless barrage of razor-sharp attacks, their bodies marred with countless wounds. Upon these lethal blades, Wei Xuan infused a considerable amount of soul power, making them exceedingly difficult to withstand. The 2 defenseless soul masters, stripped of combat capability, were mercilessly pierced by countless blades, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds, leading to their instantaneous demise. The remaining 3 fared little better, their bodies marred, blood flowing profusely, presenting a ghastly sight. As Wei Xuan activated his 4th soul ring, the sound of a phoenix's cry resonated, and the ethereal form of the ice phoenix soared forth. Taking flight with its head held high, the ice phoenix dove downward, its fully unfurled crystalline wings, spanning several meters, shimmered with brilliance, accompanied by the emergence of numerous phoenix feathers around it. The edges of these feathers were as sharp as blades, radiating a chilling luminescence, their piercing aura permeating the air. The sky was soon filled with a torrential rain of phoenix feathers, the sound of air being sliced resonating continuously. The saber-toothed ice spirit tiger, the ice Xian dragon serpent, and the ice river mammoth transformed into streams of light and returned to Wei Xuan's body, just as they had managed to fend off the incoming blades. They were met with an even more ferocious downpour of feathers, instilling a sense of suffocation in the trio, their expressions turning pale with fear. "Spare us, we concede. We sincerely apologize for our offense and are willing to make amends," pleaded one of the bowmen, desperation evident in his voice. With the specter of death looming, He could no longer maintain his composure, forsaking any semblance of pride, driven solely by the instinct to survive. The other two joined in, their voices rising in humble supplication. They now harbored deep regret, realizing too late the formidable nature of their adversary. Had they known, they would never have dared provoke him. Yet now they found themselves ensnared in a web of their own making. Wei Xuan remained unmoved by their entreaties, steadfast in his resolve to exact vengeance. A chilling wail erupted as the feathers, far sharper than the icy blades, proved insurmountable for the bowman and his companions. The two beast spirit masters attempted to shield themselves with their arms, only to have their limbs impaled, bones shattered, followed swiftly by their hearts. The bowman, compelled to defend himself, wielded his bow in a frantic attempt to fend off the descending feathers. Alas, he overestimated the resilience of his spirit or underestimated the lethality of the feathers. In less than a heartbeat, his weapon bore numerous fractures, the bowstring snapped, followed by the bow itself breaking apart. With wide, horrified eyes, he felt his body pierced by a multitude of feathers. Blood frothing from his mouth as he succumbed to the void, his face a mask of resentment and regret. All three succumbed to Wei Xuan's fourth soul skill. As the phoenix's spectral form neared the ground, it vanished, and the relentless rain of feathers dissipated simultaneously. The expanse of snow in this region lay in utter disarray. The once smooth surface had been ravaged by battle, marred with deep craters and countless depressions. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the frigid air, as crimson streams stained the pure white snow. Having slain 5 individuals, Wei Xuan's expression remained unperturbed, as if these 5 were not the victims of his own hand. After soaring several hundred meters, he descended gently onto the snow-covered ground. In this battle, he emerged unscathed. However, the consumption of his soul power was substantial. The continuous release of 4 soul skills inherently demanded considerable soul energy, coupled with the soul power required for his manipulation of ice and snow. This confrontation depleted over 90% of his soul energy, nearly exhausting it entirely. The severe drain on his soul power rendered him incapable of flight, necessitating a period of recovery to replenish his energy. The ease with which this battle was won can be attributed significantly to the Ice Phoenix divine wings. With its power allowing one to soar through the skies, the 4 beast martial soul masters were unable to even lay a finger on Wei Xuan, resulting in their passive suffering of blows. The only one capable of launching an attack was a soul emperor, and undoubtedly, facing a single adversary is far less daunting than contending against 5. In this scenario, it is akin to facing a soul emperor in a one-on-one confrontation, which naturally would not pose much of a challenge for Wei Xuan. His soul power, having been compressed and refined, is more durable than that of many soul kings. Despite being at the 41st level, the disparity in total soul power compared to a soul emperor is not as vast as one might imagine, especially given his unparalleled control over ice and formidable soul techniques. A typical soul emperor would indeed find it difficult to contend with him, particularly without the aid of soul-guiding devices. Should he choose to utilize such devices, his strength would further augment, leading to a swifter conclusion of the battle. Chapter 47. Healing Wei Xuan sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by swirling snowflakes that enveloped him in a pristine mound, blending seamlessly with the environment. This snow mound provided him a serene sanctuary for recovery, allowing him to rejuvenate undisturbed. Once his soul power was restored, he hastened his return, mindful not to waste a moment. This marked his 3rd visit to the extreme northern region, and he had discerned the most time-efficient route. In nearly 10 days, he arrived back in the capital. In the Mingda Hall, within the office of Jing Hongchuan, the spacious room was equipped with a well-furnished reception area, where 2 elders and a youth engaged in conversation on the sofa. Your Highness, your timing is impeccable. Director Su and I were just deliberating on the participants for the upcoming Soul Master competition. We would appreciate your insights, Jing Hongchuan inquired with a smile. His gaze toward Wei Xuan filled with anticipation. The elder referred to as Director Su also regarded Wei Xuan with keen interest. Should this young lord decide to compete, victory would be virtually assured. Understanding Jing Hongchuan's implication, Wei Xuan chuckled softly. I shall indeed participate in this competition. Eager to witness the prowess of the Soul Masters from the original Douluo continent. Even without prompting from Jing Hongchuan, he would have volunteered to compete, as 5 years prior. Circumstances had prevented his participation, but now the situation was markedly different. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's declaration, both Jing Hongchuan and Director Su expressed visible joy. Initially, they harbored concerns about Wei Xuan's involvement, but his affirmative response alleviated their worries. With your Highness's participation, the championship will undoubtedly belong to our Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Director Su exclaimed with delight, already envisioning the triumphant aftermath. Even before the competition commenced, his excitement surged, conjuring images of victory in his mind. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy had long been overshadowed by the Shrek Academy. Should he achieve a breakthrough during his tenure, he would become the most esteemed principal in the institution's history, etching his name in the annals of time. Reflecting on this, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Jing Hongshan mirrored similar sentiments, as witnessing the Academy triumph over Shrek had been his lifelong aspiration. Regarding Director Su's compliments, Wei Xuan remained nonchalant and inquired, "Have the competitors been largely finalized?" "Not yet confirmed, but the main team members are nearly decided. However, the reserve list is still under consideration." Director Su replied before adding with a smile, "Rest assured, Your Highness, you are undoubtedly a main team member and will serve as captain, leading all matches." The selection of the 7 primary team members had initially included Wei Xuan, securing his position as a key player. "Director, you may have misunderstood my inquiry. I was actually hoping to include Yin Qing in the reserve team for additional training," Wei Xuan clarified. Yin Qing had long sought his approval to accompany him to the Soul Master competition, which ultimately led to this request. "Including Yin Qing?" Director Su paused briefly before readily agreeing, "Of course, no problem at all." "Excellent. As for the remaining members, I leave that to your discretion. I have no objections," Wei Xuan stated. He was unfamiliar with the Academy's students and had no intention of expending effort selecting team members, as long as they would not hinder progress. After conversing for a brief duration, Wei Xuan excused himself from the office and returned to his laboratory to enter seclusion. His dedicated laboratory provided superior energy isolation compared to the training room, making it an ideal setting for his retreat. This time, Wei Xuan's primary objective was not merely to consolidate his soul power but to heal. The psychic assault from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm had inflicted considerable damage, exacerbating old injuries. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. While a complete recovery of his consciousness was unattainable in this world, he could still manage to mitigate the deterioration of his injuries. In the spacious area of the laboratory, Wei Xuan sat cross-legged, a 10,000-year-old snow lotus suspended before him, gracefully rotating. The snow lotus shimmered with radiance, emanating frigid air that enveloped the entire laboratory in a frosty veil, plunging the temperature below freezing. Wei Xuan's hands moved in intricate patterns as he formed seals, reciting incantations, guiding a portion of the lotus's energy into his body. Rather than refining this energy to augment his soul power, he directed it towards his sea of consciousness to nourish his spirit. The energy contained within the snow lotus was pure elemental energy, which, while not directly beneficial to his consciousness, served to aid in its restoration. The energy that nourishes the spirit consciousness is entirely a result of the secret method. It is through this transformation that it can sustain the spirit. The energy contained within the 100,000-year snow lotus is immensely vast, and as Wei Xuan guided this energy out, he proceeded with utmost caution, refraining from haste. Otherwise, an overwhelming surge of energy could potentially rupture his meridians, or even pose a risk of bodily explosion. The process of nourishing the spirit consciousness is exceedingly slow. Days slipped by incessantly, and soon nearly 20 days had elapsed. Wei Xuan gradually opened his eyes, his deep gaze revealing both fatigue and a hint of joy. At last, he had managed to mend the wounds inflicted by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Exhaling a great breath of turbid air, he rose to his feet. Observing the snow lotus before him, its energy significantly diminished compared to before, a smile gracing his face. Fortunately, with the assistance of this snow lotus, he believed that without it, the restoration of his spirit consciousness would have taken well over a year. He had absorbed nearly 40% of the pure energy that took the snow lotus 100,000 years to accumulate, indicating the colossal energy required for his healing. Were he to rely solely on his own soul power for nourishment and repair, it would indeed be an endeavor far beyond a moment's effort. If only this snow lotus could aid me further in restoring my spirit consciousness, Wei Xuan sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. The efficacy of the snow lotus's energy had been remarkable, helping him completely heal the wounds left by the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Yet, that was the extent of it. There was no further advancement. Well, achieving a return to my previous state is still commendable. It is certainly better than nothing, Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. Realizing he had become somewhat ungrateful, extending his right hand, the snow lotus gently settled in his palm, where it was enveloped by a layer of energy, safely stored within his soul-guiding artifact. Enveloping it in energy was to prevent the chilling aura emitted by the snow lotus from affecting the items within the artifact and to avoid damaging it. There remained a substantial amount of energy within the snow lotus, which he did not intend to absorb for the enhancement of his soul power, as he had other plans for it. After securing the snow lotus, Wei Xuan surveyed the frost that had accumulated around him, and his palm erupted with a formidable suction force, drawing the frost from all corners rapidly towards him. In a mere 10 breaths, the laboratory was restored to its former state, and a fist-sized ice sphere materialized in his hand. He casually weighed it before striding towards the exit of the laboratory. Chapter 48. Soul King Dream Hongchen. It was now midday, and as soon as he stepped out of the laboratory, Wei Xuan heard a familiar voice. Wei Xuan Gij. You have finally emerged from seclusion. Dream Hongchen exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Wei Xuan with a radiant smile. She was less than 10 meters from the laboratory door when she reached him, arms wide open for a warm embrace. At 14, Dream Hongchen had developed into a graceful figure, exuding the essence of youth, her delicate features adorned with a touch of playfulness. Feeling the softness and warmth in her embrace, Wei Xuan maintained a composed demeanor, as if accustomed to such gestures. Wei Xuan Gij, why did you retreat into seclusion right after returning? You were gone for nearly 20 days. I missed you so much. Dream Hongchen pouted, her tone laced with playful reproach and a hint of melancholy, as she gently pinched Wei Xuan's back to express her discontent. I had no choice. I encountered some complications in my cultivation and needed to enter seclusion for adjustments. Wei Xuan explained, patting Dream Hongchen's back reassuringly. Dream Hongchen gasped, stepping back from the embrace to grasp his arms, scrutinizing him with a worried expression. Is it serious? Complications in cultivation are no trivial matter. They could lead to deviation, and in severe cases, even pose a threat to your life. There's nothing to worry about. Wei Xuan smiled, shaking his head. I've already resolved it. Do I look like someone with issues? Really? No problems? Dream Hongchen asked, still skeptical. Is there any doubt? Wei Xuan chuckled, shifting the topic. Did you skip class today? We're about to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition. What classes would we attend? Dream Hongchen replied with a grin. When are we departing? Wei Xuan inquired. 3 days later. Thankfully, you emerged just in time. Otherwise, you would have to travel alone to Douluo City, Dream Hongchen remarked. It seems I timed my exit perfectly. Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. You've broken through to Soul King? Noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from Dream Hongchen, Wei Xuan expressed mild surprise. Dream Hongchen beamed, revealing her charming dimples, and proudly declared, Aren't I impressive? I broke through over a week ago and became a Soul King after obtaining my soul ring. A 14-year-old Soul King is exceedingly rare even in the Sun Moon Empire. And I am a genuine Soul King-level Soul Master. Dream Hongchen added, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Wei Xuan, eagerly anticipating his response. What she meant by a genuine Soul King-level Soul Master referred to the traditional Soul Masters akin to those from the original Douluo continent. Over the years, under Wei Xuan's guidance, Ming Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen have refrained from overly relying on drugs to enhance their soul power. Although they have utilized some elixirs to bolster their strength, these were of exceptionally high quality with minimal side effects. Furthermore, with the aid of bloodline potions, both siblings saw an improvement in the quality of their martial souls, and the hidden dangers previously posed by their drug use have dissipated. After solidifying their own soul power, the two siblings found themselves virtually indistinguishable from the traditional practitioners. Noticing Ming Hongchen's hopeful gaze, Wei Xuan playfully tousled her hair and complimented her, saying, Little Ming is truly remarkable. At the sound of Wei Xuan's praise, Ming Hongchen beamed like a blossoming flower and eagerly urged, Wei Xuan Gij. Say a few more nice things. Wei Xuan paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing he struggled to conjure additional compliments. He had seldom praised girls before, and now being asked to express admiration felt rather daunting. Did I not teach you some flattering phrases last time? Have you forgotten? Ming Hongchen lamented. Aware of Wei Xuan's discomfort with such expressions, she had gathered some sweet words for him to memorize, hoping he would use them. However, just the thought of those phrases made Wei Xuan feel slightly awkward. They were far too sentimental for his taste. Chuckling awkwardly, he said, I'm a bit hungry. I think I'll grab something to eat first. With that, he sidestepped Ming Hongchen and hurriedly made his way towards the cafeteria, his retreat somewhat clumsy. Wei Xuan Gij. Ming Hongchen exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, her delicate nose wrinkling as she lifted her long skirt and chased after him. In Ming Hongchen's company, Wei Xuan enjoyed a hearty meal in the cafeteria. Initially, he had planned to accompany her for a stroll around the city, but the arrival of Long Xiaoyao necessitated a change in plans. Inside the exclusive laboratory, Long Xiaoyao stood quietly with 10 evil soul masters at the soul master level. I heard that the young prince has encountered some issues in his training. Is everything all right? Long Xiaoyao, dressed in black, inquired about Wei Xian's condition. He had visited half a month prior and learned from Jing Hongqian that Wei Xian was facing challenges during his seclusion. It's just a minor issue. It's already resolved. Wei Xian replied with a light smile, indicating there was no need for concern. Hearing this, Long Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief wash over him. As allies, he certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall Wei Xian. If you encounter any problems in your training in the future, feel free to consult me. I will do my utmost to assist you, Long Xiaoyao offered. I will certainly do so if any issues arise, Wei Xian replied politely. Recognizing the goodwill behind Long Xiaoyao's offer and deeming it unnecessary to decline, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Xian began assisting the 10 individuals with their martial soul issues. Since becoming a soul master, Wei Xian's total soul power had increased severalfold, rendering it more durable. His internal soul power was now sufficient to resolve the martial soul issues of all 10 individuals in one go, without requiring any mid-session recovery. Witnessing Wei Xian's ease in resolving their problems, Long Xiaoyao's face lit up with joy. It seemed feasible to bring a soul king next time. Long Lao, let us converse privately, Wei Xian suggested. Long Xiaoyao cast a surprised glance at Wei Xian but thought nothing of it and agreed, instructing the 10 evil soul masters. You may leave for now. The 10 bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the laboratory. What would you like to discuss, young prince? Long Xiaoyao asked with keen interest. Wei Xian wasted no time and stated directly, the Sun Moon Royal Academy is set to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition in Xinglua City. And I require your presence, Long Lao. Xinglua City? Long Xiaoyao responded with mild astonishment, chuckling. Why would you want me to accompany you to the Soul Master competition? Surely. His expression turned serious as he continued. Are you concerned that there may be dangers during this trip? Wei Xian shook his head and clarified. The likelihood of encountering life-threatening dangers is slim. Although relations between nations are tense, we have not reached a point of open conflict. However, without a strong presence to deter them, we might find ourselves at the mercy of others, potentially held as hostages. If the people of the Xinglua Empire learn that 2 princes from the Sun Moon Empire are present, who can guarantee they won't resort to extreme measures? So, you wish for me to accompany you to instill fear in them? Long Xiaoyao replied. Wei Xian offered a slight smile and nodded. Indeed, with you, an ultimate Douluo by our side, they would dare not act recklessly. If you are worried about such matters, you could simply bring along 1 or 2 9th-level soul masters. There is no need to involve me, Long Xiaoyao remarked, clearly reluctant to travel to Xinglua City, possibly due to the chance of encountering individuals he wished to avoid. 9th-level soul masters are indeed formidable, yet their combat capabilities are limited, and they lack the deterrent effect of an ultimate Douluo, making them unsuitable for this journey. Wei Xian asserted. For the soul masters of the original Douluo continent, true strength is what commands respect. Soul masters may not possess the same level of intimidation. Please do not refuse this time. Long Lao, join us on our journey to Xinglua City, Wei Xian said with a smile, his words leaving no room for rejection. Long Xiaoyao's expression grew contemplative, and he did not immediately decline, instead falling into deep thought, since he agreed to assist Wei Xian. This was the first time Wei Xian had requested his protection. If he were to refuse, it would be difficult to justify. However, what if they encountered certain individuals from Shrek during the Soul Master competition? Wei Xian remained silent, patiently observing Long Xiaoyao, awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Long Xiaoyao let out a soft sigh and, without refusal, said, Very well, when do you depart? In 3 days' time, Wei Xian replied with a smile. Long Xiaoyao nodded. I will come to find you in 3 days. For now, I must return to attend to some matters. That's perfectly fine. Just remember to come in 3 days. Long Lao, Wei Xian assured him. After bidding farewell to Long Xiaoyao, Wei Xian proceeded to Jing Hongqian's office. Young prince, you have concluded your seclusion. How did it go? As soon as Wei Xian entered, Jing Hongqian inquired eagerly. The issues have been resolved, and no hidden dangers remain, Wei Xian informed her. That's wonderful. Jing Hongqian sighed in relief and continued. I have already arranged for the individuals who will accompany us for protection. Wei Xian interjected with a smile. There is no need to seek additional protection. I have already arranged for Long Lao to accompany us to Xinglua City. With him, an ultimate Douluo, our safety is assured. So more protection is unnecessary. Long Xiaoyao? Jing Hongqian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting him to agree to join the team on the trip to Xinglua City. Indeed. With an ultimate Douluo present, their safety would be guaranteed without the need for others. However, she questioned. But Wei Xian understood Jing Hongqian's concerns. She still harbored doubts about Long Xiaoyao. There will be no problems, he reassured her, expressing his trust in Long Xiaoyao. Jing Hongqian hesitated momentarily before nodding. Since you trust him, let him accompany us for protection. Given their current relationship with the Holy Spirit cult, it seemed unlikely that Long Xiaoyao would take any actions detrimental to Wei Xuan. I noticed last time that your aura seems significantly stronger. Have you achieved a breakthrough? Wei Xuan inquired. Upon hearing his question, Jing Hongqian immediately displayed a smile and replied, "Ha ha. I owe it all to your highness's miraculous elixirs, particularly the bloodline pill, which has alleviated the hidden dangers from my previous medicinal consumption. It has granted me the opportunity to ascend to the 95th level. Otherwise, I would have remained forever trapped at the threshold of the 94th level." As he spoke, Jing Hongqian's gaze towards Wei Xuan brimmed with gratitude, his heart stirred with emotion. Without Wei Xuan's guidance, he would have spent his entire life ensnared at that barrier, unable to transcend. Now that he has broken through, how could he not feel elated? The elevation of soul power at this level brings unimaginable benefits, advancing his mastery of soul-guiding devices to a new pinnacle. His current cultivation is sufficient. And should his research in soul-guiding devices reach the level of his mentor, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to approach the legendary 10th-level Soul Master, offering far greater hope than before. Congratulations are in order for the Hall Master. Wei Xuan sincerely rejoiced for Jing Hongqian. With a hearty laugh, Jing Hongqian expressed his elation, this breakthrough filling him with extraordinary joy. This breakthrough is merely a prelude. Should my mentor achieve a breakthrough as well, the continent may indeed welcome its first 10th-level Soul Master, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with aspiration at the thought of such a master. Has old Kong not completed his breakthrough yet? By all accounts, he should have finished by now, Wei Xuan mused, perplexed. Both Jing Hongqian and Kong Diming had consumed the bloodline pill he concocted, alleviating the hidden dangers posed by their previous use of medicinal substances. For both individuals, their soul power enhancement was constrained not by talent, but by the risks presented by the drugs. Had they not excessively relied on these substances early on and had they focused on solidifying their foundations, their ascension to Super Douluo would have been effortless. Now, with the bloodline pill and foundational nurturing elixirs, both had resolved their former predicaments, rendering their breakthroughs a natural occurrence. In terms of talent, Kong Diming surpassed Jing Hongqian, leaving no reason for him to lag behind in advancement. I cannot say for certain. My mentor has remained in his secret laboratory, unless he chooses to emerge. No one can see him. It has been a long time since I last saw him, so I have no idea if he has achieved his breakthrough, Jing Hongqian lamented. His mentor was engaged in research on a groundbreaking soul-guiding device, making it entirely normal for years, even a decade, to pass without a glimpse of him. Had it not been for Wei Xuan piquing his mentor's interest, he would not have had the opportunity to see him so frequently over the past few years. Periodically, essential messages were relayed to Kong Diming's laboratory, allowing him to decide whether to emerge based on the circumstances. Wei Xuan's presence was also conveyed in this manner. There should be no issues. Old Kong's talent for cultivation is on par with that of Long Lao and Yu Lao. Once the problems are resolved, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time, Wei Xuan asserted. I too believe my mentor will successfully break through, Jing Hongqian replied, brimming with confidence in his teacher. 3 days later, on a bright morning, at the gates of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, soul masters of a certain level no longer required carriages for travel. They possessed their own flying apparatuses, which were significantly swifter. No carriages were stationed at the academy's entrance. Instead, a gathering of competing students and teachers awaited their departure, ready to set forth as soon as everyone was present. Wei Xuan and Jing Hongqian arrived not too early. By the time they reached the location, most had already assembled, with only Su Yanqing yet to arrive. By Wei Xuan's side stood an elderly man clad in black, none other than Long Xiaoyao, who had come as promised. Upon spotting Wei Xuan, the students, including Ma Rulong, bowed respectfully, their faces reflecting genuine admiration and reverence. This respect is not derived from status, but rather from Wei Xuan's significant contributions to soul-guiding devices and elixirs. They are all beneficiaries of the enhancements made to these tools, and it is entirely natural for them to harbor genuine gratitude and respect for Wei Xuan. Chapter 50. Starfall City. Xiao Hongqian did not bow to Wei Xuan, yet he exhibited no signs of resistance. He admired Wei Xuan in his heart, albeit discreetly. There is no need for excessive formalities, Wei Xuan waved his hand, indifferent to such etiquette. Has Yin Qing not yet arrived? Wei Xuan inquired. This time, including the teacher and Long Xiaoyao, there are a total of 17 individuals, which is not a large number and makes it easy to account for everyone. He may be unfamiliar with the others, but he is exceedingly well acquainted with his younger brother. If he does not see him at a glance, it indicates that he has yet to arrive. Not yet, a lead teacher responded. He had a straight nose and a dignified appearance, with a tall stature that exuded a sense of solidity. He was the principal person responsible for this gathering. Within the academy, people respectfully referred to him as Old Master Ma, a senior educator and the grandfather of Ma Rulong. Please send someone to fetch him. That rascal has most likely overslept, Wei Xuan remarked with exasperation. Upon hearing this, Old Master Ma and the others displayed slightly awkward expressions. Given Yanqing's temperament, it was indeed a possibility. Su Yanqing is currently studying at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and has gained a certain degree of fame there. Notorious for his penchant for sleeping. Of course, part of his renown also stems from his extraordinary talent. The formidable power of his extreme fire martial soul is beyond question. With the aid of exceptionally high-quality elixirs to facilitate his cultivation, 10-year-old Su Yanqing has already attained a soul power level of 29. Such a talent is undoubtedly terrifying. I shall go and check on His Highness Yanqing, Ma Rulong proposed enthusiastically. Yes, please be swift. We must not delay our departure, Master Ma instructed. An hour later, Su Yanqing came running over, clutching 2 bags of palace pastries. Upon spotting Wei Xuan, a look of embarrassment washed over his face, and his pace slowed. At just 10 years old, Su Yanqing was taller than most children his age and somewhat plump, his cherubic face inviting a desire to pinch his cheeks. His neatly cropped hair lent him a spirited appearance, and his features were quite handsome. If he were to lose some weight, he would undoubtedly possess striking looks. Unfortunately, Su Yanqing struggled to control his appetite, making weight loss a formidable challenge. Weren't you informed of the time yesterday? Why are you still late? Wei Xuan's tone was slightly stern. Su Yanqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, I did get up early, but I felt a bit drowsy after rising. So I thought I would just lie down for a moment. I truly only intended to rest for a short while, but I accidentally fell asleep again. As he concluded, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Unable to contain herself, Meng Hongqian, who stood beside Wei Xuan, burst into laughter. She stepped forward, playfully pinching his rosy cheeks. The citizens of the Sun-Moon Empire typically had darker skin tones, yet Su Yanqing's plumpness rendered his complexion relatively fair. It looks like you overslept and didn't get up at all, she teased, continuing to playfully knead his cheeks, a gesture she found delightful. That's not true. I really did get up. You can ask the palace maids. Su Yanqing protested, pouting at Meng Hongqian, shaking his head vigorously to free himself from her grasp. Clearly displeased by her playful antics. Brother, I truly woke up early, he exclaimed, trotting over to Wei Xuan with big, pleading eyes. Seeing Su Yanqing in such a state, Wei Xuan was at a loss for words. He helplessly ruffled his hair and said, just don't be late next time. I promise I won't be late next time. Su Yanqing's expression brightened instantly, and he offered a bag of pastries to Wei Xuan. Brother, these pastries are delicious. Do try some? Wei Xuan took a piece from the bag and replied, I'll just have this one. You can eat the rest. Satisfied with Wei Xuan's acceptance of the treat, Su Yanqing had no expectation for him to consume the entire bag. It's time to set off. Wei Xuan addressed the lead teacher. Yes, Master Ma nodded, stepping to the front of the group. After confirming the headcount, he led everyone toward the city gates. Flying was prohibited within the city, and they could only utilize flying soul guides outside the city limits. Of course, this restriction was not absolute. If one possessed sufficient strength to fly undetected, they could soar freely. Powerful individuals like Long Xiaoyao often entered the capital by flying without being noticed. All present were soul masters, so their pace was swift, and they soon exited the capital of Mingdu. At Master Ma's signal, the students and teachers promptly retrieved their flying soul guides. Among the group, the lowest rank was a level 4 soul master, each having crafted their own flying soul guide. The designs of these soul guides varied significantly, even among those of the same type, showcasing their unique styles. For instance, the replicated ice cloud wings each bore distinct appearances, though their cores remained the same. Wei Xuan's developed ice cloud wings had gained popularity, with many opting for them when crafting their personal flying soul guides. Yanqing, you will accompany Master Ma, Wei Xuan instructed, knowing that if Su Yanqing used a separate flying device, it would hinder the team's speed. All right, Su Yanqing obediently responded. Once equipped with their soul guides, the group ascended into the sky, soaring toward the horizon. Douluo City, as the capital of the Douluo Empire, truly deserved its reputation as the largest city in the empire. It served as the political, cultural, and economic hub, the very lifeblood of the Douluo Empire. The empire revered martial prowess, evident in the imposing, sturdy city walls and the robust soldiers stationed throughout. Upon entering this magnificent city, one could immediately sense its profound historical weight. Perhaps due to the Soul Master competition, the city felt somewhat congested, with throngs of people bustling along the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. Had it not been for the soldiers stationed at regular intervals, such crowding might have incited disputes and chaos. After passing through the formalities, they were guided to the Star Emperor Hotel, the designated accommodation for contestants from various Soul Master academies. After a flurry of activity, they settled into the hotel's topmost, most luxurious floor. It was said that only the champions and third-place winners of the previous competition could stay on the highest floor, meaning only 2 academies were privileged enough to reside there: the Royal Academy of the Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy, both rival institutions. Brother Wei Xuan, let us go out and explore. The competition doesn't officially start until the day after tomorrow. We have the perfect opportunity to have some fun. Meng Hanchen exclaimed happily. Chapter 51. The competition begins. During the journey, she had encountered many fascinating sights she had never seen before, fueling her excitement to explore. Su Yanqing followed her into Wei Xuan's room and, upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. I agree. I just saw so many delectable treats. We must go sample them, he said, swallowing in anticipation at the mention of food. With arms crossed, a cool demeanor enveloping her, Meng Hanchen remained silent, casually standing by with an expression of indifference. Wei Xuan, not in a rush to practice, noticed their eagerness and decided against refusing. Very well. Let us go out for a stroll. Hooray! Meng Hanchen and Su Yanqing cheered in unison, their faces radiant with joy. The 4 of them stepped out of the room, glancing curiously at the door labeled Shrek Academy Students' Resting Area. They had learned from the staff that the Shrek students had not yet checked in. I wonder how strong the Shrek competitors are this time. I hope they aren't too weak, Meng Hanchen mused. Her competitive spirit ignited despite not having seen any Shrek Academy members yet. Brother, how can you say that? The students representing Shrek Academy could never be weak. If they were truly weak, the championship would not consistently belong to them. Meng Hanchen shot a sidelong glance at her brother, Xiao Hanchen, and over the years, she had grown increasingly fond of teasing him. Perhaps it was due to comparison, in contrast to Wei Xuan. She perceived her brother as somewhat immature in both speech and actions. Thus, she could not resist admonishing him, often following up her jibe with praise for Wei Xuan. However, with Wei Xuan present, regardless of how formidable Shrek Academy might be, they were destined to lose. He would undoubtedly lead them to victory. Meng Hanchen gently shook Wei Xuan's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Xiao Hanchen rolled her eyes at her foolish sister, thinking her a silly fan, a wide-eyed wolf, one who supported outsiders over her kin. Humph, even if you didn't participate, I could still lead them to victory, she retorted, brimming with confidence in her own abilities. Brother Xiao, that may not be the case. I have heard that past participants from Shrek typically include Soul Emperors. I imagine this time will be no exception. They are Soul Emperors, while you are merely a Soul King. How will you contend with them? Su Yanqing chimed in cheerfully. What of a Soul Emperor? Xiao Hanchen scoffed, though her confidence wavered. Were it an ordinary Soul Emperor, she might have some assurance in victory. Yet, if it were a Soul Emperor from Shrek, her confidence dwindled significantly. The reputation of Shrek Academy was so illustrious that it bordered on the mythical. She had often heard tales of their prowess, of defeating foes beyond their level and being unbeatable at their own. The more she heard, the more she instinctively feared the individuals from Shrek Academy, which only served to diminish her confidence. How do you feel now? Lacking confidence, are we? Meng Hanchen teased, reveling in her brother's discomfort. Xiao Hanchen, feeling exasperated, retorted, what of a Soul Emperor? If I were to reveal all my hidden strengths, defeating them isn't impossible. Moreover, I am merely a reserve member at present. In 5 years, I too shall be a Soul Emperor, perhaps even a Soul Sage. By then, they will surely not be my match. Xiao Hanchen spoke with renewed confidence, bolstered by the thought of her status as a reserve member. Meng Hanchen remained silent. Agreeing with him, both she and her brother were still quite young. Once they became official members, even without Wei Xuan, overcoming Shrek Academy was entirely plausible. It's good to have this confidence, but do not overestimate Shrek Academy's strength. No opponent is invincible. Regardless of how formidable they may be, one must maintain faith in oneself. If you succumb to fear before the battle even begins, deifying your opponent, even if your strength surpasses theirs, victory is not guaranteed. Conversely, if you possess unwavering confidence in yourself, believing wholeheartedly in your triumph, it is indeed possible to triumph over the strong. Wei Xuan stated earnestly as he regarded Xiao Hanchen with optimism. If she could temper her pride, she would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Brother Wei, your words are truly inspirational, Ming Hanchen exclaimed, clapping her hands in admiration. Su Yanqing joined in, looking at Wei Xuan with the same reverence. As she had always viewed him as an idol. Wei Xuan glanced at the two with a hint of helplessness, ruffling Ming Hanchen's hair before striding forward. Ming Hanchen and Su Yanqing hurried to catch up, while Xiao Hanchen stood momentarily lost in thought, seemingly grasping something profound from Wei Xuan's words. Do not overly exalt your opponent, yet do not underestimate them either. It is crucial to strike a balance, Wei Xuan's voice echoed. Xiao Hanchen stood still, his mind reverberating with Wei Xuan's advice. He lingered in contemplation for several minutes before his gaze sharpened with clarity. I think I understand now, Xiao Hanchen declared, his eyes brightening as he clapped his hands together, rushing towards the hallway in pursuit of Wei Xuan and the others. The trio did not abandon Xiao Hanchen, waiting for him in a prominent spot on the hotel's first floor. The lobby was bustling with individuals from various nations and academies, all engaged in the check-in process. These soul masters from the Douluo continent did not appear as formidable as he had anticipated, leaving Wei Xuan somewhat disheartened. After careful observation, he found no soul emperors among them. Even soul kings were a rarity, with the majority being soul masters. There remains a slight disparity from his expectations. Thank you for your kind words. They have greatly benefited me, smiled Hanchen as she approached Wei Xuan with gratitude. It's merely a few words. There's no need for such formal appreciation, Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. Let us not squander any more time. Shall we? It is time to go shopping, Hanchen exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she pulled Wei Xuan towards the hotel entrance. Su Yanqing and Hanchen followed closely behind, and the four of them began to wander through the charming streets of Xingluo City. In contrast to Mingdu, Xingluo City exudes a more ancient and rustic charm, brimming with a vibrant, everyday atmosphere, showcasing many sights that Mingdu lacks. Most of these items are food, and for someone like Su Yanqing, a true foodie, this place is nothing short of paradise, with her mouth never ceasing its indulgence. Ming Hanchen also shares a fondness for these delicacies. By the time she returned to the hotel that evening, her belly was swollen, and she was frequently belching from the feast. Wei Xuan and Xiao Hanchen fared somewhat better. Yet they too felt quite full after sampling an ample array of dishes. The following day unfolded in a leisurely atmosphere, swiftly leading to the official commencement of the competition. Chapter 52. Narrow paths of enmity in the early morning, before the dawn had fully broken. The city had already plunged into a clamor as throngs of people rushed towards Xingluo Square. As the sun cast its golden rays upon Xingluo City, the grand metropolis erupted with fervor. The emperor of Xingluo had arrived early atop the city walls, standing with hands clasped behind his back in a central position, flanked by the regal empress. Once all preparations were complete, the gates opened, allowing the public to enter in an orderly fashion under the guidance of soldiers. Nearly 200,000 citizens surged towards Xingluo Square, transforming the previously spacious area into a bustling sea of humanity. The Xingluo Empire had meticulously prepared for this grand event, maintaining order remarkably well and avoiding any chaos or trampling. The waiting area for contestants remained relatively spacious and uncramped. Under the guidance of their leading instructor, Wei Xuan and his companions took their positions in the designated contestant area. The positioning of each academy was of great significance. Those who ranked higher in the previous competition stood closer to the front, with the Sun Moon Royal Academy situated in the second row. The uniform of the Sun Moon Royal Academy was moon white, each adorned with an embroidered sun on the chest, symbolizing their royal heritage. Dressed in his uniform, Wei Xuan's tall and poised stature made it particularly fitting. With his ice blue hair, handsome features, and ethereal presence, he attracted the attention of many female students from other academies. Standing in a similar fashion to the Emperor of Xingluo, he exuded a more ethereal and transcendent aura, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Brother Wei Xuan, why do I get the feeling that Shrek Academy is composed entirely of reserve team members? Ming Hanchen whispered beside him. They stood directly behind Shrek Academy, allowing them to observe the situation without effort. It was apparent from the appearances and physiques of the Shrek students that they were quite young, likely just reserves. 3 others cloaked in robes obscured their faces, making it impossible to ascertain their approximate ages. Not only Ming Hanchen harbored this doubt, Xiao Hanchen, Marulong, and others shared the same perplexity. What exactly was Shrek Academy up to? Is this a sign of disdain towards them, merely sending a preliminary team? Wei Xuan naturally took note of the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy. After a brief contemplation, he remarked, they must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Through his spiritual perception, he gleaned the basic situation of the Shrek Academy members. Among the 10 participants, only 3 appeared to be core team members, those three cloaked figures obscuring their identities. Two Soul Emperors and one Soul King represented the true strength of Shrek Academy's main team. However, their auras were somewhat disordered, revealing a state of weakness. Based on his experience, he surmised that these three had recently sustained injuries, and quite serious ones at that. Among the remaining 7, 4 were Soul Ancestors, and 3 were Great Soul Masters. Was this not indicative of a reserve team? If his assumptions were correct, it seemed Shrek had encountered some mishap on their journey. Otherwise, their selected team members should have consisted solely of Soul Kings at the very least. It was unthinkable for them to dispatch mere Soul Ancestors or even Great Soul Masters. Yet, the nature of their misfortune remained a mystery, one he was unable to deduce. Encounter some mishap? Meng Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, and others cast puzzled glances at Wei Xuan, seemingly inquiring about the nature of this incident. Although Wei Xuan's voice was not loud, it was sufficient for those nearby to hear amid the clamor. However, the questions uttered by Meng Hongchen and her companions were rather pronounced, attracting the attention of both the front and back rows. Those in the rear, unaware of the context, found nothing unusual in the statement. Yet the members of Shrek Academy were acutely sensitive to such terminology. Upon hearing those words, everyone instinctively turned their heads, brows slightly furrowed. They had just endured a significant upheaval and were still recovering. The mention of a mishap caused their nerves to involuntarily tense. Their gazes toward the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy turned somewhat hostile, tinged with uncertainty. Had their prior tribulations been discovered? The adversarial atmosphere between the two rival academies became palpable as the students exchanged glances. The third row of students fell into an expectant silence, adopting expressions of intrigue as they observed the confrontation between the two academies. The animosity between the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy was no secret. The Shrek members were the first to notice Wei Xuan, standing at the core of their formation, and nearly all eyes gravitated towards him. The ethereal aura surrounding Wei Xuan immediately signaled to them that he was no ordinary individual. A few female students experienced a momentary quickening of their heartbeats, but they swiftly regained their composure, maintaining their poise. Wei Xuan's gaze also lingered on one of the Shrek students, Huo Yuhao. Among the students of Shrek Academy, only 2 piqued his interest, and one was this individual he had encountered in the far north. According to the Ice Emperor, this person seemed to be named Huo Yuhao. The other individual was the youth beside Huo Yuhao. No, it would be more accurate to refer to her as a young lady. The secrets harbored by these 2 individuals are quite substantial, particularly that of the young girl, whose mind conceals a seal that even instills a sense of danger in him. This is no trivial matter. Should his spiritual awareness further recover, he would not fear that seal, but for now, he is at a disadvantage. Wei Xuan observes Huo Yuhao's demeanor, which appears rather composed, while Huo Yuhao clenches his fists, glaring furiously at Wei Xuan. It was this very person who had seized his Ice Emperor, causing him to lose the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion as his martial soul, forcing him to settle for something lesser. Beasts of the caliber of the Ice Emperor are always accompanied by soul bones. If he could have claimed it as his martial soul, the rewards would have transcended mere martial prowess. The coveted 10,000-year soul bones, alongside the simultaneous loss of both the 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Who could endure such frustration? He had also severely injured himself in the process, resulting in his brother Tianming falling into a deep slumber. The mere recollection of these events fuels Huo Yuhao's rage, and he feels an overwhelming urge to eliminate Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, naturally, perceives the intense murderous intent in Huo Yuhao's eyes, and his casual gaze grows a touch colder. "Yuhao, what troubles you?" inquires Wang Dong, who stands beside Huo Yuhao, concern lacing his voice. "I am fine," Huo Yuhao replies, striving to maintain his composure and refraining from an outburst. Neither team members nor teachers are inclined to speak first. In fact, there seems to be no intention to converse. Their relationship is not one of cordial greetings, but rather a rigid competitive dynamic. The absence of taunts at this moment is attributed to the inappropriateness of the setting. Otherwise, it would likely have escalated into a verbal confrontation. After a tense exchange of glances lasting several seconds, the teachers from both sides nod symbolically. Wang Yan, the leading teacher from Shrek, turns away first, followed by the others, who gradually redirect their attention, no longer gazing at those behind them. Chapter 53, The Eternal Second. Xiao Hongchun and the others express their displeasure with slight grimaces, their eyes fixed on the Shrek team, which they find increasingly irksome. "Wei Xuan, what did you mean by that remark earlier?" inquires Meng Hongchen, curiosity evident in her tone. Those closest to Wei Xuan lean in slightly, eager to glean information. "I am unsure of the specifics, but I suspect they have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the student sent would not be of this caliber, Wei Xuan articulates. The group displays contemplative expressions. Wei Xuan's assertion holds merit. The students Shrek previously dispatched for competition were never this youthful. To claim that Shrek could not send stronger participants would be implausible, given their profound foundation. Considering their emphasis on this grand tournament, it is unreasonable to believe they would not dispatch formidable competitors. Yet, the current attendees appear to be mere preliminary team members, suggesting that some upheaval must have transpired, preventing the primary team from attending. After a moment of reflection, they abandon further speculation, their gaze is drawn to the spectacle ahead, which undoubtedly captivates their attention. Wei Xuan, however, feels little excitement for the scene, his gaze intermittently landing on Huo Yuhao and the girl disguised as a boy. These two are indeed intriguing. They harbor powers that do not belong to them, Wei Xuan muses internally. In the front row, the expressions of the Shrek group are decidedly unpleasing. Yuhao, do you know that blue-haired individual? Wang Dong inquires quietly, leaning closer to Huo Yuhao. The martial soul fusion technique allows them to subtly sense each other's emotions. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt Huo Yuhao's fury, even his murderous intent, judging by the direction of his gaze. It is evident that these negative feelings are directed at the blue-haired individual. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao strives to calm himself, determined not to let his anger cloud his judgment. Noticing Wang Dong's worried expression warms his heart after a moment's contemplation. He speaks in a low voice. Let's discuss this back at the hotel. That individual is formidable and poses a significant threat. If he chooses to compete, he will undoubtedly be our greatest adversary. We must remain vigilant against him. Wang Dong's expression shifts to one of surprise as he instinctively glances back at Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, aware of the scrutiny from behind, chooses to ignore it, maintaining his gaze forward. He appears to be around our age. Is your assessment truly that exaggerated? Wang Dong questions, perplexed. Having spent over a year in close quarters with Huo Yuhao, he understands his character well, recognizing that such demeanor and commentary carry weight. It is noteworthy that even their senior brother, Bei, has not received such a high appraisal from Huo Yuhao, yet this blue-haired individual has. Does this not imply that this blue-haired individual surpasses even the senior brother? Indeed, I am not exaggerating. We shall discuss the particulars upon our return to the hotel. We must regard this person with utmost seriousness, Huo Yuhao remarked with a grave expression. Witnessing Huo Yuhao's demeanor, Wang Dong also adopted a serious attitude, and Zheng nodded affirmatively. Bei, who was in close proximity to Huo Yuhao, overheard their conversation and furrowed his brow slightly, casting a discreet glance backward. His gaze was directed towards the position of Wei Xuan, and he scrutinized it intently, as if attempting to see through Wei Xuan entirely. It was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary individual, and a sense of unrest stirred within the heart of the formidable Bei. This individual resembles a shadowy abyss, impenetrable in its depths. Yet, one can subtly perceive their extraordinary nature, though articulating the source of that uniqueness eludes them. Suddenly, a resounding voice reverberates throughout the venue, imbued with authority, quelling the previously raucous din into an almost palpable silence. The atmosphere shifts dramatically, adopting a somber demeanor. As soldiers raise their spears high, an invisible aura of intimidation sweeping the area. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Upon the proclamation, the gathered populace kneels in unison. A strikingly synchronized movement from hundreds of thousands, creating a magnificent tableau. The soldiers also kneel on one knee, spear in one hand, the other resting across their chests. Their heads bowed in a display that transitions from solemnity to reverence. The participating students, having received prior notification, are exempt from kneeling, required only to bow at a 90-degree angle as a sign of respect towards the emperor. Wei Xuan harbors some reluctance towards this bow. Those who warrant such a gesture from him are invariably individuals of significant merit. To bow deeply before a stranger is beyond his capability. Thus, he unleashes a powerful spiritual awareness, employing a technique to conjure an illusion that performs the gesture in his stead. To the eyes of others, he appears to bow in accordance with custom, while in reality, he stands quietly, unmoving. All rise, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire acknowledges with a nod of satisfaction. His voice amplified through a sound-enhancing device. The crowd and soldiers stand, and the students straighten their postures. The Emperor then commences his address for the opening ceremony, articulating a few simple yet heartfelt words that convey his joy and encouragement to the participants. Upon concluding his speech, the students bow once more. Wei Xuan, with a sense of inevitability, employs his illusionary technique again to mimic the gesture. Now, I declare the commencement of the Grand Soul Master Academy tournament across the continent. The Emperor proclaims, his voice resonating with fervor and inspiration. Long live the Emperor! The populace chants in unison. The ceremonial cannon on the city walls echoes, elevating the crowd's excitement to a fever pitch, transforming the square into a sea of exhilaration and cheer. After a period of jubilant celebration, the previous authoritative voice announces the commencement of the tournament's first round. The draw for the first round had been completed prior to the ceremony. A school from the Tianling Empire received a bye, while all other academies were required to compete, whether by fortune or deliberate arrangement. The Day and Moon Royal Academy's match is scheduled as the second bout, following Shrek Academy. Is it luck or a calculated slight by the organizers? Are they reminding us of our perennial second-place status? Xiao Hanshan remarked coldly. The expressions of Ma Rulong and others mirrored his displeasure at the organizers' arrangement. Positioned in the second row and entering the arena second, everything places them behind Shrek, a situation that stirs their indignation. Is this an affront to us? Meng Hanshan exclaimed, her expression fierce as she glared at the Shrek competitors strategizing ahead. This is utterly excessive, Su Yanqing added, still chewing on his food. Enough with the complaints. Status is derived from strength. Let us demonstrate through our abilities what position we truly deserve, Wei Xuan reassured them. At his words, Xiao Hanshan and the others nodded in agreement, their spirits rekindled with determination. Chapter 54, The 10,000-Year Soul Ring, the grand entrance of Huo Yuhao. In this competition, they will make it known to the Shrek Academy and the entire continent that the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is capable of defeating Shrek to claim the championship. While they seethe with indignation over this, the cheers for Shrek have already begun to resonate around them. One cannot deny the resounding fame of Shrek, which commands an unparalleled level of treatment compared to other academies. For instance, when the host calls upon the respective academies, the tone is rather mundane and the word scarce when mentioning the Celestial Academy. However, upon uttering the name of Shrek Academy, the voice soars with an unmistakable excitement and reverence, adorned with numerous complimentary phrases. The differential treatment is glaringly apparent. The audience erupts into enthusiasm at the mention of Shrek Academy, their cheers echoing through the air, and the name of Shrek resonates like thunder. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shrek Academy is embraced by the masses. Even Emperor Xinglua exhibits signs of emotional fluctuation due to Shrek Academy's influence. Soon, the contestants from the Celestial Academy and Shrek Academy arrive at the competition stage, drawing all eyes upon them. Following the referee's announcement of the rules, the two academies take their positions, creating their respective formations. The formation of the Celestial Academy is conventional, with 3 members at the front, flanked by a Soul Master on each side, and 2 Soul Masters standing at the back, arranged in a staggered formation. In stark contrast, Shrek Academy's positioning appears rather peculiar, bordering on the absence of a formation. Huo Yuhao stands at the forefront of the team, flanked by 3 individuals on either side, arranged in a fan shape, with only a short distance separating them. Such positioning, rather than being a mere formation, resembles more of an artistic display, with the other 6 individuals encircling Huo Yuhao like stars surrounding the moon. The audience gasped in astonishment at this arrangement, leaving many teachers, students, and even the Emperor of Douluo perplexed. They could not comprehend the significance of Shrek Academy's positioning. Did they deem their opponents so feeble that such casual placement sufficed for victory? What was the intention behind this? The likes of Xiao Hanshan and others were utterly baffled. Wei Xuan regarded Huo Yuhao with a knowing gaze, curiosity flickering across his expression. He was genuinely intrigued by Shrek's ulterior motives. From the perspective of soul power levels, it appeared that Tianling Academy held a slight advantage. Even if Shrek Academy were to triumph, it would unlikely be an effortless conquest, at least not a complete rout. Winning with a serious stance would not come easily, thus. This casual positioning could either indicate a lack of seriousness or a deliberate strategy, with the latter bearing a greater likelihood. Was their aim to confound their adversaries? With a commanding shout, the referee announced the commencement of the match, and the participants from both sides simultaneously unleashed their martial souls. On Tianling Academy's side, 5 soul ancestors and 2 soul respectables manifested their yellow and purple soul rings, which spiraled and shimmered, radiating a dazzling brilliance. For the spectators, this sight was undeniably magnificent. Under ordinary circumstances, they would have gazed in awe. Yet, at this moment, their focus was solely on the Shrek students, specifically on Huo Yuhao. Having stepped forward, Huo Yuhao emanated an indescribable aura of terror, causing the atmosphere on the competition stage to grow oppressively heavy. 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and upon witnessing this phenomenon, every individual present felt their pupils constrict in disbelief. Huo Yuhao was adorned with 6 crimson soul rings. Even Wei Xuan, upon seeing the soul rings Huo Yuhao released, was taken aback. How could a two-ringed great soul master possess 6 soul rings? The astonishment lasted but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure, unable to suppress a bemused chuckle. It appeared that Huo Yuhao was quite adept at conjuring illusions, managing to simulate 6 soul rings of 100,000 years. This realization illuminated the strategy employed by Shrek Academy to bewilder and intimidate their opponents, seizing the opportunity to strike when least expected. The situation on the competition stage aligned closely with Wei Xuan's conjectures. The 7 members of Tianling Academy were indeed significantly rattled by the 6 soul rings. Suddenly assailed by a mental onslaught, they stood frozen. A grave blunder in the heat of battle. In this moment of paralysis, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong sprang into action. The duo unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, manifesting a colossal golden vertical eye upon the arena. Brilliant rays of blue, purple, and gold emanated from the eye, swiftly traversing half the competition area. Upon colliding with the 7 members of Tianling Academy, the dazzling light harbored terrifying power, causing 2 soul sovereigns to collapse, their protective soul-guided devices shattering upon impact. The remaining 5 soul masters fared slightly better, yet their bodies were rendered golden, resembling statues, as they stood motionless. As the brilliance faded, the golden vertical eye vanished, revealing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. The former bore 6 blood-red soul rings, while the latter displayed a more modest array of 6 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, indicative of a top-tier soul emperor's ring configuration. Huo Yuhao stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of aloof superiority, and turned to the nearby referee, stating with a dispassionate tone, "The match has concluded." His voice was devoid of emotion, as though declaring the end of the competition was an effortless task, hardly worthy of note. The referee, momentarily dazed and swallowing hard, announced the results while still in a state of disbelief. The audience, rather than erupting in cheers, fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixed in shock upon the scene unfolding before them, profoundly impacted by the spectacle. "Remember, I hail from Shrek Academy." Huo Yuhao intoned solemnly, leading the way off the stage, followed closely by his companions. The silence was short-lived, quickly giving way to thunderous applause, with shouts of Shrek Tank sect resonating through the arena. Nearly all gazes lingered on Huo Yuhao, watching him depart, deeply shaken by the prowess of this young man. Their hearts raced, still struggling to regain their normal rhythm, enveloped in a surreal sense of disbelief. At the location of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, aside from Wei Xuan, the others were utterly stunned. The likes of Xiao Hongchun and Ma Rulong gaped, while Meng Hongchun covered her mouth in astonishment, and Su Yanqing hesitated to swallow the snack at her lips. How could this be possible? Ma Rulong murmured, voicing the unspoken question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Upon his inquiry, inexplicably, the eyes of Xiao Hongchun and the others turned towards Wei Xuan, seeking insight from him, as if he held the answers to their bewilderment. Noticing their gaze, Wei Xuan calmly elucidated that was merely a simulation. His actual soul rings should consist of 1 white and 1 yellow. A simulation? Xiao Hongchun exclaimed in surprise. But the aura felt so authentically potent, even from this distance, I sensed a twinge of trepidation. I felt it too. Ma Rulong nodded in agreement. It was also simulated. He must have previously encountered the aura of 100,000-year soul beast and replicated it through mental prowess, hence its authenticity. Wei Xuan explained, his familiarity with Huo Yuhao's simulated aura evident. That was the presence of the Ice Emperor, though he refrained from elaborating further. If my deductions are correct, Huo Yuhao's martial soul is likely his eyes, a mental-type martial soul, and one of his soul rings possesses simulation capabilities, he continued. Huo Yuhao's disguise may deceive others, but not him. The dual pupils had the ability to see through illusions, revealing the truth behind all facades. Through his keen perception, he discerned that Huo Yuhao's soul power converged towards his eyes, suggesting they were indeed his martial soul, while others beheld 6 swirling blood-red soul rings. He observed 2 rings, 1 gold and 1 yellow. In his conversation with Meng Hongchun and the others, he referred to the ring as white instead of gold. The implications of a golden soul ring eluded him, yet its energy quality and intensity suggested it surpassed the 10,000-year ring significantly. Having never encountered a 100,000-year ring, he speculated it likely did not compare to the golden soul ring, particularly considering the presence of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's soul within Huo Yuhao. A conjecture formed in his mind. This golden soul ring might originate from the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, thus qualifying as a million-year soul ring. Ah. So that's the case. The expressions of Xiao Hongchun and the others shifted to one of enlightened understanding, providing clarity to the previously overwhelming aura. Wei Xuan, how do you know his name is Huo Yuhao? Meng Hongchun inquired curiously. Ah, Wei Xuan chuckled lightly. I encountered him in the northernmost reaches and learned his name by chance. Oh, would you share the details with me? Dream Hanshin suddenly became intrigued. In truth, there was nothing much to recount, merely a chance encounter with Wei Xuan, and there was no intention to elaborate on the events that transpired in the far north. Noticing Dream Hanshin's intent to probe further, Wei Xuan quickly diverted the topic, stating, "Next, we shall engage in our competition. Do prepare yourselves." Dream Hanshin cast a wistful glance at Wei Xuan, but soon her excitement bubbled forth as she clenched her small fist. "We must swiftly conclude our battles, ensuring the audience witnesses the might of our academy. We cannot afford to diminish our prestige." The others nodded in agreement. If Shrek Academy concluded their fights expeditiously, any prolonged struggle on their part would be utterly embarrassing. "Brother Wei Xuan, you should take the stage. Your presence will undoubtedly amplify our renown," Dream Hanshin implored, clinging to Wei Xuan's arm. Observing her pout, as if to say she would persist until he acquiesced, Wei Xuan found himself at a loss. "Very well. I shall heed your request this time," he replied. "Splendid. If you take action, you will surely overshadow them, letting them know of your formidable prowess," Dream Hanshin exclaimed, eager to embrace Wei Xuan, only to be met with his gentle obstruction against her forehead. "Let us refrain from such displays in public," Wei Xuan advised, stepping back. "Humph. If no embrace, then so be it," Dream Hanshin pouted, slightly disappointed. "Your willingness to engage is most commendable, if you can indeed quell Shrek's arrogance." "It would be immensely satisfying," Master Ma remarked with a smile. "Indeed, brother, let them witness your strength," Su Yanqing added, eager to see her brother in action. "Very well. I shall take 6 individuals with me onto the stage," Wei Xuan declared, already contemplating his strategy. "I shall go first." Dream Hanshin raised her hand, despite not being scheduled to participate originally. Now that Wei Xuan was competing, she too wished to join. "Count me in," Su Yanqing chimed in, wiping her mouth loudly. Although laughing Hanshin appeared indifferent, she swiftly raised her hand, mirroring Dream Hanshin's enthusiasm. Anticipating the attention they might command, he wished to present himself as well. Ma Rulong smiled serenely, eager to participate in the contest, unwilling to miss the opportunity to overshadow Shrek's reputation. Soon, the participants for the competition were confirmed: Wei Xuan, Su Yanqing, the Hanshin siblings, Ma Rulong, Lin Shi, and Chen Fei. After Huo Yuhao and his team descended from the competition platform, they departed with an air of icy confidence, leaving only their supervising teacher, Wang Yin, behind. Following the conclusion of the first match, a brief 2-minute interval ensued before the second match commenced. Hearing the host's voice, Wei Xuan led the 6 towards the competition platform. He walked at the forefront, his expression calm and unperturbed by the gazes of the onlookers, his demeanor as tranquil as water. The 6 behind him, however, were somewhat agitated. Whether from the surrounding attention or the impending contest was uncertain. Upon reaching the stage, their formation appeared peculiar. Wei Xuan stood at the forefront while the other 6 maintained a distance behind him, aligned in a single row. Witnessing such an arrangement, both the opponents and the audience were taken aback, perplexed by this unusual positioning. In the waiting area, Wang Yin furrowed his brow at the sight of the Day and Moon Royal Academy's formation, pondering, are they attempting to emulate Yuhao and his peers? I wonder what is so special about this blue-haired youth that Yuhao urged me to keep a close eye on him. Before departing, Huo Yuhao had exchanged hushed words with Wang Yin, specifically advising him to pay attention to Wei Xuan, hence Wang Yin's decision to remain and observe. Had Wei Xuan not participated, Wang Yin would have left without lingering. "Are you certain about this formation?" the referee inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed." "Let the match commence," Wei Xuan replied coolly. The referee, perplexed, nodded and surveyed both teams before announcing the start of the competition. The members of Star Ridge Academy immediately unleashed their martial souls, 5 soul masters and 2 soul emperors. Judging by the fluctuations in soul power, Star Ridge Academy appeared to possess an overall strength superior to that of Heavenly Spirit Academy. In contrast, the Day and Moon Royal Academy did not release their martial souls. Dream Hanshin and the others stood with arms crossed, a light smile gracing their lips, embodying the demeanor of spectators. The soul movement came from Wei Xuan, who had, unbeknownst to anyone, summoned a metallic cannon upon his shoulder. The cannon, white in hue, featured an opening approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, adorned with intricate patterns, a soul-guiding formation. Within the cannon, white light flickered, and energy rapidly converged towards the barrel, a terrifying power brewing within. The members of Star Ridge Academy, already wary of the Day and Moon Royal Academy, turned pale upon sensing the ominous energy accumulating within the cannon. A profound sense of crisis surged through them, their heartbeats quickening uncontrollably. Just as the captain of Star Ridge Academy attempted to shout for the others to disperse, he was stunned into silence by Wei Xuan's subsequent actions, leaving them in a state of confusion. The energy accumulation took but a fleeting moment, a swift and efficient process. Once charged, Wei Xuan lifted the cannon and aimed it diagonally upwards. Indeed, he was not targeting the members of Star Ridge Academy, but rather the space above them. With a thunderous roar, the white projectile was discharged, soaring swiftly towards the designated position, colliding with the energy barrier overhead. The protective shield enveloping the competition platform trembled violently, fissures appearing at the explosion site, its brilliance dimming. As the cannonball detonated, it did not unleash flames or metallic shards, but instead released countless shards of ice, resembling a magnificent bloom of frosty flowers. What does this mean? The members of Star Ridge Academy were left in a state of shock, questioning the sanity of the individual who miscalculated their aim. They made no attempt to evade the falling ice shards. The coverage was too extensive to avoid, and they deemed it unnecessary. Above the icy fragments, they felt no imminent danger. Aside from a slight chill, there was nothing particularly alarming, rendering evasion redundant. Each individual was adorned with delicate shards of ice. The spectators were momentarily stunned, entirely perplexed by Wei Xuan's actions. However, their confusion swiftly transformed into astonishment, their mouths agape, seemingly witnessing a ghostly phenomenon. The Emperor of Luo, seated, abruptly rose, exhibiting an uncharacteristic loss of composure, his pupils constricting. On the competition stage, Wei Xuan clenched his palm, and the splintered ice, stirred by energy, converged towards the individuals of Xingling Academy. The shards of ice that clung to them expanded as if they had previously been contracted. In an instant, the members of Xingling Academy, who had been bewildered, found themselves frozen, their expressions rigid, their bodies stiff. The released martial souls and soul rings remained unwithdrawn, also encased in ice. They had become ice sculptures. The white shards of ice vanished, replaced by 7 translucent human figures sculpted from ice, formed from the gathered fragments. The rapid cohesion of the ice left the 7 from Xingling Academy unable to react. With a calm demeanor, Wei Xuan retracted his cannon and smiled lightly at the petrified referee, urging, "Please announce the results." The frozen 7 had completely lost their ability to move. The outcome was indisputable. The referee, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, attempting to confirm whether he was mistaken. Without releasing their martial souls or striking any projectiles, the match ended. Surely, this could not be a dream. At that moment, the referee's mind echoed with countless impossibilities, as the scene was overwhelmingly shocking and difficult to accept. This reaction was not exclusive to the referee. All who witnessed this spectacle stood frozen in place, their mouths agape as if they might swallow an egg whole. The shards of ice had automatically coalesced, transforming these 7 individuals into ice sculptures. Surely, this was not an illusion? A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each person stunned. The magnitude of their shock surpassing even Huo Yuhao's 600,000-year soul rings. Above the imperial city, the Emperor of Luo furrowed his brow tightly, his mind striving to recollect the events that had transpired. Beside him, several venerable elders emanating a formidable presence also frowned, their gazes toward Wei Xuan filled with trepidation. The ability to evoke such astonishment in individuals of their caliber and status underscored the profound impact of this moment. In the waiting area, Wang Yan stared agog at the competition stage, turmoil raging within, struggling to maintain composure. Others from different academies were equally entranced, swallowing hard, their breaths labored. "Hey, my brother Wei Xuan is speaking to you. Do respond." Meng Hanshan called out to the referee, her smile radiant and filled with joy. The likes of Xiao Hanshan and Ma Rulong were still somewhat dazed from the surprise, equally astonished as teammates. Su Yanqing, however, broke into applause, his gaze toward Wei Xuan brimming with admiration. Noticing the referee's bewilderment, Wei Xuan offered a resigned smile and approached the stage, his thoughts melting the ice encasing the 7. Upon thawing, the martial souls of the Xingling Academy members dissipated, collapsing to the ground, their bodies curled and trembling, their lips pale. The temperature of the ice that had ensnared them was not excessively low. It merely left them chilled for a few days without causing frostbite to their muscles. This is merely a competition, devoid of grudges or enmities between the two parties. Wei Xuan, however, did not resort to excessive force, skillfully controlling the temperature of the ice. As the melted ice formed a puddle, it splashed towards the referee, landing upon his face, the chilling sensation jolting him into clarity. The referee shivered, hastily clutching his face in an attempt to warm it, nearly dropping the amplification soul device in his hand. Upon regaining his composure, he cast a glance at Wei Xuan's silhouette and inexplicably felt an inner chill, colder than the icy water itself. The referee announced the victory of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy with a voice imbued with awe. The audience gradually returned to their senses, and it was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the name of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy echoed fervently, spiraling into a frenzy. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers, their hearts racing in unison, resonating with the overwhelming sound. The cheers this time were no less fervent than those before. In fact, they seemed to resonate even more. The undeniable prowess of the participants made the crowd forget the boundaries of their nations. As they vociferously applauded the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon, utterly captivated by their remarkable strength, the spectators gathered to witness the exhilarating battles of the Soul Masters, rather than to specifically support any particular academy. As long as the performance is sufficiently powerful and the contest captivating, any academy could earn their enthusiastic cheers. Wei Xuan led the procession at the forefront, with Ming Hongchen following closely behind in a lively stride, trailed by Su Yanqing and the others. Nearly all eyes were fixed upon Wei Xuan, reflecting a lang of astonishment, curiosity, and admiration among the crowd. This time, the spotlight has shifted to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, centering around Wei Xuan. Upon arriving at the waiting area, the two leading teachers greeted us with smiles, and the unentered students wore expressions of excitement and joy. "Let us return. It is not appropriate to linger here any longer," Wei Xuan suggested. Following this battle, they had nearly captivated all eyes. Naturally, there were no objections from the crowd, and they departed the waiting area, heading back to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel. It was only after Wei Xuan and the others disappeared from sight that the spectators and students retracted their gazes, their shock still palpable. Chapter 57. The astonished Shrek crowd. What on earth just transpired? How did those individuals become frozen in place? The murmurs erupted like mushrooms after rain, quickly gaining momentum. Who knows? I only saw that youth miss a shot, and just as I was about to mock him, I witnessed that astonishing scene, someone remarked. Their voice trembling as they recalled the moment, their spine chilled. I was so startled that I promptly shut my mouth. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? The discussions surrounding Wei Xuan swiftly overshadowed those about Huo Yuhao, as the strength of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy instilled a sense of dread among the other academies. Shrek Academy's victory had been decisive and rapid, almost akin to a swift execution, yet they too had unleashed their martial souls and soul skills. But what of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy? No one had released their martial souls. They merely employed a soul-guided cannon, intentionally misfiring, and then their opponent was frozen, concluding the match. This match can only be described as bizarre, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. I would never have believed it to be true. It is far too fantastical. The former's victory can be understood, as it was a display of sheer strength. Yet the latter's triumph is perplexing and utterly baffling. Many remain in a daze, unsure of what transpired in that fleeting moment, although the specifics elude them. This does not hinder their growing apprehension. The Sun Moon Royal Academy appears to possess an unsettling level of power. Wang Yin from Shrek Academy wore an expression of grave concern as he slowly rose and made his way towards the Star Emperor Hotel, lost in contemplation. In the Imperial City, the Star Luo Emperor exchanged glances filled with astonishment with several elders nearby. No words were spoken, yet the gravity of the moment was palpable. And the Emperor, with a troubled countenance, departed from the scene. The two most thrilling and shocking matches had concluded, leaving him disinterested in the subsequent contests. The Empress and several elders followed closely behind the Emperor. At the Star Emperor Hotel, in the Shrek-exclusive conference room, upon returning, Wang Yin summoned everyone to an emergency meeting. 5 individuals occupied each side of the rectangular table, with Wang Yin, as the leading instructor, standing at the center, his hands braced against the table, his expression solemn. Observing Wang Yin's demeanor, Huo Yuhao and the others felt a tightening in their chests, sensing that something ominous was afoot. Teacher Wang, did you watch the match of the Sun Moon Royal Academy? What was the situation? Huo Yuhao inquired anxiously, harboring a suspicion regarding Wang Yin's grim expression. The others looked at Wang Yin with confusion, wondering if his distress was indeed related to the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Wang Yin's gaze swept across the group before settling on Huo Yuhao, and he replied gravely, I did watch, and I can only describe this match as terrifying. The Sun Moon Royal Academy's strength is indeed formidable. A ripple of shock coursed through the room, and Ma Xiaodao, seated at the front left, furrowed her brow and retorted. Teacher Wang, could it be that you're exaggerating? Is it truly as dire as you say? I am somewhat familiar with the strength of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Even if they were to win the match easily, it shouldn't reach the level of terror you imply. 5 years ago, she had participated as a preliminary team member. Having witnessed the Sun Moon Royal Academy's preliminary squad, which did not seem so exaggerated, had they not encountered the previous mishap? She was confident she could lead a team to defeat the Sun Moon Royal Academy. The individuals seated near Ma Xiaodao, Dai Yuheng, and Ling Luoqing nodded in agreement. Skeptical of Wang Yan's assessment, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and others who had been mentored by Wang Yan furrowed their brows, placing their trust in him. Believing he would not speak without reason. Please listen to my account of the match before voicing your doubts, Wang Yan said coldly, casting a sharp glance at Ma Xiaodao. His mood was already heavy, and her insinuations nearly provoked an emotional outburst. Ma Xiaodao, feeling the chill in Wang Yan's tone, bristled and glared back at him. Dai Yuheng, seated beside her, spoke in a low voice, attempting to calm her. Humph, Ma Xiaodao huffed, forcefully shaking off Dai Yuheng's hand and crossing her arms. Refusing to look at Wang Yan any longer, Wang Yan chose to ignore her and proceeded to recount in detail what he had observed. If I am not mistaken, that blue-haired youth is likely an ice element soul master, and his control over ice has reached a truly terrifying level. He can manipulate ice elements with effortless precision, as if it were an extension of himself, so fluid and astonishing. Finally, Wang Yan shared his conjectures and analyses. On his way back to the hotel, he had pondered how Wei Xuan achieved such feats, and after considerable thought, he began to piece together some insights. Following Wang Yan's account, the conference room fell into a brief silence, all present wearing expressions of astonishment as they processed the information he had just divulged. Given Wang Yan's earnest demeanor, even Ma Xiaodao could not dismiss the gravity of his words as mere jest. After recounting the events on the competition stage, Wang Yan added, "If you do not believe me, you may inquire with individuals from other academies for confirmation. This dispels the doubts harbored by the masses." There is no need for Wang Yan to weave a lie that could be easily unraveled. At this moment, Huo Yuhao rose and addressed the assembly, stating, "I possess some knowledge regarding that blue-haired youth." Subsequently, he recounted his encounter with Wei Xuan in the far north. Omitting any mention of the Ice Emperor or the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, he emphasized Wei Xuan's martial soul rings, and the remarkable ability to summon soul beasts. Huo Yuhao's journey to the far north was not a closely guarded secret. Those who shared a close bond with him, such as Wang Dong and Bei Bei, were well aware of it. Upon his return to Shrek Academy, he candidly disclosed his circumstances to the institution, in accordance with his prior discussions with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. This also garnered him the attention of Shrek Academy, leading him to the far north to acquire the second soul ring of the spiritual eye, thus obtaining the ability to simulate this skill. 3 purple and 1 black. How could this be possible? Su Sanshur exclaimed, articulating the collective astonishment of those present. Yuhao, are you certain you did not misjudge? Bei Bei inquired. Though he held a deep trust in Huo Yuhao, a hint of doubt crept into his voice. Senior brother and esteemed colleagues, I assure you I did not err. That individual's soul ring was indeed 3 purple and 1 black, and he possesses the ability to summon soul beasts, Huo Yuhao stated solemnly, devoid of any jest. The conference room fell into silence once more, the atmosphere thickening as the weight of Huo Yuhao's revelation settled heavily upon them. Chapter 58. Wei Xuan's arrangements 3 purple and 1 black. Such a soul ring configuration is exceedingly extravagant and, under normal circumstances, would be entirely impossible. Given Huo Yuhao's assertion, it is no wonder they were left in shock. Might his soul ring colors also be simulated, akin to yours, Yuhao? Wang Dong posited, uncertainty lacing his tone. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Yuhao shook his head and replied, I cannot affirm this, yet we cannot dismiss the possibility. Wang Dong's question eased the tension among the group. Indeed, what if the opponent's soul ring was also an illusion? If Wei Yuhao could simulate his 2 soul rings into 6 red ones, then it was not inconceivable for the other party to have simulated 3 purple and 1 black. Upon reflection, the impact of the 3 purple and 1 black soul rings seems considerably less daunting, regardless of whether the color of that individual's soul rings is genuine. We must exercise heightened vigilance, for he is our formidable adversary, Wang Yan stated solemnly. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the exceptional nature of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. The meeting lasted for over 3 hours, during which discussions encompassed not only matters pertaining to the Sun Moon Royal Academy but also the upcoming competitions. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding Shrek Academy, the ambience within the Sun Moon Royal Academy's conference room was notably more relaxed. Haha. This time we have certainly overshadowed Shrek's prominence. It feels incredibly satisfying, exclaimed the lead instructor, Old Ma, with hearty laughter. Others joined in the merriment. As today the Sun Moon Royal Academy basked in the limelight, astonishing all present. Particularly, the sensation of having subdued Shrek brought them unparalleled relief and elation. Brother, how did you accomplish that? I barely grasped what transpired. Those individuals were simply frozen. Su Yanqing inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Brother Wei Xuan, do share with us. Ming Hongqian urged. The laughter subsided, and the group gazed at Wei Xuan with intrigue, all eager to comprehend his method of overcoming their opponents, which had startled not only the audience but themselves as well. Wei Xuan smiled calmly and explained, the projectile I launched was actually formed by compressing and solidifying water. Though it may appear small in size, it contains a significant amount of water. The minute ice shards created upon detonation are imbued with considerable moisture. When these shards adhere to a person, it is akin to them being drenched. I merely transformed the water into ice, thereby immobilizing them. Understanding dawned upon Meng Hongqian and the others following Wei Xuan's clarification, and they felt a deep admiration. Despite Wei Xuan's seemingly nonchalant description, they were acutely aware of the challenges involved. The volume of water required to freeze 7 individuals into ice sculptures must have been substantial, and compressing it into a size slightly larger than a fist was no trivial feat. The soul-guiding cannonball, upon being fired, must endure high temperatures, presenting the dilemma of preventing the ice sphere from evaporating. Furthermore, the final control over the ice was a rare skill that, apart from Wei Xuan, likely no one else could achieve to such an extent. The 3 primary challenges, daunting for any of them, were effortlessly surmounted by Wei Xuan, who appeared remarkably at ease. This alone suffices to illuminate Wei Xuan's extraordinary nature. They clearly operated on entirely different planes. After a moment of astonishment, Meng Hongqian was the first to chuckle, exclaiming, Brother Wei Xuan is truly impressive. Su Yanqing nodded in agreement, her cheeks quivering slightly, radiating an endearing innocence. Ma Rulong and the others also expressed genuine admiration. Their praise is free of any insincerity, reflecting heartfelt respect. Wei Xuan shook his head with a light-hearted smile, unperturbed by the accolades, devoid of any feelings of excitement or pride. Now, allow me to outline the arrangements for the upcoming matches, Wei Xuan announced. The group immediately moderated their expressions, sitting upright in attentive silence. Although not the team leader, Wei Xuan's words carried more weight than those of the appointed instructor. None dared to challenge him. Even the team leader, Old Ma, straightened in his seat, shedding any pretense, recognizing the authority that strength confers. According to Old Ma, the next phase would involve a round-robin tournament. I propose that the 4 reserve members and 3 main team members participate. The presence of the 4 reserves serves as training, while the 3 main members ensure victory. Given our strength, this lineup should secure us a win without difficulty. Should we encounter formidable opponents, I shall take to the field myself, Wei Xuan stated, emphasizing that the arrangement primarily aimed to cultivate the reserves, enhancing their competitive experience. He did not intend to participate in every match, as this would trivialize the competition and negate the intended training benefits for the reserves. I have no objections, Meng Hongqian promptly affirmed, being a reserve member. He naturally welcomed the opportunity for more playtime. I, too, have no objections, echoed Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing in succession, with the remaining 4 reserves also expressing agreement. Wei Xuan's proposal was undoubtedly a boon for the reserves. I believe your Highness's suggestion is excellent. It is indeed time to afford the reserves more chances to hone their skills, Old Ma remarked. After a moment's hesitation, the main team members, including Ma Rulong, nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. Since there are no objections, it is settled, Wei Xuan declared decisively. Old Ma, you shall oversee the specific tactical arrangements for future matches. I shall refrain from intervening, Wei Xuan instructed. I shall not disappoint your Highness's expectations, Ma Rulong replied with a smile and a bow. Indeed, Wei Xuan nodded, surveying the group before continuing. I offer you a suggestion. Attentively observe each forthcoming match, identifying both strengths and weaknesses, and consider how you would approach competing against them, evaluating your chances of success. This will greatly benefit you. Ma Rulong, Meng Hongqian, and others exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion evident. Even Old Ma was left bemused. Only Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing readily agreed, trusting in Wei Xuan's intentions without overthinking. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Hongqian voiced her lingering doubt. Is it truly necessary to dedicate time to watch their matches? Aside from Shrek Academy, the other institutions hardly merit our attention. What can we gain from observing their competitions? Although the others remained silent, their expressions mirrored Meng Hongqian's sentiments. They believed that observing those stronger than themselves could yield benefits. But how could watching the weaker competitors offer any advantage? In their view, only Shrek and the royal academies of the three empires warranted attention. Other contests seemed frivolous. A waste of time. Chapter 59. Universal observation of matches exposure breeds understanding. Regardless of the match's allure, it is worthwhile to attend. By witnessing numerous battles, your perspectives will broaden. As you identify the flaws in others' combat styles, you will instinctively avoid making the same mistakes in your own engagements, thereby refining your own techniques. This is the foremost advantage of meticulously observing each match, Wei Xuan elucidated. Meng Hongchen, Ma Rulong, and others fell into contemplation. Unfazed by their reactions, Wei Xuan continued. Another benefit is the enhancement of your understanding of martial souls. With 67 academies entering the round robin, assuming 7 participants each, you may encounter over 400 distinct martial souls. Experiencing these martial souls firsthand, observing their characteristics, is far superior to merely reading about them in books, is it not? Wei Xuan concluded his remarks and fell silent, rising slowly to survey the room with a resigned smile before walking toward the door. His suggestion was merely a proposition. He was indifferent to whether or not the others would adopt it, as the choice lay with them, and he did not wish to impose. Meng Hongchen and Su Yanqing followed suit, leaving behind a group of contemplative individuals in the conference room. Brother Ma Rulong, what are your thoughts? Smiled Hongchen inquired, her eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Ma Rulong responded with a wry smile, expressing, "It seems our disparity with His Highness extends beyond mere talent. It encompasses attitude and insight." His statement did not directly address Hongchen's question, yet it resonated profoundly with her, prompting a nod of agreement, which was echoed by the others. "I believe His Highness is absolutely correct. Only through extensive exposure can one broaden their horizons. Even the most unremarkable battles hold valuable lessons for us." Ma Rulong asserted with quiet determination. "Tomorrow, I shall earnestly observe every match," he added. Ma Lao gazed at his grandson with appreciation, a smile gracing his lips. Delighted by Ma Rulong's decision, "I too wish to attend," as do Chun Fei and the others. They chimed in, eager to test the efficacy of Wei Xuan's method. Hongchen, deep in thought, nodded in agreement, intending to follow Wei Xuan's counsel. Following the conclusion of the first day's matches, there would be a 2-day hiatus for the Ryu Royal Academy's competitions, yet they all chose to attend the live matches. Having already advanced, they no longer needed to stand in the waiting area, but seated themselves in the contestants' rest area. This area, located on the west side of the competition stage and equipped with seating, offered a clear view of the ongoing battles. In this expansive resting area, capable of accommodating 70 academies, fewer than 100 individuals were present. The academies that had triumphed on the first day were entitled to occupy this space. With nearly 300 participants eligible, yet only a third had come. It was evident that not many academies returned to spectate after qualifying. Many had sent only their instructors. With no students in attendance, aside from the Ryu Royal Academy, very few institutions had their entire contingent present. Shrek Academy was notably absent, leaving its section completely vacant. Other academies observed the relatively full Ryu Royal Academy with expressions of surprise. How is it that the Ryu Royal Academy has come in full attendance? Given their prowess, such enthusiasm seems unnecessary, someone remarked. Indeed, if our academy were as strong, I doubt we would bother to watch any matches other than Shrek's, another agreed. With such undeniable strength, why concern oneself with assessing the capabilities of others? They could simply steamroll their opponents, a young man laughed. It's baffling how they think. Possessing such strength, yet still seeking to gauge the competition, mused another. Keep your voices down. If they overhear, it could spell trouble for us, a teacher admonished quietly, harboring a sense of caution toward the Ryu Royal Academy. Upon hearing this reprimand, the murmurs subsided somewhat, but the discussions persisted with fervor, focusing on the previous day's victory of the Ryu Royal Academy and their current attendance at the matches. Those seated in the Ryu Royal Academy remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter, seemingly oblivious, as they intently watched the competitions unfold. Wei Xuan occupied a central position, flanked by Su Yanqing and Meng Hongchen, while Ma Rulong and Xiao Hongchen sat together, with others choosing their seats freely. All were absorbed in observing the battles, including Wei Xuan himself. His understanding of martial souls was largely theoretical, derived from literature rather than first-hand experience. Thus, he sought to leverage this opportunity to deepen his knowledge. After each match, Wei Xuan posed several questions to provoke thought and analysis among the spectators, his insights penetrating and thought-provoking. Initially, none could respond to his queries, and even the two instructors could only grasp fragments, reluctant to speak up for fear of embarrassment. But, undeterred by the silence, Wei Xuan began to guide them on how to approach the matches, what to observe, and what lessons to extract. After a series of contests, Xiao Hongqin found herself capable of answering a question or two, reflecting noticeable progress among the others as well. Time slipped away, and as dusk approached, the day's competitions drew to a close. "Is that it?" Xiao Hongqin exclaimed, standing abruptly. Her enthusiasm was palpable, just as she began to grasp the nuances of observing combat. The matches concluded. This left him utterly disheartened. His heart felt as if it had been clawed by a cat. An indescribable sensation of profound discomfort washed over him, and he yearned to continue watching the competition. Ma Rulong and the others also wore expressions of disappointment, feeling unfulfilled, having just tasted the joy that watching the match brought, only for it to abruptly end. "Brother, I am so hungry," Su Yanqing said, his voice barely above a whisper, leaning weakly against his chair, as though he had not eaten for several days. While engrossed in the competition, he had not felt his hunger, but as soon as it concluded, an overwhelming sense of starvation surged through him. Upon hearing Su Yanqing's lament, the previously unfulfilled group found their stomachs audibly protesting, each face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Under Wei Xuan's guidance, they had been thoroughly immersed in the event, neglecting even their lunch break to sit and discuss, which led to their hunger being overlooked. Now, with the excitement waning, the long-buried sensation of hunger asserted itself, their stomachs voicing their discontent. "I am also hungry," Ming Hongqin said, rubbing her belly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Chapter 60. The sudden downpour of soul-guided cannonballs. Wei Xuan smiled and said, "Let us first have a meal. We have a meeting tonight. Share with me what you have gained today." "All right." Su Yanqing responded with alacrity, and upon hearing the mention of food, he was instantly invigorated, springing from his chair and dashing towards the hotel. His speed was remarkable, entirely unbecoming of someone who had purportedly gone a day without sustenance. In truth, he had not starved. He had indulged in enough snacks today to rival the meal portions of others. However, snacks were not sufficiently filling, leading him to still feel hungry, which explained his seemingly frail demeanor. Observing Su Yanqing's enthusiasm, the others could not help but chuckle, the atmosphere turning quite jovial. "This lad," Wei Xuan thought, shaking his head with a bemused smile as he watched Su Yanqing scamper about. "Brother Wei Xuan, let us go." Ming Hongqin eagerly tugged at Wei Xuan's hand, propelling them towards the hotel. If the first day had found them somewhat reluctant to attend the competition, by the second day, Ming Hongqin and her companions harbored no reservations whatsoever. 30 minutes before the commencement of the third day's match, everyone from the Day and Moon Royal Academy had gathered in anticipation, their eyes gleaming with expectation. After a night of guidance from Wei Xuan, each of them had gleaned significant insights from the previous day's viewing. This is not merely a matter of strength. It represents a profound growth in mindset and a deepened understanding of their martial spirits. The joy they derive from this experience surpasses that of merely enhancing their soul power, igniting their interest to an extraordinary degree. Having long been absorbed in the study of soul-guiding devices, they find themselves fervently engaged in combat for the first time, valuing it even more than their previous pursuits. In truth, observing these battles offers them inspiration for the creation of soul-guiding devices, though such insights are fleeting and elude capture. The battles on the third day were notably more subdued compared to the previous 2 days, lacking in intensity. Yet, the members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy watched with rapt attention. To them, the seemingly mundane matches resembled the finals of this grand competition, filled with unparalleled excitement. Onlookers from other areas, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances between the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and the competition arena, questioning whether they were indeed watching the same event. Typically, stronger teams exhibit less interest in such matches due to the disparity in strength, which diminishes their engagement. However, the earnestness displayed by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy perplexed others, leaving them feeling quite puzzled. Soon, the first round of matches concluded, and the 67 teams advancing to the round-robin stage were determined, along with their respective groupings. The champions and runners-up were placed in different groups, with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy separated into distinct brackets. On the fourth day, the round-robin matches commenced, and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy drew a team battle, with the siblings Xiao Hongqian and Xiao Mingqian, as well as Su Yanqing, listed among the participants. In truth, the strength of Xiao Hongqian and Xiao Mingqian does not even match that of certain primary team members, but their youthfulness has relegated them to the reserve team. With their participation, securing victory seemed effortless, and the Sun and Moon Royal Academy easily triumphed in the match. This match was a crushing victory, concluding in less than a minute from its commencement. A deluge of artillery shells soared across the arena, striking with remarkable precision and intensity, leaving the opponents with no avenue for escape. They swiftly succumbed to the relentless bombardment, rendered incapable of further combat, and opted for surrender. While Su Yanqing wielded a level 3 soul-guided cannon, the others employed level 4 versions. Although Xiao Hongqian and his companions possessed the capability to utilize higher-grade soul-guided cannons, they refrained from doing so out of concern for excessive force that could lead to fatal consequences for their adversaries, thus opting for the level 4 models instead. In truth, their apprehension was well-founded, for even the level 4 soul-guided cannons nearly brought their opponents to the brink of death. Had a 5th-level soul guide been employed, the outcome would have been predictable. Fortunately, the referee overseeing the competition reacted swiftly, shielding the student from the onslaught. Otherwise, a tragic demise could have ensued. Their opponents, while formidable, comprised a Soul King and 6 Soul Elders, a strength that is undeniably commendable, placing them in the upper echelon of all participating teams. They were indeed a formidable contender among the advancing teams, yet their misfortune lay in their encounter with the Sun Moon Royal Academy, particularly in a team battle. Soul Masters excel in such collective confrontations, and amidst the relentless barrage of countless projectiles, few teams can withstand the onslaught, often resulting in a lopsided struggle. In this match, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy exhibited to the audience what it truly means to embody the combat style of a Soul Master: simple, direct, and ferocious. The air was thick with a barrage of projectiles soaring through the skies, and the explosive detonations upon impact created a profoundly shocking visual experience. After the battle concluded, the competition platform, reinforced by soul-guiding devices, bore numerous signs of damage, shrouded in smoke and permeated by an atmosphere of devastation. Witnessing the coordinated assault of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, both the spectators and competing students found themselves swallowing hard, overwhelmed by the spectacle. Particularly for those academies in the same group as the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, nearly all students felt a chill creep down their spines. Vivid images of their potential encounters with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy flooded their minds, as the relentless onslaught of projectiles sent tremors through their bodies. As Xiao Hongqian and his companions descended from the competition platform, the gazes of those around them were tinged with a mixture of fear and lingering shock, leaving the surroundings enveloped in a profound silence. The profound silence lingered for quite some time before it was replaced by resounding applause and jubilant cheers. Sensing the adoring gazes of the audience, the faces of Xiao Hongqian and his companions blossomed with joy. The sensation of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. Seated in the front row, the members of Shrek Academy regarded Xiao Hongqian and the others with grave expressions, clearly astonished by their earlier performance. Among them, Huo Yuhao and the tall figure of Ikaidu bore the most serious countenance, their hearts filled with a deeper shock as they studied soul-guiding devices. Wei Yuhao, who had only recently begun his studies in soul-guiding devices, seemed somewhat better off, but Ikaidu, who had been learning alongside Fan Yu for several years, stood there in a daze. Is that a level 4 or level 5 soul-guiding device? Ikaidu murmured to himself, plunging into deep contemplation. He recognized most of the soul-guiding devices employed by the opponents, identifying one as a level 4 and another as a level 3. Yet, their power exceeded what one would typically expect from level 3 or level 4 devices, boasting capabilities akin to those of a higher tier. This meant that the level 3 device rivaled an ordinary level 4, while the level 4 device possessed the might of a standard level 5. How could this be possible? These Soul Masters are truly formidable, gasped the petite and graceful Xiao Xiao, covering her mouth in astonishment. The others nodded in agreement, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of pure Soul Master combat for the first time. They had previously seen Ikaidu wield a soul-guiding device in battle, thinking it sufficiently fierce. Yet compared to these individuals, Ikaidu's performance paled in comparison. Chapter 61. Starry Auction House. Brother Wei Xuan, did we perform adequately just now? Upon returning to the resting area, Ming Hongqian asked with a cheerful smile. The others looked at Wei Xuan with hopeful eyes, eager for his assessment. Quite well, Wei Xuan replied with a smile, offering a relatively objective evaluation. The coordination of your soul-guiding device releases was excellent. leaving no opportunity for your opponents to catch their breath, resulting in a clean and swift conclusion to the match. He was genuinely pleased with Meng Hongqian and the others' performance, as they had not revealed any apparent flaws. Of course, this was also due to the fact that their opponents were at a disadvantage. Those individuals had little resistance against the bombardment of soul-guiding artillery. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's words, everyone displayed delighted smiles. His praise was even more gratifying than winning the match. Soon, the members of the Sun Moon Royal Academy regained their composure and began to earnestly observe the battles of other academies. The following night, the Star Luo city was even more bustling than during the day, with throngs of people crowding the streets. The shouts of vendors and the chatter of townsfolk filled the air, rendering the city lively and vibrant, devoid of any sense of nighttime stillness. Brother Wei Xuan, are you here to bid on something? Meng Hongqian inquired curiously as she gazed at the spire-topped building before them. The structure, while not towering, was certainly substantial, and a sign depicting the auction house hung above the entrance. The personnel from this auction house approached me last night, not only granting me a bidding opportunity but also providing a brief introduction to the items to be auctioned, Wei Xuan explained, perhaps to pique my interest. They emphasized soul-guiding devices, ranking knives, and soul bones. Initially, I had little interest, but upon hearing about the ranking knife, my curiosity was piqued. The ranking knife? As soon as Wei Xuan mentioned it, not only Meng Hongqian, but even Xiao Hongqian and Su Yanqing were taken aback. For soul masters, a ranking knife was undoubtedly something of immense interest. If they could acquire one, it would greatly facilitate their crafting of soul-guiding devices. The allure of the ranking knife was rivaled only by that of soul bones. Are you saying there's a ranking knife up for auction here? Xiao Hongqian questioned skeptically. Yes, but I am unaware of its specific rank or name. When I inquired with the staff, they were rather evasive and unwilling to elaborate. Wei Xuan replied, well, if it truly is a ranking knife, we must secure it. Meng Hongqian exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Hongqian nodded earnestly, agreeing that if it were indeed a ranking knife, they would have to obtain it at all costs. The ranking knife was exceedingly precious. Even their Hongqian family, a lineage of soul-guiding experts, possessed only two, one held by his father and the other by his grandfather. The carving knife he currently wielded, while not ordinary, still fell short of the ranking knife's caliber. Thus, upon hearing the words ranking knife, Xiao Hongqian's heart ignited with fervor, eager to possess it. Brother, why did those people approach you? Su Yanqing inquired curiously, his interests differing from those of his companions. Hearing this, both Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian turned inquisitive gazes toward Wei Xuan, pondering why those individuals would seek him out. Wei Xuan shrugged in resignation, stating, I am uncertain of the exact reason, but from the tone and expression of that individual, it seems he was eager for me to visit the auction house. More precisely, he wanted me to come and bid on something. Otherwise, he would not have emphasized the items I might find intriguing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongqian and the others furrowed their brows, sensing that the auction house had ulterior motives. As they discussed this, Wei Xuan appeared to recall something, saying, while I am indifferent to their motives, what truly concerns me is the items they are auctioning. The ranking knife is not the most intriguing item for me. What captivates me most is the soul bone, Wei Xuan remarked with a mysterious smile. Oh? The three of them exchanged astonished glances, recognizing that whatever item could elicit such a reaction from Wei Xuan was certainly extraordinary. Could it be a 10,000-year soul bone? Or perhaps, Xiao Hongqian's breathing quickened at another possibility that made it difficult for him to remain composed. Meng Hongqian and Su Yanqing, sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously exclaimed, could it be 100,000-year soul bone? Wei Xuan nodded with a smile and remarked, among the soul bones that pique my interest, there is indeed one that belongs to the 100,000-year category. This revelation left the likes of Meng Hongqian utterly astounded, their gazes towards the auction house transformed. Realizing the magnitude of the undertaking, let us enter first. The auction for the soul bones is not scheduled for today. We should secure the ranking carving knife first. Wei Xuan suggested with a smile. He remained unfazed by the auction house's intentions, adhering to the adage that one must confront challenges as they arise, regardless of the opponent's tactics. As they entered the auction house, they descended a staircase adorned with a crimson carpet, spanning over 5 meters. Upon reaching the bottom, they encountered the reception desk established at the auction venue. Wei Xuan presented the staff with his bidding qualification certificate. Upon seeing the certificate, the receptionist promptly summoned a young woman, strikingly beautiful and clad in a tailored uniform. Greetings, esteemed guest, I am Su, and I shall provide you with personalized assistance. Should you have any requests or inquiries within the auction house, please do not hesitate to inform me, the woman introduced herself. her voice melodious and imbued with a hint of charm. Ming Hongqian cast a cold glance at Su Su, linking her arm with Wei Xuan's, disdain evident in her smirk. "Lead us to the hall for the auction of the ranking carving knife," Wei Xuan stated, his expression unperturbed as he regarded Su Su. The ranking carving knife. Su Su pondered for a moment before comprehending, her polite smile re-emerging as she said, "That would be in Hall 12. Please follow me, esteemed guests." It was evident that attendants like Su Su were professionally trained, required to remember every item available for auction in each hall. With that, Su Su led the way down one of the corridors, with Wei Xuan and his companions closely trailing her. Upon passing through an ancient wooden door, the surroundings transformed into opulence, with walls shimmering in gold and magnificent crystal chandeliers suspended from the ceiling. The four were accustomed to such lavish decor, rendering them immune to the spectacle, their expressions remaining composed. The auction house was expansive. It took 3 to 4 minutes from the moment Su Su guided them to Hall 12 until they finally arrived. The lighting within the auction hall was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of wall sconces, ensuring that individuals could navigate without risk of collision or fall. Upon entry, Su Su presented 4 red masks and briefly explained the situation to Wei Xuan and his companions. The mask serves to ensure the privacy of the guests, preventing any potential troubles that may arise from their appearances being seen by others. The color red symbolizes the rank of Wei Xuan and his 3 companions, marking them as important VIPs at the auction house, second only to the golden elite guests. Chapter 62, The Spirit-Devouring Carving Knife, Part 1. Once Wei Xuan and his companions donned their masks, Su Su guided them towards the front row. "Esteemed guests, this is your designated seating. May I offer you any beverages or desserts?" Su Su inquired softly, exuding a commendable service attitude. The quartet was seated in the central position of the front row, the closest to the auction stage, offering the best view. "I would like watermelon juice and a piece of cake." Su Yanqing promptly articulated her desire. "Just plain water for me," Xiao Huachun remarked. "A cup of golden flame flower tea, please." "If it's unavailable, then never mind," Wei Xuan stated. The golden flame flower tea is renowned across the continent for its exquisite aroma and delightful flavor, leaving a lasting impression. It was the tea Wei Xuan typically indulged in, not out of a particular fondness, but because it was the only tea in this world that he could tolerate. Others merely fell short of flavor. "I'll have golden flame flower tea as well," Ming Hongqian said with a smile. Although she was particularly fond of tea, she endeavored to acquire a taste for it, given Wei Xuan's preference. "Golden flame flower tea?" Su Su exclaimed in surprise. This tea is notoriously rare and expensive, nearly 1,500 gold soul coins per kilogram. Moreover, sometimes even wealth cannot guarantee its procurement. These two truly dared ask for it. Su Su felt a bit troubled. While the auction house had reserves of this tea, it was typically reserved for the utmost elite guests. Could it be used for them? "Esteemed guests, you must be aware of the rarity of golden flame flower tea. I cannot confirm if we have any reserves available, but I will inquire," Su Su said delicately. "If not, would you prefer an alternative beverage?" Wei Xuan smiled slightly, replying, "If it's unavailable, then it's no matter. Please go ahead and check." "Very well," Su Su responded with a slight bow and departed the auction hall. The quartet arrived not too early, as the hall was already filled with a considerable number of guests, and more were arriving continuously. Shortly thereafter, Su Su returned, accompanied by 2 servers, who bore 4 glasses of beverages and an array of exquisitely crafted small cakes. Among the beverages was the golden flame flower tea that Wei Xuan had ordered. "Esteemed guests, here is the golden flame flower tea you requested," Su Su announced, carefully placing the cup on the small table beside Wei Xuan's chair. Her demeanor was even more courteous than before. "Thank you for your efforts," Wei Xuan acknowledged with a nod. After arranging the items, Su Su took a seat nearby, ready to attend to any needs that Wei Xuan and his companions might have. Only Wei Xuan and his 3 companions among the guests in this hall could enjoy such treatment, as others lacked the presence of charming advisors at their beck and call. Su Yanqing savored cake and sipped watermelon juice, finding the wait rather pleasant, while Ming Hongqian reclined languidly in her chair, feigning slumber. Dream Hongqian leaned toward Wei Xuan, engaging in hushed conversation, her face alight with a joyful smile. Wei Xuan sensed something amiss and glanced to his left, observing 5 men and 2 women adorned in white masks taking their seats in the front row. Their formation upon entering indicated they were a cohesive group. What a fortuitous encounter, Wei Xuan mused with a light chuckle before redirecting his gaze. Despite their masks, their aura was unmistakable. They were indeed members of Shrek Academy. The room's lighting dimmed further as the illumination on the auction stage brightened, revealing a woman clad in a flowing purple gown ascending the platform. She appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a dignified and exquisite countenance. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her figure was both graceful and alluring. Upon reaching the auction table, the woman offered a brief self-introduction before stepping to the center of the stage and bowing to the audience. As she bowed, applause erupted from the crowd. Once the applause subsided, Qingya returned to the auction table, pressing her hands down to restore calm in the hall. Today's auction was dedicated to the soul guide devices. Qingya elaborated on the event's details, her face consistently adorned with a warm smile. Our auction shall commence now. Let us invite the staff to present today's first item, Qingya announced, her gaze fixed on the center of the stage. Two women in red dresses wheeled a small cart from the side, bringing it to the center of the platform where the light converged upon it. The cart was draped with a purple cloth, concealing the item. As the light focused on the cart, the two women unveiled the covering. On the cart lay a black soul guide device, simply rectangular in shape, measuring over a foot in length, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The four companions of Wei Xuan regarded the soul guide device with an air of indifference. They were all capable of crafting such a third-tier device. Moreover, barring Su Yanqing, the quality of the creations produced by Wei Xuan and the other two would surpass this one. Such a soul-guiding device naturally failed to pique their interest, and they sat there quietly, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Qingya did not speak immediately. Instead, she allowed the bidders time to observe the item on offer while she attentively regarded the reactions of the audience below. Approximately 30 seconds later, Qingya began to elucidate the intricate details of this soul-guiding apparatus, encompassing its name, functionality, target demographic, and the starting bid price. Though Wei Xuan and his companions exhibited no interest in this soul-guiding device, it did not imply that others shared their indifference. Crafted by a 6th-level soul master, this 3rd-level soul-guiding device was undeniably of superior quality, far surpassing those produced by a mere 3rd-level soul master. Coupled with its ingenious design, exquisite craftsmanship, and practical value, many sought to participate in the bidding, causing the auction price to steadily escalate. Within less than a minute, the price of this soul-guiding device surged from 1,000 gold soul coins to 2,000, and the ascent continued. Ultimately, the auction concluded with a final bid of 2,500 gold soul coins, claimed by a middle-aged man seated in the front row. As this was a specialized auction for soul-guiding devices, the subsequent items were predominantly related to the same. One by one, soul-guiding devices were presented, most ranging from levels 3 to 5, with none particularly remarkable. The penultimate item was a 4th-level nursing bottle. Its placement as the second-to-last item already indicated its extraordinary nature. However, this was only relative, for among the various soul-guiding devices auctioned, this bottle was deemed precious, yet objectively, it remained rather ordinary. At least in the eyes of Wei Xuan and his companions, the 4th-level nursing bottle held no purchasing value. As they already possessed 5th-level bottles, did they truly require a 4th-level one? The nursing bottle ultimately sold for 25,000 gold soul coins, a notably high price within the category of 4th-level soul-guiding devices. How could this person acquire so many soul-guiding devices? Meng Hongchen mused, her gaze shifting curiously towards the middle-aged man on her left. Most of the soul-guiding devices auctioned that day had fallen into his hands, piquing her interest. He likely did not purchase them for personal use but rather for others, Wei Xuan remarked, his tone laced with significance. Upon further contemplation, Meng Hongchen agreed. If it were for personal use, one would typically buy only those suited to their needs, not indiscriminately acquire a collection. Ladies and gentlemen, our mysterious grand prize is about to make its appearance, and this will be the final item of the evening, Qingya announced as she stepped to the center of the stage, lowering her voice. As she finished speaking, a larger cart was slowly wheeled onto the stage, covered with a red cloth. Clearly, this final showcase item was extraordinary, as it warranted the use of red fabric for concealment. Seeing the cart draped in crimson, Wei Xuan and his companions were immediately intrigued. Meng Hongchen straightened in her seat, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the cart, her fervent gaze seemingly piercing through the red fabric. She was particularly passionate about this ranking engraving knife and was determined to acquire it. He had no concerns about competing with Wei Xuan for it, as the latter already possessed an excellent ranking engraving knife and had little need for another, unless this one proved superior to the dark gold knife, which could stir his interest. But was that even a possibility? Wei Xuan's gaze lingered on the red cloth, and as he extended his consciousness, the scene beneath the fabric materialized in his mind. Two unusual sensations infiltrated his thoughts, one emanating from the knife concealed beneath the cloth. Upon probing with his consciousness, An acute sensation surged forth, evoking a sense of peculiarity. The carving knife appeared to possess the ability to rend spiritual energy, as if seeking to shatter his consciousness. Unfortunately, this tearing capability was far from sufficient to inflict harm upon his awareness. It merely allowed him to sense a hint of its sharp essence. Another peculiar sensation stemmed from the probing of spiritual energy. For he was not the sole one attempting to glimpse the concealed circumstances beneath the red cloth. Another presence also released its spiritual essence. Yet, that energy was exceedingly feeble. The moment it made contact with the carving knife, it was repelled by the sharp aura, retreating before it could even take action. Wei Xuan cast a sidelong glance to his left, noticing an individual clutching their eyes, their body swaying incessantly. Taking a sip from his teacup, he shook his head with a soft chuckle, his gaze returning to the knife concealed beneath the crimson fabric. Its surface emanated a fierce aura, shrouded by vengeful spirits. Yet within it lay an abundance of vibrant life. How intriguing, Wei Xuan mused. Life, the essence of metal, he murmured, a contemplative expression crossing his face. As a name swiftly emerged in his mind, the gold of living beings. Contemplating this possibility, Wei Xuan once again attuned his spiritual awareness. Discovering that the malevolent energy enveloping the knife was utterly ineffectual against him, leaving no mark whatsoever. Indeed, it was the gold of living beings, Wei Xuan confirmed his suspicion. The corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. He had encountered the gold of living beings before, albeit this particular piece was significantly inferior in both size and quality. Nevertheless, it was still a solidified form of vitality, which held considerable significance for him at this juncture. At Qingya's gesture, the covering red cloth was lifted, revealing the knife within. This carving knife measures approximately half a foot in length, akin to the width of a finger. It tapers elegantly from the spine downwards, culminating in an exquisitely sharp point. While the blade beneath spans about half an inch in width, the knife boasts a deep black hue and an ancient aesthetic, adorned with faint, intricate patterns that seem to whisper tales of the past, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Those who behold this knife feel a tightening in their chests, a sense of oppression, as if the blade itself possesses the ominous ability to choose its victims. The appearance of this knife is rather unremarkable, evoking an initial impression of antiquity that often elicits disappointment from those who encounter it, while antiques generally appreciate in value over time. This particular carving knife does not necessarily improve with age. A carving knife, the age of which remains a mystery, hardly ignites any interest, prompting one to question whether it possesses the capability to inscribe a magical array. Could it merely appear sharp, while in reality, it bears no substance? Not everyone can discern the extraordinary nature of this knife, a fact evidenced by the reactions of those present. Only a select few soul mentors can perceive its true worth. Upon beholding the carving knife, both Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian fixed their gaze upon it, captivated as they reminisced. Born into a lineage of soul guides, they received a comprehensive education from an early age, amassing extensive knowledge related to soul-guiding instruments, including the closely linked carving knife. While they may not possess complete familiarity, they certainly retain vivid memories of the carving knife rankings, now striving to recollect the details. Su Yanqing, who had been indulging in delicacies, now gazed intently at the carving knife, momentarily forgetting the pastries before him. As a soul mentor himself, he harbored a profound yearning for the ranked carving knives. It is unlikely that many soul mentors in existence could remain unmoved by such an exquisite tool. Noticing the subdued spirits of the attendees, Qingya wore a gentle smile and began to introduce the carving knife. The mere mention of the ranked carving knife silenced previous murmurs of discontent, transforming expressions of disdain into astonishment and fervor. Here, over 90% of individuals are unfamiliar with soul-guiding devices. Yet this does not hinder their awareness of the exquisite value of the ranking carving knife. Is this truly a ranking carving knife, esteemed auctioneer? Do not deceive us, a middle-aged man from the back questioned. Upon hearing this inquiry, others were momentarily taken aback, their demeanor shifting to one of composure as they began to voice their skepticism. They were well aware of the rarity and preciousness of the ranking carving knife, with each piece valued at over $1 million. Such a valuable item, even if it were to appear at an auction, should be showcased at the most prestigious of events, rather than this modest fourth-tier auction. Now, Qingya informs them that this is a ranking carving knife. How can they not harbor doubts? Is this truly a ranking carving knife? Whispered Huo Yuhao, donning a white mask. As he turned to his companion, Hikaito. The very fact that this carving knife could inflict harm upon his spirit indicated its extraordinary nature. Even if it were not a ranking carving knife, it would still be remarkable. Hikaido nodded solemnly and replied, based on the aura emanating from this knife. It indeed has the potential to be a ranking carving knife. Huo Yuhao's pupils constricted, and his gaze towards the carving knife shifted in intensity. In the face of skepticism from the crowd, Qingya remained composed, exuding confidence in the auction item. Esteemed guests, please rest assured that our Starlight Auction House has always upheld integrity, treating every item with rigorous scrutiny. After repeated confirmations by our experts, this is unequivocally a ranking carving knife. However, this particular knife is somewhat unique, Qingya remarked, casting a wistful glance at the carving knife. Unique? The crowd, while excited, was also filled with bewilderment. This leads us to my next point, Qingya continued. Chapter 64. Intense Bidding Part 1. Among the ranking of carving knives. This one holds the 99th position. However, based on its capabilities, it should rightfully be ranked much higher. Were it not for certain issues, it could very well have secured a place within the top 30. Regrettably, it is a knife that has been cursed, Qingya lamented, her gaze towards the carving knife reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The auction house had exerted considerable effort for this item. Upon hearing this, both Meng Hongqin and Xiao Hongqin's pupils constricted simultaneously as they recognized the name of this carving knife. Could it truly be this knife? Xiao Hongqin exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and disappointment in his voice. If it is indeed this carving knife, then for him, it would not only be of no use but rather detrimental. This dagger, known as the soul-devouring blade, has garnered a fearsome reputation within the Empire of the Sun and Moon, often referred to as the most ferocious of daggers. And even the dagger of death. Its wielders have invariably met with grim fates. Even those as formidable as the titled Douluo have succumbed to untimely demises upon its use, underscoring its terrifying nature. Regrettably, Meng Hongqin, with a slight pout, exhibited a sudden disinterest. Wei Xuan, however, remained unperturbed by the elegant introduction. He recognized the dagger immediately upon sensing its malevolent aura. Could it truly be the infamous soul-devouring blade, known for its propensity to turn against its master? After a moment of contemplation, Hikaido exclaimed in astonishment, his voice resonating through the crowd. His declaration was not subtle, many nearby heard it. While not everyone may be acquainted with the soul-devouring blade, the concept of it rebelling against its wielder was universally comprehensible. This was sufficient to instill a sense of dread within them. What does it mean to turn against its master? Someone queried, uncertainty evident in their voice. Qingya cast a glance at Hikaido, admiration in her eyes, and replied with a smile, this esteemed guest is indeed correct. This carving knife is known as the soul-eating dagger. Without allowing the audience to pose further questions, she continued, the soul-eating dagger boasts a history spanning 3 millennia. Qingya did not shy away from revealing the origins of the soul-eating dagger, elaborating on its history and the phenomenon of it turning against its master. This chisel has recorded a total of 37 masters, all of whom met tragic fates, 9 of whom became malevolent sorcerers. Such revelations sent a chill through the assembled crowd, transforming their gaze upon the soul-devouring carving knife from fervent enthusiasm to a weighty mix of gravity and dread. While the carving knife was indeed remarkable, it paled in comparison to the value of one's life. If wielding the knife posed a threat to their very existence, they would prefer to forego its use altogether. Brother Wei Xuan, murmured Meng Hongqin, pouting slightly, I finally comprehend why the individual seeking you is reluctant to disclose the name of the carving knife. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes, not directed towards Wei Xuan, but rather towards the auction house personnel who had withheld crucial information regarding the knife. Had this been mentioned earlier, they would not have come here to squander their time. Even if the soul-devouring blade were offered to her as a gift, she would refuse it. Rather, it could be said that she dared not accept it. Wei Xuan smiled gently, pinching the slightly puffy cheeks of Meng Hongqin, who was pouting, and remarked with a light laugh, I am not at all disappointed. On the contrary, I am pleasantly surprised. This soul-devouring blade is far more valuable to me than any other carving knife. Startled by the cheek pinching, Meng Hongqin quickly interjected, Wei Xuan, you don't actually intend to purchase this soul-devouring blade, do you? Please, do not. It is deadly. I would never undertake a venture without confidence. My willingness to buy it signifies my capability to resolve any backlash it may inflict upon its master, Wei Xuan declared, openly admitting his desire to acquire the blade. Observing Wei Xuan's unwavering confidence, Meng Hongqin found her persuasive words abruptly stifled. Her mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. Wei Xuan, are you truly confident? Meng Hongqin asked timidly, anxiety clouding her heart. Rest assured, when I say there will be no issues, there will be none, Wei Xuan asserted with conviction. Seated in the left front row, Hikaido sighed and shook his head, stating, This dreadful blade is not to be desired. He briefly recounted all he knew about the soul-devouring blade. Upon hearing Kai-Tu's account, Wang Yan's initial eagerness faded into disappointment, abandoning any intention to procure the blade for the academy. Huo Yuhao also wore a face of despondency, losing all yearning for this carving knife. Yet at that moment, the voice of Ilex resonated in his mind. Ah, the gold of living beings? Ilex's tone was filled with astonishment. Yuhao, the material of this knife is the gold of living beings. You must acquire it at any cost, as it will bestow upon you boundless benefits. Ilex spoke with utmost seriousness, and it was evident from his tone that he harbored a profound desire for the gold of living beings. Elder Ilex, what exactly is the gold of living beings? Huo Yuhao was taken aback, quickly attempting to engage Ilex in conversation about this mysterious material. To evoke such excitement from Ilex, it was clear that it was no ordinary substance. I will explain it to you later. For now, your sole task is to procure it at any cost. Once acquired, I can hasten the awakening of that great worm and stabilize my condition to prevent my dissolution, Ilex conveyed earnestly. Really? Huo Yuhao's eyes brightened, and he became immediately animated. The soul-devouring blade, with a starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 5,000 gold soul coins. Esteemed guests, you may commence the bidding, announced Qingye after detailing the characteristics of the soul-devouring blade. Unlike the previous fervent bidding frenzy, the guests below remained remarkably composed, with most showing no inclination to bid. A few were caught in a mental struggle due to the blade's reputation, hesitating over whether to risk a bid. Yet, it was evident that fear outweighed their aspirations. Their longing for the blade did not conquer the trepidation in their hearts, and ultimately, no bids were made. The hall fell into silence, rendering the scene somewhat awkward. Observing this situation, Qingye's expression bore a hint of disappointment, though not overwhelming. She had grown accustomed to such scenarios, her hopes dashed. In the quiet of the hall, a voice broke the stillness, announcing 100,000 gold soul coins. The owner of the voice was none other than Wei Xuan, seated in the center of the front row. As his voice resonated, Susu promptly raised the number card, which displayed the numeral 1, indicating that Wei Xuan was the distinguished guest number 1. His voice rippled through the previously tranquil atmosphere like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating waves of intrigue. Qingye momentarily appeared dazed, but then her eyes sparkled with joy as a smile blossomed on her face. Other distinguished guests turned their gazes toward him, displaying expressions of curiosity about who possessed the audacity to bid on such a formidable weapon. Wang Yan and Kai-Tu also glanced to their right, while Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, surprised that someone else intended to place a bid. The voice seemed somewhat familiar, as if it echoed from a distant memory. Very well. The esteemed guest number 1 bids 100,000 gold soul coins. Is there any other guest who wishes to raise the bid? Qingye inquired, her smile radiant. Chapter 65. The Intense Auction, Part 2. A profound silence enveloped the audience. The majority remained unmoved, and with no one daring to bid even at 100,000. It seemed unlikely that anyone would increase the offer. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the stillness, announcing a bid of 100,500 gold soul coins, accompanied by the raising of card number 333. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, someone was continuing to bid. And all eyes shifted toward the source of the voice. Junior brother, Bei Bei remarked, her brow furrowing as she cast a puzzled glance at Huo Yuhao. Kai-Tu tugged at Huo Yuhao's arm, signaling him not to participate in the bidding. Huo Yuhao offered an apologetic look to Bei Bei and Kai-Tu, ultimately explaining to Wang Yan, Teacher Wang, through mental probing, I have discerned the issues concerning this engraving knife and have devised a solution. Thus, I wish to acquire it. This is a rare ranking engraving knife. If I can resolve its complications, we would be securing an incredible bargain. However, he lacked sufficient funds, and to procure the knife, he would require Wang Yan's support. Wang Yan's gaze flickered with interest. Such an inexpensive ranking engraving knife was exceedingly rare, perhaps even one of a kind. Should they succeed in acquiring it and remedy its backlash issue, it would indeed be a significant windfall, saving them a fortune of over 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Indeed, it is worth taking a gamble to acquire it. Yuhang, are you truly confident in resolving the issue with this carving knife? Wang Yan inquired. Huo Yuhang nodded solemnly and replied, Teacher Wang, you must trust me. I am indeed confident in addressing the problem with this knife. Moreover, even if you harbor doubts about me, you should have faith in our academy. With our institution's strength, can we not resolve the matter concerning this carving knife? Wang Yan nodded, persuaded by Huo Yuhang's words. Very well, let us strive to secure this carving knife at auction. With Wang Yan's support, Huo Yuhang felt emboldened. Acquiring this carving knife had become imperative. Lot number 333, a distinguished guest bids 150,000 gold soul coins. Is there another guest willing to bid? The melodious voice chimed cheerfully. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted toward Wei Xuan, anticipating his reaction. 200,000. Wei Xuan stated succinctly, without even glancing at Huo Yuhao, directly announcing his bid. Upon hearing his bid, Su immediately raised her paddle. This was the privilege of a red-tier guest, who need not personally raise the paddle. Huo Yuhao's heart sank. He had not anticipated that his opponent would jump to 200,000, demonstrating a resolute determination to win the bidding for the soul-devouring knife. 300,000. Huo Yuhao lifted his paddle, presenting his offer in a bold leap rather than the incremental 5,000, to express his unwavering resolve. Qingya's smile radiated brightly, her heart racing with excitement, just envisioning the commission she would earn from this 300,000. Before she could utter a word, Wei Xuan's voice nearly caused her to falter, her legs turning weak. 1 million, he stated flatly, his tone as calm as before, as if there were no distinction between 200,000 and 1 million. While he remained composed, the others could not maintain their tranquility. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room, leaving everyone shocked by this staggering bid. Distinguished guest number 1. Are you certain about bidding 1 million? Qingya asked, her eyes wide with disbelief, her body trembling from sheer excitement. A 1% commission would yield 10,000 gold soul coins, securing her financial security for a lifetime. How could she not be thrilled? Confirmed, Wei Xuan nodded, his words light yet resolute. Is this person insane? Murmured a voice from the back, astonished and perplexed. To them, the soul-devouring knife seemed entirely unsought, and they were taken aback that someone would willingly bid 1 million for it. Did the knife possess a secret unknown to them? How else could it attract such fervent competition? Huo Yuhao and the others were equally startled by this call, for 1 million gold soul coins was no trivial sum. Teacher Wang? Huo Yuhao cast an inquiring glance at Wang Yin. Wang Yin appeared troubled. He too had not anticipated such unwavering resolve from the opponent, who had audaciously called out 1 million gold soul coins. The million is not beyond their means. Rather, the bid itself reveals the other party's stance, suggesting an air of inevitability in their pursuit. This situation presents a conundrum. Should they ultimately acquire the chisel at a steep price, only to discover insurmountable issues with it? The loss would be considerable. Observing Wang Yan's inner turmoil, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of urgency and exclaimed, Teacher Wang, we must not waver. We absolutely must obtain this chisel. The refined auctioneer mentioned that if free from complications, this chisel could easily rank among the top 30. Such a precious chisel warrants a slightly higher expenditure. I have an instinct that it holds great significance for me, and I hope you can assist me in acquiring it. The funds required to purchase this chisel can be considered a loan from the Academy, which I shall repay in due course. I earnestly implore you, Teacher Wang. Witnessing Huo Yuhao's steadfast determination, Bei and Kai Tu, among others, recognized the chisel's importance to him and began to advocate fervently. Teacher Wang, we are willing to vouch for Yuhao. Please assist him in securing this chisel, Bei stated earnestly. Wang Yin glanced at Bei and the others, noting their unanimous agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, do your utmost to acquire this chisel. However, you must also be prudent. Refrain from bidding recklessly. The Academy has provided us with an unlimited purchasing certificate, but that does not imply we can spend extravagantly. When placing your bid, it is imperative to assess whether the chisel is worth the price. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Huo Yuhao replied, filled with joy and gratitude. At this moment, Qingya once again inquired, the first esteemed guest has bid 1 million gold soul coins. Are there any other esteemed guests willing to place a bid? 150 million. Huo Yuhao raised his paddle and exclaimed loudly. After placing his bid, he intentionally cast a glance towards Wei Xuan's position, his expression unfriendly. Wei Xuan sensed Huo Yuhao's gaze but paid it no heed, calmly stating, 3 million. Brother Wei Xuan, is this fierce blade truly worth such a price? Meng Hongqian whispered, not wishing for Wei Xuan to continue bidding. Su Yanqing and Xiao Hongqian also looked at Wei Xuan with similar inquiries in their hearts. Indeed, the worth of this carving knife cannot be expressed in mere currency. It is an absolute necessity for me, Wei Xuan replied with a light laugh, his tone resolute. From Wei Xuan's demeanor, Meng Hongqian and the others understood his determination. He was indeed set on acquiring this carving knife, and no one could alter his decision. Each of Wei Xuan's bids was a shock to Qingya. Upon hearing the price of 3 million, she nearly leapt with excitement. Chapter 66. The prolonged auctioneer Huo Yuhao was unwilling to yield. Raising the price once more, though compared to Wei Xuan's substantial increases, his increments were much smaller. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the long-unsold soul-devouring carving knife astonishingly reached a staggering 10 million gold soul coins. This represented a 100-fold increase from the starting price, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, their hearts racing. To witness such bidding at this fourth-tier auction, a price typically seen only at top-tier events, many felt their trip was worthwhile. Xingya, unable to maintain her composure, was overwhelmed by the price, her body growing weak as she leaned against the auction table for support. Feeling the situation slipping from her grasp, Xingya had already sent someone to notify the higher-ups of the auction house. The first esteemed guest bids 20 million gold soul coins. Are there any other esteemed guests willing to place a bid? Xingya's voice was urgent, almost stammering with excitement. The room fell silent, all eyes instinctively turning to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao's face, concealed beneath his mask, was grim, his body trembling slightly, as he too was taken aback by the price. 21 million. Huo Yuhao nearly ground out through clenched teeth. 30 million. Before Xingya could respond, Wei Xuan provided the latest bid. 3. Huo Yuhao was poised to bid again, but was restrained by Wang Yan, who firmly stated, Yuhao, this price is excessive. It is not worth it. Even a top 30 ranked carving knife might not reach this figure, let alone one with issues like the soul devouring. Indeed, Yuhao, this price is utterly extravagant and unworthy. You must not continue to bid, Kaitu also advised. Yet Huo Yuhao, unwilling to relent, was torn. Alec had just communicated with him, insisting he must secure the soul gold. He claimed this carving knife could offer unimaginable benefits, capable of influencing his future, which left Huo Yuhao truly tempted. Even if it is tempting, we cannot bid any higher. It has surpassed our limits, Wang Yin declared sternly, resolute against further bidding. Teacher Wang, let us try once more. What if the other party? Huo Yuhao exclaimed anxiously. When they bid, there was not a flicker of emotion. Do you think they will concede? Regardless, we cannot bid any higher. Wang Yan's expression darkened. With that, he raised his voice, declaring, Number 333 withdraws from the auction. At Wang Yan's words, the crowd expressed disappointment, as the auction price did not ascend as they had hoped. Xingyao's momentary disappointment quickly vanished as she confirmed, Esteemed guest number 333. Do you truly intend to withdraw from the auction? Huo Yuhao opened his mouth to say something but, upon meeting Wang Yan's stern gaze, ultimately fell silent and nodded. Are there any other esteemed guests willing to bid? Xingya inquired as per protocol, although she already knew that no further bids would come. The audience remained silent, tightly lipped in fear of uttering something inappropriate. 30 million was beyond their reach. After 3 consecutive calls for bids, Xingya finalized. Congratulations to the first esteemed guest for acquiring the soul-devouring carving knife at the price of 30 million. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, who, although perplexed by the exorbitant bid, cheered heartily nonetheless. Let us depart, Wei Xuan said as he stood, drawing the attention and curiosity of all as he walked toward the hall's exit. Huo Yuhao glared at Wei Xuan, his fists clenched tightly. A surge of murderous intent rising within him, he recognized the identity of the blue-haired figure. Is it him? Bei and the others also recognized Wei Xuan, the distinct blue hair and ethereal aura making him hard to miss. After witnessing the prowess of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Wang Yin had utilized Shrek's connections to investigate the participating students of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. With Shrek Academy's influence, they successfully obtained confidential student registration information. Learning of Wei Xuan's name, it appears this individual holds significant status in the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, he would not dare to bid 30 million for a flawed carving knife, Bei murmured. Kaitu's gaze flickered as he observed Su Yanqing's retreating figure, lost in thought. Their identities are of little concern to us. Let us leave this place, Wang Yin advised. Agreed. Bei and the others had no objections, while Huo Yuhao, dejected, trailed behind, fists clenched tightly. How could you again ruin my plans? Huo Yuhao seethed inwardly, wishing to shout in frustration. Upon exiting the auction hall, Wei Xuan and his companions were ushered into a VIP room by Su Su. The VIP room was nearly 100 square meters in size, lavishly decorated, with exquisite murals and a crystal chandelier casting a soft glow from above. Esteemed guests, please wait here. Our staff will soon deliver your auction item, Su Su announced. Why do I sense a familiar aura from those individuals? Meng Hongqian remarked uncertainly, recalling how she had observed them more closely earlier. I share that feeling, Meng Hongqian nodded. It is not merely a resemblance. They are indeed Shrek students. Those 7 reserve team members along with their supervising teacher, Wei Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Really? What a narrow path for enemies, Ming Hongchen laughed, somewhat regretting not having teased them earlier. The four exchanged a few words before the door to the VIP room swung open, and a group entered. Leading the way was not the auctioneer Qingya, but a young girl clad in a flowing red gown. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing breathtaking beauty and an impeccable figure, her red attire accentuating her fair skin. A gentle smile graced her lips, exuding an approachable demeanor. Her aura was extraordinary, marked by elegance and nobility, a testament to her upbringing. Qingya followed closely behind the girl, her demeanor respectful, her face betraying an unmistakable joy. As Wei Xuan stood, glancing at the girl, his attention swiftly diverted to the soul-devouring carving knife resting on the tray. In comparison to the girl, his interest in the knife was evidently far greater. The girl, taken aback by Wei Xuan's indifference, paused, for she was quite confident in her appearance. Yet, he merely glanced at her before shifting his gaze away. This led her to involuntarily question her own allure. Was she truly less captivating than a notorious carving knife? Esteemed guest, I am Jiao, the chief auctioneer and one of the responsible parties at Starlight Auction House. Here's the item you just purchased. Please confirm. Jiao introduced herself proactively. A maid stepped forward beside her, bowing slightly as she extended a tray toward Wei Xuan. Throughout the conversation, Jiao's gaze remained fixed on Wei Xuan, scrutinizing him intently. Now that the four from Wei Xuan's party had removed their masks, revealing their true identities, Jiao recognized them as four students from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Chapter 67. The incredibly wealthy Wei Xuan quite handsome, Jiao mused internally, feeling a pang of regret. If only such talent belonged to the people of the Xingluo Empire. Wei Xuan picked up the soul-devouring carving knife from the tray, its sharpness and ferocity surging toward him. A chill emanated from his hand, accompanied by a hint of spiritual consciousness, and the once menacing soul-devouring carving knife was instantly frozen. The aura of the soul-devouring carving knife was entirely sealed in ice, rendering it no different from an ordinary ice blade. Before Wei Xuan's spiritual consciousness, the terrifying ferocity was subdued completely, offering no resistance whatsoever. Jiao displayed a look of astonishment, her gaze toward Wei Xuan shifting slightly. Could he truly suppress the knife's ferocity? The soul-devouring carving knife held considerable renown in their auction house, and many powerful soul masters were unable to tame it. Yet, Wei Xuan accomplished this with such ease that it left her utterly incredulous. After placing the frozen soul-devouring carving knife into her storage ring, a red card appeared in her hand, which she then presented to Jiao. Upon seeing Wei Xuan offer a gold soul coin card, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes, though her demeanor remained unchanged as she gestured to the maid. The maid stepped forward, accepting the card with both hands before exiting the room. You seem quite disappointed that I chose to transact with gold soul coins, Wei Xuan observed keenly, a smile dancing on his lips. What astute perception. Indeed, I hoped you would not resort to using gold soul coins for payment. Jiao maintained her composure, smiling. It is entirely your prerogative how to pay. Why would I be disappointed? Is that so? Wei Xuan's gaze bore down on Jiao with such intensity that even her stable disposition wavered, causing her to avoid direct eye contact. May I be so bold as to inquire why you would expend such a considerable sum to acquire the soul-devouring carving knife? Jiao shifted the topic. Her curiosity piqued. Others shunned the knife, yet he pursued it fervently. It was indeed peculiar. As the saying goes, when something seems amiss, there is often a hidden motive. She could not believe he was merely a fool with excess funds to squander in a high-priced bidding war. If you cannot divulge, that is perfectly acceptable. Jiao added with a smile. I can only say it is worth this price, Wei Xuan replied enigmatically, not intending to elaborate further. Respecting his reticence, Jiao refrained from pressing for more details, adhering to a modicum of professional decorum. Before long, the maid returned, presenting the card back to Wei Xuan. The sum of 28 million gold soul coins has been deducted, esteemed guest. As a token of our gratitude for your support of our auction house, we have afforded you a discount of 2 million gold soul coins, Jiao explained. They anticipated Wei Xuan's return, thus it was only fitting to offer him some concession. In truth, these discounts were negligible. The soul-devouring carving knife would have fetched a mere 100,000, an impressive sum in their eyes. But the final sale price had soared to 300 times that amount. Their profits had far exceeded expectations. Even a discount of 20 million would leave them with ample gains, and they felt no sense of loss whatsoever. Wei Xuan was momentarily taken aback, studying Jiao with a lingering gaze before chuckling. You certainly know how to conduct business. Jiao beamed sweetly, replying, Our auction house values returning customers. This discount is merely an incentive for your future patronage. As she spoke, Jiao handed Wei Xuan a golden certificate, saying, "This is our auction house's golden VIP certificate. Please keep it safe. With this certificate, you can enjoy premier treatment and discounts in our establishment." Wei Xuan accepted the golden certificate without hesitation, remarking with a hint of significance, "I shall certainly return in a few days to experience this VIP treatment." With that, he strode toward the exit, Dream Hanchun and the others trailing behind him. Once Wei Xuan and his companions departed, Jiao's ever-present smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "How much balance remains on his card?" she inquired of the maid beside her. 70 million, the maid replied, bowing. "Such a sum. Why would he carry such a large amount to participate in the Soul Master Academy competition?" Jiao furrowed her brow. Adding the deducted 28 million meant Wei Xuan had originally possessed a staggering 100 million gold soul coins on his card. Such a substantial sum of money would undoubtedly astonish her upon hearing it. "It seems necessary to consult with my royal brother regarding a strategy," she murmured to herself. After exiting the auction house, Meng Hanchen inquired with curiosity, "Brother Wei Xuan, just how much money is on that card of yours?" 28 million was deducted so easily. Originally possessing 100 million, Wei Xuan remarked that when he mentioned the figure, it felt as though he were speaking not of gold soul coins, but merely a numerical value. Upon hearing this amount, the three of them were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. 100 million gold soul coins is no trivial sum. It is a staggering figure, not only for commoners but even for many nobles. For numerous esteemed families with a long-standing legacy in soul-guiding artifacts, amassing such a colossal amount of gold soul coins is no simple feat. The royal family is so wealthy that they can casually offer 100 million gold soul coins? Meng Hanchen exclaimed in shock, instinctively glancing at Su Yanqing as she spoke. Could it be that this prince possesses 100 million gold soul coins? Su Yanqing decisively shook his head and replied, "I do not have 100 million gold soul coins. Not to mention that, I do not even possess 100,000. The soul guiding devices he carried, however, held a value exceeding 100,000 gold soul coins. Yet he truly did not have that much in gold soul coins. This gold soul coin was given to me by the master of the Red Dust Hall in the name of the Mingda Hall." Wei Xuan explained briefly to the others. In a certain sense, these gold soul coins could be regarded as the fruits of his labor, earned through the modification of the soul guiding formations. The modified soul guiding formations were initially intended as unconditional gifts for the Mingda Hall's use and promotion, without any intention of exchange. After all, this was not a significant item, and there was no need to cherish it excessively or keep it to oneself. However, Jing Hongqin and the higher-ups of the Mingda Hall did not share this sentiment. Their unconditioned demands left them feeling somewhat guilty. After all, they were masters of soul-guiding devices, holding esteemed positions, yet they found themselves asking a child for favors. Such a thought was indeed disconcerting. Thus, they devised a plan to purchase gold soul coins, symbolically offering Wei Xuan some gold soul coins, which allowed them to feel more justified in their actions. To alleviate any psychological burden on them, Wei Xuan accepted the gold soul coins they offered. "I see." After hearing Wei Xuan's explanation, the three of them appeared enlightened. "In fact, I have a few more of these cards," Wei Xuan said, producing 3 red cards in his hand. Upon seeing these 3 cards, Meng Hanchen and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Could it be that these are also worth 100 million each?" Chapter 68. The Gold of Purifying Beings. Wei Xuan chuckled and replied, "Clever. The amounts within these cards are identical, aside from the card I just mentioned. The others have remained unused. Thus, the amounts within them are all whole numbers. If the Master of Red Dust has not lied, then indeed, there is 100 million here. They are a gift for you," he added, as he handed the cards to each of them, 1 per person. Once they regained their composure, the 3 of them sought to return the cards to Wei Xuan. They had no intention of accepting the gold soul coin cards. Merely curiosity had driven them. "Since I have offered them to you, you should keep them. Why return them to me?" Wei Xuan stated, as frost emanated from his palm, firmly freezing the cards in their grasp, rendering them unable to relinquish them. "Brother Wei Xuan, these are the fruits of your hard work. Why give them to us without reason?" "We are not lacking in money," Meng Hanchen remarked, with Su Yanqing and Xiao Hanchen nodding in agreement. "What hardship is there?" "In truth, this money came rather easily," Wei Xuan replied with a smile. The 4 then began to return to the Star Emperor Grand Hotel. during which Wei Xuan recounted how effortlessly he had acquired this wealth. Modifying a soul-guiding formation of a particular rank yields 100 million gold soul coins. Over the past few years, he had nearly modified every soul-guiding formation. From rank 1 to rank 9, there are 9 ranks in total, meaning he possessed 9 such cards, amounting to 900 million gold soul coins. 900 million gold soul coins is an astronomical figure. To put it into perspective, the annual tax revenue of Xinglua City is merely around 60 million gold soul coins. Thus, 900 million is equivalent to 15 years of tax revenue for Xinglua City. This implies that Wei Xuan earned in a few years what would amount to the tax revenue of Xinglua City over 15 years, illustrating just how effortlessly this wealth was acquired. With such a substantial amount of money, Wei Xuan truly found himself at a loss on how to expend it. Thus, he decided to simply give some away, as he was not particularly concerned about wealth. It is noteworthy that, although Mingda Hall operates as a research and development institution, it also encompasses several subordinate entities. These institutions are tasked with the immediate promotion and application of the research and development outcomes from Mingda Hall. Among them, the 2 most significant entities can be aptly described as reaping substantial financial rewards. One is responsible for supplying soul guides to the military, while the other caters to the civilian sector. The annual revenue generated by these 2 institutions for Mingdatang can only be described as astronomical, far exceeding imagination. To speak without exaggeration, no other force on the entire continent can rival Mingdatang in terms of earning potential. It is precisely because of these 2 veritable money-making machines that Mingdatang is able to present 900 million gold soul coins to Wei Xuan. Of course, such a substantial amount is not easily relinquished by Mingdatang, and they too feel a pang of regret upon learning the extent of Wei Xuan's wealth. The trio of Meng Hongqian finally accepted the gold soul coin card. At the Star Emperor Hotel, within Wei Xuan's room, he sat cross-legged in the living area, the soul-devouring carving knife levitating before him, its dark blade emanating an imposing aura. At that moment, the soul-devouring carving knife quivered slightly, radiating a menacing energy. As it began to exude a blue light, this blue luminescence gradually intensified, swirling around the knife, coalescing into a grotesque visage. The face, humanoid in shape, boasted long, sharp fangs resembling a malevolent spirit. A chilling wail echoed through the room, a howling wind sending shivers down one's spine. The massive visage of the malevolent spirit roared at Wei Xuan, its gaping maw seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Wei Xuan's eyes remained tightly shut, his expression unperturbed, as if he were oblivious to the terrifying presence before him. A golden radiance emanated from his brow, transcendent and sacred, possessing the power to purify all evil and corruption in the world. The moment the azure visage came into contact with the golden light, it emitted a piercing, anguished scream. Its voice strained and shrill. Had Wei Xuan not enveloped the surroundings with his divine sense, the cacophony would have likely reverberated far and wide, causing quite a commotion. The golden radiance blazed like fire, while the azure visage melted away like snow under the fierce heat. Under the illumination of the golden light, the azure face dissolved rapidly, becoming increasingly ethereal within mere moments. The dark-hued soul-devouring carving knife underwent a transformation, its black coloration gradually dissipating into the air, revealing its true azure hue. After 10 breaths, the grotesque visage had completely vanished, and the dark soul-devouring carving knife had undergone a remarkable change. Originally, the knife was an ominous and ancient black, evoking the sense of a fiercely malevolent beast. Now, it appeared azure, pure and untarnished, reminiscent of unblemished azure crystal. The surface of the knife radiated a vibrant azure glow. Where its light fell, life flourished, and vitality abounded. Wei Xuan opened his eyes, and the purified knife fell into his palm. Examining the knife closely, he nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "Fortunately, it has not been excessively tainted by evil energy. Should I use it now, or wait a while?" Wei Xuan pondered aloud, a hint of hesitation in his voice. The golden essence of life, rather than being mere metal, is better described as a rare treasure existing in a unique form. With numerous applications, it can be utilized to enhance one's strength, as its immense life force can improve one's physique, elevate potential, and even prolong life. Through special methods, it can be refined into a medicinal furnace while retaining its life force. Alternatively, it can be directly refined into medicine. In short, its uses are manifold. Wei Xuan chose to refine it, intending to restore his divine sense, relying on this vast life force to aid in its recovery. However, he hesitated on how to proceed with the refinement. Should he refine it now, directly using the abundant life force to nourish his divine sense? Or should he leverage this immense life force to condense a life soul core, nurturing his divine sense gradually? While he could predict the effects of the former, he felt uncertain about the latter, as he had never condensed a soul core before, lacking first-hand experience to gauge its efficacy. This implies that employing the latter method entails considerable risk. The success of condensing the soul core and the subsequent effects remain shrouded in uncertainty. If successful, all will be well. However, in the event of failure, one would incur the loss of a precious fragment of life's essence. In such circumstances, it is indeed essential to ponder carefully before arriving at a decision. After a brief contemplation, Wei Xuan devised a plan, sealing the essence of life within the golden ice and storing it in the soul-guiding instrument. He has never been devoid of adventurous spirit, nor is he one to shy away from risks. Otherwise, he would not have once dared to seize the coveted heavy pupil at the peril of his life. Compared to the stable and risk-free first method, he is decidedly more inclined to explore the second method, which entails a degree of peril. As the adage goes, the higher the risk, the greater the reward. Thus, it is worthwhile to take this slight risk to enhance the recovery of his divine consciousness. Chapter 69. Shrek battles the 1,000 spirits. On the 6th day of the tournament, the Douluo square was as bustling as ever. Even before the sun had risen above the horizon, the vast square was already filled with spectators. Many had endured the night, queuing to secure a vantage point for the day's matches, standing from the previous evening until now. Though their bodies were weary, their spirits remained invigorated, eagerly anticipating the 2 matches scheduled for today. Both the Royal Sun Moon Academy and Shrek Academy were set to compete in the morning. Due to Shrek Academy's esteemed standing, they were afforded the privilege of competing first in the Soul Master Tournament. At the referee's signal, the captains of Shrek Academy and the 1,000 Spirits Academy ascended the stage for the drawing of lots team battle. The participating members from both academies stepped onto the stage, aligning themselves according to their designated formations. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with anticipation, as the 2 sides prepared for confrontation. The Shrek team consisted of the likes of Huo Yuhao and Bei Bei, alongside other reserve members, standing in their customary positions. The powerful attack-type Bei Bei and the defensive Su Sanshi took their places at the forefront, while Jiang Nanan and He Kaitu positioned themselves behind. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao occupied the rear flanks, with Huo Yuhao centrally positioned. In this instance, the positioning of Shrek Academy was quite conventional, unlike the peculiar arrangement observed in the first match. However, their opponents, Qianling Academy, exhibited a rather unusual formation. At the forefront stood 4 tall men, aligned in a row, creating an impenetrable barrier. Behind them were 2 women and 1 man, the man occupying the central position, while the 2 strikingly beautiful women stood at the rear. With the 4 formidable figures blocking the view, the members of Shrek could hardly discern the circumstances of the 3 individuals at the back. This peculiar positioning has piqued the curiosity of many, leaving them to ponder its significance. Once the formations were established, the referee announced the commencement of the match. In the resting area of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, the members, including the ever-smiling Hong Chun, gazed at the positioning of the Qianling Academy with expressions of confusion. Brother Wei Xuan, can you discern any hidden strategy behind Qianling Academy's formation? Whispered Meng Hongchen, leaning slightly towards Wei Xuan. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Xuan replied, they likely intend to amass a formidable attack, aiming to diminish Shrek's numbers right from the outset, creating a scenario of many against few. The 4 defensive Soul Masters in the front serve as a barrier, while the 2 young ladies in the back amplify the power of the central 1,000-strike spear Soul Master. It is not difficult to surmise their tactic. If my assumptions are correct, once their energy is fully charged, the 1,000-strike spear will be launched. With the amplification from 2 Soul Masters, a single strike aimed at Shrek's side would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. If the referee's intervention is delayed, or if the target's defenses are insufficient, a kill could very well occur. Whether through elimination or severe injury, such outcomes would reduce Shrek's numbers, tipping the odds in favor of their opponents. One cannot deny that Qianling Academy's strategy is quite commendable. If events unfold as they envision, they may indeed triumph over Shrek. Upon hearing Wei Xuan's insights, the previously lingering doubts of Meng Hongchen and the others evaporated as they grasped Qianling Academy's tactics. If Shrek were to succumb to Qianling Academy, it would be quite the spectacle, an everlasting disgrace for them, remarked Hong Chun, a smirk gracing her lips, her gaze laced with mockery, as she anticipated the unfolding of the match. Although she believed Shrek was unlikely to falter, given that they were represented by competent students. A flicker of hope lingered within her. What if they lost? That would indeed be intriguing, though I doubt Shrek would fall so easily. I too am eager for such a scenario, chimed in Ma Rulong, eliciting laughter from the others, further intensifying their interest in the match. The thousand-strike spear master possesses a locking skill. It seems he is destined for a crushing blow, they noted, their attention drawn to the stage. With this locking skill in play, evasion becomes impossible, foreshadowing that someone from Shrek would inevitably suffer. The attack of the thousand-strike spear master was charged and ready when the four Lingxi shield soul masters in the front suddenly shifted, revealing a gap. A white crosshair materialized on Bei Bei of Shrek, indicating his chest as the target. A hit to the chest would undoubtedly spell a fatal injury. Sitting in his chair, Wei Xuan shook his head, confident that the likelihood of the thousand-strike spear master succeeding was minimal. Locking onto an opponent with mental energy is most vulnerable to mental interference, which could skew his targeting. If he faced an opponent devoid of mental soul masters, his strike would have a higher chance of success. However, Shrek had a mental soul master in their ranks. Provided that Huo Yuhao was not foolish, he would employ his mental energy to disrupt the lock. If he were resourceful, he could even directly thwart the thousand-strike spear master's attack, causing it to recoil upon him. As anticipated, the events on the stage unfolded similarly to Wei Xuan's predictions. The attack of the thousand-strike spear master missed its mark. The energy he had painstakingly accumulated not only failed to diminish Shrek's ranks but also struck a teammate, shattering their defensive formation from within. What is happening with this thousand-strike spear master? Hongchen and the others froze in disbelief. This scenario diverged from their expectations. At the moment he launched his spear, he had been subjected to a mental attack, resulting in both mental damage and a misaligned throw, as Wei Xuan explained. A mental attack? The group paused momentarily before quickly shifting their gazes to Huo Yuhao. Isn't this akin to losing more than one gains? Meng Hongchen murmured, feeling a pang of sympathy for Qianling Academy. Wei Xuan smiled slightly. Indeed, their cleverness has backfired. In a standard battle, the outcome might remain uncertain. However now, having invested considerable soul power into an attack that not only failed to harm their adversaries, but also inflicted severe damage upon a teammate, they have effectively squandered their chances of victory. Qianling Academy, comprised primarily of 4 ringed soul masters and 1 soul king, ostensibly possess superior strength compared to Shrek. In a normal confrontation, even if Shrek were to prevail, it would not be without casualties. On the competition stage, Shrek's team seized the opportunity. After the thousand-strike spear master disrupted the front line of defensive soul masters, they launched a fierce counterattack. The burly Hikaitu emitted a metallic roar as a circular base materialized beneath him, anchoring him firmly to the ground. Metal cannon barrels emerged from his shoulders, waist, and back, transforming him into a humanoid artillery platform, adorned with numerous cannons exuding an aura of destruction. Drawing a deep breath from his cigar, Hikaitu channeled soul power into the barrels, awakening the previously dormant cannons with a feral growl. Chapter 70. Let me go 1 against 7. The explosive sounds of cannon fire erupted in succession, reminiscent of firecrackers suddenly igniting, as dozens of shells soared through the air, tracing elegant arcs. The projectiles detonated at the positions of the 2 Lingxi shield soul masters, sending tremors through the competition stage and affecting the distant energy barrier. The 4 Lingxi shield soul masters and the thousand-strike spear master were enveloped in the barrage of cannon fire, smoke billowing forth to obscure their forms. Within the haze, bursts of light flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations, as the 4 struggled to harness their soul power to withstand the onslaught. The explosions persisted for a time, and even the 2 previously unscathed Lingxi shield soul masters were gravely injured, suffering more than those who had initially been harmed. The thousand-strike spear master found himself in tatters, his attire in shambles. Had it not been for the protection of a 5th-level defensive soul tool, he would have fared far worse. The launch of these 63 shells has significantly drained Hikaita's resources, rendering him unable to fire again in the short term. Don't just stand there, move quickly. Hikaitu bellowed, feigning a shot at the fiery tiger spirit master, which sent the opponent fleeing in haste. After a brief moment of shock, Bei Bei and the others regained their composure and sprang into action, with Jiang Nan and being the swiftest. Unbeknownst to them, she had appeared behind one of the 4 Lingxi shield spirit masters, her spirit rings glowing as she propelled him out of the competition arena. The others also rushed towards their opponents from Qianling Academy at the quickest pace, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, The Frostbear Spirit Master from Qianling Academy sprang into action. The towering Frostbear leapt forward and caught the flung Yangming, who was on the verge of being eliminated, thus averting his crisis and preventing him from falling off the competition stage. The fourth spirit ring on the Frostbear Spirit Master, and Langya, illuminated, and with a fearsome roar, the Frostbear unleashed a chilling aura, forming a swirling vortex of frost around her. Concurrently, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated from Langya's head. Empowered by this energy, the blizzard's ferocity intensified, its rotation accelerating with a piercing howl, causing a sharp drop in temperature across the entire arena. The frosty whirlwind surged forward, its immense force repelling the advancing members of Shrek Academy. Faced with the daunting might of the icy vortex, Bei and his companions found themselves unable to traverse directly through it, compelling them to muster their spirit power for defense. Shinsu, the thousand-strike spearmaster, wore a grim expression as he tightly gripped his spear. With a mighty shout, his fifth spirit ring flared to life. The spear glimmered with a lethal aura as he hurled it with all his might. It flew like an arrow, swift and sharp, accompanied by a deafening whoosh. His target was no longer Bei, but rather the figure standing at the rear, Huo Yuhao. The faces of Bei and the others changed drastically. Wang Dong, positioned beside Huo Yuhao, instinctively moved to shield him from the incoming threat. Wang Dong, trust me, do not move. Huo Yuhao bellowed, his heart racing, though his visage remained composed. Startled by Huo Yuhao's urgent call, Wang Dong hesitated, torn between anxiety and his unwavering trust in Huo Yuhao, ultimately remaining still. Suddenly, the space around Huo Yuhao rippled, and he vanished in an instant, replaced by Su Sanshi. The fourth spirit ring on Su Sanshi illuminated, and the Xianming turtle shell shield expanded over twice its size, its base sprouting a sharp tip. With a powerful push, the tip of the shield embedded itself into the ground as he bore it on his shoulder, angling it upward. A resounding crash echoed as the thousand-strike spear collided heavily with the Xianming turtle shell shield. Su Sanshi staggered, his feet scraping against the ground as he was pushed back several meters. With the aid of the three live soul-settling cauldron, he managed to stabilize himself after sliding back 7 or 8 meters. Witnessing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunate was Su Sanshi's intervention, for otherwise Huo Yuhao would have faced dire peril. Shinsu knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his complexion ashen. He had been drained of combat power, an overwhelming weakness pervading his body. Disappointed by the failed attack, which had not revealed the opponent's strength, Shinsu managed to rise, exchanging a glance with Langya, who subtly shook her head in resignation. Though reluctant, Langya recognized the futility of victory and began to withdraw her spirit power, causing the frosty tempest to subside until it vanished completely. We concede, Shinsu, as the captain of Qianling Academy, spoke to the referee, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. The referee, understanding the implication, announced Shrek Academy's victory. From the sidelines, Wei Xuan cast a profound glance at Langya, shaking his head with a light-hearted chuckle. Had you employed that skill earlier, the situation might have unfolded quite differently. The fourth soul skill of the Frostbear possesses the ability to disrupt mental energies. If it could effectively sever Huo Yuhao's mental assault from the outset, then the thousand-strike Spear Soul Master's attacks would not miss, allowing their strategy to unfold seamlessly. Of course, this is merely a perspective from Wei Xuan, the observer. How could the parties involved foresee that their accumulated attacks might be interrupted? Unexpectedly, the speed at which Shrek Academy assembled their soul-guided cannon astonished Xiaohanshan, who furrowed his brow. The assembly speed demonstrated alongside Kai-Tu had already left them in awe. Such rapidity is rarely matched even by the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon. It appears we have underestimated Shrek Academy's training in soul engineers, Ma Rulong remarked gravely. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Kai-Tu now tinged with a newfound seriousness. Wei Xuan, who did not pursue the path of soul-guided cannons, refrained from offering further commentary, instead listening to their admiration. After Shrek's competition concluded, 4 more matches transpired before it was time for the Royal Academy of the Sun and Moon to engage in individual elimination rounds. The strength of Tianyuan Academy is arguably the weakest in our group, comprising 5 soul ancestors and 2 high-ranking soul masters, with no soul kings present. This academy seems to harbor a strong aversion to soul-guided devices, as none were utilized in the matches, making them easier to contend with, Ma Lao stated. Beginning to analyze Tianyuan Academy's capabilities with a relaxed smile, devoid of pressure. Let me be the one to conclude the match, Xiaohanshan volunteered, intending to achieve a 1 versus 7 scenario. The others seemed eager to join in, sharing similar sentiments, wishing to shine in the spotlight. Any regular team member here could easily take on 7 opponents, and even the reserve members, like Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian, could accomplish this feat. Let Yanqing go first, Wei Xuan suggested. Me? Yanqing, who was leisurely snacking and observing their analysis, was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself with slightly greasy fingers. He quickly shook his head and chuckled. Brother, I'm only at level 29, not even a soul master. How could I possibly compete against those above level 40? That's impossible. Yanqing insisted, believing Wei Xuan was jesting. Chapter 71. Yanqing's astonishing display. The others looked at Wei Xuan with confusion. Was he truly sending Yanqing to humiliate their opponent? Surely that was unnecessary, as their adversaries were not Shrek Academy. Wei Xuan chuckled and patted Yanqing's head, saying, I'm merely sending you out to gain some practical experience. Victory or defeat is inconsequential. Besides, with the extreme fire and a soul-guided device, defeating your opponent is not out of reach, but you must seize the opportunity. The group realized Wei Xuan's intent. Seeing his serious demeanor, Yanqing hesitated and asked, Do I really have to go on stage? What do you think? Wei Xuan retorted. Locking eyes with Wei Xuan, Yanqing's previously lax expression transformed into one of determination. Clenching his slightly pudgy fists, he replied, All right then. Since Wei Xuan had declared that Yanqing would be the first to compete, the others naturally had no objections. Focus on seizing the moment during the battle, Wei Xuan advised Yanqing. As the referee announced the teams to take the stage, Yanqing jogged up, feeling somewhat timid. Previously, he had competed alongside a group, but now he found himself alone on the competition stage, which left him feeling uneasy. The audience, noticing the approximately 10-year-old Yanqing, displayed expressions of disbelief. How much fighting power could someone so young possess? The contestant sent by Yuan Academy was equally taken aback upon seeing his opponent. The initial despair and tension morphed into confusion. Though the referee was surprised by Yanqing's youth, he ultimately remained silent and declared, The match begins. The Yuan Academy contestant immediately unleashed his martial soul, causing his body to expand, limbs becoming robust, and a layer of yellow scales to envelop his skin. Each scale was palm-sized and diamond-shaped, complemented by a tail covered in scales that emerged behind him, while his face elongated into a sharp form. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, exuding a heavy aura. His name was Li Yang, a defense-type soul master with the martial soul of a pangolin. I can do this, Yanqing inhaled deeply, tightening his fist to bolster his confidence as his aura surged violently. A crimson glow enveloped his body, and the surrounding temperature began to rise sharply. With a spherical ball of flame appearing behind him, radiant as the sun, Yanqing's eyes transformed into a pale gold, flickering with flames, and his clothes were incinerated, revealing the inner armor he wore. 2 yellow soul rings encircled him, emanating a fervent and tempestuous energy, with waves of heat radiating outward. Observers gazed at Yanqing's martial soul, their expressions puzzled, failing to recognize its nature. Many initially thought of it as a fireball, but soon found it to be something else entirely. In the Shrek rest area, upon witnessing Yanqing's martial soul, Kai Tu immediately rose, astonished, exclaiming, The Sun Martial Soul. Wang Yin and the others were startled by Kai Tu's intense reaction and hurriedly inquired, Kai Tu, do you recognize this martial soul? Records concerning the Sun Martial Soul are scarce, rendering even Wang Yin, who specializes in martial soul studies, unable to identify it immediately. Kai Tu instinctively clenched his fists, a profound murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He truly was of royal lineage. Initially uncertain upon seeing the surname Su, Kai Tu's suspicions were confirmed upon recognizing the Sun Martial Soul. Senior brother? Huo Yuhao nudged Kai Tu's arm, concerned by his unusual demeanor. Kai Tu attempted to compose himself, returning to his seat, stating, I was simply taken aback by this martial soul. What exactly is this martial soul that provoked such a reaction from you? Bei Bei inquired curiously. This is the Sun Martial Soul, a legacy martial soul of the imperial family of the Sun and Moon Empire, Kai Tu replied solemnly, his words laced with hidden animosity. What? The group gasped, their gazes toward Yanqing filled with astonishment. Did this mean that the chubby boy was a royal member? Did you notice the temperature of his flames? Wang Yin interjected, his expression grave. The temperature of the flames? From this distance, how could we discern how high it is? Su Sancha remarked. After some observation, the others could not deduce much. However, Wei Yuhao was the first to react, rising in astonishment. Extreme fire? His ice crystal scorpion martial soul was characterized by extreme ice, making him particularly sensitive to temperature variations. He quickly realized just how high the temperature of that Sun Martial Soul was, although he could not ascertain the exact temperature. The intense sensation was even stronger than what he had felt from Ma Xiaodao. Given that Ma Xiaodao's flames were approaching the level of extreme fire, the implications were obvious. The others stood in shock, and Wang Yin nodded gravely, recognizing the degree to which the flames distorted the surrounding space, which made him aware of the flames' tier. Have you all taken note of this chubby boy's soul power level? Wang Yin spoke in a deep voice, filled with astonishment. To reach level 30 at such a tender age of around 10 is indeed an extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Wang Yin's words, the others began to carefully gauge Su Yanqing's soul power level, their pupils contracting in surprise. It was not only they who were taken aback. Many others were equally astonished upon sensing Su Yanqing's soul strength. On the competition stage, the battle had commenced. Surprisingly, it was not Li Yang, who had attained the rank of Soul Zone, that launched the first assault, but rather Su Yanqing, a mere great soul master. After calming his emotions, Su Yanqing initiated his attack. Multiple cannon barrels emerged from his body, and he donned hand cannons on both hands, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Li Yang. What he employed was not the soul guidance cannon platform strategy, but rather a configuration of numerous small soul-guided cannons affixed to specially designed inner armor for his assault. Compared to the soul guidance cannon platform strategy, this approach yielded significantly less power. However, it was far more agile, allowing for movement at any moment. Yet, Su Yanqing chose to remain stationary, launching his attack from his fixed position. 20 small cannon barrels and 2 hand cannons fired simultaneously, arcing through the air to land upon Li Yang's location. The small cannon barrels were all second-level soul-guided cannons, while the hand cannons were third-level soul-guided devices. Due to enhancements in the formation, their power surpassed that of the conventional soul-guided devices of the same rank. Initially, Li Yang regarded the incoming projectiles with indifference, confident that he could effortlessly deflect them. After all, how formidable could the attack of a great soul master be? Naturally, he did not intend to stand idly and endure the bombardment. That would be foolish. He would evade where possible and withstand what he could not, believing the damage to be minimal. However, after enduring several explosions, his expression changed dramatically. The impact of the projectiles caused him physical pain, and the intense flames from the blasts clung to the scales on his skin like a festering sore. The searing sensation from his skin became unbearable, prompting Li Yang to hastily channel his soul power to resist the flames. Realizing the ferocity of the fire and the explosions, he discarded his earlier underestimation and approached the situation with greater seriousness. His first 2 soul rings illuminated, and the scales on his skin shimmered with a faint yellow light, enhancing both his speed and strength. Li Yang swiftly dashed forward, darting left and right to evade the cannon fire while closing the distance to Su Yanqing. Chapter 72. Unexpected Tactics. Overcoming the strong with the weak. Their original strategy was to prolong the battle and exhaust their opponent. Every second they could endure was a victory in itself. After all, facing the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, they had no intentions of winning. It was not merely a lack of intent, but rather an acknowledgement of the impossibility of victory. This is precisely why he was the first to be sent into battle. The intention was to utilize his defensive capabilities to prolong the contest. A loss is acceptable, but it must not be too humiliating. Every second he can endure would salvage a modicum of dignity. However, at this moment, the opponent has only dispatched a single great soul master, rendering any defensive delay unnecessary. He could simply eliminate his adversary. The thought of potentially ousting a member of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy ignited a thrill within him, a palpable sense of accomplishment. As Li Yang charged towards him, Su Yanqing's countenance betrayed a flicker of panic, and the firing frequency of his cannon intensified, unleashing a barrage towards Li Yang. Despite his usual gluttony, Su Yanqing exhibited a commendable mastery over soul-guiding devices, landing numerous precise shots that inflicted considerable damage on Li Yang. Some projectiles detonated in front of Li Yang, creating a fiery explosion that hindered his speed, occasionally bringing him to a standstill. The distance of over 100 meters proved arduous for Li Yang to traverse, presenting substantial obstacles. He found himself adorned with debris, his scales battered and fragmented. Those soul masters are truly troublesome. Li Yang gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting at the incessant onslaught of projectiles. Wow, this plump little boy is surprisingly formidable, capable of causing quite a stir for the soul sect. Indeed, despite his tender years, his proficiency with soul-guiding devices is remarkable. He truly embodies a student of the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. The Tianyuan Academy members are utterly incompetent. How could the soul sect struggle against a great soul master? What a disgrace! The surrounding audience buzzed with excitement, expressing their astonishment at Su Yanqing while displaying disappointment towards Li Yang. Though Li Yang could not hear their murmurs, He was acutely aware of their gazes. How infuriating, he thought, growing increasingly impatient as the battle dragged on. The longer this continued, the more certain his victory seemed. After all, the disparity in soul power was vast, and such frequent attacks would inevitably deplete the opponent's energy. Sooner or later, his opponent's soul power would be exhausted, and once that occurred, victory would naturally fall into his hands. Yet, facing a great soul master whose power paled in comparison to his own, he found it disheartening to rely on mere delay for triumph. Where would that leave his dignity? Such a victory is far from honorable. Winning feels akin to losing. Therefore, he cannot afford to delay any longer and must swiftly conclude the battle. The third soul ring on his body glows, activating the burrowing armor. Li Yong leaps into the air, his feet leaving the ground as he propels himself over 2 meters high. He then pivots, resembling a leaping whale, tracing an elegant arc through the air. Upon reaching the apex of his jump, Li Yong turns headfirst downwards, a colossal shadow of an armadillo manifesting around him. As his head makes contact with the ground, the anticipated impact does not occur. Instead, he plunges directly into the earth, followed by his entire body. Once fully submerged, the ground slightly bulges, showing no sign of pause, and he darts towards Su Yanqing at an incredible speed. Li Yang's sudden disappearance causes Su Yanqing's expression to shift. The cannon's trajectory shifts to the ground, targeting the rising bulge. However, the speed of the surge is so rapid that hitting it with the shell becomes almost impossible. And even if it were struck, the momentum remains unaffected. Su Yanqing hastily retracts his soul-guided cannon, seemingly intent on a quick retreat. Li Yong bursts forth from the earth a mere meter away from Su Yanqing, soaring high into the air. In a powerful twist, his tail lashes out from behind him, producing a deep whooshing sound as it cuts through the air, its force substantial. Heh, you're too young to compete. It's time to exit, Li Yong smirks, feeling confident in his impending victory. However, the faces of Meng Hanshun and the others change, their concern for Su Yanqing evident. Wei Xuan remains composed, showing no signs of worry. In truth, he is not concerned, given the prowess exhibited by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Even if this individual were to defeat Yanqing, he would not resort to excessive force. They would be wary, fearing retaliation from the Academy in subsequent matches. As long as Yanqing does not sustain severe injuries, it is not detrimental. A minor setback could serve as a valuable lesson. Furthermore, Su Yanqing may yet prevail. Proximity to a soul mentor is not always advantageous. On the competition stage, feeling the weight of gravity, Su Yanqing's previously flustered expression suddenly transforms into one of cunning satisfaction. This is the opportunity he has awaited. The thruster on his chest activates, propelling his previously motionless body backward, evading the sweeping tail. As he retreats, a fiery whip materializes in Su Yanqing's right hand, cracking towards Li Yong. Seeing Su Yanqing evade his attack momentarily stuns Li Yong. Wasn't he supposed to be immobile? How did he suddenly move? Though their academy does not utilize soul-guided devices, they are knowledgeable about them and understand the principles of the soul-guided cannon formation. He comprehends the advantages and drawbacks of such devices. Conventionally, using a soul-guided cannon implies temporary immobility, making close combat perilous. Yet, this individual, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the fiery whip Su Yanqing wielded strikes Li Yong, not inflicting severe pain, but rather adhering to him, wrapping around his form. Su Yanqing seizes the moment, releasing the whip to coil around Li Yong, ensnaring him from the chest down to his feet. Before long, Li Yong finds himself tightly bound, resembling a zongzi collapsing to the ground. Li Yong, whether from the pain of the fall or the humiliation, struggles and screams, attempting to break the whip. Yet, the whip proves sturdier than he imagined. No matter how fiercely he struggles, he cannot escape its grip. Not only does he fail to free himself, but his exertions also leave him with bloody marks, for the whip is imbued with intense flames. His vigorous attempts to break free are akin to pressing his skin against searing fire, producing a most excruciating sensation. You needn't struggle. This whip's material is beyond the capabilities of even a powerful Soul King to break. Don't even think you can. Su Yanqing chuckles, his face alight with excitement. He feels a sense of achievement, having defeated a soul master through his own strength. The whip he wields is, in fact, a Tier 3 soul-guided device known as the Binding Whip. Though the formation is Tier 3, it is crafted from superior materials to allow it to channel extreme flames, making it exceptionally resilient and difficult to escape. Chapter 73. Meng Hanshun takes the stage, 1 against 6. Judge, I have won. Su Yanqing beams at the referee, pride radiating from him. With the strength of a great soul master, defeating a soul master is indeed a commendable feat. The referee, momentarily taken aback by Su Yanqing's declaration, regains his composure and casts a deep look at him before announcing the result of the match. Liang ceases his struggles, shifting to lay face down. He cannot bear to face anyone, feeling utterly humiliated. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Su Yanqing leaps for joy, patting Liang on the shoulder as he retracts the binding whip, skipping happily off the competition stage. The victor of the individual elimination round may continue competing on stage. However, Su Yanqing clearly has no intention of doing so. A great soul master defeating a soul master is no small feat. He lacks the energy to continue fighting. Moreover, such tactics can only be employed once. His opponent will not afford him another opportunity to use the binding whip, and remaining on stage would lead to inevitable defeat. Rather than wait for the next challenger to best him, it is wiser to withdraw voluntarily. The audience below watches in astonishment, never expecting the match to conclude in such a manner. The final victor is a naive boy of around 10 years. A voice rises from the crowd, cheering for Su Yanqing, igniting the audience's excitement and erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. Su Yanqing basks in the accolades, scampering back to the resting area, where he approaches Wei Xuan to boast, "Brother, I won. What do you think? Am I amazing?" Wei Xuan chuckles, pinching Su Yanqing's cheek. "You performed admirably, ah. It is certainly commendable." Heh, Su Yanqing beams with innocence, delighted by Wei Xuan's praise. "Little Yanqing, I did not expect you to be so clever. Feigning weakness only to deliver a decisive blow to your opponent. Impressive." Ming Hanshan compliments, her gaze towards Su Yanqing reflecting a newfound respect. "It seems this boy is not merely a glutton. Of course, just look at who I am," Su Yanqing declares proudly, lifting his arms in triumph. "Heh, you little rascal. A few words of praise, and you're puffing up like a peacock?" Dream Red Dust spoke with irritation, while Laughing Red Dust and the others looked at Su Yanqing in astonishment. They were equally surprised, although this method was imparted to Su Yanqing by Wei Xuan. Its execution relied solely on her capabilities, which earned her their newfound respect. Laughing Red Dust, it's your turn. Remember to go easy. They just held back against Yanqing, Wei Xuan advised. The previous opponent had intentionally moderated the force of his tail strike, fearing that excessive strength might severely injure or even kill Su Yanqing. Had he not done so, evading such an attack would have posed a significant challenge for her, increasing her chances of defeat. Their restraint stemmed from their apprehension of the Day and Moon Royal Academy. Nevertheless, they need not retaliate with excessive force. Laughing Red Dust understood Wei Xuan's intent, nodded slightly, and approached the stage. The appearance of a Soul King instilled considerable pressure within the Tianyuan Academy, especially since the opponent was a Soul Master. The battle commenced swiftly as Laughing Red Dust unleashed an array of cannon tubes. After a brief moment of aiming, she launched nearly 100 projectiles simultaneously, creating a considerable visual impact. Laughing Red Dust evidently aimed to conclude the fight expeditiously. The extensive coverage of the projectiles left the opponent with little room to evade. Sensing the terrifying might radiating from the incoming shells, the Tianyuan Academy student became flustered and immediately employed his most formidable soul skill to resist. This student is also a defense-type soul master. When his fourth soul ring illuminated, it significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. However, in the face of the relentless barrage of artillery shells, his defense proved to be somewhat inadequate, and he was soon left battered and soiled, with his garments in tatters. This is still due to the benevolence of Xiao Hongqian, who has merely employed the weakest projectiles. Had he utilized something more formidable, that individual would likely have been obliterated. "You should concede," Xiao Hongqian remarked nonchalantly, without even unleashing his martial soul while wielding these soul-guided cannons. The student's chest heaved irregularly, his breath coming in quick gasps, struggling to fend off the relentless assaults. Deep down, he understood the odds were not in his favor, yet he was loath to concede defeat so readily. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward with all his might towards Xia Hongqian, determined to take a gamble. While he knew he might not inflict significant damage, at the very least, he aimed to force his opponent to reveal their martial soul, otherwise, it would be too humiliating. However, contrary to his expectations, Xia Hongqian was not one to grant him the luxury of close combat. With a resigned shake of his head, she recalibrated her cannons and unleashed a barrage. The projectiles, varying in length and thickness, accurately struck the ground around the student and along his path. Xia Hongqian's combat experience far surpassed that of Su Yanqing. and her mastery over the soul-guiding devices allowed her to strike with precision. Not long after he began to run, the student was blown away, tumbling across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Thanks to Wei Xuan's earlier admonitions, Xia Hongqin refrained from using excessive force, expertly controlling the power of her attacks. Although the student appeared quite disheveled, he had not sustained any severe injuries. The student comprehended that Xia Hongqin had shown him mercy on multiple occasions, and thus he refrained from persisting further. He reluctantly rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude to Xia Hongqin with a respectful bow. "I concede," he declared to the referee, devoid of resentment. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leaving him with no chance of victory. Subsequently, the Tianyuan Academy dispatched their third contestant, not with the intention of causing an upset against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, but rather to see if they could manage to defeat Xia Hongqin, thereby preserving some dignity. The third contestant, however, was once again overwhelmed by Xia Hongqin's prowess, as an onslaught of attacks rendered him incapable of approaching. The advantages of a soul mentor were vividly displayed through Xia Hongqin's performance. In less than a minute, the third contestant voluntarily admitted defeat, followed by the fourth and fifth. It wasn't until the seventh contestant declared his surrender that they were unable to overcome Xia Hongqin. He accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 6 opponents single-handedly. "Remember my name. I am Xia Hongqin," he proclaimed with a proud demeanor after securing victory for the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Defeating 6 opponents took a considerable toll on him, yet he suppressed any signs of weakness. The spectators erupted in cheers, utterly captivated by Xia Hongqin's extraordinary achievement. The members of Shrek Academy, upon witnessing his display, wore expressions of discontent. Their adversary was unexpectedly formidable. High above, the star Luo Emperor, observing the competition, bore a serious countenance, devoid of any amusement. The Sun and Moon Empire truly becomes increasingly incomprehensible, producing remarkable individuals, he mused after a prolonged silence. Chapter 74. The 9th Level Soul Mentor, Elder Meng. Elder Meng. What soul-guiding device did that young man utilize just now? Inquired the star Luo Emperor of the elder beside him. The elder, tall and with a darker complexion, unmistakably hailed from beyond the original Douluo continent, known as Elder Meng. He originated from the Sun and Moon Empire and was one of the 4 elders who had followed Su Tian 4 years prior. Upon arriving at the Douluo continent, they diverged in their choice of allegiance and subsequently parted ways. He chose to ally with the Star Luo Empire. With his status as a 9th level soul mentor, he attained a distinguished position within the Star Luo Empire, comparable to that of Jing Hongqin in the Sun and Moon Empire. However, due to his origins, the Star Luo Emperor remained cautious and wary of him, granting him high honors and prestige, but withholding substantial power, primarily assigning him the responsibilities of developing and teaching about soul-guiding devices. Elder Meng furrowed his brow, having observed the entirety of the recent match, his mind in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Your Majesty, the soul-guiding device employed by Xia Hongqin appears to be merely a 3rd-level device. Yet its power rivals that of a 4th-level one. If my assumptions are correct, it is likely related to the modified formation by Wei Xuan, which enhances the overall potency of the soul-guiding device." A glint of malice flashed in Elder Meng's eyes at the mention of Wei Xuan. Despite the excellent treatment he received within the Star Luo Empire, it did little to assuage his deep-seated animosity. Should the opportunity arise, he vowed to eliminate Wei Xuan to quench his thirst for vengeance. The Star Luo Emperor's expression shifted. They had previously entertained such suspicions, prompting their plans to utilize the auction house to acquire higher-tier soul-guiding devices. Now, with Elder Meng's confirmation, their resolve solidified. They must seize control of this extraordinary formation. "Do you believe that Wei Xuan could potentially enhance the 9th level soul-guiding formation?" The Star Luo Emperor inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. His greatest fear was that Wei Xuan might refine the 9th level formation to rival a 10th level one, thereby creating soul-guiding devices that surpass the conventional capabilities of 9th level devices. Should that occur, the existing equilibrium would be disrupted, rendering the Sun and Moon Empire exceedingly perilous and possibly igniting war. This will be a catastrophe for their Star Luo Empire, and even for the entire Douluo continent. Elder Meng's pupils constricted, and he did not respond immediately. The Emperor of Star Luo did not urge him, anxiously awaiting Elder Meng's answer. "In my opinion, the likelihood of that is quite low. When I departed from the Sun-Moon Empire, he could only improve formations below the 4th level. It is unrealistic to expect him to enhance a 9th level formation in just a few years." Elder Meng shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, The Star Luo Emperor nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. He too did not believe that Wei Xuan could be so extraordinary. Then, Elder Meng, do you think we should still seek to acquire some high-level soul-guiding devices for research? The Emperor of Star Luo inquired. Regarding soul-guiding devices, he still needed to consult Elder Meng's opinion, as he was, after all, a 9th-level soul engineer and an absolute authority in the field. If we can procure a few, we should indeed do so. It will allow me to see if they have made any technological breakthroughs in recent years, Elder Meng replied. The Star Luo Emperor nodded seriously, understanding the necessity of knowing both oneself and the enemy. But acquiring 9th-level soul-guiding devices would not be easy and would require a considerable sacrifice. The thought of auctioning off that soul bone made the Emperor wince. Your Majesty, if the opportunity arises, it would be best to eliminate Wei Xuan. Otherwise, with his talent, he will have no rivals in decades, Elder Meng urged. Is Wei Xuan's talent truly that remarkable? The Emperor of Star Luo asked in astonishment, raising an eyebrow. He is undoubtedly the most extraordinary youth I have encountered, possessing an ultimate ice martial soul and unparalleled talent for soul-guiding devices. Within the Sun Moon Empire, he is regarded as the one most likely to become a 10th-level soul engineer, with limitless potential, Elder Meng stated solemnly. The Star Luo Emperor's pupils constricted, and he nodded seriously, saying, "This matter will be given thorough consideration. It seems this youth cannot be allowed to remain." The Emperor's gaze shifted toward the resting area of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, his eyes cold, filled with murderous intent. Wei Xuan seemed to sense something. Looking up towards the city walls, his instinct for danger was exceptionally keen, and just moments ago, his intuition had warned him of malicious intent. His spiritual consciousness silently extended, and the situation atop the city walls clearly materialized in his mind. Soon, he discovered a familiar face. It was surprising to Wei Xuan that the elder who had originally been by Su Tianran's side had actually allied himself with the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, judging by his position and the Emperor's demeanor towards him, it appeared that this person enjoyed a high status within the Star Luo Empire. No wonder there has been no news of you few within the Sun Moon Empire. It turns out you have been hiding here, Wei Xuan thought. After lingering with his spiritual consciousness on the city wall for a moment, he retracted it, choosing not to dwell on it further. He would seek an opportunity to resolve this matter later. With the strength of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, they found themselves virtually unchallenged in the round-robin matches, achieving a perfect record of 7 consecutive victories to successfully advance. The round-robin tournament had groups of 8 and 9 teams. The group of the Sun Moon Royal Academy consisted of only 8 teams. In contrast to the Sun Moon Royal Academy's smooth progression without any obstacles, the reigning champion Shrek Academy faced many challenges, winning the first 3 rounds with great difficulty. Particularly in the 3rd match, the victory was extremely hard-won. Had it not been for the opponent's carelessness, Shrek's undefeated legend might have already been shattered. Following the conclusion of the 3rd match, Shrek Academy's leading instructor, Wang Yan, publicly explained the reason for sending the preliminary team members to compete. This indeed earned Shrek a considerable amount of applause and understanding. During the 4th match, Shrek's starting player, Ling Luocheng, made his debut, leading Shrek to victory with undeniable prowess. From that point onward, Shrek found it less arduous to secure wins, ultimately advancing to the knockout stage with an unblemished record. Following the round-robin phase, which team would seize the ultimate championship became a hot topic within the Starry City. Among the 16 teams that progressed, the populace primarily focused on 2, the defending champion, Shrek Academy, and the runner-up, Sun and Moon Royal Academy. One is Shrek, a school that has remained undefeated since the inception of the tournament, while the other is the formidable Sun and Moon Royal Academy, comprised of powerful spirit masters capable of overwhelming even spirit sects and spirit kings. The question of which of the 2 academies will ultimately claim victory remains a topic of daily discussion among the populace. Although Shrek Academy has long been synonymous with strength and has consistently held the championship title, current performances have led many to doubt their ability to defend their crown. There is a possibility that a new champion may emerge from the Soul Master Academy competition. Numerous betting establishments have set odds of 3-1 against Shrek Academy, while offering even odds for the Sun Moon Royal Academy. This indicates a prevailing optimism regarding the chances of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Chapter 75. The prestigious auction on the eve of the elimination round. The members of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, after enjoying dinner, received an invitation to the Starlight Auction House. Upon their arrival, They were greeted at the entrance by the elegant auctioneer, Qingya, who had previously encountered Wei Xuan and his companions. Upon seeing them approach, Qingya welcomed them with a warm smile, stating, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Dressed in a flowing red gown that accentuated her graceful figure, she exuded an air of sophistication and youthful vitality. Both Shui Hongchen and Ma Rulong found themselves captivated, their hearts racing at her presence. Qingya's attire and gentle demeanor had an undeniable allure for the male attendees. "What does this mean?" Wei Xuan inquired, noting that Qingya seemed to be waiting specifically for them. "Our auction house was aware of your esteemed arrival, so I was sent to receive you," Qingya explained, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Her gaze towards Wei Xuan held a hint of complex emotion, perhaps gratitude or something deeper. "Now I understand," Wei Xuan replied. "In that case, please lead us inside." "Certainly, esteemed guests, please follow me," Qingya responded with a radiant smile, guiding them forward. "Why is she dressed so provocatively?" Meng Hongchen remarked, her feelings toward Qingya rather lukewarm, her lips pouting in annoyance. She instinctively glanced at her own modest bosom, her cheeks flushing as she muttered a few words inaudibly to herself. Wei Xuan gently ruffled Meng Hongchen's hair, chuckling, "This girl. It seems our prince enjoys a high level of treatment here, with a dedicated attendant," Ma Rulong commented to the others behind him. "Of course, with our status, having a personal attendant is a necessity. However, I never expected it would be such a stunning beauty," Qin Fei said, playfully nudging Ma Rulong with a mischievous grin. Eager to gossip. "Indeed, I also noticed that her gaze was gentle and affectionate," Lin Shi added, revealing an expression that suggested she understood the implications. Given the prince's unique charm, it would be only natural for her to feel drawn to him. "If I were a woman, I would too," Ma Rulong remarked with a light laugh, provoking a chorus of coughs from his companions, taken aback by his boldness. Though Wei Xuan initially intended to ignore the chatter, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Ma Rulong's comment. A glance in Rulong's direction caused him to promptly fall silent, laughing sheepishly. "I was only joking, merely trying to highlight the prince's remarkable allure, nothing more." "Is that how you joke?" Meng Hongchen retorted, exasperated. She shot a glare at those who had spoken, huffing in indignation. What is there to discuss? Even if she harbored feelings, Wei Xuan brother would never reciprocate. "Please refrain from such talk." Qingya, who was leading the way, overheard their conversation, her cheeks flushing as her emotions swirled within her. Even she was uncertain whether her fondness for Wei Xuan stemmed from gratitude or something else entirely. After all, he had purchased the soul-devouring engraving knife for 30 million, earning her a commission of 300,000 and elevating her status to that of a red-tier auctioneer. One might say her life had undergone a profound transformation overnight, akin to a meteoric rise. All of these were bestowed upon her by Wei Xuan. He was truly her benefactor, illuminating her future with a radiant and boundless brilliance. Such benevolence, coupled with Wei Xuan's striking appearance, ethereal demeanor, and formidable prowess, undoubtedly stirs certain extraordinary sentiments. However, I find myself pondering, what am I truly thinking? The age difference is substantial. To label us as siblings would be a pretense of youthfulness. Yet, I cannot dismiss these peculiar thoughts. With a subtle, elegant pinch to my own skin, I sought to regain my composure and cast aside any distractions. Before long, under Qingya's guidance, Wei Xuan and the others entered a spacious chamber, approximately 200 square meters in size. The lavishly adorned room was a feast for the eyes, showcasing precious jade, sandalwood, and an array of exquisite decorations that left onlookers in awe. At the heart of the room, slightly recessed, stood an immense sofa, its softness and smoothness inviting one to linger. This grand piece could comfortably accommodate 20 individuals, while a jade table in front was laden with an assortment of beverages and delicacies. Were it not for the knowledge that we had arrived at an auction house, one might easily mistake it for a restaurant, given the abundance of food on display. "Wow, so many delectable treats," Su Yanqing exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight upon sighting the feast. He couldn't contain his excitement and leaped onto the sofa, eagerly grasping a vibrant green fruit to savor. Initially lacking interest in the auction, he now found a newfound joy in the culinary treasures before him. "This is absolutely delicious," Su Yanqing praised, relishing the rare fruit he had not tasted since arriving in Xinglua City. It wasn't a matter of finances. Rather, he simply hadn't discovered a vendor selling such delights. "Brother, come quickly. There is so much delicious food here," Su Yanqing called out, eager to share his bounty with Wei Xuan. Observing Su Yanqing's enthusiasm, Wei Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, resigned to the fact that he was helpless against the boy's exuberance. The others joined in laughter, recognizing their little prince as an unabashed gourmand. As everyone settled onto the sofa, Wei Xuan took center stage, flanked by Su Yanqing and Meng Hongquan on either side. Qingyao was invited to sit beside Meng Hongquan, while two other young women in golden gowns stood attentively by the sofa, ever ready to assist. At Qingyao's cue, one of the maidens approached the wall and gently pressed a spot upon it. Suddenly, the entire white wall illuminated with brilliance. Gradually, the wall transformed into a colossal screen positioned directly in front of the sofa. Having encountered such screens before, the assembled guests regarded it with familiarity, their attention naturally drawn to its display. Qingyao commenced her exposition on the forthcoming auction, beginning with the event's prestigious standing, the Starlight Auction House. Renowned as the epitome of auction events, which occurred merely once or twice a year, the bidding rules here diverge significantly from the conventional live auction format. The appraisal of items occurs on the spirit guiding screen, with Qingyao providing complimentary commentary. Participants need only announce their bids, which are promptly recorded by the attending maid, ensuring a seamless process. This treatment distinctly highlights the exceptional nature of this premier auction, aptly embodying the essence of exclusivity. Before long, the spirit guiding screen radiated a soft golden light, casting the entire room in a gentle hue of pale gold, imbuing the atmosphere with warmth and a touch of elegance. Esteemed guests, the auction is about to commence, Qingyao announced with a smile. Chapter 76. The exquisite ice blue scorpion left arm bone. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the stellar auction house's premier auction. A melodious voice emanated from the spirit guiding screen. As the sound faded, a white veil enveloped the platform displayed on the screen, revealing a young girl clad in a red dress. This girl was none other than Juju, the auctioneer previously encountered by Wei Xuan and others. Upon taking the stage, Juju eschewed unnecessary pleasantries and, after a brief introduction, declared the auction open. The image of the first item appeared on the spirit guiding screen. Through the screen, every detail of the item was vividly discernible, down to the minutest measurements, rivaling that of close-range observation. The Bahu Refining Soul Blade, an 8th-grade close-range spirit-guiding artifact, was showcased on the screen, prompting Juju to speak once more. As an auctioneer, her comprehensive knowledge of the items was evident, and she meticulously outlined both the merits and drawbacks of this particular piece. Upon concluding Juju's exposition, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of Xiao Hongquan and others. Not due to the artifact's grade, but rather its provenance. Remarkably, it originated from Mingda Hall. While items from Mingda Hall are available for sale, they are strictly confined within the empire and are never offered to foreign nations. The appearance of the soul-guiding device here truly took them by surprise. However, there is nothing astonishing about it. There will always be those who take risks to sell such items, and this occurrence cannot be entirely prohibited, Wei Xuan calmly remarked. The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling merely a sense of surprise without harboring any further thoughts. Let us acquire this soul-guiding device. If we have the Lord of the Red Dust make some modifications, its power will be quite impressive, Wei Xuan suggested to Su Yanqing. This soul-guiding device is primarily crafted from the bone of a 10,000-year-old tyrant tiger's right arm, exhibiting commendable plasticity, which can be further enhanced with slight modifications. However, these modifications are intended for the expertise of a 9th-level soul master. Those of lower ranks would find themselves incapable of effecting any meaningful change. After all, this soul-guiding device was originally created by an 8th-level soul master. Any attempts at alteration by a peer or a novice would likely result in ruin rather than refinement. Yet, there lies a discordance in attributes. Su Yanqing paused in his eating, his expression laced with confusion as he inquired. The soul-guiding devices he typically crafts and employs are predominantly aligned with the fire attribute, a synergy that amplifies their potency and harmony with his soul power. The attributes of the Bahu Lian Hun Dao elude his understanding, yet it is certainly not of the fire element, as that would be unsuitable. Its properties do not align with yours, however, with slight modifications, it could indeed withstand the most intense flames. Coupled with its solidification skill, the outcome would be quite impressive. And certainly worth the investment, Wei Xuan remarked with a light chuckle. Su Yanqing pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, beautiful sister. I kindly ask you to assist me with the bidding. Irrespective of who places a bid, I shall add an additional 10,000 gold soul coins. With that, he returned to savoring the delectable food before him, reluctant to squander the opportunity for such a rare culinary delight. Seeing Su Yanqing so engrossed, Qingyao could not help but find it amusing and exchanged a questioning glance with Wei Xuan. Wei Xuan, with a resigned shake of his head, replied, "Let us proceed as he suggests. As long as it does not exceed 3 million gold soul coins, we shall increase the bid." To him, the pinnacle value of the Bahu Lian Hun Dao is 3 million. Any amount beyond that was simply not worth the endeavor. Understood, Qingyao responded with a charming smile. Astonished not only by Wei Xuan's insights regarding soul-guiding apparatuses but also by their financial prowess. It was evident that Su Yanqing was not the sole contender interested in the Bahu Lian Han Dao. Many others were equally intrigued. Once the auction commenced, numerous bids filled the air, and the competition proved to be quite spirited. In no time, the price of the Bahu Lian Han Dao sword passed the 1 million mark, continuing its ascent. 2 million, Qingyao softly announced, prompting the attendant nearby to swiftly input the new bid. This quotation is based on 1,990,000, with an additional increment of 10,000 as per Su Yanqing's request. Inside the VIP room number 7, Dai Yaoheng, a man of robust stature and impressive appearance, clenched his fists tightly, his expression unusually grim. The previous bid of 1,990,000 was his own, yet it was swiftly surpassed, igniting his fury. He had set his sights on the formidable soul-refining blade, but persistent competition had proven exceedingly vexatious. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yaoheng declared his maximum tolerable price, 230,000. This represents his bottom line, should it be exceeded. He would have no choice but to concede, not due to an inability to mobilize sufficient funds for purchase, but rather a sense of futility. The VIP room promptly quoted a price of 312,000. Enraged, Dai Yaoheng clenched his fists and retreated to the sofa, ceasing further competition. Ultimately, Su Yanqing secured the item for the sum of 310,000. Grateful for the support of the esteemed guest who had just acquired the soul-refining blade, the auctioneer smiled warmly and began to introduce the next item. The second item up for bid was a set of 12 fixed-position soul-guided cannons, each possessing distinct attributes and characteristics, yet all deemed precious. As for the second item, Wei Xuan and his companions merely observed the spectacle, opting not to participate in the bidding. The fixed-position soul-guided shells were predominantly utilized by the military for warfare. What purpose could they serve for these students? This does not resemble a melee soul guide that can be employed at any moment. Although its power is formidable, its numerous restrictions render it unappealing to them. Ultimately, the 12 shells were sold for a staggering price of 655,000, a rather obscure transaction, yet it did not go unsold. The subsequent auction items were progressively more valuable, including 3 soul bones, an exceedingly rare metal, and an 8th-level long-range soul guide. Of the 3 soul bones, 2 were acquired in the second VIP room, with Xiao Hongqin securing the left arm bone, aged over 20,000 years, while Ma Rulong obtained the left leg bone, nearly 20,000 years old. The prices of these 2 soul bones are not insignificant, exceeding 3 million gold soul coins. The precious metal was acquired by Wei Xuan for a staggering 5,600,000 gold soul coins. Wei Xuan and his companions did not place bids on the level 8 long-range soul guiding devices, displaying a lack of interest. The figure of Jiao reappeared, smiling as he remarked, the first 7 auction items were merely a prelude to this event. Now that we have warmed up the atmosphere, it is time to unveil the main attractions. The next 2 items are each exceedingly precious, rare treasures that one might only encounter by chance. I hope all esteemed guests will not let this opportunity slip away. Jiao smiled faintly, his form becoming increasingly ethereal, as a soul bone magnified to an unimaginable size materialized on the soul guiding screen. The soul bone is entirely emerald green, with a radiant aura that seems to pulse with life, undulating across its surface. The outer layer of the soul bone is shrouded in a swirling white mist, which is not merely ordinary vapor but rather resembles frigid air, generated by an exceedingly low temperature. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of soul bones would recognize it as the left arm bone. Witnessing the emergence of the soul bone, Wei Xuan, who had initially possessed little interest, found his curiosity piqued at last. His purpose for attending this auction was solely for the final 2 items, one of which was this very soul bone. Chapter 77. The words of Huo Yuhao. Esteemed guests, it is my honor to present this soul bone. The voice of Jiao resonated, rising a notch in excitement. Clearly, the mere mention of this soul bone stirred her enthusiasm, underscoring its exceptional value. This soul bone boasts 3 significant advantages and 3 notable drawbacks. Allow me to tantalize you with the drawbacks first. With a playful expression, Jiao continued. Drawback 1. Attribute limitation. Only ice attribute soul masters can absorb it. Drawback 2. Fixed soul skill. Upon absorption, it will only provide a singular, unchanging skill. Drawback 3. Physical limitation. Due to its age, which spans between 50,000 to 70,000 years, only those with sufficiently robust physiques may absorb it. Upon hearing these 3 drawbacks, the audience involuntarily twitched their lips, Aside from the first, could the latter two truly be considered drawbacks? The fixed nature of the soul skill, while reducing variability, enhances its potency, and high-aged soul bones are indeed the coveted dream of soul masters. Rarely does anyone disdain a soul bone for being too ancient. What Jiao presented as shortcomings were, in fact, cleverly disguised virtues. After allowing a moment for the audience to digest this information, she proceeded to enumerate the advantages. Advantage 1. The origin of the soul bone. It hails from the ice blue scorpion, one of the sovereigns of the far north. Naturally, a super soul beast yields a super soul bone, and I need not elaborate on its quality. If an ice attribute soul master were to absorb it, their martial soul would be greatly enhanced, becoming even more frigid. Advantage 2. Amplified strength. Absorption of this soul bone will result in a substantial increase in the soul master's power. Advantage 3. An exceptional soul skill, ice explosion. Capable of triggering a devastating icy explosion with remarkable might. A collective gasp echoed throughout the luxurious guest rooms as Jiao revealed the final advantage, leaving many astounded. Brother Wei Xuan, this soul bone is perfectly suited for you, exclaimed Ming Hongqian with palpable excitement. The others turned their gazes toward Wei Xuan. Although Ming Hongqian could also be classified as an ice attribute soul master, it was evident that Wei Xuan's affinity was far purer, given Wei Xuan's mastery over ice. The addition of the ice explosion skill would enhance his prowess significantly, elevating his strength to new heights. For Wei Xuan, this skill was nothing short of divine. Is this soul bone not something you desire? Wei Xuan jested. Ming Hongqian, without a moment's hesitation, shook her head and replied, "While I do wish to possess it, I believe it is far better suited for you, Brother Wei Xuan. If it would perform better in your hands, then acquiring it would be a waste. I understand the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest." She concluded with a playful smile, her sincerity evident, devoid of any pretense. Laughing, Hongqian had initially intended to advocate for his sister, recognizing that familial ties often influence priorities. However, upon hearing Ming Hongqian's sentiments, he found himself at a loss for words, opting instead for silence. Wei Xuan smiled gently, gazing into Ming Hongqian's clear, light blue eyes, and said nothing, merely ruffling her hair with greater tenderness than before, a seed of unspoken emotions quietly taking root within his heart. Brother Wei Xuan, why do you look at me like that? Do you not desire this soul bone? Ming Hongqian inquired softly, her cheeks flushing. This soul bone is essential for me. Wei Xuan replied with a smile, encouraging her to continue watching. In the VIP room number 7, Huo Yuhao and Ling Luocheng were both aflame with anticipation, their faces betraying their yearning for the soul bone. I can strive for this soul bone on your behalf, but its ultimate ownership will require your careful deliberation. Wang Yin addressed the two. Understanding the rarity of this soul bone, he felt compelled to advocate for it, not solely for Huo Yuhao and Ling Luocheng, but also for the Academy's interests. The unparalleled value of this soul bone far surpassed any potential earnings from gold soul coins. Missing this opportunity would render it exceedingly difficult to find again. Of course, this was merely a bid for it, and the likelihood of success was slim. Huo Yuhao and Ling Luocheng exchanged glances, their emotions unspoken. Neither was willing to concede easily, both desiring the soul bone fervently. The room fell into an unusual silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Dong and the others clearly leaned towards Huo Yuhao but were hesitant to voice their opinions. After a prolonged silence, Huo Yuhao seemed to make up his mind, his gaze resolute as he turned to Ling Luocheng. Senior Ling, Yuhao, think carefully before you speak. This soul bone is exceedingly rare. Should we miss it, finding another will be incredibly difficult, Wang Dong interjected, not wanting him to make an impulsive decision. Beibei and Su Sanshur also shook their heads slightly, signaling Huo Yuhao to refrain from hasty conclusions. If one were to determine who is most suited for this soul bone, it would undoubtedly be Huo Yuhao. As both possessed the ice crystal scorpion, the benefits derived from absorbing the left arm bone would be significantly greater for him. Setting aside the question of who would benefit more, on a personal level, they all hope that Huo Yuhao can acquire this soul bone. Ling Luocheng, witnessing Huo Yuhao's determination, felt a shiver run through her body. Her delicate fingers instinctively clenched, and she bit her lip, feeling a pang of reluctance. Even a junior younger than herself could make the sacrifice, yet she, as an inner court disciple, could not overcome her own greed, which left her feeling quite ashamed. Well then, let me be magnanimous, she resolved with difficulty. If she were to obtain the soul bone by relying on others' selflessness, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. Just as she was about to speak, Huo Yuhao had already shaken his head and earnestly stated, You have misunderstood my intentions. I do not wish to give up. Rather, I aspire to claim this soul bone for myself. I wish to absorb it. If I can assimilate this soul bone, I firmly believe that my soul power and the quality of my martial soul will experience a significant enhancement, along with the acquisition of a divine skill. With these improvements, combined with everyone's efforts, I will have a greater assurance of defeating the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon and helping our academy secure victory. Huo Yuhao's words were resolute, filled with a fervent desire for the soul bone. He elucidated his motivations, which were partly selfish but also aimed at the glory of the team and the academy. He was not a saint, faced with the soul bone, which Ice attributes Soul Master could resist temptation. He sought to seize opportunities for himself, yet he was also committed to maximizing the benefits for the team. With his unparalleled ice prowess, he was undoubtedly the most fitting steward for this soul bone and could unleash its full potential. Ling Luochan was momentarily taken aback, her intended words faltering on her lips as her previous emotions dissipated. Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and the others exhaled in relief, realizing that striving for it was sufficient. Wang Yin fell into a brief silence, casting a profound glance at Huo Yuhao before inquiring solemnly, "Why do you believe you will have a greater assurance after absorbing the soul bone?" His question naturally pertained to the confidence in defeating the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon. With Senior Ling's Ice Radiance Ring combined with my ultimate Ice and Ice Explosion, what do you think will transpire, Teacher Wan? Huo Yuhao retorted with a cold smile. This refers to the Ice Explosion executed in conjunction with Wang Dong. His words were succinct, yet upon their utterance, everyone felt a tremor run through them, their pupils constricting as an image materialized in their minds. In the fourth match of the round robin, Ling Luochan, empowered by ultimate Ice, instantaneously froze their opponents. Even the Soul Saint referee was momentarily immobilized. If at that moment, the ice were to be detonated, just the thought of that scene sent shivers down the spines of Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng, both Soul Emperors. The imagery was simply unfathomable. It was likely that even Soul Emperors would suffer severe injuries, if not worse. This power is not conjured from thin air. The principle mirrors the corpse explosion they encountered previously. Wang Yin fell silent, retreating into deep contemplation on the sofa, his expression distant, unsure whether he was astonished or lost in thought. The room once again succumbed to silence, with a few minutes remaining before the bidding commenced. There was no haste to make an offer. In this regard, it seemed that the members of the Royal Academy were somewhat reluctant regarding Jiang Nanan. Though she had not completed her statement, her intent was clear to all. Nanan, Yuhao's actions are for the good of the Academy. As long as we can uphold its honor, a touch of ruthlessness is acceptable, Su Sancher reassured. What do you all think of Yuhao's approach? Wang Yin inquired. Taking a hearty sip of juice, his throat parched. I fully support Yuhao's decision, Wang Dong declared without hesitation, firmly aligning himself with Huo Yuhao. For the glory of the Academy, a little bloodshed is worthwhile. Besides, casualties are an inherent aspect of competition. We have done nothing wrong, Bei Bei added. This method is not against the rules. Why shouldn't we employ it? Ling Luoqing remained silent, while the others were stirred. They had invested too much effort for the championship and were unwilling to see it all go to waste. I need to step outside for a moment. Once the auction begins, you may place bids, but do so with caution. The focus should be on stalling for time. With that, Wang Yin strode out of the room, a communication soul guide appearing in his hand seemingly from nowhere. He believed this strategy was viable, yet the soul bone would undoubtedly come at an exorbitant price. Such a considerable sum necessitated consultation with the Sea God Pavilion. The transmission device of the soul could not possibly convey sound across 1,000 miles. And the elder of the Sea God Pavilion was also nearby. He was indeed the individual to whom this matter was referred. Sister Ling. My intentions extend beyond mere personal desire. They encompass the well-being of the Academy as well. Please understand. Huo Yuhao bowed deeply to Ling Luoqing. Ling Luoqing managed a strained smile, assisting Huo Yuhao to his feet without uttering a word. As the time for appreciation concluded, the voice of the auctioneer resonated once more, announcing the commencement of the bidding. The starting price was set at 12 million, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 50,000. This alone indicated the extraordinary nature of the soul bone. As soon as the auction began, the numbers on the display fluctuated incessantly. The room numbers of various esteemed guests and their bids appeared on the screen, with the pace of monetary changes so rapid that it was almost impossible to follow. In just 1 minute, the bidding price soared to 20 million. After 3 minutes, it surpassed 29 million. As the auction progressed, the number of bidders dwindled. Yet the rate of increase showed no signs of abating. By the 5th minute, the price had reached an astonishing 40 million. A figure that left many wide-eyed and even breathless. 2 minutes later, Many were left in a daze, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. 70 million. The second VIP room bid 70 million. Surely, this individual must be mad. Could this soul bone truly be worth 70 million? Even if it were, could he possibly produce such an amount? 70 million gold soul coins. Only a handful of powers on the continent could muster such a sum, all of them top-tier forces. At that moment, numerous participants in the auction began to speculate about the identity of the person in the second VIP room and the force they represented. Capable of such extravagant expenditure, not only were others astounded, but even the likes of Xiao Hongqian were equally taken aback by the astonishing figure. In stark contrast to their expressions of shock, Wei Xuan remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of distress or regret. 75 million. The seventh VIP room submitted the latest bid. 3 minutes later, the auction price reached 90 million, coming from the second VIP room. Inside the seventh VIP room, Wang Yin trembled. And the crowd was startled by the staggering price. Teacher Wang, should we continue bidding? Huo Yuhao inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty, unsure of the next course of action. He desired the soul bone yet found the price utterly terrifying. Wang Yan's hand, gripping his juice, shook violently. After draining the glass, he gritted his teeth and declared, 100 million gold soul coins. Upon the utterance of those words, a collective gasp resonated from Huo Yuhao and his companions. Was it truly worth it for this soul bone? The price appeared on the display screen, and before the astonishment could settle, the figure surged to 105 million. Who could this be? Were they deliberately trying to vex us, or was it Ma Xiaodao's furious outburst that prompted this? The expressions of the others were equally grim, as this price had far surpassed the intrinsic value of the soul bone. The opposing party either genuinely desired this soul bone or was maliciously inflating the bid to undermine them. Regardless of the motivation, a rift had undoubtedly formed between both parties, and they would not easily relent. The group turned their gaze to Wang Yin, anticipating his decision. 100 million is the maximum limit set by the Academy. We can go no higher, Wang Yin lamented. He had just contacted Elder Xian regarding this matter, and 100 million was the absolute ceiling provided by him. Exceeding it meant relinquishing the bid. Shrek Academy was not a treasure trove. It could not justify exorbitant spending for a single soul bone. 100 million was bearable. But any higher would pose a considerable challenge, as producing such a substantial sum would have far-reaching consequences. The members of Shrek ceased to bid, withdrawing from the competition. And naturally, the others could not raise their offers either, thus confirming the soul bone's new owner. Congratulations to the second VIP for successfully acquiring the ice blue scorpion's left arm bone. Jiao announced with exuberance, her face radiant with joy, a reflection of her overwhelming delight. She was genuinely thrilled and felt immense gratitude towards the Shrek contingent. Their competitive bidding had inflated the price to such heights. Without their involvement, it was doubtful the soul bone would have reached even 40 million. However, now she felt a newfound appreciation for the people of Shrek, and resolved to treat them to a meal in the future. As one of the auction house's managers, she was well aware of the identity of the individuals in the 7th VIP room. Those in the 7th VIP room are truly insufferable. They've forced you to spend so much money, Meng Hongqian exclaimed in frustration, visibly displeased. Bidding is inherently a matter of free pricing. How much they are willing to offer is their prerogative, and it is not our concern. We merely need to outbid them. While also considering whether such a bid is worthwhile, lest we become unwitting fools, Wei Xuan remarked, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, unperturbed by the rival's pricing. Humph. I am simply annoyed, Meng Hongqian grumbled, her teeth grinding in irritation. Do not let such trivial matters vex you. It is not worth it, Wei Xuan reassured her, handing her a glass of juice to cool her temper. Accepting the juice, Meng Hongqian, despite her anger, sipped delicately to maintain her composure. Observing Wei Xuan's calm demeanor, her ire subsided somewhat. The competition among the esteemed guests for the ice blue scorpion's left arm bone was indeed more intense than Jiao had anticipated, leading her to momentarily neglect changing into her designated host attire. I sincerely apologize, she said, bowing an apology to the audience on the screen. This etiquette serves as a unique expression of apology within the auction house, devoid of any semblance of servility. At this moment, the crowd discerned that she had donned a resplendent golden gown, which imbued her presence with an added touch of nobility. Chapter 79, The Bone of the Black Patterned Jade Serpent's Right Arm. Upon seeing this attire, many were taken aback, realizing the exceptional value of the forthcoming item, which was undoubtedly worth over 100 million. The appearance of the golden auction attire signified that the next item would be valued at no less than 100 million. With a smile, she remarked, as you all are aware, the golden auction attire carries significant meaning. I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Let us commence the bidding for the final item. Following her words, a projection of a soul bone materialized on the soul guiding screen. This soul bone is a mesmerizing blend of emerald green and deep gray, the two hues intertwining and emanating a radiant halo that is truly enchanting. Its verdant shade differs from the icy green of the left arm bone of the ice blue scorpion, the latter embodying vitality and chill. In contrast, this green is ethereal, reminiscent of a dream, harmonizing with the grayish-black to evoke a sense of the surreal. The soul bone, belonging to the right arm, is both complete and exquisite. Its extraordinary nature evident from its mere appearance. Many who behold the soul bone find themselves irresistibly drawn to it, overwhelmed by an innate longing. The remarkable soul bone elicited gasps of admiration from Huo Yuhao and others. Though they had encountered few soul bones, they were well aware of its formidable power. Upon seeing this soul bone, Wei Xuan also displayed astonishment, for he perceived even more, recognizing that it contained the power of space. This is evident from the rippling space surrounding the soul bone. Time is revered, while space reigns supreme. Whenever time and space are involved, matters become intricate, at least in this world. The value of a soul bone that pertains to the power of space is utterly unfathomable. Since I am currently unable to wield the laws of space, it is quite satisfactory to simply hold this soul bone, thought Wei Xuan, a smile gracing his lips. Pleased with his acquisition. Esteemed guest, the princess has requested that I inform you the auction house does not extend credit. If you find your cash insufficient, you may consider mortgaging a soul guide device, Qingya said to Wei Xuan, her tone tinged with apology. She had previously disclosed her identity as a royal princess. Humph. My brother Wei Xuan would never. Meng Hongqian began proudly, only to be silenced by Wei Xuan's hand over her mouth. Should my cash fall short, I shall certainly resort to mortgaging a soul guide device, ensuring no debts are incurred, Wei Xuan replied with a smile, providing his assurance. We await your decision at any time, Qingya remarked. After exchanging a knowing glance with Meng Hongqian, Wei Xuan released his grip. Meng Hongqian understood his intent. Refraining from further speech, her cheeks flushed, covering her mouth, and a silly smile adorning her face. Wei Xuan was not particularly surprised by Qingya's statement. He had anticipated such a turn of events. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without cause. The auction house's approach to him surely held ulterior motives. From the vague disappointment he discerned from Jiao last time, he had surmised something. Now, hearing Qingya's words, it would be rather foolish of him not to be certain. Suddenly, he felt that accepting these golden soul coins was indeed a wise choice, chuckling to himself. Eager to see their reaction shortly. Now, allow me to introduce this soul bone to you all. Jiao's voice resonated after the 10-minute viewing period concluded. First, let's discuss its attributes. Most participants in this auction are soul masters of considerable strength and status. I trust you are aware of what powers are most coveted in this world. Time foremost, followed by space. These two abilities are the dreams of many, yet often remain unattainable. This soul bone can fulfill your desire for spatial power, as it is a rare space attribute. With it, traversing space will no longer be mere fantasy. After elaborating on its attributes, Jiao paused for approximately 10 seconds before continuing. Next, let us consider its origin. It does not hail from an ordinary soul beast, but rather from a subdragon-class soul beast. This soul bone was born from the demise of a 100,000-year-old emerald black-patterned flood dragon. Jiao spoke no more. The information shared was sufficient. 100,000 years, space attribute, and a flood dragon. These three words are sufficient to convey its value to all, igniting a fervor for bidding among the crowd. The emerald black-patterned Jiao is the progeny of both the mighty dragon and the Jiao dragon, classified as a super soul beast renowned for its mastery of spatial power. Legends suggest that they are one of the many branches descended from the Emerald Dragon King, inheriting a significant degree of his spatial abilities. The term black-patterned in their name is derived from a particular Jiao dragon exceptionally adept at manipulating spatial forces. The lineage of these two soul beasts, both proficient in spatial power, is a testament to their command over such abilities. In truth, the impact of these words on the audience was even more profound than she had anticipated. The guests in the VIP rooms stood in astonishment, their hearts racing, gazing in disbelief at the soul-guiding light screen. They could never have imagined that the final auction item would be a soul bone aged a staggering 100,000 years. And even more astonishingly, originating from a Jiao dragon with spatial attributes. A soul bone of merely 10,000 years would already incite fierce competition. How much more so for one of 100,000 years? Its value is beyond description. The audacity of this auction house to present a soul bone of such an age left Meng Hongqian exclaiming in astonishment. Xiao Hongqian and others displayed fervent interest. as none could resist the allure of a soul bone from such an era. There was no need to question the authenticity of this soul bone's age. I can guarantee its veracity under the esteemed name of the Xinglo royal family, Jiujiu solemnly stated, dispelling any doubts among the crowd. With the royal reputation backing it, what could possibly remain to question? In comparison to the soul bone, the royal reputation is evidently of greater significance. They would never engage in actions that could tarnish their own name. At this moment, Jiujiu felt an immense reluctance within her. The soul bone was truly invaluable. If it were not to exchange for the soul guiding device of Ming Hall, they would never consider auctioning such a precious relic. This soul bone was acquired with great difficulty. It was obtained by her royal brother during his quest for the ninth soul ring, where he encountered and vanquished the emerald black-patterned flood dragon. In order to slay this formidable beast, a titled Douluo lost his life, a sacrifice that cannot be deemed insignificant. The demise of this titled Douluo, although attributed to his underestimation of the situation, simultaneously reflects the formidable prowess of the emerald black-striped serpent. To be capable of retaliating against two titled Douluos and one quasi-titled Douluo is an achievement far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Ultimately, her imperial brother absorbed this 100,000-year spirit ring. However, due to already possessing the right arm bone, he was unable to replace it, thus leaving this soul bone unclaimed. Originally, her brother intended to bestow this soul bone upon her reaching the 70th level, but that prospect has now vanished. Regarding the capabilities of this soul bone, we cannot provide a definitive assessment, we can only speculate. Based on our specialist analyses, combined with the abilities exhibited by the emerald serpent during its lifetime, it is likely that the soul bone offers two soul skills, one offensive and one supportive. The potency of the spatial attack it may confer is something I need not elaborate upon. As for its auxiliary skill, it is highly probable that it involves spatial movement. After all, a 100,000-year soul bone would facilitate movements not merely spanning several meters, but potentially hundreds. Jiujiu, with a hint of excitement, spoke, not delving into extensive detail yet conveying the essence of her message, which stirred the hearts of the audience. Setting aside the spatial attack skill, the mere prospect of spatial movement made their breaths quicken. If it indeed grants the ability for spatial movement, traversing hundreds or even thousands of miles would likely pose no challenge, provided one's soul power is sufficient to sustain such extensive spatial travel. Chapter 80. The stunned Princess Jiujiu. The value of this soul bone is undoubtedly clear to all present. Let us now proceed to the main event. The right arm bone of the emerald black-striped serpent begins at an opening bid of 50 million, with increments no less than 1 million gold soul coins. The auction commences now, Jiujiu announced. A starting price of 50 million is enough to deter over 99% of today's bidders, yet not all. 6 bidders have entered this exorbitant auction for the soul bone, each increase in bid causing heavier breaths among the onlookers. Within less than 3 minutes, the price of this soul bone sword passed 100 million, and the bidding continued to escalate. With the price exceeding 100 million, 2 bidders withdrew from the contest, ceasing to make further offers. One of the bidders withdrawing from the auction is the VIP room number 7. The competition remains fierce, with prices swiftly escalating from 100 million to 130 million. In VIP room number 3, 2 middle-aged men sit on the sofa, their expressions grim. "Brother, shall we continue?" inquired the man with a notably robust right arm. The smaller man, with an oversized head, appeared deep in thought, momentarily unable to reach a decision. This soul bone can indeed be described as a rare treasure, but is it truly worth pursuing at any cost? The gold soul coins of their sect are not easily acquired. Spending excessively in one go may have significant repercussions in the future. Rather than chasing after it, I believe a more straightforward approach would be preferable. The bald man, resolute in his decision, wore a mischievous smile. The burly man, upon witnessing this smile, immediately grasped its implication and reciprocated with a grin. Indeed, why spend money when they could simply seize it? Initially unaware of the soul bone's value, now that they were aware, it had become an object of their desire. Regardless of whether the soul bone is to be auctioned or remains in the possession of the Douluo royal family, they would feel compelled to make an attempt. After all, their sect, the body sect, does not adhere to any rules and is unbound by constraints, acting according to their own will. The most crucial aspect is that even if they were to steal it, the opposing party would have no means of locating the body sect's headquarters, rendering any retaliation impossible. Another group deliberated thoroughly but ultimately decided to abandon their bidding intentions. Consequently, only the first and second VIP rooms remained in the auction. The price continued to escalate, eventually reaching 160 million. Inside the first VIP room, the Douluo Emperor, dressed in casual attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the display screen with a solemn expression, revealing signs of hesitation. The price has already reached a considerable height. He is uncertain whether raising it further would elicit a favorable response from the other party. Should they decline, it would pose a significant dilemma. Nevertheless, with the inclusion of the ice blue scorpion soul bone, the sum of 265 million is ample to procure several ninth-grade soul-guiding devices. So be it. The Star Luo Emperor chuckled, refraining from bidding further. His objectives had been achieved, and there was no need to seek additional profit. The price was settled at 160 million, and Wei Xuan acquired the 10,000-year-old soul bone. In the second VIP room, a smile graced Wei Xuan's face. Securing 2 soul bones uplifted his spirits, and he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. The auction items would soon be delivered. Dear guest, do you need to present some items for me to appraise? Qingya inquired with a gentle smile. Let us wait for the items to arrive first, replied Wei Xuan. At this moment, only the ice blue scorpion soul bone and the emerald black patterned flood dragon soul bone had yet to be delivered. All previously purchased items had already been received and the payments finalized. In truth, the ice blue scorpion soul bone should have been delivered promptly. However, due to its immense value and Wei Xuan's request, the delivery was delayed. The reason for the postponement was to facilitate a single transaction for both soul bones, each valued over 100 million, before departing. Less than a minute passed before the door swung open, revealing Princess Jiao at the forefront. 2 elderly gentlemen followed closely behind her, striding in unison. Upon their entrance, the gathered guests rose from their seats. Wei Xuan cast a profound glance at the 2 elders. Recognizing their esteemed titles as title de law, our esteemed guest has indeed shown remarkable support for our auction house by acquiring 2 items valued over 100 million. Such boldness and decisiveness truly command my admiration, Princess Jiao remarked warmly, genuinely impressed by Wei Xuan's audacity. Wei Xuan's expenditure was no ordinary feat. Setting a record for the highest consumption in the auction house's history, an unprecedented achievement. You flatter me, Your Highness, Wei Xuan replied with a subtle smile. May I now take possession of the auction items? Certainly, Jiao nodded in affirmation. The 2 elderly gentlemen beside her extended their hands in unison. And the ice blue scorpion soul bone and the emerald black patterned flood dragon soul bone materialized, suspended in midair. The moment the soul bones emerged, the room became heavy with the overflow of energy, causing the breaths of those present to grow noticeably labored. It was uncertain whether this was due to the energy emanating from the soul bones or other factors. Aside from Wei Xuan, who remained composed, the others, including the 2 elders, gazed fervently at the soul bones, their heartbeats quickening. Princess Jiao urged herself to regain her composure and addressed Wei Xuan. The soul bones are here. You need only to settle the payment to take them away. Should you lack sufficient gold spirit coins, you may also use soul guiding devices as collateral. The soul guiding devices produced by Ming De Hall are quite popular in our auction house. Not a problem. Wei Xuan replied, extracting 3 crimson cards from his storage soul guiding device and presenting them to Princess Jiao. Please proceed to process these. Initially wearing a smile, Jiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 3 cards. Her pupils constricted as she stammered, These 3 cards do not contain 300 million gold spirit coins, do they? Wei Xuan regarded her with an approving gaze, replying, Indeed, Princess Jiao. You are remarkably astute. You have guessed correctly. These cards indeed hold 300 million gold spirit coins. Upon uttering those words, not only did Princess Jiao's heart skip a beat, but even those unacquainted with the circumstances, such as Ma Rulong, were taken aback. Was this truly no jest? The trio of Ming Hongchen, already privy to the information, were not surprised. Rather, they found amusement in witnessing the reactions of others. If one were to ascertain who possessed the most golden soul coins, it would undoubtedly be Wei Xuan, surpassing even the wealthiest magnates of prosperous trading houses. How could Princess Jiao, typically so composed and graceful, be rendered utterly speechless for the first time? If it were indeed the case that each of those 3 storage cards contained 100 million, coupled with the previous 100 million, it would imply that Wei Xuan possessed a staggering total of 400 million golden soul coins. To carry such an immense fortune in golden soul coins? Is it a matter of bringing along all his worldly possessions? Or does 400 million simply amount to trifling sums for him, allowing him to carry it nonchalantly? Regardless of which scenario it may be, both are extraordinarily extravagant and utterly incomprehensible, rendering them difficult to accept. Let's go and swipe the card together, Wei Xuan suggested with a smile. waving the card before Jojo's eyes. It took several moments for her to regain her composure. The previous joy dissipated entirely, leaving her expression grim, while the two elderly men beside her furrowed their brows. Chapter 81. The elimination round begins. Follow me, Jojo said, devoid of her earlier enthusiasm. She needed to ascertain whether there was indeed money on that card, for if there was, it would spell disaster. Ironically, in the past, auction houses were concerned about bidders lacking the funds to pay. Now, the concern has shifted to whether bidders possess the means to fulfill their financial obligations. The conflicting emotions are truly a source of both laughter and tears. The two elders stored away the soul bones without handing them over to Wei Xuan and slowly departed the room. What could this mean? Meng Hongqian remarked. The sudden change in their demeanor seems rather abrupt. It appears they have no intention of allowing you to pay with gold soul coins, Xiao Hongqian pondered, subtly grasping the auction house's intentions. Let us proceed. After settling the payment, we shall take our leave, Wei Xuan stated, unaffected, and took the lead. Since he had successfully bid for the items, the matter was settled, leaving no room for the auction house to retract. Payment and retrieval were inevitable, and none could impede this process. Meng Hongqian and the others promptly followed, their previously carefree expressions now tinged with concern, realizing that matters might not unfold smoothly. Half an hour later, Wei Xuan and his companions left the auction house, content, and returned to the Xinhuang Grand Hotel. The other party had shown some restraint, refraining from forcibly retaining the auctioned items. In the VIP room of the auction house, Emperor Xingluo's countenance was as dark as the depths of the sea, the surrounding space trembling slightly in response to his emotional turmoil, laden with a heavy atmosphere. Princess Jojo stood beside him, her face contorted in distress, struggling to breathe, and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am finding it hard to catch my breath." Only then did Emperor Xingluo realize his lapse in composure and retracted his oppressive aura. Speaking in a low voice, 400 million gold soul coins. Wei Xuan indeed dares to carry such a sum. We miscalculated this time. Although the auction house profited significantly, we failed to acquire the 9th-level soul guide device, Jojo lamented, feeling quite helpless. To say they incurred a loss would be an exaggeration, given the substantial influx of gold soul coins, yet claiming a profit would be equally inaccurate, as their objectives remained unfulfilled. Emperor Xingluo quickly composed himself, coldly instructing Jojo, disseminate the news of Wei Xuan possessing 2 soul bones. He paused and, gritting his teeth, added, also spread the word regarding his substantial amount of gold soul coins, asserting that he carries over 100 million. Understood, Jojo replied. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate Wei Xuan, it would be an acceptable outcome, the emperor whispered. Even if they succeeded in acquiring the soul guide device, he intended to proceed with this plan. Wei Xuan's talent was far too formidable, and should he be allowed to grow unchecked, he would inevitably become a threat. This presented a perfect opportunity to enlist the help of those coveting the soul bones and wealth to eradicate the impending danger. Upon returning to the hotel, Wei Xuan retrieved the ice blue scorpion soul bone and, without much hesitation, began the absorption process. Guided by the soul power, the soul bone transformed into a streak of luminous energy, penetrating his left arm. The initial sensation was one of warmth, followed by a coolness, alternating between heat and chill, eventually coexisting simultaneously. Some areas felt icy while others radiated warmth, creating an odd sensation. Wei Xuan sat in quietude, the surrounding air thick with frost. White and emerald green energies intertwining and undulating across his skin. The energy fluctuations within the room were intense. The nearby ground was cloaked in a thin layer of ice, and the overall temperature continued to plummet. The process of absorbing the soul bone was accompanied by considerable pain, akin to needles piercing the bones, while the muscles experienced tearing and swelling. This discomfort was a normal reaction to the transformation induced by the soul bone's energy within his left arm. Under the influence of this energy, Wei Xuan's left arm's bones grew more robust, and his muscles became taut and resilient, with other parts of his body also reaping significant benefits. The absorption proceeded smoothly, without any complications or hindrances. The following day dawned bright and clear, the weather delightful, and the elimination rounds commenced. The format for the elimination rounds differed from that of the round-robin stage. Matches would not be determined by a draw but would begin with team battles, followed by individual contests a day later. The victorious team from the group battle would only need to defeat 3 opponents in the subsequent individual matches to advance. Conversely, the losing side would have to defeat 7 opponents without exceeding 3 participants in their appearance to turn the tide in their favor. This competition format tests both the strength of the team and the individual prowess of the participants, offering a comprehensive evaluation. On the first day of the elimination rounds, four matches took place, with both the Sun Moon Royal Academy and Shrek Academy engaging in team battles. The adversary of the Sun Moon Royal Academy was the Phantom Academy from the Douluo Empire. This esteemed academy is renowned within the Xingluo Empire, boasting remarkable comprehensive strength, and it holds a position second only to the prestigious Xingluo Royal Academy. The Yuming Academy is deeply rooted in a significant background, intertwined with the illustrious Baihu Duke and the enigmatic Yuming Duke, as it is a collaborative institution founded by both noble houses. The majority of its graduates ascend into the military, forming a formidable backbone for the armed forces of the Xingluo Empire, justifying its reputation as a military academy. In this competition of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, the event was no longer positioned after Shrek Academy, but rather placed at the forefront as the opening match. The audience for the knockout rounds was even more substantial than that of the round-robin phase, with people jostling against one another, their discussions creating a din that resonated throughout the venue. Soon, the cacophony transformed into fervent cheers, as the name of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy echoed through the air. Through their prowess, the academy garnered the respect and acclaim of the spectators. Despite their differing nationalities, this did not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. Strength commanded respect, and as long as one possessed power, their support would be unwavering. The referee began to summon the teams onto the stage. Led by Wei Xuan, the competitors from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy ascended the arena. Upon seeing Wei Xuan, the members of the Underworld Academy adopted solemn expressions, tinged with apprehension. Although Wei Xuan had only appeared in the first match and had not participated since, this did not lessen their fear of him. The memory of him immobilizing all 7 opponents without even unleashing his martial spirit was vivid in their minds, inducing a palpable dread. Nevertheless, reaching the top 16 was indicative of their own capabilities. They were, after all, quite exceptional among their peers. They were not so easily intimidated as to lose their fighting spirit. The members of the Underworld Academy had undergone significant psychological fortitude training. Fear not. Let us give our utmost in this match. Even if we lose, we must do so with dignity, preserving the honor of our academy. The captain of the Underworld Academy declared, his voice resonant and filled with vigor. Indeed, even in defeat, we must showcase our academy's spirit, affirmed a tall student. The others echoed their sentiments, determination replacing their initial trepidation, and their battle spirit reignited. Wei Xuan stood with hands clasped behind his back, observing the 7 adversaries before him. Nodding slightly, these individuals displayed a commendable fighting spirit. The match begins, announced the referee with authority. In an instant, the Underworld Academy unleashed their martial spirits, 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Ancestors, an overall strength placing them in the upper echelon among the 16 teams. Notably, the captain's martial spirit was the Underworld Spirit Cat, a gift from the Duke of the Underworld. The 6 members of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy also activated their martial spirits, their artillery primed for action. Wei Xuan, however, refrained from releasing his martial spirit, as he was not the primary force in this battle. The strategy employed by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy remained one of remote firepower dominance. Wei Xuan was the first to make a move, producing 4 white orbs, which he hurled into the arena, scattering in different directions. The orbs did not fly directly toward the opponents, nor did they exude any destructive aura. They appeared utterly mundane and devoid of offensive capability. The members of the Underworld Academy regarded these orbs with confusion, pondering their significance. Despite their uncertainty, they understood that the orbs likely posed a threat, or else they would not have been released. Destroy them, the captain of the Underworld Academy commanded, addressing their ranged attack specialists. Unsure of the orb's specific powers, they were reluctant to approach recklessly. Before they could react, however, the artillery of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy erupted in a barrage. The shells flew swiftly, covering a vast area, swiftly encircling the members of the Underworld Academy in a blanket of fire. The initial intent to destroy the orbs quickly dissipated under the overwhelming onslaught of shells, which left them no opportunity to divert their focus. As the orbs struck the ground, 4 beams of white light ignited simultaneously, ascending several dozen meters into the air, where their tips connected with nearby beams. In no time, a cubic framework emerged, the beams extending vertically, creating an energy membrane on all sides except for the top and ground. The resulting cage effectively confined the Underworld Academy, leaving them with only a singular exit above. The artillery shells accurately rained down from above the enclosure, and with the surrounding light walls restricting their movements. The 7 members of the Underworld Academy found little room to evade the bombardment. Each individual bore the brunt of the explosive shells, sustaining injuries. The 7 attempted to breach the barrier, yet the strength of the 4 5th-grade soul-guiding devices that formed the barrier was comparable to a 6th-grade defensive shield. It was far from easy to dismantle. Even a Soul Emperor would find it impossible to breach in a short span of time. None of the 7 members possessed flying capabilities, effectively eliminating their chance of escaping the cage. The nearly 30-meter-high barrier could not be surmounted with a mere leap. Its surface was exceedingly smooth, making it impossible to climb. With the cage in place, the match became significantly simpler. The 7 from the Underworld Academy were like sheep trapped in a pen, utterly powerless against the onslaught. Wei Xuan had yet to detonate the 4 orbs. Once they collectively exploded, the resultant power could only be described as terrifying. Under the cataclysmic explosion, the likelihood of survival for these 7 individuals was utterly non-existent. Even the judges were unable to render assistance in time. Once they had ensnared their adversaries, Wei Xuan positioned himself to the side, allowing Xiao Hongqian and the others to unleash their full potential. 3 minutes later, the Yuming Academy chose to concede defeat, realizing that escape from their confinement was impossible. Rather than enduring relentless assaults, they opted for a proactive surrender. After the conclusion of the match, the spectators were left in a state of astonishment. Was it truly permissible to ensnare one's opponent and unleash a barrage of attacks? This strategy seemed invincible, as long as one remained trapped within the cage. The only fate was to endure passive punishment. Initially, they anticipated a fiercely contested battle, one that would not devolve into a mere one-sided affair. Yet the unfolding events surpassed all expectations. Even though the Yuming Academy was formidable, they appeared utterly feeble in the face of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, being thoroughly crushed. Following a brief moment of astonishment, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Observing the tactics employed by the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, other academies furrowed their brows. Their spirits weighed down by the gravity of the situation. If this tactic were to be employed against them, would they be able to cope? The 7 members of the Nether Academy wore expressions of utter despondency, having suffered a significant blow to their morale, feeling rather humiliated. They had initially intended to engage their opponents with fervor, yet the outcome was a one-sided annihilation, to the extent that they could not even compel their adversaries to unleash their martial spirits. This was indeed a source of shame. As the matches proceeded, the 4-team battles on the first day of the elimination round concluded in a mere 2 hours. After a day of respite, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy commenced individual battles against the Nether Academy. Under the influence of Meng Hongqian, Wei Xuan was the first to take the stage in the individual